Kaisuk found himself traversing the tumultuous era of the Warring States, becoming an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. At that time, Madara was merely a youth, the god of ninjas still pondering the art of skipping stones, while Kagaya's Black Zetsu contemplated how to cleave the moon to rescue his mother, and Izuna secluded himself in a temple, indulging in ascetic practices. As a young boy, Kaisuk plunged into the battlefield, fortunately awakening a unique exchange system that allowed him to accumulate points by vanquishing foes to acquire various abilities. The Rinnegan, classified as an SSS grade item, required a staggering 200,000 points for exchange. The God Tree Seed, also an SSS grade item, demanded the same. The Truth-Seeking Orb, likewise an SSS grade item, necessitated 200,000 points for acquisition. Chapter 1. Uchiha Kaisuk. What does it feel like to awaken and discover oneself transported into the world of Naruto? Others may not grasp it, but Kaisuk found it exceedingly vexatious. To be in the Naruto world was one thing. Leisurely fishing in Konoha and courting the beauties from the original narrative was a life of unparalleled ease. However, finding himself in the Warring States era was an entirely different matter. Cradling his aching head, Kaisuk stumbled before a mirror, gazing at the remarkably delicate visage reflected therein, and couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. The Warring States period, indeed, marked the darkest epoch in the ninja world. Major clans were embroiled in relentless bloodshed over territorial gains, and it was not uncommon to see 5- or 6-year-old children on the battlefield. Take, for instance, the boy in the mirror named Uchiha Kaisuk, who at the tender age of 7 was dispatched to carry out assassination missions behind enemy lines. Such a lack of humanity, Kaisuk sighed softly. Having crossed over as a descendant of Indra, a life of tranquility was clearly not in his fate. Nevertheless, Kaisuk, possessing a resilient spirit, swiftly adjusted his mindset. In light of his identity, he was far more concerned with one particular matter. The reflection before him revealed eyes gleaming with an ominous crimson light. The Sharingan, awakening the Sharingan at 7. The news would surely terrify many. This was no longer the era of Konoha, where Itachi opened his eyes at 8 and Sasuke accomplished the feat at 7. It seemed trivial on the surface. However, it was common knowledge that ordinary Uchiha members typically required until the age of 16 or 17 to awaken their bloodline. In the original narrative, Madara was hailed as a prodigy upon awakening his eyes at 15. Kaisuk understood all too well that if this information were to leak, he would immediately escape the grim fate of being mere cannon fodder and receive substantial support from within the clan. Yet, such extraordinary talent would also invite hostility. Those who harbored animosity towards the Uchiha clan would not allow him to flourish unimpeded, and assassination attempts were inevitable. Furthermore, lurking in the shadows was the ever-scheming Black Zetsu. Should he set his sights on Kaisuk, the young boy would be utterly defenseless. I must conceal this for now. Uchiha Taijima is not a man of broad-mindedness. Taijima, the current head of the Uchiha clan, was the biological father of Madara and Izuna. His temperament was dark and shrewd, a true embodiment of a ruthless leader. Geniuses are adored by all, yet there must always be limits. Should Taijima perceive Kaisuk's existence as a threat to his 2 sons, the outcome would likely be disastrous for him. The awakening of the Sharingan is likely a result of the fusion of souls that I can sense my mental strength intensifying almost by the moment. In essence, if I can endure, a chance for my rise will surely come. Donned in the lightweight armor characteristic of the Warring States, Kaisuk organized his ninja tool pouch and briskly stepped out of the tent. This locale lay in the southern region of the Land of Fire, home to clans like Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka. These families had historically maintained amicable relations with the Senju clan, and during this critical period of war, Taijima had dispatched a significant number of troops to guard against potential assaults from the 3 clans. Sauntering to the rendezvous point, Kaisuk maintained a facade of silence. Outwardly appearing nonchalant, he was, in fact, quietly observing his surroundings. On the platform, a Jonin from the Southern Legion was elucidating the mission at hand. According to intelligence, the 3 clans are clandestinely relocating their members. The clan leader suspects they are preparing to defect to the Senju clan. For the glory of the Uchiha, we must thwart the enemy. Oh! Joining the crowd in a symbolic shout, Kaisuk fell into contemplation. His memory revealed that the Jonin was named Hikaru, a direct subordinate of Uchiha Taijima. The Southern Legion was currently under the command of Elder Uchiha Rei, a formidable figure who had long harbored aspirations for the clan leader's position. Perhaps I can exploit this situation to my advantage. After a moment of silence, Kaisuk began to deliberate on the impending task. Despite how noble Uchiha Hikaru's words may seem, the true objective was to eliminate the enemy's elderly, weak, and women. Without future heirs, a clan faces a catastrophic void in talent, which would be devastating for any family. Talk of relocating their stronghold and seeking to join the Senju clan was mere rhetoric to sway public sentiment. What tomorrow may bring was a matter for later. For now, the three clans were indeed prominent noble families of the Land of Fire. With a substantial population and remarkable combat prowess, it was no wonder the Southern Legion had come into existence. In such circumstances, only a fool would choose to align with the Senju. The Uchiha were the epitome of malevolence. Did one truly believe the Senju to be a benign force? However, Kaisuk had underestimated the ignorance of his clansmen. Around him, countless twisted and grimacing faces, along with an unceasing barrage of curses, constantly reminded him of the considerable presence of folly within the Uchiha clan. Such paranoia is truly terrifying. Kaisuk shook his head, a growing sense of foreboding taking root within him. Setting aside the Yamanaka and Akimichi, the Nara clan was renowned for producing wise individuals. Were they truly so naive as to allow the Uchiha to gain the upper hand when it came to the continuation of their lineage? At this moment, two words echoed incessantly in Kaisuk's mind. Trap! What should I do? Should I boldly advise them? After a moment's reflection, he dismissed the notion. These matters are far beyond the understanding of a 7-year-old child. Should I voice my concerns, I would undoubtedly face a brutal interrogation. After much inner turmoil, Kaisuk could only devise a rather unideal plan. If the situation proved insurmountable, he would simply escape the grasp of his clan, leaving the Land of Fire to seek survival in another country. The Land of Earth is a commendable option. Even in the later stages, he could carve out a place among the strong. As for the Land of Water, it is best avoided. The chaos there surpasses that of the Land of Fire. With thoughts of rebellion swirling in his mind, Kaisuk soon realized that circumstances were diverging from his expectations. On the southern battlefield, faced with the increasingly formidable threat from the Uchiha, the Nara clan resolved to clandestinely relocate their members. To thwart espionage, the Nara clan strategically deployed several smoke bombs, both to confuse the enemy and to ensnare them. Had Uchiha Rei been aware, he might have seized this opportunity to conclude the conflict. However, the Nara did not anticipate that a plan known only to a select few upper echelons would encounter unforeseen complications. By the time the three clan leaders were apprised of the situation, the Southern Legion's forces had already encroached upon the transport convoy. Quickly, reinforce at any cost. The furious roar of the Akimichi clan leader reverberated through the encampment. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kaisuk was left in a state of bewilderment, not due to their being deceived. On the contrary, the entire mission could be described as progressing remarkably smoothly. The sensation was akin to the enemy delivering themselves right to his doorstep. This bizarre turn of events sent chills down his spine, as if an invisible hand were orchestrating the entire affair from behind the scenes. Suppressing his unease, Kaisuk gazed upon a group of trembling women and children, lost in contemplation. To kill or not to kill? Chapter 2. A Strike from the Heavens. Captain, what shall we do with the bodies? Gazing at the multitude of lifeless forms strewn across the ground, Uchiha Hikaru smiled with satisfaction. Leave them here. Let those fools come and collect the corpses. Today, the offspring of the three clans have been largely annihilated, and in the future, the three families will inevitably decline, transforming from illustrious noble houses into small clans with scant members. By then, they will no longer pose any threat to the Uchiha clan. Discarding the bloodied kunai from his hand, Kaisuk took a deep breath. He had ultimately taken action. He expected to feel a sense of panic, yet he was surprisingly calm. Having accepted the act of killing so nonchalantly, it appears I am well suited to survive in the world of Naruto. That a smirk of irony graced his lips as he stepped aside, unwilling to partake in the grim task of clearing the battlefield. Suddenly, a powerful sense of dread surged through him, causing his entire body to shudder. He hastily lifted his gaze, only to behold a colossal hand descending upon them like a celestial dome. Do you remember the technique that fell from the sky? While others may not recall, Kaisuk would undoubtedly never forget the scene of that day. Ninjutsu. Partial multiplication technique. I want you all dead. Akiyama Koken's bellow echoed across the land. Feeling the tremors beneath his feet, Kaisuk clumsily rolled across the ground several times, using the enveloping smoke as cover to scurry back to his own ranks. Casting a glance at the lifeless bodies of several Uchiha genin, he stepped back, bracing himself to flee at a moment's notice. In the face of an unstoppable beast, one need not outrun it. One need only be faster than their companions. Compared to a mere child, Uchiha Yenichi was the primary target of their assault. Akiyama Koken, the current head of the Akiyama clan, was said to have reached the pinnacle of elite jonin. By the standards of the Warring States era, he was but a step away from the clan leader level. The leading Uchiha Yenichi was merely an ordinary jonin. Even with the aid of the Sharingan, he could not bridge the vast chasm of power that separated them. Gazing at the deep pit in the ground, Yenichi scoffed. In his heart, the Uchiha were unrivaled in the world, and he had no reason to fear the Akiyama clan. If Yamashiro and Nara were present, it would be a different story, but for now he had already begun to fantasize about the rewards for slaying the Akiyama clan leader. Go kill without mercy. Akiyama Koken wasted no time on idle talk. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Humph, I've longed to meet you. The numbers on both sides were roughly equal. For the Uchiha, having too many members hindered their movements, and willing cannon fodder was hard to come by as for Akiyama's reinforcements. The situation was so urgent that there was no time to gather more manpower. The two sides, totaling fewer than 20, clashed on the blood-soaked road, a bunch of lunatics. Kaisuk gritted his teeth, gripping his kunai as he charged towards the Akiyama youth across the way. He wanted to flee. That much was true, but he needed his companions to provide cover. Could he escape alone? He hadn't even left the Akiyama territory before he would be caught and dragged back. Forget it, I must eliminate the enemy before me. Chakra surged beneath his feet as Kaisuk leapt into the AI in this era. The education of the younger generation by their clans was utterly unreliable. Having stepped onto the battlefield, he found that aside from a decent throwing technique, he knew nothing else based on the memories of his predecessor. At least he could proficiently use the body replacement technique and the rudimentary swordsmanship passed down through the Uchiha lineage. Why rudimentary, you ask? Because the profound secrets of swordsmanship were entirely inaccessible to ordinary clan members. Surely, no one has noticed me. At this critical moment, Kaisuk could not afford to be secretive. His eyes narrowed, pupils glowing red, as a dark tomo began to spin within. Sharingan, activate. With the formidable insight granted by the Sharingan, he raised his hand, and 3 kunai shot forth towards the enemy. Trivial techniques. The Akiyama youth mockingly raised his arm, preparing to deflect the approaching kunai. Unexpectedly, the kunai collided mid-air, and as the youth realized the danger, one of the deadly weapons had already embedded itself into the back of his head. System notification. Killed an Akiyama clan genin. Earned 45 points. The sudden notification nearly caused Kaisuk to stumble as he landed. The shocking news prevented him from retracting his Sharingan in time. The moment the youth looked up, the gleam in his eyes was witnessed by everyone around. Oh no! Kaisuk disregarded the implications of the notification, hastily dodging back to his own ranks, fearing the enemy would turn their attention to him. He activated the Sharingan. If I recall correctly, Kaisuk is only 6 or 7 years old. Uchiha Yenichi inhaled sharply, producing 2 smoke bombs and hurling them at his feet. Retreat, everyone, retreat. Regardless of whether he was 6 or 7, the talent displayed by Kaisuk was unprecedented within the Uchiha clan. Even if they were to perish, they could not allow such gifted descendants to die here. Having eliminated the offspring of 3 clans and uncovered a prodigious talent, Uchiha Yenichi envisioned his rise to prominence. Indeed, he believed that Kaisuk had awakened the Sharingan in the heat of battle, and thus, he felt entitled to a share of the credit. Without his keen eye to recognize talent and his insistence on leading the youth out for training, how could the clan have cultivated such an exceptional heir? Kaisuk remained oblivious to the shameless thoughts of others. With allies shielding him, he quickly reviewed the information that had just echoed in his mind. System name, Uchiha Kaisuk. Age, 7 years. Physical strength, unremarkable. Mental strength, elite genin. Chakra amount, unremarkable. Abilities, Uchiha style swordsmanship, level 1. Body replacement technique, level 3. Throwing technique, level 5. Chakra control technique, level 1. Hand seals, level 1. Bloodline limit, Sharingan, 1 tomo. Summoning beast, none. Ninja tools, none. Points, 45. Indeed, one cannot traverse into a new world without a system. Due to his tender age, his physical strength was roughly equivalent to that of a ninja academy student. His chakra amount was similarly lacking. His body had not developed sufficiently to refine chakra in significant quantities. The only noteworthy aspect was his mental strength, which had already reached the level of an elite genin. Much like the inexplicable activation of the Sharingan, it was likely due to the fusion of souls. This also meant that his mental prowess would experience double growth. Perhaps even more. Level 1 Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Merely foundational, with subpar effectiveness in actual combat, body replacement technique. Could be used for survival in critical moments. Throwing technique. A lethal weapon, which, when combined with certain special ninjutsu, could even pose a threat to shadow-level powerhouses. Chakra control. Better left unmentioned. Finally, Kaisuk's gaze fell upon the point section. The catalyst for activating the system was his personal act of slaying an Akiyama clan genin. This indicated that points were the most valuable currency within the system. But what purpose do they serve? Chapter 3. The Points Redemption System. Focusing intently on the points section, a box filled with various items suddenly appeared before him. It contained an assortment of treasures, including the bloodlines of formidable warriors, secret ninja techniques, and even the primordial seeds of the divine tree. In the bloodline category, the Rinnegan, Sage Body, Ultimate, Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Cursed Seal, and the Rebirth Eye, among others. In the ability category, the Seeking Jade, Infinite Tsukuyomi, Heaven's Center, Heavenly Hand Power, Will of the Grave, Yomi's Road, Shomyo Vigrana, Deiko Kuten, Kimui, and the 80 Gods Air Strike. In the items category, the Divine Tree Seed, in its nascent state, a Universal Recovery Potion, Scientific Ninja Tools, a complete conceptual set, Gene Technology, World Peak Status, the Yata Mirror, the Kusanagi Sword, in various styles, and Bodily Restoration Potions, to name but a few. The dazzling array of goods nearly made Kaisuk drool. Just one of these items would be sufficient to elevate his status. He forcibly shifted his gaze from the bloodlines like the Rinnegan to the series of zeros behind the redemption points. Eliminating a low-ranking shinobi granted him 45 points. The points earned would fluctuate based on the strength of the opponent. Even among low-ranking shinobi, the points would not be fixed at 45. As he pondered, a surge of impulsiveness to try his luck washed over him. Currently, his chakra was insufficient, limiting the use of his Sharingan to just a few seconds. Nevertheless, with excellent kunai throwing techniques, dispatching ordinary low-ranking shinobi posed no challenge. Having successfully completed this task, the next concern was to make a swift escape. The ninjas of the three clans would never allow a murderer to depart easily. Locating someone to experiment on would be a trivial matter. As they moved forward, Uchiha Yanichi observed the young boy carefully. Noticing his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. It was no wonder he could awaken the Sharingan. With such composure, if he survived, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the clan in the future. Speaking of pillars, a certain figure suddenly flashed through Yanichi's mind. In comparison to the boy, he hesitated. After all, the young clan leader had not yet awakened his bloodline powers. In that moment, the excitement in his heart seemed to diminish significantly. Born into humble beginnings, Uchiha Yanichi had been nurtured by the clan leader, Taijima, and his loyalty was beyond question. Naturally, standing in Taijima's camp, he would consider matters with the clan leader's interests in mind. With such talent in the young boy, there was a possibility that he might threaten the young clan leader's position, a scenario the clan leader would not wish to see. Never mind, let us observe for now. If he recognizes the situation, everything will be manageable. In the following days, the attacks from the three clans persisted without interruption. One by one, companions fell, and even the captain was injured, leaving Kaisuk in a precarious situation. Inside a dilapidated hut, Kaisuk unwrapped the bandages from his waist, replaced the ointment, and rebandaged his wounds. Over the past few days, he had participated in multiple battles, successfully eliminating 5 low-ranking pursuers. His points totaled 219 from the kills, 32, 46, 28, 51, and 62. Including the initial defeat of that Akimichi boy, he currently possessed 264 points. His earlier assumption was confirmed. The points earned varied significantly based on the strength of the ninja. Under the influence of the Sharingan, Kaisuk had consistently achieved instant kills. It was only when he encountered the youth worth 62 points that he sustained serious injuries to his abdomen. Leaning gently against the wall of the hut, he habitually browsed the list of goods, only to be increasingly disheartened. Basic D-rank ninjutsu required 1, 000 points for redemption, and the famed Great Fireball, which was supposedly unkillable in the original tale, astonishingly demanded a staggering 200 points. Gently touching the wound on his abdomen, Kaisuk continuously adjusted his future plans in his mind. Upon returning to the clan, his treatment would undoubtedly improve significantly. Points were hard-earned and should not be squandered on ordinary techniques. If he were to redeem anything, it should at least be a jutsu of strategic significance. Gazing out at the drizzling rain, Kaisuk silently shook his head, lamenting the hellish difficulty of his start. Despite the ease with which he gathered points, it was the result of his fellow clansmen desperately protecting him. Even so, had it not been for Kaisuk's exceptional temperament and ruthless decisiveness, others would have perished countless times over. The current youth merely wished to escape the turmoil swiftly and return safely to his clan, ideally mastering several techniques before venturing out again. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Uchiha Yanichi, half kneeling and seated, sprang into action, utilizing Earth Release to envelop his comrades. Beware of enemy ambush. Boom. A violent explosion erupted. As the three clans resorted to a weapon of strategic caliber from the Warring States era, the explosive tags. Currently, the manufacturing process was not yet mature, and explosive tags were considered a high-end luxury. Even elite shinobi rarely had access to them. This underscored the intensity of the enemy's murderous intent. Through the gaps in the partition, Kaisuk caught a glimpse of their pursuers, 9 in total, divided into 3 small squads. As for his own side, excluding him as an injured party, only Captain Yanichi and 2 other capable low-ranking shinobi remained. Uchiha scum, come out and die? The leader seemed to be shouting madly, but in reality, he had already begun forming hand seals in secret. An invisible shadow was stealthily creeping in along the eaves. Nara technique, shadow manipulation. By the time everyone realized what was happening, their bodies were already beyond their control. Even Kaisuk began to feel a twinge of panic. What is going on? Are we done for? However, he quickly regained his composure, for his captain, Yanichi, had maintained an exceptionally calm demeanor throughout. What a bunch of fools, he scoffed quietly, his smile rife with unabashed mockery. Despite not fully understanding the situation, Kaisuk felt that they would emerge unscathed from this predicament. Boom. A sudden explosion of flames erupted outside, and the group regained their mobility. Nara Kaisuk, did you ever imagine you would run into me? Peering through the window, he was greeted with a large number of Uchiha clan members. Chapter 4. Return to Uchiha territory. 3 days later, they successfully returned to the southern military base. The ambush battle had caught the enemy completely off guard. Unfortunately, they had failed to capture Nara Kaisuk, marking a rather significant regret. Upon returning to the camp, Uchiha Yanichi prepared 2 reports. The first was to report the mission to the commander, Uchiha Rei. The second was to inform the clan leader about Kaisuk's remarkable news. There was no denying that awakening the Sharingan at the tender age of 7 was exceedingly rare. The Uchiha clan had a long lineage, and it was unheard of for anyone to possess such talent. As for how the clan leader would decide, that was beyond his concern. Before long, a week had passed. Kaisuk's injuries healed, and he began a structured training regimen. Ninjutsu, secret techniques, and even bloodline limits could be exchanged for points. Even the abilities he mastered could be enhanced through point expenditure. However, this did not imply that Kaisuk was exempt from training. For instance, leveling up his swordsmanship to level 2 required 100 points. Through personal training, the point requirement would gradually decrease, indicating that personal effort was indeed beneficial. Currently, he lacked the power to acquire points swiftly. Accumulating strength necessitated corresponding effort. Little did he know, all of this was being closely observed by those with ulterior motives. One day, just as Kaisuk rose from his slumber, he received a notification that the commander had summoned him. Finally, it's here, he nodded, following his clansmen to Uchiha Rei's tent. Within the camp resided a remarkably gifted youth. If the other party did not take action, they would not be worthy of competing with Taijima for the position of clan leader. Along the way, the clansmen greeted young Kaisuk warmly. In the past, he certainly did not receive such treatment, indicating that the news of his awakening of the Sharingan had already spread. Was there no attempt to suppress the information? Kaisuk's gaze flickered slightly, yet he maintained an outward composure. Soon, he followed his clansmen to the tent. After expressing a simple word of thanks, Kaisuk refrained from rashly entering and patiently awaited outside. Uchiha Rei, a formidable leader, would not miss any disturbances within 100 meters. and thus was surely aware of his arrival. Waiting was a sign of respect he afforded to the commander, also conveying to everyone that he, Aiha Kaisuk, was a youth who understood propriety. Understanding propriety implied that he would refrain from reckless actions, a quality that those in power often valued highly. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally heard a call from within the tent, inviting him to enter. Lifting the curtain, he stepped inside, where a middle-aged man in his 40s was bent over, writing something at a spacious desk. This man was none other than Uchiha Rai, the highest leader of the Southern Corps and one of the esteemed elders of the clan. "Ah, you have arrived," Uchiha Rai said, slowly closing the letter as he raised his head to regard the youth, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. "I have often heard people mention you in recent days." To this, Kaisuk offered no response. For the best way to interact with someone in a superior position was to listen more and speak less. Awakening your bloodline at the tender age of 7 is indeed a rare talent. I am delighted to have such a genius youth among my ranks. "I am willing to serve you, esteemed leader," Kaisuk replied, showing an understanding of the situation. The saying goes that local officials are not as effective as those who govern directly. Thus, serving the Southern Corps under Uchiha Rai was undoubtedly significant. "Ha!" The commander laughed heartily at his astuteness, then continued after a moment. "Unfortunately, you will need to be away for a while. Such exceptional talent requires careful nurturing within the clan." At this point, the commander paused slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Of course, hiding in the rear does not guarantee your safety. Our clan leader is not known for his broad-mindedness." Uchiha Rai seemed to imply something deeper. Tossing a prepared envelope over, he waved his hand, saying, "The escort team is waiting for you. Remember to deliver the letter to the clan leader." "Understood. I take my leave." Kaisuk acknowledged with a respectful bow before exiting the command tent. Shortly after, he was approached by someone who informed him that the clan leader had commanded his immediate return to the clan's territory. Observing the package in the other person's hands, Kaisuk nodded and promptly followed the small group away from the Southern Corps. Along the way, he continuously pondered the conversation within the tent. From the dialogue, it was evident that the conflict between the commander and Taijima was significant. Perhaps those words were also a form of probing. Should Kaisuk lean towards Uchiha Taijima? The remarks regarding the clan leader's narrow-mindedness would surely reach his ears. Conversely, only then would Uchiha Rai truly trust him, providing a safety net in case of unforeseen circumstances with the Southern Corps. A group of cunning old foxes. After about a week, Kaisuk and his party finally entered Uchiha territory. The perimeter was populated with numerous civilians, and only by delving deeper would they reach the true homeland of the Uchiha clan. For a family to flourish, a substantial civilian population was essential. The fundamental labor force, including the cultivation of fertile land and the raising of livestock, required a considerable number of commoners to accomplish. One could not expect all Uchiha clan members to wield hoes in the fields. Another critical aspect was the propagation of offspring. To ensure the purity of bloodlines, large clans often opted for intermarriage within the clan, though this was not universally applicable. Otherwise, after hundreds of years, everyone would be related. Aside from direct descendants, collateral branches typically sought marriages with outsiders, striving to maintain the circulation of clan blood. In Kaisuk's view, this approach was not unfavorable. The strength of Indra's bloodline could not be diluted by mere unions with outsiders. Rather than fixating on bloodlines, it was more beneficial to have more children and expand the population, which was the true path to prosperity. "The clan leader is quite concerned about you," the leader remarked. Observing Kaisuk lost in thought, "Seeing your safe return will surely bring joy to everyone." This individual was a staunch supporter of Uchiha Taijima, persistently attempting to indoctrinate Kaisuk with various ideologies along the journey. In short, the message was that development necessitated loyalty to the clan leader. Otherwise, no matter how great the talent, one would merely remain an ordinary clansman. Unfortunately, his rhetoric required refinement. It was far from sufficient to sway Kaisuk. Had Naruto been present, he might have genuinely considered allegiance. From his experiences since transmigrating, combined with the faint impressions of Uchiha Taijima from his past life, this clan leader embodied a stubborn and foolish image. Even before their first meeting, his initial impression had already plummeted below passing grade. Uchiha Rai's willingness to let Kaisuk depart so easily indicated that he had long seen through Taijima's character, concluding that the youth could not remain in the clan indefinitely. Sooner or later, Kaisuk would return to the Southern Corps. With such a tarnished reputation, it was quite unfortunate. as chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind. He soon arrived at the clan leader's residence. There, he laid eyes on Uchiha Taijima and a boy with a spiky hairstyle, Uchiha Madara. Chapter 5. The Young Clan Leader. Uchiha Madara Kaisuk's gaze was fixated on Uchiha Madara, rendering him momentarily spellbound. Memories were one thing, but witnessing a familiar anime character in person evoked an entirely different sentiment. He had not anticipated the young king to be quite so handsome. Regaining his composure, Kaisuk bowed deeply to clan leader Taijima, fully embodying his reserved and introverted nature. In response, Taijima not only refrained from reprimanding him, but was rather pleased with his demeanor. A reserved character was favorable. A youth who struggled to articulate would merely become an excellent tool. Yet, Taijima overlooked the fact that his eldest son, whom he held in high regard, was also not particularly eloquent. "Come, sit down. You must be tired from your journey," Taijima said, a disingenuous smile plastered across his face. Not only Kaisuk, but even Madara beside him found the exchange uncomfortable. Had it not been for the desire to witness this renowned genius, Madara would not have approached his father. Regardless of his father's methods or ways of dealing with people, Madara fundamentally disagreed. In his view, the factional divisions within the clan were largely his father's responsibility. Were he to ascend, he would unify the various factions to counter the Senju clan. A soft sigh escaped Madara's lips as he suddenly stepped forward, indifferent as he inquired, "Kaisuk, how is your mastery of the Sharingan progressing?" Reporting to the young clan leader, Kaisuk began, "My chakra is still insufficient. I cannot maintain the Sharingan for an extended period." As he spoke, he swiftly gathered chakra, and his dark eyes suddenly underwent a transformation. Witnessing his performance, Uchiha Taijima fell unusually silent, setting aside other factors. This alone was enough for the youth to warrant Taijima's investment in his future. After offering some insincere praise, Taijima dismissed him, instructing him to return home and rest. "Settle in comfortably. Take a few days to recuperate, and I will arrange for an excellent teacher for you. Thank you for your generosity, clan leader. Madara. He is about the same age as Izuna. You should look after him as if he were your younger brother." "Understood." Kaisuk, sensing the need to excuse himself, took his leave. Remaining any longer would only serve as a test of endurance against the clan leader's performance. Unexpectedly, after a short while, Madara chased after him. "Kaisuk, you have no relatives in the clan. Tonight, I will gather some people to welcome you." As the youth appeared inclined to refuse, Uchiha Madara scratched his head in frustration and softly added, "This is my father's arrangement." "Thank you then, Madara," Kaisuk replied, his lips twitching, nearly calling out the title of Dance King. The two young men exchanged a smile, and the initial awkwardness dissipated significantly. Kaisuk, a prodigious talent, had stepped onto the battlefield at the tender age of 7, earning the respect of Uchiha Madara. With only a 2-year age difference, they could almost be considered peers. The Dance King had previously mentioned that the other lacked family ties within the clan, yet he too was devoid of friends. Most of those around him were drawn by the allure of his father's position as clan leader. Predominantly frivolous individuals, Madara, with his proud disposition, naturally could not regard them as companions. Only Kaisuk was different. Despite his outward humility, Madara sensed a fundamental kinship between them. Today had not been in vain. With purposeful strides, the Dance King departed, evidently in good spirits. He wondered where Izuna had wandered off to and resolved to summon him later that evening. Watching the young clan leader leave, Kaisuk turned and walked toward the door of his childhood home. His parents had sacrificed their lives during a mission when he was merely 5 years old, and he had survived solely through the clan's assistance. After undergoing ninja training, he quickly showcased remarkable throwing skills, which led to his enlistment in the Southern Corps as a reserve in the combat sequence, akin to a Sengoku-era suicide squad. Upon returning to his room, Kaisuk noticed that even the bedding exuded a pleasant fragrance. It was evident that this was yet another of Taijima's manipulative tactics. After organizing his belongings, the sky soon darkened, and Uchiha Madara arrived as promised, accompanied by a familiar figure, his younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. As Madara stepped into the humble abode, his brow furrowed slightly. Despite the tidying up, Kaisuk's living conditions were undeniably subpar. To put it bluntly, even Naruto's dilapidated apartment was far superior to this place. Madara, not one to indulge in excess, felt that the environment did not befit a newly acquainted friend. "Hey," Madara pondered where to procure a proper residence, while Izuna, resembling a mischievous little imp, began to exclaim, "So, you're Kaisuk." My brother says you're impressive, but I don't see it. As an ardent brother's boy, he refused to acknowledge anyone surpassing his elder sibling. Recently, rumors about Kaisuk had circulated within the clan, prompting Izuna's eagerness to meet him. You're only a year older than me. It's nothing extraordinary, he thought, glancing down at the small boy, who was half a head shorter. Kaisuk hesitated and chose to ignore him. Let's go, I'm hungry. All right, Madara nodded and suggested. Shall we find another place? I know a few good spots. Forget it. As long as there's somewhere to stay. Kaisuk shook his head, not wishing to draw attention upon his return to the clan. It was evident that Madara's idea of a good place was one of opulence. What would a 7-year-old need for such spacious accommodations? The backyard provided ample space for training. As they walked side by side, Izuna pouted and voiced his displeasure. Hey, don't ignore me. Enough, let's eat first. Madara's words instantly silenced Izuna. Witnessing this scene, Kaisuk couldn't help but reflect that the Uchiha clan was a gathering place for both brotherly affection and sibling devotion. Fortunately, he did not share such relationships. Otherwise, he might worry about someone coveting his eyes. Lost in thought, he heard Madara remark, by the way, Kyokuin has also returned to the clan. You two brothers haven't seen each other in years, have you? Kyokuin? Upon hearing the name, Kaisuk was momentarily taken aback. As memory surged, he finally recalled the individual in question. Uchiha Kyo, his cousin, was 4 years his senior, and by blood, they were indeed close relatives. The reasons for his forgetfulness were complex. Recalling a fleeting thought from earlier, Kaisuk's lips curved into a subtle smile as he murmured, Indeed, it has been many years. Chapter 6. Guidance from the Father of Demons outside the clan grounds. In a modest barbecue restaurant run by ordinary folk, the cheers rang out, cheers. A group of children, none older than 12, raised cups filled solely with beverages. As the Uchiha clan's young leader, destined to helm the family, Madara, despite his reluctance, sometimes had to learn to play the part, such as treating others to a meal. Before Izuna's demise, Madara was, overall, still an idealistic youth with aspirations. Besides being a tad arrogant, his virtues were hardly inferior to Hashirama's. With a glance at the dance king, who rested his chin on his hand, and Izuna, who was fervently snatching meat, Kaisuk felt an odd sense of witnessing history unfold. Here, Kaisuk, a cup was suddenly extended towards him. Looking up, he saw a boy who bore a striking resemblance to him, smiling warmly. This was Uchiha Kyo, his cousin. Let's have a drink. The boy's enthusiasm concealed the true nature of their relationship from outsiders. After all these years, I didn't expect you to become such a prominent figure within the clan. If Uncle could see your achievements, he would surely be delighted. Kaisuk deemed this insincere praise quite appropriate. Did this fellow truly believe that his youthful ignorance obscured the realities of their family? When his parents had perished in battle, the clan had sent him to live with his uncle, only to be turned away. Otherwise, how could Kaisuk have joined the Southern Corps at the age of 7? The current state of war was not dire enough for children with even a modicum of background to undergo systematic training within the clan. Only orphans like him were relegated to the role of cannon fodder. The intention was never to allow Kaisuk and others to return alive after the massacre of the 3 clans. In hindsight, the unintended revelation of his Sharingan proved to be fortuitous. Yes, seeing my life, my father must be quite pleased. Kaisuk subtly jabbed back, downing the juice in his cup. The others remained oblivious to the underlying tension and frequently praised the 2 cousins as exemplary ninjas of the clan. Not long ago, Uchiha Kyo had successfully advanced to the rank of Chunin, which, while not extraordinary, indicated a commendable level of talent. His prowess surpassed that of ordinary Chunin, aligning with the caliber of the legendary 12 ninja. Even those who had been propelled into Chunin status by Naruto's antics or specialized skills like Tintins with weapons were all at the Chunin level. Positioned at the pinnacle of the Chunin exams, individuals like Rock Lee and Gaara had little trouble dispatching ordinary Jonin. Excluding the exceptionally gifted, Uchiha Kyo's promotion to Chunin held some merit. Otherwise, his cousin's status would not have afforded him a place among this group. As the gathering continued with laughter and merriment, only Uchiha Madara, who sensed Kaisuk's unease, appeared somewhat out of place. Casting a glance at the grinning Uchiha Kyo, he inwardly cursed, blaming his father Taijima for this foolish endeavor. This was not an act of camaraderie, it was merely a source of annoyance. Clapping the young man's shoulder, Uchiha Madara fabricated an excuse to disperse the gathering early. Understanding something unspoken, Kaisuk smiled and shook his head at him before making his way home alone. In contrast to Uchiha Kyo, He was far more concerned about the arrival of his teacher the following day. So far, his mental fortitude had been rapidly growing. Even with limited physical development, his considerable spiritual strength allowed him to consistently increase his chakra reserves. Chakra level, Genin. Currently, Kaisuk possessed approximately the chakra quantity of an ordinary Genin. While insufficient for extensive use, it was enough to sustain basic combat. Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, became a Chunin at 6, and was officially promoted to Jonin at 12. It is a well-known fact that Kakashi Hatake, known for his prowess, rapidly improved due to the swordsmanship passed down through the Hatake clan. Presently, Kaisuk has resolved to emulate Kakashi's ascent, temporarily focusing his energies on a skill he has already mastered, the Uchiha-style swordsmanship, level 1. By harnessing this sword technique to swiftly enhance his abilities, he plans to shift his focus to ninjutsu and genjutsu development once his progress begins to slow, coupled with the gradually evolving Sharingan. This should guarantee his untroubled advancement to the elite Jonin level. When the time is right, with sufficient points accumulated, he can forcibly exchange for a Mangekyō Sharingan, thereby breaking through to the realm of clan leaders. Filled with hopeful visions of the future, young Kaisuk gradually succumbed to slumber. The next day, Kaisuk arose early and made his way alone to the Uchiha estate. This time, he did not meet the clan leader. Instead, a guard led him to a side chamber where a clan Jonin awaited. Upon seeing Kaisuk, the Jonin spoke directly. "I am Uchiha Kifu, and from today, I shall serve as your instructor for the next year." Uchiha Kifu. The young boy blinked, dispelling any distractions, and bowed respectfully. "Master Kifu." Nodding slightly, the Jonin inquired, "What would you like to learn? Ninjutsu or Genjutsu? I will gradually teach you the usage of your eyes, so do not rush. I wish to learn swordsmanship." Kaisuk expressed his desire. Hearing this, Uchiha Kifu furrowed his brow in contemplation, but ultimately did not dismiss the idea. Although the boy's physique was frail, the enhancement of the Sharingan made swordsmanship perhaps the most suitable path for his training. A resolute child, Kifu silently admired, and then calmly stated, "Wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Kaisuk, who had yet to activate his Sharingan, unable to perceive his departure. The gap in strength was more significant than he had anticipated. After approximately 10 minutes, Master Kifu returned to the side estate, this time wielding a short blade suited for Kaisuk. The size and shape closely resembled the blade of White Fang, albeit slightly longer. As he grasped the weapon, Kaisuk felt an immediate weight in his arm. This seemingly unremarkable blade likely weighed over 30 pounds. For an ordinary 7-year-old, lifting it would be nearly impossible, and even he would need to channel chakra to do so. With a powerful sweeping motion, a sharp gust of wind surged past his ears. Gazing at the gleaming short blade, Kaisuk rarely broke into a smile. "Thank you, Master Kifu." Slightly frowning, Uchiha Kifu sensed something off in the boy's pronunciation. He unsheathed the short blade he had brought from home and casually swung it to the side, an intense aura of killing intent suddenly filling the chamber. "From now on, you must be here every day at 6. Yes. Thus, Kaisuk embarked on an unrelenting regimen of arduous training. He was not anxious about acquiring points. Rather, he focused on honing his skills, knowing that practice necessitated real combat. Even if the opportunities were few, gradual accumulation would yield a substantial return. Soon, a year had swiftly passed. Chapter 7. The malevolent demon of the Uchiha in the Uchiha clan's training grounds on the rear mountain, Kaisuk gripped his short blade, intently gazing at the tree trunk ahead. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Suddenly, his chakra surged, causing the leaves disturbed by the force to cascade like petals from the sky. He raised his arm with deliberate slowness, his muscles tensed, and in an instant, the blade radiated an endless brilliance. As the wind settled, all the leaves before him had been cleanly severed in two. After a year of rigorous training, Kaisuk's combat prowess had finally reached the Chunin level. Of course, without the enhancement of the Sharingan, he might have struggled to even cleave a third of the leaves. It must be acknowledged that lineage significantly amplifies a ninja's strength. Name: Uchiha Kaisuk. Age: 8. Physical strength, Genin mental strength, Chunin chakra volume, Chunin mastered abilities, Uchiha style swordsmanship, level 4, body flicker technique, level 4, throwing techniques, level 5, chakra control technique, level 2, hand seals, level 3, bloodline limit, Sharingan, 1 tomo, summoning beast, none ninja tools, none points, 5840 in the second week after commencing his training. His soul fusion was finally complete, and his mental strength was temporarily fixed at the Chunin level. With age, further enhancements were expected. Should he specialize in Genjutsu and refine his Yin chakra, both speed and potential would significantly escalate. As for physical strength, while practicing swordsmanship naturally involved physical activity, age constraints hindered rapid improvement. Genin was already the limit for Kaisuk at present. The progress in chakra volume was substantial, as both body and mind had been elevated, making such gains only natural. Perhaps not on par with the Senju of the forest, but the Uchiha, being descendants of the Atsitsuki, possessed chakra far exceeding that of ordinary noble clans. The Sharingan remained at 1 tomo, without significant enhancement. The true leap came from his dedicated training in Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Level 4 of the swordsmanship was already comparable to the elite samurai of the Land of Iron. Coupled with the Sharingan's support, achieving level 5 potency in swordplay was not difficult. In summary, his close combat prowess was slightly superior to the average Chunin. However, due to chakra limitations in ranged combat, Kaisuk abandoned ninjutsu training altogether, focusing solely on refining his throwing techniques. In the Chunin tier, he did not possess the extraordinary capabilities of the 12 ninja guardians. Standard C-rank ninjutsu was effectively his limit, akin to the Great Fireball technique. While not useless, it was more prudent to allocate chakra entirely to physical techniques. Through numerous real combat experiences, Kaisuk discovered that close-quarters combat was the most effective means of fighting. Over the year, he ventured out to complete missions almost every 3 days. His instructor would remain hidden in the shadows, and unless Kaisuk faced a life-or-death crisis, he could expect no rescue. Initially, he struggled to adapt, but after several encounters, he gradually became accustomed to operating solo. During dozens of assassination missions, he eliminated nearly 100 genin. Tales circulated in the ninja world about the Uchiha's bloodthirsty young demon, who fled from masters yet relentlessly pursued any genin in his path. The title The Malevolent Demon of the Uchiha was a testament to Kaisuk's hard-earned reputation over the year. As for its origin, it stemmed from Kaisuk's relentless killings. Not a single enemy genin he encountered had escaped alive. Additionally, during his missions, he habitually donned a demon mask, initially to conceal his own fears, but as he continued to slay, it became a familiar practice, serving to shield him from blood splatter. Truly, it was a tool of great utility. The relentless battles yielded not only increased combat experience, but also nearly 6,000 points. While insufficient for extravagant rewards, it could at least elevate one of his abilities by 2 levels. If he wished, he could exchange it for a basic B-rank ninjutsu. Presently, Kaisuk's prowess was entirely grounded in close combat. With the activation of his Sharingan, he could astutely perceive his enemy's movements, and his swordsmanship allowed him to thrive in battle. The only remaining challenge was how to approach his adversaries. Thus, Kaisuk set his sights on a category of ninjutsu known as the body flicker technique. All techniques enabling rapid, instantaneous movement fell under this classification, the most common being chakra bursts that harnessed a sudden increase in physical strength for swift movement. Might Guy Sasuke and the majority of Jonin employ this type of body flicker technique. The teleportation technique, utilizing various elemental jutsu as a medium, allows for instantaneous high-speed movement akin to a material replacement. Most require specialized secret ninjutsu or bloodline limits, with notable figures such as Gaara, Haku, and Deidara exemplifying this. Techniques such as sand body flicker, water body flicker, and clay body flicker represent this category. The most intricate among them are the space-time ninjutsu mastered by Minato and the second Hokage, which achieve direct movement from point A to point B by distorting and altering space, making them the most mysterious and formidable type of body flicker technique. If possible, Kaisuk naturally wished to exchange for a space-time ability, as it is an essential skill for survival and swift travel. Unfortunately, space-time ninjutsu is exceedingly rare, with even the least expensive flying thunder god technique requiring a hefty 250,000 points. In comparison, explosive body flicker techniques better align with his needs. Even though physical limitations prevent him from using it as a regular means, the emergence of body flicker techniques significantly enhances Kaisuk's hunting range. After a year of analytical experimentation, he roughly summarized some point rules. Hunting lower-ranking genin, from novices who only know the basic body flicker to elites possessing a certain level of ninjutsu, yields points in the range of 20 to 100. Subsequently, The points for mid-ranking Chunin skyrocket to 100 to 500. This means that even defeating the lowest tier of Chunin grants rewards equivalent to several lower-ranking ninjas. By strengthening his own abilities, he could attempt to hunt Chunin, thereby accelerating his point accumulation. Without initial investment, how could one expect subsequent flourishing development? While diligently accumulating points is indeed beneficial, he fears he might not live long enough to spend them. After all, Mr. Oni's tenure has ended, and he ceased his teachings as of yesterday. Without the covert supervision of a jonin, a single misstep could transform a formidable adversary into a wandering soul. Consequently, Kaisuk resolved to utilize points to enhance his strength. Gazing at the myriad explosive body flicker techniques listed, an idea suddenly struck him. If he engaged in practice beforehand, might the requirements for exchange be alleviated? Even a slight reduction would translate to tangible points, and given the difficulty of managing finances, every little bit counts. With this thought in mind, Kaisuk hurried home and unearthed the ninjutsu manual left by his teacher. Eureka! Immersed in rigorous training, Kaisuk spent an entire afternoon mastering the most fundamental explosive techniques. Chapter 8. Exchange, Water-Style Body Flicker Technique. As he gazed at the information materializing on the panel, Kaisuk, though sore all over, couldn't help but smile. Explosive body flicker techniques are not particularly difficult to grasp. However, the pain of bodily tearing is a challenge most individuals struggle to endure. He had to grit his teeth to gradually understand the essential principles. Of course, while he had learned the technique, he was still far from being able to apply it effectively in combat. If he exerted too much force, he risked colliding with an opponent's blade. Conversely, if his force was too weak, his body would become rigid, almost guaranteeing defeat. This is precisely why body flicker techniques are prevalent among the jonin ranks. The key lies in one word: control. Control encompasses not only the manipulation of chakra, but also the technique involved in employing body flicker. Kaisuk's experiments were aimed at saving points for the exchange of renowned ninjas' body flicker techniques in the ninja world. Excluding the exceedingly rare space-time ninjutsu and forbidden techniques akin to might guys, who else is celebrated for their body flicker techniques in the ninja realm? The first name that sprang to Kaisuk's mind was his clan's prodigy, Uchiha Shursui. The reputation of Shursui's body flicker technique resonated throughout the ninja world during the Third Great Ninja War. While Jinjutsu is indeed impressive, Shursui's body flicker technique is equally remarkable. Considering their commonalities, Kaisuk unhesitatingly chose to exchange for Shursui's body flicker technique. Originally, the exchange price for Shursui's body flicker technique was 8,000 points. But upon mastering the basic body flicker, he found the price had plummeted to 4,000, effectively having the cost. It seemed his hypothesis was correct. Having grasped the foundational ability indeed resulted in a corresponding reduction in exchange price. This system is rather user-friendly. After selecting the confirmation button for the exchange, a surge of knowledge abruptly flooded his mind. After a considerable time, Kaisuk emerged as if awakening from a dream, returning to reality. Shursui's body flicker technique, level 1. Upon opening the list, he noticed that the name of the body flicker technique had subtly changed. Reflecting on the transformation of the technique, he couldn't help but marvel that Shursui's formidable reputation was no mere coincidence. Even if placed in the Warring States period, he would undoubtedly be a renowned figure. Knock, knock, knock. Before Kaisuk could venture outside to practice, an urgent knocking resounded from the door. Just as he prepared to rise and open it, his expression suddenly shifted, and he gripped a short blade tightly. Clang. Deflecting the shuriken that flew toward him, Kaisuk remained calm, stepping forward as chakra surged, and struck the wooden door with lightning speed. Whoa! The familiar exclamation caused Kaisuk to instinctively temper his force. Even so, the door splintered, revealing a panicked Uchiha Izuna outside. This foolish child. Kaisuk's heart raced. He was acutely aware of the consequences of accidentally harming Izuna. At that critical moment, a short blade emerged from the side and deftly parried his attack. Standing frozen for 2 to 3 seconds, Kaisuk exhaled deeply, then approached and playfully gave Izuna a light smack on the head. Hey, Uchiha Kaisuk, you're going too far, Izuna exclaimed, appearing quite defiant. In truth, Izuna typically refrained from provoking him excessively. Even the most foolish individual learns from repeated beatings. Today, however, he was particularly brash due to the return of his greatest ally. Ignoring the child's bravado, Kaisuk turned to regard the wielder of the long blade. You have finally returned, Madara. The person who had intercepted his attack was none other than Uchiha Madara, who had just returned from the front lines. 6 months ago, Madara had reached the rank of elite Chunin, and Taijima no longer had any reason to prevent him from joining the battlefield. It can be said that he truly is the dance king. In just half a year, he had made the entire Senju clan remember the name Uchiha Madara. Now that the fighting had subsided somewhat, Madara finally had the opportunity to return to his clan. Observing the increasingly imposing young man before him, Kaisuk understood that his strength had become even more formidable. Come inside. That night, they found themselves once again at the same barbecue restaurant. Kaisuk, Izuna, and Madara sat across from each other, and they had even discreetly requested drinks from the shopkeeper. What nonsense about minors not being allowed to drink. One is a battlefield demon, and the other an ominous figure. If they only gathered to sip fruit juice, they would surely invite derision from their enemies. As for Izuna, well, he was an exception. Under Madara's stern gaze, the little one could only pout and clink his juice cup against the two older ones. TSK. Children will always be children, Kaisuk remarked, unable to suppress his teasing. In response, Izuna could only silently endure. Among the Uchiha clan, only 3 individuals possessed the authority to discipline him. His father, Uchiha Taijima, whose commanding presence instilled fear, his elder brother, Uchiha Madara, whom he genuinely respected and did not wish to defy, and his friend-turned-rival, Aiha Kaisuk. All right, this was the only one who would truly give him a beating. Ironically, both his brother and father approved, believing such treatment would aid in his strength enhancement. This is simply outrageous. In a fit of indignation, Izuna downed another glass of juice. Boss, another jug, please. Meanwhile, the 2 older ninjas exchanged insights from the battlefield. Uchiha Madara, with his distinguished identity, held a commander's perspective that was invaluable for Kaisuk's learning. As for Kaisuk, his past missions have always been perilous, infiltrating enemy territory as if it were second nature. Obito also yearned to glean some experience from these encounters. What's so remarkable about that? Izuna felt a twinge of jealousy from the sidelines. Unfortunately, his father consistently opposed his involvement in battle. When you can defeat Kaisuk, I shall permit you to venture out, were the exact words of Uchiha Taijima. Izuna had attempted numerous times, but had never managed to best that short blade. Today, had his elder brother not been present, he would have faced severe injury, a fact Izuna was painfully aware of. How infuriating that the gap in their strengths only seems to widen. Casting a glance at the eloquent Kaisuk, little Izuna grew resolute and began to stealthily pilfer his roasted meat. Once their conversation concluded and Kaisuk prepared to feast, he found that the grill before him was devoid of even a single piece of grilled meat. Izuna clutched his stomach, eyeing him with an air of arrogance. Be careful not to choke yourself, Kaisuk remarked with a roll of his eyes, helplessly signaling the staff for more plates of meat. After all, a ninja's appetite is typically substantial. It is not unusual for one to consume several plates. Moreover, all 3 were currently in a phase of rapid physical growth. Observing the 2 devour their food, Izuna's little eyes darted around, and he suddenly inquired, after such a long time apart, I wonder whose strength has risen higher. At that moment, the dining table fell into a profound silence. Chapter 9, Kaisuk vs. Uchiha Obito. Hey, hurry up. There's a major event at the training arena. What happened? Did someone ambush the clan? Fool, it's a duel between the junior clan leader and Kaisuk. Both are renowned geniuses, and today they finally clash. What? Wait for me. I want to watch. At the training ground, Kaisuk felt a headache brewing. Damn Izuna, he muttered, casting a glance at the smug little brat, fully aware that this commotion was his doing. The probable reason behind it was Izuna's desire to see his brother publicly defeat him. Throughout the year, discussions had swirled regarding who among the new generation was the true prodigy of the clan. Some believed the junior clan leader, with his impressive track record, deserved the title, while others insisted that Kaisuk, who awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 7, was the strongest. He had intended to cultivate in obscurity, only to be thrust into the spotlight by Izuna's antics. Kaisuk. Suddenly, a voice called out beside him. He turned to see his pompous cousin, Uchiha Kiyoshi, storming over. What are you doing? The junior clan leader holds a prestigious position. How can you openly engage him in battle? With that, he leaned in closer and whispered, if you win, how will the junior clan leader manage to save face? And what will the clan leader think of you? Seemingly concerned for his cousin, in reality, he feared that Kaisuk's actions might provoke the clan leader's ire, dragging him down as well. Originally, he had intended to persuade his cousin to forfeit, but to his astonishment, Kaisuk merely cast him a glance before turning to face the approaching Uchiha brothers. This infuriated Uchiha Kiyoshi to no end. "You brat. Is this how you treat your own cousin?" "Quiet," Kaisuk said coldly, narrowing his eyes at the incessantly chattering man. "Get lost. You're a nuisance. You little brat. You dare defy me?" Swiftly drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, Uchiha Kiyoshi was determined to teach his cousin a memorable lesson. He believed that just because clan members praised Kaisuk, he had become arrogant. In Kiyoshi's eyes, he was still that pitiful child seeking refuge. Having reached the level of a chunin and possessing considerable combat experience, Kiyoshi believed he could easily overpower Kaisuk. However, Kaisuk had already seen through his moves. To dare engage in close combat against someone with the Sharingan, he truly did not know the meaning of danger. With a swift motion, Kaisuk deflected his opponent's thrust, pivoting his body to position himself behind Uchiha Kiyoshi. Gripping his short blade tightly, he held it at Kiyoshi's neck. "If we were not in the clan, I would have ended you today." With that, he lifted his knee, striking Kiyoshi squarely in the lower back, sending the young man crashing to the ground. In truth, Kiyoshi was not weak. He was simply too arrogant, attempting to battle up close without the Sharingan, a decision that left him vulnerable to Kaisuk's prowess. Kicking Kiyoshi aside, Kaisuk gazed at Obito, a faint smile on his lips. "I didn't expect our first encounter to unfold like this. Do we need to clear the area?" Obito asked, instinctively frowning, casting an irritated glance at his younger brother. At this, Izuna recoiled and quickly scampered away. "Not necessary," Kaisuk said, tightening his grip on the short blade. His expression calm. "What is meant to happen will happen, and I have grown weary of remaining in the clan. Very well, let us engage in earnest." With no elaborate rules in place, both parties assumed their stances and commenced their first clash. In terms of physical prowess and chakra, the 10-year-old Obito held a definitive advantage. A direct confrontation would not suffice. He must remain wary of the ninjutsu his opponent could unleash. To secure victory, Kaisuk had no choice but to fully harness the abilities of his Sharingan and the newly learned Shursue's body flicker technique. His eyes gleamed crimson as the Sharingan awakened once more, instantly perceiving his opponent's movements. With his left hand reaching into his ninja tool pouch, he flicked his wrist, sending 3 shuriken soaring through the air. Clang! Obito, wielding his long blade, remained unfazed, raising one arm to establish a formidable defense. The 3 shuriken, launched at tricky angles, could not breach his blade's barrier, and the distance between them rapidly diminished. "Bravo!" The onlookers erupted in applause, recognizing that Obito had just demonstrated a level of swordsmanship surpassing that of Kaisuk. Seasoned ninjas were quick to discern the intricacies of their clash. "You remain unchanged, Kaisuk," Obito remarked, tossing his long blade into the air. With hands moving like a fluttering butterfly, he swiftly completed the hand seals. As flames began to gather in his mouth, the temperature around them rose dramatically. Fire style, great fireball technique. "What the, is he trying to kill me?" Kaisuk's mind flashed to the scenes of the Ninja World War, where a coalition of over 20 mist ninjas fought valiantly. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that Obito was not yet a jonin. He couldn't possibly wield such a terrifying fire technique. Even so, Kaisuk did not underestimate the Dance King, completing his hand seals in rapid succession. Just as the fiery inferno approached, he transformed into a blur, rushing towards Obito. Body flicker technique. Obito was taken aback, never expecting Kaisuk to execute such a maneuver. Did he not fear the potential irreversible injuries from recklessly employing the body flicker? What is Kaisuk thinking, allowing him to learn the body flicker technique at this age? Obito cursed silently, turning to glance behind him. There, Kaisuk was grimacing and climbing back to his feet. Part of his discomfort stemmed from having misjudged the force of his fall, while another was due to the searing heat from the fire style. "The body flicker technique that Kaisuk taught you?" Obito inquired, his brow furrowing. If he received a positive response, he would certainly seek retribution. To his surprise, Kaisuk shook his head, running a hand through his singed hair and sighing. "I learned it on my own. Damn my hair." Like Obito, Kaisuk sported an unkempt hairstyle that was neither beautiful nor ugly, a reflection of their Uchiha lineage. He had intended to grow his hair long, at least to distinguish himself from the wretched brothers. After a moment of contemplation, Obito glanced at Kaisuk's hair, which was nearing shoulder length, and coolly remarked, "You ought to consider a trim. Brat, I'm planning to let it grow long." that will hinder your combat abilities. I am preparing to develop a hair-related ninjutsu. And soon you shall see. After a brief exchange of banter, the two chose to part ways. Overall, it was Uchiha Obito's performance that shone more brightly. Although Kyokai's body flicker technique was swift, he still struggled with control, something that was evident to all present. However, considering the two were separated by a mere 2 years, it was difficult to definitively claim one was more gifted than the other. In Uchiha Taijima's eyes, his son was undoubtedly the future leader of their clan. Uchiha Kyokai? It was time to devise a strategy. Chapter 10. Conspiracy. The threat approaches. The clan lands 3 days after the duel. News arrived from the front lines that the Senju clan was amassing their main forces. Reports indicated that a figure resembling Senju Hashirama had appeared on the main battlefield. Upon confirming the information, Uchiha Taijima immediately resolved to take the risk and personally head to the battlefield. Naturally, he would not go alone. Sensing that a decisive battle was imminent, Taijima mobilized the majority of the remaining forces within the clan. During the Warring States period, the prosperity of each clan far surpassed that of the village era. Take the Uchiha clan, for instance, which had established 4 major armies, each responsible for facing enemies from different directions. Within the clan alone, the number of stationed ninjas exceeded 800, with each army boasting over 1,000 ninjas. Kyokai roughly estimated that the total number of ninjas in the clan surpassed 5,000. While it could not compare to the overwhelming might of future ninja villages, which could deploy tens of thousands of ninjas in war, it was more than sufficient to obliterate a small nation. However, the troubles did not end with the Senju clan. Reports from the Southern Army indicated that the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans were also gathering forces, seemingly prepared to wage a fierce battle against the Uchiha. Army leader Uchiha Rei sent a plea for reinforcements, but Taijima callously ignored it. Without personnel, they could only sacrifice themselves to delay the enemy. It was said that on the day he received the reply, Uchiha Rei furiously tore up the letter in front of everyone, berating Uchiha Taijima as a fool. This information was rather secretive, and Kyokai learned of it through casual conversations with Izuna. Gazing at the desolate streets, he couldn't help but sigh. After 3 days of diligent practice, Kyokai had mostly mastered the body flicker technique, albeit at the cost of sore muscles and extensive bruising in various parts of his body. During this time, Uchiha Obito had sternly warned him that forcibly activating the body flicker technique before reaching a certain physical threshold was akin to slow suicide. The implication was clear. He was advised to abandon his research. In response, Kyokai retorted, "On the battlefield, it's a matter of life and death. If I cannot use it at a critical moment, I fear I won't live long enough to experience slow suicide." Faced with the sharp tongue of young Kyokai, the usually taciturn Uchiha Obito found himself at a loss for words. In his frustration, Obito had not shown his face to Kyokai for 3 days. Childish, he thought. Taijima was unwilling to concern himself with the southern battlefield. However, Uchiha Rei was a formidable rival, once contesting for the position of clan leader against him. Shortly after the second letter arrived, news came that the stationed army had moved without orders. Upon learning of this, Taijima erupted in fury before his subordinates. The problem was that Uchiha Rei had no leverage over him, and conversely, Taijima could not contend with the elderly figure. The extensive participation of the army left the clan's defenses increasingly vulnerable. If enemies were to attack, the history of the ninja world could be rewritten. What had originally been a jest began to fill him with unease. A year prior, a small team had successfully infiltrated the enemy's rear and eliminated the descendants of the 3 clans during their retreat. It was undeniably a successful and lethal ambush. To claim that the enemy bore no resentment would be a hard pill to swallow. Moreover, the decisive battle between the Uchiha and Senju was not supposed to occur at this juncture. Uchiha Obito was about to turn 11, and the day he would meet Senju Hashirama was fast approaching. At that time, Obito should have been on the battlefield. It seemed the situation had not yet reached a point of no return. This suggested that a large-scale massacre between the 2 clans should not occur at this moment. Should the Senju have feigned their intentions, then their purpose was becoming clearer as Kyokai gazed upon the empty streets. The Senju did not seek a battle. Rather, they aimed to lure Uchiha Taijima to the battlefield. The Southern Army, with the 3 clans almost simultaneously launching their efforts, seemed to indicate a connection, despite the lack of tangible evidence. Senju's scheming, the 3 clans gathering, a Senju Nara ambush. This was dire. Kyokai's expression turned grave as he stood, resolutely heading for the clan's estate. Regardless of the truth, preparations must be made. Should his fears prove accurate, it would be too late to react. I hope I am merely overthinking this. Uchiha Clan Grounds, southern entrance. A convoy of trucks was parked by the roadside, undergoing inspection by the guard team. Thank you for your hard work. The convoy's leader, an old acquaintance with decades of experience in transporting goods, was let through without much scrutiny. Wait. Suddenly, the guard captain called out to the convoy. There has been an order to intensify the inspection. The captain appeared somewhat reluctant. He was unaware of what had possessed the young clan leader to declare that enemies might infiltrate. Infiltrate the Uchiha clan? No one had accomplished such a feat in centuries. To him, it seemed like a childish display of bravado, and alas, it was always the lower ranks who bore the brunt of such whims. Just as the captain was about to speak, a sudden wave of intense dread surged from his core. Before he could react, he realized he had lost control of his own body. However, they were old acquaintances. If something were amiss, wouldn't they starve? The guard captain waved dismissively, signaling his subordinates to let the convoy pass. No, they are in trouble. He watched helplessly as his body moved against his will, an urge for self-destruction rising within him. Alas, he felt like a mere spectator, utterly powerless to command his own form. Ultimately, he could only watch as the problematic convoy wobbled its way into the clan's grounds. That feeling, it was unmistakable. It was the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. What were they planning? The poor guard captain personally escorted the convoy westward, and judging by the direction, they were headed toward the residential area where most clan members resided. With the majority of ninjas deployed to the battlefield, only the elderly, weak, and children remained. And he was savvy enough to comprehend the invaders' intent. Damn it, move, body. The guard captain screamed with all his might, but against the Yamanaka clan's secret technique. His resistance seemed laughably childlike. Before long, the convoy penetrated deep into the heart of the clan's territory. Watching the lively children playing along the streets, his heart felt as if it were bleeding. Almost there. Suddenly, low murmurs filled with murderous intent echoed from behind. Not far ahead lay the Uchiha's ancestral kindergarten. To completely eliminate the target, attacking from there would be the most strategic choice. Cursed Uchiha, you shall pay dearly today. Listening to the laughter of children, the invaders discarded their disguises and surged into the ancient Uchiha Academy. What awaited them was not their intended target, but a multitude of vibrant shadow clones and an academy filled with blazing explosive tags. Boom. Chapter 11. A bountiful harvest of 3,200 points retreat. Nara Kyokai's brow furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that their presence would be exposed. Ordinarily, the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques were impenetrable, and outsiders could not detect any abnormalities. Unless, of course, someone had discerned their intentions from the overarching layout. How could this be? Nara Kyokai found it hard to believe. Breaking through the surrounding walls, he retreated into the courtyard. Before he could lift his gaze, a myriad of kunai rained down upon the crowd like a torrential downpour. A tiresome trick. The seasoned jonin of the Nara clan formed seals with his hands, and the shadow beneath him elongated and extended, weaving a net of darkness around the area. Shadow manipulation technique. Black net. Nara Kankei, standing atop the roof. Kyukai immediately recognized his opponent's identity, a jonin of the Nara clan, previously involved in the pursuit operation he had commanded. Uchiha Madara silently nodded, his aura already locking onto the enemy with unwavering focus. As the clan's young leader, it was his duty to protect the safety of his kin. Today, he could not let the adversary succeed. He owed a debt of gratitude to Kyukai. Had it not been for his urgent arrival, Madara could hardly fathom the dire circumstances that might have unfolded. Nara Kankei looked up, his initial surprise swiftly morphing into resentment, clearly recognizing Kyukai's visage. There was no intention for discourse. Both were acutely aware of each other's motives, and from the outset, this was a battle to the death. The defensive strength of the Uchiha was alarmingly feeble, with nearly all the elite fighters absent. Most of the ninjas present were mere lower-ranked shinobi, with a handful of chunin recuperating from injuries. Fortunately, the enemy could not muster overwhelming strength. By eliminating the leading jonin, they could effectively resolve this crisis. With a determined leap from the rooftop, Uchiha Madara targeted the most formidable-looking jonin of the Akimichi clan. Fire release, great fire annihilation. His first strike unleashed a powerful fire technique. Observing this, other Uchiha members followed suit, engaging in battle alongside their young leader. You shall all perish today. Nara Kankei remained steadfast, his hand seals transforming abruptly as countless shadow threads surged toward the surrounding enemies. From Kyukai's perspective, it appeared as though an ominous shadowy flower bloomed beneath the man's feet. Shadow stitching technique, Black Higanbana. This strike instantaneously obliterated 7 Uchiha lower ninjas. He could not allow Kankei to continue his onslaught. Kyukai's expression hardened as the crimson glow of his Sharingan activated, locking onto the enemy's movements. He swiftly completed the hand seals, transforming into a streak of light that surged towards the kneeling Nara Kankei. So fast, Kankei widened his eyes in disbelief. He had not anticipated that a mere child of 6 or 7 could wield such terrifying body flicker technique. Caught off guard, he could not change his tactics in time. The speed of the shadow could not match that of the instantaneous movement. At a critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Nara Kankei, using their physical form to absorb the deadly blow. System notification, killed a Chunin of the Uchiha clan, earning 360 points. Damn it. Observing the despair on the Uchiha's face, Kyukai surmised that they had undoubtedly fallen victim to the heart-turn technique's puppet. What frustrated him further was that he might struggle to find a way to eliminate the enemy thereafter. Prepared, Nara Kankei would not grant him another chance for a surprise attack. A vigilant Jonin could easily disregard most ambush tactics. Ninja combat often emphasizes counterattacks, exploiting openings in the opponent's defenses. This philosophy was adhered to by the majority of shinobi. Furthermore, Kyukai's body could not permit a second use of the body flicker technique. In the distance, a Jonin from the Yamanaka clan suddenly spat blood. The heart-turn technique was formidable, especially in one-on-one combat, its lethality exceedingly terrifying. However, it came with significant drawbacks, as the opponent's injuries would also inflict harm upon the user's own body. In the previous emergency, the Yamanaka Jonin had acted without hesitation to block the fatal blow. While he had indeed shielded himself, the damage returned to him with equal force, faithfully reflecting back onto his own body. Not to mention continuing the fight, without immediate assistance, this Jonin would soon succumb to his injuries. Yet, Kyukai endured the tearing pain, skillfully evading the enemy's attacks. Protect Kyukai. He must not perish here. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan was notably united, possessing a strong sense of collective honor. Unlike the intrigue and conflict that characterized the Leaf Village era, witnessing Kyukai's evident struggle, many rushed forward to shield him from Nara Kankei's shadow stitching technique. Disregarding the disparity in strength between the two sides, hold him back. Gritting his teeth, Kyukai turned towards the fallen figure in the distance. The recently slain Uchiha Chunin had granted him a full 360 points. If he could shift his focus to the Jonin of the Yamanaka clan, the rewards would undoubtedly be greater. Desperate for points, Kyukai could not allow such a prime opportunity to slip away. Die for me. A few shuriken flew forth as he charged forward. You reckless brat, seeking death. The blood-soaked Yamanaka Jonin barely managed to twist his body, avoiding the fatal strike. As for the other areas of his body, he was already beyond saving. A wound was a wound. He simply wished to take this remarkably talented child with him as he faced his end. Ninjutsu, heart-turn technique. The man formed his final hand seal, his vision blurring as a mocking grin graced his lips. Come with me to hell. Just as his spirit began to detach, intending to invade Kyukai's body, a loud bang echoed, and the boy before him dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. A clone. The Jonin was taken aback, realizing that in his final moments, he had been thoroughly toyed with by a mere child. Under normal circumstances, a basic clone technique would be difficult to deceive an experienced Jonin. Yet, his grave injuries had impaired his ability to discern, rendering him incapable of even recognizing the opponent's form. Perhaps this is the fate that befalls those who toy with the hearts of others. The failure of the heart-turn technique meant that the spiritual entity would linger outside for an extended period, affording the young boy ample opportunity to strike him down multiple times. Swish. A blade sliced through, drawing forth a cascade of blood. System notification, killed a Jonin of the Yamanaka clan, earning 3,200 points. Excellent. Kyukai smirked, thoroughly satisfied with his bountiful harvest today. With the addition of this unfortunate Jonin, his points had returned to 5,000. The cost of exchanging for the sure sway flow body flicker technique was thus replenished in a single sweep. Your companions have perished. Do you still intend to resist? Kyukai sought to apply pressure on the enemy. Ridiculous. We never intended to leave alive. Nara Kankei was utterly unfazed by this. Just as he prepared to turn and confront Kyukai, a deafening explosion resounded from behind. The Battle of Uchiha Madara had come to an end. Chapter 12, A Desperate Battle. Awakening in succession. Dragging his severely injured body, the king of dance approached the crowd step by step. His blood-stained clothing and broken left arm spoke volumes of the ferocity of his battle. Yet, Uchiha Madara's expression remained proud and unyielding, wielding his sword with one hand, pointing it at the visibly distressed Nara Kankei. Behind him, the Akimichi clan's Jonin lay decapitated. The wound on his chest confirmed that he had indeed perished from a direct confrontation. How could this be? Nara Kankei's demeanor was one of bewilderment. He could hardly believe that a boy of merely 10 years could single-handedly slay his comrade. However, the formidable aura emanating from the boy compelled him to accept the reality before him. In the background, Kyukai felt no surprise. After all, he was Uchiha Madara, the modern reincarnation of Indra's chakra. With the peak strength of an elite Chunin, was it so strange to defeat a Jonin in combat? Rather than concern himself with the process of Madara's battle, Kyukai was more intrigued by the transformation in the king's eyes. That strange, bewitching light sent chills down the spine of anyone who met his gaze. Madara had finally awakened the Sharingan, 5 years ahead of the original timeline. At this moment, Kaisuk understood that the butterfly effect he had initiated was already influencing the course of the ninja world. Madara had awakened his eyes ahead of time, and his power would undoubtedly surpass his previous limits. It remained uncertain whether Hashirama could still suppress him. While lost in thought, Uchiha Madara approached, standing at right angles to Kaisuk, both fixing their gazes ahead, their energies directed firmly towards Nara Kenji. With the deaths of the boar, deer, and butterfly, the remaining ninjas were no longer a significant threat. Even if the murderous intent of the 3 clans was fierce, they could not afford to send a group of elite Jonin to their deaths in Uchiha territory. Such actions would jeopardize their survival. Deploying 3 elite Jonin was already their limit, and those 3 were connected to the attack. Not showing up would mean facing the wrath of their clan. As for the other ninjas, none would be foolish enough to undertake a mission that guaranteed death. It's up to you now, scum. Raising his blade with one hand, Uchiha Madara's imposing aura intensified. Kaisuk took a deep breath, aware that the king of dance had already touched the threshold of becoming an elite Jonin. After this battle, the Uchiha clan would gain another true powerhouse. Gradually lifting his short blade, Kaisuk bent slightly, resembling a black panther observing its prey. An elite Jonin was a substantial prize, worth thousands of points. He had to seize the opportunity to claim a kill, while others might resent his actions. The king of dance was not one to worry about such matters. Damn it, for the sake of points, I will fight to the death today. He quickly formed hand seals as the chakra within him surged wildly. His already aching body felt as if it were about to tear apart. Indeed, to secure a kill, Kaisuk intended to forcefully activate the body flicker technique. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Aware that escape was futile, Nara Kenji chose to abandon all resistance. Focusing all his chakra, he unleashed a shadow that rapidly spread around him. The shadowy blades that rose from the darkness pierced through all enemies and allies in the vicinity. Secret explosive shadow technique. Let us descend into hell together. Nara Kenji completely relinquished his defense, signifying that he could not evade the assault of the shadow blades. There was no need to control the power. The spread of the technique would only accelerate. One of the Uchiha brats had to be sacrificed. Fall back. Madara's expression changed drastically, his chakra erupting as he retreated furiously. However, the speed of the shadow blades was too swift. As he leapt, spikes resembling the scythe of death erupted beneath him. In just a second, Indra's chakra could be reincarnated. I, Uchiha Madara, will not die here. At a critical moment, an inexplicable surge of power coursed through him. The ferocious energy coalesced into a single slash, seemingly capable of obliterating all, and the shadow blades disintegrated beneath it. Damn it! Nara Kenji gritted his teeth, realizing he could not eliminate this opponent. Consequently, he redirected his focus, his fierce gaze locking onto the younger Kaisuk, preparing to drag him into the afterlife. It's over. Kaisuk felt his heart race, a singular thought echoing in his mind. I cannot escape. Lacking the formidable strength of Uchiha Madara, he could not sever the Jonin's desperate strike. As for evading, the body flicker technique emphasized forward momentum, leaving no room for swift turns or retreats. Thus, he had no choice but to charge ahead. System notification, consumed 5,000 points, upgraded body flicker technique to level 2. In the face of life and death, he could not afford to hesitate, directly using his points to forcibly elevate his ninjutsu level. Die for me. The ground beneath him shattered as Kaisuk's figure vanished from his original position. In the distance, Uchiha Madara, propped up by his sword, glared with a fury that seemed capable of igniting the world. He silently vowed that if anything happened to Kaisuk, he would annihilate the 3 clans of the south, leaving no survivors. Meanwhile, battles in other locations had also concluded. Yet, no one felt the slightest joy. For the boy hailed as the most gifted in Uchiha history was likely to have perished at the hands of the enemy. Damn it! Clan members roared in rage, their eyes gleaming crimson. Brother! Accompanied by a familiar cry, Izuna rushed over with a group of lower ninjas. Gazing upon the sea of corpses, Izuna felt a chill run down his spine, relieved that his elder brother had survived. Looking around, he sighed, thank goodness for that guy, otherwise, who knows what chaos would have ensued. Suddenly, he noticed the absence of Kaisuk and wondered if he had fled in fear. Attempting to lighten the mood with a joke, he found that everyone present wore solemn expressions, hesitant to speak. He paused, gradually comprehending the situation. No way, how could that guy? Patting his younger brother on the shoulder, Madara spoke in a grave tone. We need to notify the clan members. This can't be happening. How could he dare to die before I have my revenge? Izuna lowered his head, negative emotions swirling within him. Within the clan, everyone regarded him as the son of the clan leader, Madara's brother. Only Kaisuk truly saw him as Uchiha Izuna. They had promised to fight side by side in the future. You untrustworthy scoundrel. Izuna clenched his fists, his gaze filled with a flicker of determination. Madara closed his eyes in anguish, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. A melancholic atmosphere enveloped them, and the crowd exchanged bitter smiles, feeling no sense of victory. Until, hey, you bastard, are you done cursing? A barely audible murmur caused the breath of those present to quicken, turning in disbelief. They saw a figure staggering out of the shadowy forest created by the enemy. Quick, help me up. Kaisuk managed a bitter smile, 2 pitch-black tomos slowly spinning in his eyes. Chapter 13. The Uchiha Trio. The news of the Uchiha clan's assault spread rapidly. Upon receiving the information, Taijima raced back to the clan with reckless abandon, returning that very night. After learning the details from his subordinates, he immediately rushed to the medical facility. Inside the room, Kaisuk lay unconscious. 5 skilled medical ninjas gathered to discuss treatment plans. After a brief inquiry, Taijima issued a severe order. Do whatever it takes to save him. Use any medicinal resources from the storeroom as you see fit. If you cannot save him or restore him to his original state, find a rope and hang yourselves. Casting a deep glance at Kaisuk, who resembled a mummy, Taijima turned to leave. He had another matter to confirm. Entering the adjacent room, the clan leader found his 2 sons engaged in discussion. Without inquiring about their well-being, his first question was, have both of you awakened your eyes? The brothers exchanged glances before simultaneously gathering chakra, activating their newly acquired Sharingan. The next second, Taijima's laughter echoed throughout the medical facility. Uchiha Madara had awakened his eyes at the age of 10, while Izuna had surpassed even that, awakening his at just 7 years old. What did this mean? Izuna had directly matched the record held by Kaisuk. He, Uchiha Taijima, had given birth to 2 extraordinarily promising children. It was said that Senju Hashirama praised his 2 sons at every opportunity. When they met on the battlefield in the future, he would ensure the other knew who the superior father was. The Uchiha clan, no, my bloodline will far surpass anyone else's. Observing his father's ecstatic demeanor, Madara sighed in resignation, exchanging a knowing glance with his younger brother. Quickly stop him. He is embarrassing us. Izuna understood his brother's silent message. Ahem, their father interjected cautiously. Izuna, it seems Kaisuk has awakened the 2 Tomo Sharingan. Inside the hall, Taijima's raucous laughter came to an abrupt halt. A strange feeling. Kaisuk finally awoke from his coma. The pungent aroma of herbs in the ward prompted him to sneeze lightly, only to unleash an indescribable wave of soreness throughout his body. Goodness, is it truly this absurd? Xiao Jingjia felt tears welling up, his breathing instinctively slowing. The sensation was akin to having sat on the toilet for 2 hours, then standing up recklessly. That exquisite pain, only those who have experienced it could understand. Perhaps having overheard his mutterings, a group of medical ninjas soon entered the room. Do not worry, the recovery is proceeding smoothly. An elderly man with graying hair smiled warmly at him and said, rest assured, our little hero In this battle, Jingjia undoubtedly deserves the utmost credit. No one could diminish his achievements. After a few exchanges of advice, the group swiftly departed. With some idle time on his hands, he decided to open the system panel to review his previous gains. System notification: killed a Jonin of the Nara clan, earning 3,600 points. By vanquishing his foes, he had secured a handsome reward. The points consumed for upgrading his ninjutsu had now risen back to 4,000, equivalent to having acquired the second level of the Suresway body flicker technique for free. However, relying solely on speed would not suffice to evade the lethal techniques of a Jonin. His survival was attributed to the fact that, at the most critical moment, his Sharingan had finally evolved. In the span of a year, he had progressed from the initial awakening of his eyes to the second Tomo, making him a rare prodigy among the Uchiha. Yet, in comparison to the future, this achievement was rather average. In the original storyline, during the Battle of the Land of Waves, the second pillar had finally mastered the use of the Sharingan. After completing his mission and returning to Konoha, Team 7 participated in the Chunin exams, where in the Forest of Death, he evolved directly to the second Tomo state. The time gap between these events was merely a few days. Following this, the Sound Ninjas invaded, Sasuke defected, and at the Valley of the End, he unleashed the third Tomo in a fit of rage. In half a year, he accomplished an unprecedented triple jump. If such feats were to occur in the present, it would undoubtedly terrify a large number of clansmen. Jingjia had spent a year to achieve his promotion, which, by comparison, seemed exceedingly feeble. Indra's chakra was indeed quite useful. The thought of Indra inevitably led him to ponder another entity, Kaguya. Jingjia was certain he had caught the latter's attention. Awakening the Sharingan at the age of 7, he bore all the hallmarks of a reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Had he been unaware of the storyline, he might have shared similar suspicions. As for the present, once Madara opened his eyes, it signified that the Atsitsuki genes within him were gradually awakening. Even if Kaguya were to be foolish, she would likely realize she had fixated on the wrong target. Having evaded the scrutiny of the old silver coin, Jingjia felt a sense of relief wash over him. His next concern was the matter of heading to the frontline battlefield. Regardless of Taijima's current thoughts, the news of his awakening the second Tomo would undoubtedly raise significant alarm. If he could not be publicly targeted, then he would be exiled far away. In a few years, once Uchiha Madara had amassed an unassailable reputation, it would matter little whether he could return. Other ambitious individuals would certainly resent such an unconventional exile. However, in Jingjia's eyes, the further he was from the main battlefield, the better. The southern three clans, though powerful, could not match even a fraction of the strength of the Senju of the forest. Even if he were to go, it would be prudent to wait until Jingjia had attained the strength of a Jonin. As for the southern army, it would serve as the training ground he envisioned. Lost in thought, Jingjia felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He shifted his body, suppressing the pain, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, much of the ninja world was engrossed in discussions about the Uchiha. As a prestigious clan from the Warring States period, the Uchiha had always been the focal point of external attention. As the saying goes, your greatest understanding will always come from your enemies. Awakening the Sharingan at the age of 7, many understood the implications, especially with 3 such prodigious individuals emerging at once. Under the influence of an inexplicable power, the Uchiha Trio's name was firmly established. With their rising fame, the heads of the trio also made their way onto the underground trading markets list. Countless hunters eagerly prepared to hunt down these young prodigies. Unfulfilled talent could indeed become a terrifying calamity. The puppeteers behind this clearly sought to leverage external forces to eliminate the Uchiha's promising descendants. Simultaneously, this provided Taijima with an opportunity to strike. Half a month later, after Jingjia had begun to recover from his illness, he received orders to join the Southern Army. Position: squad leader. Although he could only command a ninja team of no more than 30, it was still a significant leap, granting him genuine authority. With proper cultivation, he could cultivate a loyal following. The only prerequisite was that someone would be willing to serve under an 8-year-old child. Chapter 14. Returning to the army. Establishing authority through bloodshed in the Land of Fire, in the southern region, 20 kilometers from the southern base, in a dense forest. Among the towering trees, several figures darted through like lightning. The most notable feature of the world of ninjas, aside from the ninjas themselves, was the breathtakingly perfect vegetation. Tall trees, dozens of meters high, were ubiquitous. Standing atop, one felt no different than being a small bird. It was precisely for this reason that this planet could develop chakra, the embodiment of life force, to a level that even the Atsitsuki would find astonishing. Lord Jingjia, I understand. Silently signaling with a few hand gestures, the group appeared unperturbed. Yet they had secretly prepared themselves. Whoosh! A barrage of shurikens suddenly rained down, marking the 7th attack since their departure. As a member of the Uchiha trio, Jingjia's head was quite valuable, naturally attracting the interest of numerous hunters. However, they severely underestimated the youth's prowess, as well as the strength of his accompanying guards. Before their departure, Madara had discreetly gifted him a present. Upon learning of his appointment as squad leader, the king of dance, fearing Jingjia might struggle to command respect, had chosen 2 of the finest guardians to bestow upon him. The male, named Uchiha Izumi, had reached the pinnacle of elite Chunin and excelled in fire-release ninjutsu, boasting formidable close combat skills. The female, Uchiha Mayo, had just ascended to the elite Chunin ranks, specializing in jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu, and was quite adept at caring for others. In essence, Madara had bestowed upon him a remarkable gift. With their assistance, even if no one wished to join him, Jingjia's title as squad leader would remain intact. In the forest, 3 pairs of Sharingan activated simultaneously, effortlessly evading the dense barrage of shurikens. With hands clasped together, Uchiha Izumi unleashed a torrent of searing flames. Fire release, great fireball technique. The powerful fire ninjutsu forced the hidden enemies out of their concealment. Seizing the opportunity, Jingjia boldly drew his short blade, launching a few shurikens that swiftly put the enemies on the defensive. By the time they reacted, the glinting edge of his blade was already upon them. Blood spattered as Jingjia decisively eliminated one foe. Such lowly scum dare to seek my life? Glancing at the meager points he had earned, the young man couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. Compared to Jonin, these lowly rogue ninjas truly had little value for their lives. Nevertheless, even the smallest rewards were still rewards, and he would not squander them. Adhering to the principle of frugality, Jingjia swiftly turned to confront the second enemy. With a swift strike, he effortlessly added 40 points to his score. His swordsmanship was commendable, and with the second tomo of his Sharingan, he could perfectly discern the movements of the lower ninjas. In the current battle, Jingjia either dispatched his enemies in an instant or found himself in a strenuous struggle. Against these pathetic bounty hunters, he was not in danger of a hard-fought battle. Soon, the unexpected skirmish concluded, with Jingjia having slain 3 adversaries and accrued over 120 points. The attacks were becoming increasingly frequent. Mayo remarked, "It seems they are afraid we might escape." Uchiha Izumi coldly remarked, "A bunch of fools. Lord Kyuji has the ability to slay the elite of the Nara clan. They are certainly not his prey. Greed leads to death." Kyuji shook his head and resumed his journey towards the Southern Army. The outside world buzzed with discussions about his remarkable feat of cutting down 2 elite shinobi. In truth, only Kyuji understood the nuances behind it. The elite from the Imashiro clan met their demise due to a secret technique that caused an unforeseen accident. As for the Nara clan, their desperate resistance nearly took him and Madara down with them. Presently, Kyuji, wielding the power of his 2-tomo Sharingan and body flicker technique, had a chance to contend with elite Chunin-level opponents. But against shinobi of the elite rank, even escape was a luxury he could not afford. Outsiders might remain unaware, but he was acutely aware of his limitations. Thankfully, Kyuji was never one to be blindly arrogant. He had already decided that once his team arrived at the Southern Army, he would fervently undertake missions to accumulate merit and harvest points, biding his time until he was strong enough to recruit subordinates. Uchiha Taijima had played a dirty trick on him, and Kyuji intended to demonstrate to the other party the folly of their actions. The following afternoon, the hastily moving team finally arrived at the base. After verifying their identities, the 3 smoothly entered the military camp. You all should rest first. As the leader of the unit, Kyuji had the authority to establish his own designated area. While other shinobi shared a common tent, they could choose their sleeping arrangements freely. Once his subordinates departed, Kyuji tidied his attire and made his way to the command tent of the Southern Army. However, he was abruptly stopped by several clan members midway. "The commander is in a meeting." The man's voice was low yet attracted the attention of several onlookers. Noticing this, Kyuji frowned slightly but patiently retrieved his identification. As a unit leader, he had the right to meet Uchiha Rei at any time. It was reasonable for someone not to recognize him upon returning to the camp. The man furrowed his brow and scrutinized Kyuji closely. Just when he thought the matter would end there, the man unexpectedly flung the appointment letter back at Kyuji. I've already said it. Lord Ray is in a meeting. I don't care about your status. His attitude was undeniably arrogant. Although Kyuji was indeed young, his position as a unit leader was indisputable. Such behavior constituted an insult to an officer. My appointment must have reached the command. Uchiha Ray was cunning enough to see through Taijima's malicious intent. This meant that the man was clearly targeting him. He was one of Uchiha Taijima's subordinates. With this realization, Kyuji's gaze gradually turned calm. Amidst the sympathetic and mocking glances around him, he slowly raised his hands and began forming hand seals. What is he doing? Is he really going to make a move in the camp? Is he out of his mind? Should we stop him? Are you foolish? Can't you see what's happening? The atmosphere around him erupted into chaos due to his actions. The most shocked individual was undoubtedly the man standing before Kyuji. He was indeed one of Uchiha Taijima's men. But today's actions were entirely his own initiative. The clan leader aimed to stifle Kyuji's growth, and as a subordinate, he had to devise methods to achieve that goal. In his view, publicly humiliating Kyuji would not only undermine his confidence, but also diminish his prestige, effectively killing two birds with one stone. However, he never anticipated that the mere 8-year-old would dare to strike back in front of everyone. Insulting a superior is a crime deserving of death. In the world of Naruto, the hierarchy between superiors and subordinates is exceedingly clear. Especially during the Warring States period, resorting to violence against a superior could justify killing the offender on the spot. Indeed, Kyuji was about to do just that. With a few hand seals completed, the Shursui's body flicker technique activated in an instant. A flash of light passed, and Kyuji's figure appeared behind the man. The man clutched his neck, blood gushing forth as he fell to the ground, a face full of regret. Silence enveloped the crowd. Chapter 15. 2.5 years of practice at the commander's tent within the military base. I apologize, Lord Ray. Kyuji understood the importance of humility. With the clan leader initiating both overt and covert suppression, he needed to find a powerful ally. Uchiha Ray was the most suitable candidate. By publicly eliminating Taijima's subordinate, Kyuji intended it as a declaration of loyalty. Had it not been for the unfortunate timing, that hapless soul would not have deserved death. He merely failed to perceive the situation and foolishly stepped forward, ultimately facing the consequences. Ignoring the fact that Kyuji had killed in public, Uchiha Ray warmly pulled him aside to a seat. It was evident that the commander was quite pleased with this show of loyalty. My little hero, you have finally returned. Winking at him, Uchiha Ray said with a smirk, I wasn't mistaken. This clan leader is certainly not a magnanimous person. Kyuji nodded in agreement, humbly expressing, thanks to your guidance, my lord. After discussing matters within the clan for a while, the commander tentatively asked, would you like me to assign some personnel to assist you? No need. Kyuji shook his head in refusal. A forced alliance does not yield sweet fruit. I will prove everything through my actions. Well, you truly are the future pillar of our clan. Uchiha Ray appeared to praise him, yet inwardly, he couldn't help but chuckle. Still too inexperienced, the commander sighed, though he hesitated to outright refuse his request. In truth, he feared that Kyuji might struggle to handle the situation, ultimately causing him to clean up the mess. Let us have you practice for 2.5 years, Uchiha Ray concluded regarding Kyuji's assignment. In reality, with his command, assembling a team for Kyuji would be no difficult task. The fact that Kyuji couldn't realize this indicated that he still required further growth. As for the so-called facts he mentioned, Ray remained non-committal. On the battlefield, individual power was exceedingly limited. Even clan leaders could not directly confront the smallest scale of army-level ninjutsu. How about this? Considering Kyuji's unique circumstances, I grant you the freedom to act independently. Handle your tasks as you see fit, but prioritize your safety. I do not wish to lose you. Understood? Understood. Such a talented youth would undoubtedly become a valuable ally in the future, even if he had to nurture him for a few years without immediate returns. Uchiha Ray did not want Kyuji risking himself on the front lines. Unfortunately, his wishes were destined to be unfulfilled. Why did Kyuji refuse additional personnel? The reason was simple. He feared that too many subordinates would steal his achievements. A large team meant facing far more dangerous situations. Not only would accumulating points become challenging, but there was also the awkward possibility of having his contributions snatched away. It must be understood that not everyone would overlook the benefits of merit. Rather than worry about such matters later, he preferred to operate with a 3-person team. This way, He could diminish the influence of his prodigious reputation while quietly lying in wait for the day he would emerge as a butterfly. Once he possessed sufficient strength, many matters would no longer be subject to others' interference. Upon returning to the designated camp area, Kyuji quickly tidied up and soon made his way to the war mission assignment point. At this stage, the three clans that had failed their plans were relatively quiet, and the situation remained stable, with conflicts contained to a minor scale. This was quite favorable for his actions. Presenting the commander's orders, Kyuji disregarded the task acquisition rules and began sifting through a thick stack of war commissions. Mission name: Infiltrate the Yamashiro clan territory, investigate enemy strategic deployments. Difficulty: S rank. Damn, isn't this just asking for death? No way, no way. Mission name: Plunder Akimichi Moya. Mission difficulty: S rank. The daughter of Akimichi Kukin. Is it not absurd to delve into enemy territory? Task name: Assassinate the supply team. Task difficulty: B level. Oh, this seems promising. Taking the task sheet, Jingjia carefully perused the details inscribed upon it. According to intelligence relayed by spies, the three clans were still persistently relocating their populace, having suffered a setback previously. This time the measures for information concealment were exceptionally stringent, making it utterly impossible to ascertain the exact relocation routes. Consequently, the Legion had no choice but to focus on the supplies. Regardless of where the clansmen were dispatched, they would inevitably require sustenance, perhaps revealing something through the transport routes of the supplies. The ninja transporting goods would undoubtedly employ the method of sealing with scrolls for convenient travel, implying that the size of their team would not be overly large, primarily composed of elite escort members. Elite ninjas represent crucial strategic assets and could not be dispatched for simple escort missions. If an unforeseen event were to occur, no amount of resources could compensate for the loss. Thus, the obstacles Jingjia and his companions faced were likely comprised of middle-ranking ninja guards from the three clans, aligning perfectly with his hunting requirements. Points: 4124. Thus far, Jingjia had already invested significantly in physical techniques. The Sharingan's body flicker technique and Uchiha-style swordsmanship were sufficient to contend with the majority of middle-ranking ninjas. Next, he aimed to gradually shift his focus toward higher-level adversaries. During this period, he would begin to accumulate points to exchange for advanced ninjutsu capable of decisively eliminating elite ninjas. The emergence of the water-stopping flow body flicker technique had led many to bestow upon him the title of a genius in ninjutsu. However, Jingjia himself had little understanding of such creation. Even if he remembered certain hand seal sequences, without comprehending the corresponding chakra flow pathways, he could not replicate the ninjutsu. The only path available to him was to utilize points for exchanges. In the future, when time permitted, he might consider acquiring some ninjutsu knowledge, but for now, all his energy was devoted to combat. Folding the task sheet, Jingjia turned and returned to the camp, notifying his two subordinates, who were resting. Prepare yourselves. We depart in 10 minutes. He then proceeded to the supply area, intending to leverage his position as the brigade leader to procure some valuable items. Inside the tent, the two subordinates exchanged glances, each harboring different thoughts. Uchiha Izumi mused, Lord Jingjia is indeed the future pillar. His spirit is truly commendable. Uchiha Mayu remarked, does he not require rest? No wonder he has gained the favor of the young clan leader. Initially, both had harbored some doubts regarding Uchiha Madara's orders, believing that their talents warranted remaining on the front lines. However, after some time spent together, particularly witnessing the scene of Jingjia establishing his reputation through decisive actions within the camp, they gradually came to understand that the youth before them was a true genius whose caliber rivaled that of the young clan leader. Following him might indeed lead to a promising future. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the camp, the three reconvened. Distributing the ninja tools and supplies they had acquired evenly, the squad set off along the route documented in the intelligence, heading toward the supply team's inevitable path. Chapter 16. A year fleeting by in the forest, a fierce battle raged for over 10 minutes. Izumi, you control Mayu, while I handle them, Jingjia declared as he charged toward the enemy, dagger in hand. 10 minutes prior, the squad had successfully intercepted the opposing team. Due to insufficient long-range lethality, they had to initiate with Uchiha Izumi's fire release, while Jingjia led Mayu in close-range assaults. However, this time, they encountered formidable resistance. The enemy team was perfectly equipped with the formation of boar, deer, and butterfly, and their coordination was remarkably harmonious. The middle-ranking ninjas of the Akimichi clan disrupted their charge with multiplication techniques, while the old Silver Coin clan seized the opportunity to gain control over Uchiha Mayu's body. As Jingjia, risking everything, executed the body flicker technique to eliminate the enemies before him, he found Mayu standing there, kunai pressed against her own throat. System notification: killed a Akimichi clan middle ninja, earned 280 points. Surrender now, or this woman will perish. To comply meant nothing less than a death sentence. Falling into the hands of the three clans would likely subject Jingjia to a fate worse than death. Mayu. Izumi's voice was filled with despair and a hunger to consume everything around him. Only then did he realize that there existed a unique bond between his two subordinates. I can surrender, he began to utter, but Mayu immediately cast a glance his way. Upon meeting those enchanting Sharingan eyes, a chill ran through her, sensing impending doom. As a unique entity formed by the fusion of two souls, Jingjia's mental foundation was remarkably potent. Without instruction, he intuitively grasped the most fundamental yet powerful ocular genjutsu associated with the Sharingan. Genjutsu, Sharingan. His thoughts plunged into Mayu's being, and her blood-red eyes swiftly enveloped the enemy's spiritual form. With the eruption of ocular power, the opponent was instantly expelled from her body, leading to the previous scene. Drawing forth a dagger gleaming with cold light, Jingjia surged toward the clan of the mountain like the wind. He understood that Nara, responsible for orchestrating the overall strategy, would undoubtedly rush to aid. As anticipated, scarcely had Jingjia taken a few steps when a shadow darted swiftly from the ground, setting aside other matters. The camaraderie between the three clans was indeed deeply moving. Thus, he resolved to ensure they all ventured to the realm of bliss together today. With a simple series of hand seals, he transformed into a fleeting shadow before Nara's suddenly widening eyes, racing forward with fervor. Swish! The dagger soared through the air, blood erupting forth as a head was severed and sent soaring into the sky. System notification: killed Nara clan middle ninja, earned 310 points. Damn! Just as he halted, Jingjia was immediately seized by intense muscle spasms. Lying on the ground, he could only watch helplessly as Uchiha Izumi rushed to claim his kill. Curse it! I won't let this go. With a twitch of his lips, Jingjia tilted his head and succumbed to unconsciousness. Within such a brief span, he had executed the high-difficulty body flicker technique twice, utterly exhausting his physical reserves for the sake of combat. Fortunately, the total of 590 points was sufficient to compensate for the injuries to Jingjia's body and spirit. Oh no, my lord has fainted. Struggling to rise, Mayu stumbled to his side, retrieving medical supplies from her ninja tool pouch to administer aid. Behind them, Uchiha Izumi kept his head bowed, seemingly still trapped in the despair of the recent events. Plop, plop. Tears fell one by one as Mayu choked back her emotions, murmuring, "He did not abandon me." Lord Madara was right. Jingjia is indeed a person worthy of following. There remained an unspoken thought in her mind, as Mayu, a medical ninja, was acutely aware of the consequences of forcibly executing the body flicker technique. Jingjia was merely 8 years old. He was wholly depleting his body to fight. In that moment, her heart brimmed with gratitude and guilt. It was then that these two subordinates, who had once belonged to Uchiha Madara, truly and completely belonged to Jingjia. After murmuring for a while, Mayu suddenly realized that her companion had yet to respond to her. Curiously turning her head, she immediately noticed those blood-red eyes. Within them, 3 dark tomo were slowly rotating. A full day and night passed before Jingjia finally awoke from his stupor. The unfamiliar ceiling made it evident without needing to look that he was currently bound in bandages. Depleting his body was, in the eyes of outsiders, an exceedingly foolish endeavor. However, Jingjia himself did not particularly mind. Within the system shop, there existed potions capable of perfectly restoring his body. For merely 5,000 points, he could gradually mend all the injuries and ailments he had sustained. High-grade potions could even return him to his prime in a remarkably short time, if only the price were not so daunting. Let us not dwell on that. The relentless efforts of an individual are bound to touch the hearts of two exceptionally talented subordinates. However, Jingjia feels somewhat awkward about allowing them to be completely at ease. Struggling to turn his head, he observes Isekai'd soundly asleep beside the pillow. In the past, she would never have been so carefree in his presence. And the profound implications of this realization caused the corners of his mouth to curl into a faint smile. Success! Alas, such relentless striving often leads to complications. During his recovery, Jingjie finds himself pondering this issue for the first time. With his safety temporarily assured, his two subordinates have fully pledged their loyalty, particularly Rinnegan, who, after the recent incident, has successfully awakened his three-tomo Sharingan. In terms of combat prowess, he now possesses the capability to contend with Jonin on an equal footing. Future missions will undoubtedly carry a significantly higher safety factor. The only concern is that this individual may become more inclined to seize the credit for achievements. No, it is imperative to restrict his involvement, citing the need for practical experience as justification. A week later, Jingjie successfully discharges himself from the hospital. Given the efficiency of accumulating points, he resolves to temporarily slow his pace and focus on enhancing his own abilities. His learning objectives do not pertain to ninjutsu, but rather he intends to seek guidance from Uchiha Jun'er regarding jinjutsu, aiming to compensate for his lack of mid-range capabilities. He cannot afford to rely on his heavily injured state to forcefully execute the body flicker technique in the event of an unexpected incident. Considering the duration of his recuperation, such an approach would severely impact his efficiency in gathering points. After dedicating some time to learning the system, Jingjie finally masters several foundational jinjutsu techniques. The team sets out once more, engaging in the relentless pursuit of the three clans ninjas. Gradually, he begins to reclaim the infamous reputation of the malevolent Rasha. To mitigate the impact of his youth, Jingjie habitually dons a mask adorned with a ghastly face even upon returning to the camp. Danger lurks. He encounters ambushes from the three clans on several occasions. Were it not for Yulin's remarkable strength, which allows him to fiercely protect it during their escape, Rasha would have long since met his demise. Thus, a year swiftly passes, and Jingjie finally amasses sufficient points. Chapter 17. Have you heard the chorus of 1,000 birds? 2 months ago, the Forest of the Thousand Hands launched a surprise attack. The Uchiha clan suffered devastating losses, barely managing to regroup after retreating 100 miles. In this battle, over 100 clan members perished, and Uchiha Obito's last cousin was stabbed through the abdomen. The weight of internal blame led him to contemplate fleeing from the war, concealing this from his father and brother. He would daily stroll by the river to soothe his troubled mind, healing the emotional wounds inflicted by the aftermath of battle. It was there that he encountered a friend who shared similar burdens. The two hit it off instantly, quickly becoming confidants, while subtly sensing each other's identities. The major conflicts on the primary battlefield sparked considerable unrest across various regions. The three clans, initially planning to withdraw from the southern front to recuperate in the heart of the Land of Fire, were inexplicably provoked into launching frequent assaults on the Uchiha forces. Over the course of a month, more than 20 skirmishes occurred. While these battles were not as intense as those on the primary battlefield, the brutality of war remained consistent. Find them. You must uncover the hidden locations of those scoundrels. The furious roars of Uchiha Ryo echoed within the command tent. The actions of the three clans were exceedingly cunning, consistently avoiding direct confrontation. With the presence of the Nara clan, formulating battle plans was relatively straightforward. Tactically, the Uchiha had remained in a state of passivity. Unable to implement a direct encirclement, the separation of battlegrounds became an established fact. However, even against the well-coordinated Inoshikacho trio, the similarly sized Uchiha squads found themselves at a disadvantage. Over the past month, battle reports revealed a staggering casualty ratio of 12-13. If this trend continued, the warring potential of both sides would rapidly converge, and at that point, the situation on the southern front would become perilous. I demand captives. Captives of sufficient rank. The furious outbursts and destruction echoed within the tent, and moments later, a group of beleaguered squad leaders stumbled out. Capturing prisoners? Easier said than done. Did they truly believe the members of the three clans were fools? The initiative lay firmly in their adversaries' hands. Even if one were to seethe with anger, it would be in vain. At this juncture, it was evident to all that the three clans were collaborating with the Senju. Without a decisive outcome on the main battlefield, the grand showdown would remain elusive. Oh, if the southern forces were to weaken, perhaps the main bulk of the three clans might indeed emerge. However, by then, it would be uncertain who would become the target of annihilation. The squad leaders, each harboring their thoughts, prepared to return to the camp to assign tasks. Before departing, they cast glances laden with varied meanings at the figure waiting outside the tent, adorned with a mask reminiscent of a malevolent specter. He inspired fear in all who beheld him, His identity was well known among them. Thus, the awe emanating from within could not be concealed. At merely 9 years of age, he had already become the most radiant star on the battlefield, captivating all with his remarkable performance. During this period, numerous clan members sought to enlist under him, hoping to carve out their own destinies under his guidance. Yet, Jingjate inevitably rejected all requests. The trio had developed a seamless and distinct combat style characterized by swift strikes and decisive actions, leaving no room for hesitation. Recklessly incorporating others would not only fail to enhance their strength, but could also disrupt his hunting operations. While he was open to accepting new members, Jingjie recognized that the time to establish a foundational force had not yet arrived. Patience was essential. He conceived a plan, one that, if executed flawlessly, would undoubtedly attract a multitude of valuable talents. At present, he needed to find a way to swiftly conclude the stalemate, should it drag on into a perilous situation. No one would escape the repercussions from within the clan. Pushing aside the tent flap, he stepped inside, where chaos reigned. Anything capable of being smashed had met its demise. In this tumult, Uchiha Ryo remained seated, visibly seething. At that moment, few dared approach him besides Jingjie. Lord Ryo. He maintained a tone of respect. Oh, little Jingjie has arrived. Upon seeing his most esteemed subordinate, the elder forcibly restrained his emotions, managing a faint smile as he inquired, "How many did you take down this time?" Shaking his head, Jingjie chose not to answer the question directly, instead articulating his thoughts with clarity. "I have an idea that should draw out a significant enemy leader." "Is that so?" Uchiha Ryo's eyes lit up. His greatest concern was how to provoke the enemy. If they could capture a figure of considerable importance, they would be able to launch a large-scale assault and recover their previous losses in one fell swoop. Jingjie then elaborated on his plan in detail. "That is unacceptable." Uchiha Ryo immediately rose, his eyes blazing crimson as he sternly rebuked his favored subordinate. "Do you comprehend what you are suggesting? To use me as bait to lure the enemy into an ambush? As long as we can ensure success, the three clans will undoubtedly dispatch formidable figures to confront us." Ensuring success. Uchiha Ryo clenched his fists, taking a deep breath as he asked, "This implies that you will face adversaries of overwhelming strength." Indeed, Jingjie nodded, his tone calm as he stated, "It is highly probable that they will send a perfect Inoshikacho to intercept us." A perfect Inoshikacho refers to a team capable of executing all tactical maneuvers, typically composed of 3 exceptional jonin. In other words, Jingjie would be left to contend with jonin-level Inoshikacho, likely accompanied by numerous allies. The commander understood that the young boy's subordinates possessed jonin-level combat capabilities. Yet, such an undertaking was undeniably fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to his own demise. Nara is cunning indeed. He would undoubtedly conduct thorough reconnaissance before taking action. The clan of the mountains comprises exceptional perceptive ninjas, making it impossible to set up an ambush ahead of time. With the complete trio of jonin, the formidable Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, no one in the camp, except for Uchiha Rei, would dare to claim victory in a one-on-one confrontation. Could it be that the young brat possesses strength rivaling that of a jonin? The commander harbored significant doubts about this. He recalled the surprise attack incident from years ago when the boy, alongside Madara, had eliminated the intruding Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. However, could that situation be compared to the present? Without the unexpected injuries inflicted on the mountain ninjas, or if the cooperation of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi had not been disrupted, or if there had been even slightly fewer ninjas willing to die for their homeland. Any one of these factors could have altered the outcome dramatically. The boy was too arrogant. He could not afford to follow suit in folly. Kyuji was his future hope. Uchiha Rei could not use him as a gamble. Understanding this, he slowly raised his arm, speaking with a measured and resolute tone. "Lord Rei, please allow me to demonstrate my resolve at this moment." "What does this mean?" Before he could comprehend, a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly appeared. In an instant, the sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds chirping echoed throughout the camp. Chapter 18. Chidori, the most suitable ninjutsu for Uchiha. Ultimately, Uchiha Rei consented to his plan of action. Upon returning to the tent, Kyuji conveyed the news to the other two, hoping they would prepare themselves mentally. Uchiha Maya chuckled, fiddling with a pale pink kunai. "I have always stated, wherever Kyuji wishes to go, even if it is the Pure Land, I shall follow." "So do I." Uchiha Izumi nodded in agreement, growing increasingly taciturn since his promotion to jonin. More accurately, it was influenced by the bloodline within him. The second Hokage once remarked that the Uchiha are a cursed clan, a sentiment Kyuji increasingly endorsed. Reflecting on Senju Tobarama, his thoughts drifted thousands of miles away. By now, Madara was already 11 years old. If the storyline remained unchanged, he would have likely formed a friendship with Senju Hashirama. Their acquaintance signified the countdown to the Warring States period. The era of the ninja village was on the horizon, provided the two could overcome the obstacles posed by the older generation of ninjas. Discussing such matters now seemed premature. Shaking his head, Kyuji refocused on the current situation. A year of relentless killing had successfully placed him on the enemy's assassination list. It was evident that numerous eyes were upon him, constantly searching for the opportune moment to strike. Given this, he decided to take a more proactive approach. If neither side moves, he would make the first move, ensuring they would feel the consequences. This was akin to dating. If the woman does not provide an opportunity, the man can only linger at the entrance. Now, Kyuji was offering the three clans a chance to ambush him. As for his confidence in dealing with them, first, Uchiha Izumi had firmly established himself among the ranks of Jonin. He was a valuable asset. Uchiha Maya, through years of combat, had developed extraordinary proficiency in Jinjutsu. Not long ago, their team had faced an assault from Jonin, and at a critical moment, her Sharingan had finally evolved into the three-tomo form. She could be considered a Jonin specializing in illusions, akin to a more powerful version of Yugao. Two Jonin-level combatants. As for Kyuji himself, his name is Uchiha Kyuji. Age 9, physical strength, mid-chunin, mental strength, peak mid-chunin, chakra volume, peak mid-chunin. Mastery skills, Uchiha-style swordsmanship, level 5, body flicker technique, level 5, throwing technique, level 6. Chakra control technique, level 4, hand seals, level 4, water-style instant body technique, level 3, Chidori, level 2. Bloodline limit, Sharingan, 2 tomo. Summoning beast, none. Ninja tools, minimal. Points, 1275. Within a year, he had fought relentlessly, leaving little time to solidify his strength. The achievements he garnered were impressive, and his points were substantial, with various combat skills improving to varying degrees. However, in terms of raw strength, he had yet to break free from the shackles of the Chunin rank. Nonetheless, in terms of mid-range lethality, the combined might of Izumi and Maya did not possess the same terrifying deterrent as his own. The reason for this lay in Kyuji's acquisition of an A-rank ninjutsu, the Chidori, the technique most suitable for Uchiha training. Chidori, a ninjutsu developed during the youth of Hitaki Kakashi, gathers lightning chakra in the palm, forming a high-intensity electric current. The palm becomes akin to a blade, possessing formidable piercing power. When the technique is activated, it sounds as if 1,000 birds are chirping, hence its name. To enhance its penetrating capability, a certain distance of momentum is required during the attack. Moving too swiftly may provoke a counterattack from the enemy, necessitating the cooperation of the Sharingan for optimal use. With the Sharingan, the actual power of Chidori would not pale in comparison to S-rank ninjutsu, and the cost of 12,000 points was quite reasonable. It is worth noting that the Rinnegan requires a staggering 18,000 points for exchange, with usage requirements far exceeding those of Chidori, given Kyuji's current peak Chunin level strength. As long as the opportunity was provided, killing a Jonin would pose no issue. Moreover, another crucial point lies in the subsequent transformations of Chidori, which are perfectly suited for Kyuji's application. Possessing it means he can extend various unconventional uses of ninjutsu, such as a defensive version of Chidori, mid-range Chidori lance, and close-range Chidori blade, among others. The later lightning-style Kirin could also be developed by Kyuji, given sufficient time. During his leisure moments, he would begin perusing books to continually enrich his understanding of techniques. Such a flawless ninjutsu would tempt anyone to exchange for it. Why were the two unperturbed? It was simply because they knew the true terrifying strength of their team. If the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi were to arrive, it would come at a grievous cost. Otherwise, Kyuji would have to be deranged to voluntarily devise a baiting plan. Besides altering the battlefield, this action would also help him establish the position of the Southern Legion. Should he truly fall out with Uchiha Taijima, he must possess sufficient leverage to contend. The deterrent of military force, remarkable achievements, combined with well-prepared gifts, all three factors together would suffice to gather a significant number of loyal subordinates. Regardless of the future circumstances, the Uchiha clan must always maintain a place for Kyuji. Even if he were to sever ties with the Dance King in the future, he could always start anew, with loyal followers ensuring he would not falter, no matter where he went. In the southern region of the Land of Fire, in a certain canyon bordering the frontier, the unified stronghold of the three clans was being quietly established. Such a concealed location would be impossible to trace without the assistance of the Hyuga clan. Inside the tent, Akimichi Kyukin gazed at the battle reports on the table, sighing heavily. Uchiha Rei felt pained, as he too was troubled by the high casualty rates. The Uchiha clan was incredibly powerful. Even though they had certain advantages in tactics and strategic policies, they had yet to secure victory after so many battles. While lament, a light chuckle echoed from outside the tent as Nara Tahiko entered, his demeanor cheerful. Nara Tahiko, the current head of the Nara clan, had attained the level of elite jonin, a prominent figure in the Land of Fire, feared by all. You seem unfazed, Akimichi Kyukin remarked with irritation. My clan members are at the forefront. At this rate, we will soon be annihilated. Do not be angry. Nara Tahiko waved his hand dismissively, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. I promise to provide a satisfactory solution as soon as possible. With that, he placed a sheet of white paper in front of his friend. It displayed a string of gibberish, which Akimichi Kyukin, being rather uncouth, would undoubtedly fail to decipher the secret message he had meticulously prepared. Fortunately, Nara Higashihiko possessed sufficient insight to personally transcribe the translation of the secret message. With a cursory glance, the leader of the Akimichi clan sprang to his feet, erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha, he has finally taken the bait. The intelligence indicated that the fearsome Rasha was the most formidable aide to Uchiha Rei, a being of utmost significance to him. Capturing him would undoubtedly stifle any resurgence from the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, the Southern Legion would bear the ignominy of forsaking both heroes and the hopes of their future. Uchiha Rei, a fierce contender for clan leadership, would certainly not stand idly by as his reputation was tarnished. To execute the capture, Nara Higashihiko secretly devised numerous traps. Fortune favored the diligent, and he finally awaited an opportunity. Chapter 19. High-end hunters often emerge as their prey. It is reported that the target had just departed from the camp, en route to a task that was precisely one of the traps set by Nara Higashihiko. At last, the bait was taken. A subtle smile crept across his lips, his gaze brimming with a sense of pride. What of the fearsome Rasha? What of the Uchiha's future hope? They would all be obliged to bow before him. Through his meticulous arrangements, the mission was disguised to perfection, leaving no one the wiser to the concealed intricacies within. Who would suspect that the strategic supplies capable of sustaining a limited conflict would serve as bait to ensnare the Rasha? As long as the temptation was sufficient, no prey could resist the lure. Nara Higashihiko exuded unwavering confidence. However, he may have overlooked a crucial adage. High-end hunters often present themselves as their prey. Even if spies from the three clans remained elusive, Kaisuk could intuitively deduce that the Southern Legion must surely possess scouts. For the Yamashiro clan, controlling ninja was an exceedingly simple matter. In the event of a comprehensive sweep, it would only serve to undermine the fighting spirit of the Southern Legion. If spies could not be found, then they might as well reveal their mission. Kaisuk believed that the news would inevitably reach the target. His perspective on temptation and prey aligned remarkably with Nara Higashihiko's. You seek me, do you? Very well. I shall present myself willingly today. Whether you can seize me depends on your own capabilities. Nara Higashihiko was acutely aware that assassinating the fearsome Rasha entailed considerable risk. Should anyone falter and be captured, the hard-won hidden base would be laid bare before the Uchiha's gaze. At that juncture, the Southern Territory would have no place to stand. Yet, what alternative did Nara Higashihiko possess? Indeed, Senju Butsuma had pledged to safeguard the three clans in the future. Hiding behind the Senju clan could offer a sanctuary for recuperation, but it also meant relinquishing their autonomy. Officially, the two parties formed an alliance, yet in reality, the three clans would become vassals of the Senju. Prideful as he was, Nara Higashihiko would never willingly serve as a dog to another. If we capture him, we will have room for maneuver. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, he pondered for a while before resolving to maintain the original plan. With a soft clap, 7 individuals soon entered the room. 3 elite jounin and 4 exceptional chunin comprised the forces he had assembled to apprehend the fearsome Rasha. Too many personnel would risk alerting the target, while too few might jeopardize the capture. Thus, a team of 7 was just right. Yamashiro Ruko, Tetsuhira, Kanbei, He called out the names in succession, his voice steady. The future of the Inuzuka clan rests entirely in your hands. Complete the mission, and we shall have the opportunity to rise again. Yamashiro Ruko, proficient in the art of mental transformation, was a striking beauty with golden hair. Nara Tetsuhira, the team as strategist and backbone, was well-versed in the shadow techniques of various schools. Akimichi Kanbei, the strongest combatant of the group, boasted combat prowess nearing that of an elite jounin. It was understood that the target's squad included a jounin of the 3-tomo caliber. While formidable, they likely posed no serious threat to the trio. Alas, what a bother. The younger Nara Tetsuhira paid no heed to the leader's impassioned rhetoric. Wasn't aligning with the Senju clan a more prudent choice? Why complicate matters unnecessarily? If problems arose, they might find themselves fleeing the land of fire. His attitude revealed that not all within the clan shared a unified resolve. While some supported a fight to the bitter end, others were reluctant to engage in excessive bloodshed. Nonetheless, Nara Tetsuhira would still undertake the mission. After all, harboring animosity towards the Uchiha was a consensus among all members of the 3 clans. Making the adversary uncomfortable was certainly worth pursuing. Leave it to us, Nara Tetsuhira declared, leading his companions away. To successfully infiltrate, he needed to swiftly rendezvous with the transport team acting as bait. Before taking action, the fearsome Rasha would undoubtedly conduct reconnaissance. This was a perilous confrontation. A single misstep could result in total failure. In the southern region of the Land of Fire, at sunsetting town, Kaisuk, draped in a gray cloak, entered this renowned pastoral town as a typical traveling merchant, bearing a satchel. The scorching sun blazed overhead, the ground reeking of mud and the pungent odor of livestock. How fortunate it is to be an Uchiha, Kaisuk mused, shaking his head in disbelief at the subpar sanitary conditions of the town. Feeling the thick mire beneath his feet, he ventured into the town, determined to find a place to address his midday meal while also gathering intelligence. The merchants he encountered were largely clad similarly to him, ensuring that he would not swiftly reveal his presence. Each time he ventured out, he donned a mask, making it difficult for foes to ascertain his appearance. After all, coded messages could only convey text. The precision of a detailed portrait was far too challenging for intelligence operatives. Boss, I'd like a sushi set and a bottle of fresh milk, Kaisuk requested as he entered a restaurant, settling at a window-side table. As he was still in his developmental years, he could not emulate Uchiha Madara, who indulged in spirits. Milk was the most suitable choice for children. There was no harm in consuming more. As a pastoral town, it lacked nothing but an abundance of milk. Before long, a large cup of fresh milk was served, and its delightful flavor captivated young Kaisuk. Anyone observing the boy, eagerly gulping down the milk by the window, would never connect him to the title of the fearsome Rasha. Redirecting his gaze from the boy, the restaurant staff continued to monitor other targets. Unbeknownst to them, every move had already been registered by the keen-eyed youth. This individual is suspicious. After a moment's contemplation, Kaisuk extinguished any thoughts of probing. Sunsetting Town was a melting pot of characters. Various personages could emerge. The staff's odd behavior might not necessarily relate to the 3 clans. Perhaps they were merely scouting for a suitable target. With a clatter, Kaisuk set his cup down and picked up a piece of sushi to eat, while casually glancing towards the street diagonally across. There, an abandoned shop stood. According to intelligence reports, a transport team from one of the 3 clans was currently stationed there. Kaisuk needed to meticulously observe their movements, ensuring that no large enemy forces were present. Otherwise, he would have to temporarily abandon the bait plan. If I approach the shop, it will immediately raise the enemy's suspicions. I must proceed with extreme caution, ensuring that I do not reveal my intent. As he pondered, he redirected his gaze back to the restaurant staff. Perhaps this individual could be of use. Chapter 20. The Chidori that tears through the night. Sunsetting Town, situated in a remote location, is a breeding ground for various nefarious activities. The restaurant staff was a spy cultivated by a band of thieves, quickly identifying suitable targets for their schemes. Initially, the seemingly ordinary Kyoji failed to pique the interest of his companions. However, an inadvertent action inadvertently unveiled his significant worth. Had it not been for the sharp eyes of his companion, they might have missed this prime opportunity that had presented itself. Cursing under his breath, the companion seized the moment to release a carrier pigeon under the pretense of stepping out for a brief respite. It would not be long before the rendezvous of the thieves would manifest within the city. With this individual present, The merchant boy stood little chance of evading capture. A sinister chuckle escaped the companion's lips, drowned by the clamor within the establishment. Outside, at a seemingly inconspicuous roadside stall, a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of the underworld, cursed vehemently as he watched the pigeon soar into the sky, having been plying his trade for several days. He was far from oblivious to the machinations of the shop's attendant. While murder and theft were not uncommon, he feared that the reckless actions of the other party might attract unwanted complications to his carefully laid plans. He resolved to observe the situation tonight. Should all go well, he would discreetly eliminate this individual. Narrowing his eyes, he masked the murderous intent simmering within. He was one of the 4 chunin who had accompanied Nara Tetsuhira, tasked with monitoring every passerby who might approach the trap. No one, including Kyoji, could escape his vigilant gaze. Naturally, he had noted the attendant's petty maneuvers as well. Meanwhile, after finishing his meal, Kyoji casually sought out a nearby inn. The prolonged wait for the attendant to make a move indicated that the opponent required additional time to prepare. With a budding understanding of the situation, he chose to rest in place, embodying the unfettered audacity of youth. By day, he strolled innocuously, while by night, donned a mask that concealed his identity. Awaiting the return of his subordinates, he anticipated that tonight would present the optimal moment to strike. The hunt was underway, and the boy's mischievous grin was unrelenting. Soon, darkness enveloped the town. Apart from the drunken patrons lingering in taverns, the streets were devoid of life. The ninjas, who had camouflaged themselves during the day, now congregated around the wooden structures of the shops, poised for the imminent arrival of their adversaries. Suddenly, a cry pierced the night. Help! In an instant, the 7 concealed figures heightened their vigilance. It was the boy from earlier, sprinting in a panic. One among them discreetly signaled a gesture. Safe. Help! The boy noticed a dazed drunkard at the street corner, sprinting towards him like a beacon of hope. At that moment, the chunin felt an overwhelming urge to curse. The commotion was likely to draw the target's attention. He could not afford to reveal himself. Otherwise, it would most certainly alert the enemy. Assuming the guise of a drunken man, the chunin swore that once this ordeal was over, he would eliminate this group of fools. As the boy embraced him, he intended to feign unconsciousness, knowing that no one would pay heed to a disheveled middle-aged drunkard. Just then, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and before he could comprehend, his life slipped away. System notification: killed a chunin of the Yamashiro clan, earning 300 points. Startled, Kyoji, masquerading as the fleeing boy, continued his frantic dash forward. With a jonin lurking nearby, the body could hardly remain concealed for long. Within 5 seconds, the chunin's demise would be revealed. As the first second elapsed, Nara Tetsuhira remained unaware of the unfolding events. 2 seconds passed, and he began to question why his subordinate had yet to signal. By the 3rd second, his expression turned grave. Beware of ambush. Almost instantaneously, a ferocious fire dragon engulfed the shop. The blazing inferno jolted the slumbering town awake. What on earth? The concealed chunin in the adjacent courtyard had barely registered the disturbance before the surrounding space warped around him. Jinjutsu. The chunin was taken aback, desperately channeling chakra to break free from the illusion. Yet, the jinjutsu cast by the 3-tomo Sharingan was not something easily dispelled. Moments later, as Uchiha Maya departed from the shadows, the courtyard was left with a lifeless body, eyes wide open in death. Meanwhile, realizing the enemy had detected them prematurely, Kyoji swiftly dropped his disguise. After a few hand seals, the thunderous chorus of Chidori surged forth, drowning out the cacophony of the explosion. Damn it! The shadow that spread from the darkness could not catch up to the rapidly advancing figure. What in the blazes is this ninjutsu? Nara Tetsuhira was exasperated. He could not fathom how their once perfect ambush plan had been utterly compromised. Was the opponent's insight truly that formidable? Or had they known something from the very beginning? A disquieting premonition began to stir within him. Lower-ranked ninjas had limited access to intelligence. Capturing them would yield little benefit. Only a jonin was indispensable and must never fall into enemy hands. In the past, the coordination among the 3 clans had been flawless, leaving no opportunity for the Uchiha. Yet today, he had willingly exposed himself to the enemy's gaze, all for the sake of a wretched demoness. In that moment, Nara Tetsuhira experienced a sudden epiphany, but alas, reality would not allow him to withdraw from the fray. System notification: killed a chunin of the Akimichi clan, earning 350 points. Faced with the combination of the Sharingan and Chidori, The mere Chunin stood no chance of countering. Even the formidable Akimichi clan could not escape the clutches of death. Withdrawing his hand from the searing chest of his opponent, Kyoji shifted his gaze and vanished from sight. Damn it, Yamashiro Remiko muttered under her breath, astonished by the opponent's heightened vigilance. Had she been a moment later, she could have seized the boy's body and fulfilled her objective of capturing the target. Now, with the target escaped and her position revealed, she sighed and unhesitatingly barreled through the partition to escape her hiding place. The next instant, boom, the fire dragon erupted, turning the area behind her into a sea of flames. Observing this, Akimichi Kanbei abandoned all pretense and unleashed his powerful partial expansion technique. With arms akin to colossal giants, he hurled them towards the enemy's hiding place. Reluctantly, Uchiha Izumi had no choice but to reveal himself and engage in battle. 3 Jonin and 4 elite Chunin formed a formidable team. However, to their astonishment, they had already sustained the loss of 2 key combatants before the fight had truly begun. Just as he prepared to issue commands, a familiar cry suddenly captured his attention from afar. Yet this time, it was not Kyoji unleashing Chidori, but Uchiha Izumi, whose face was etched with lethal intent. To maximize his strength, he was unreserved in imparting ninjutsu. As a Chunin, employing Chidori allowed him to obliterate opponents of equal rank. But what might occur if the target were switched to Uchiha Izumi? Chapter 21, A Life and Death Struggle. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Akimichi Kanbei resolved to unleash his full potential. With a clap of his hands, he transformed into a towering giant, standing several meters tall. Super expansion technique. Little bug, let me see what you're capable of. Akimichi Kanbei's sinister laughter echoed as he contracted his limbs, morphing into a colossal meatball. Such an impact was beyond the capacity of most in the ninja world to withstand. Even Uchiha Ryu would have to retreat from its ferocity, let alone Uchiha Izumi, who had yet to reach the elite Jonin tier. Blocking it was surely impossible. However, for him, evading the attack was not a daunting task. The electric light generated by Chidori could not only be employed to slay foes, but also significantly invigorate cellular activity. It bore a striking resemblance to the secret arts of a certain clan from the Land of Lightning. Swiftly navigating past the meatball's trajectory, Uchiha Izumi transformed into a streak of lightning, racing towards the distant target, the Jonin, Yamashiro Remiko. What manner of ninjutsu is this? Nara Tetsuhira hastily altered his hand signs, causing the shadow to abandon its pursuit of Kyuji, transforming instead into a colossal shadow net, aiming to intercept the impending crisis. Shadow gathering technique, black net. Kyuji, releasing a sigh of relief, felt a cold sweat enveloping his back. The formidable pressure exerted by the Jonin-level Nara ninja was truly terrifying. Evading without activating the body flicker technique was an exceedingly exhausting endeavor. Taking a few gentle breaths, he disregarded the Chunin charging at him, swiftly forming seals to unleash his second Chidori of the day. With his current chakra reserves, he could only utilize Chidori to its fullest twice. He could not squander his precious chakra on a Chunin. Employing the dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan, he successfully evaded the Chunin's encirclement, transforming into a blurred afterimage as he raced towards the distance. His target remained Yamakarumi, who was entangled with Manaka. To be caught in the crossfire of 2 Chidori strikes was a feat unprecedented in history. Nara Tetsuhira could intercept one, but he was powerless to simultaneously manage Kyuji. Stop him. Reluctantly, he had to place his hopes on his subordinates. You shall not succeed. Another Chunin from the Akimichi clan leaped into action. It appeared this group of robust individuals was not only capable of devouring vast quantities of food, but also possessed considerable prowess. Otherwise, their clan would not be so numerous that they could never be exterminated. Multiplication technique. As the ninjutsu activated, a pair of gigantic hands, the size of houses, surged forward. Before the attack even approached, the violent gust of wind swept through, causing Kyuji's hair to dance wildly. Should he evade? Or should he keep his gaze firmly fixed on his target? He could perhaps leap to avoid the oncoming strike, but in doing so, the lethality of his Chidori would diminish dramatically. With insufficient distance to charge, the added force of the attack would struggle to deliver a killing blow to a Jonin. This is precisely why Chidori is classified as A rank, while Raikiri, which can be executed without a sprint yet retains its lethal potential and silence for assassination, is deemed S rank ninjutsu. Both techniques share a common origin, yet their developmental paths diverged. The second pillar focused on form alterations, such as Chidori, Chidori sharp spear, and so forth, before later experimenting with nature transformations, primarily concentrating on enhancing power. Kakashi, on the other hand, emphasized assassination, refining Raikiri to a point of utter silence. Even a seasoned fighter like Kakuzu, with decades of battle experience, could not evade Kakashi's stealthy assassination from behind. Without the Earth Grudge fear to prolong his life, he would have been instantly eliminated by Raikiri. At present, Kyuji had yet to delve into advanced ninjutsu training, meaning his Chidori required considerable movement to accumulate power. Charging directly would certainly allow him to eliminate the Akimichi Chunin, but he too would be vulnerable to the Colossal Hand's assault. He must not afford the enemy any opportunity to regroup. The combination of the boar, deer, and butterfly would exponentially increase the combat difficulty. The battle must conclude swiftly. Resolute in his thoughts, Kyuji began to desperately draw upon his chakra. Is the speed of lightning release insufficient to stimulate his physical prowess? Very well. He would forcibly execute the water-style body flicker technique while in the state of Chidori. Theoretically, this was entirely feasible. As for the consequences, he could no longer afford to be concerned. Feeling his body tear apart in agony, Kyuji's forehead bulged with veins as he roared, "Get the hell away from me!" Water-style body flicker technique, activate. In an instant, a plume of blood mist erupted, leaving behind a series of bloody afterimages before the Chunin. With a clap, his gigantic hands finally closed, but the target had already darted swiftly past him. Swallowing hard, he knew all too well that had he been the target, in that fleeting moment, the opponent could have struck him down 10 times over. Turning his head stiffly, the Akimichi Chunin's pupils dilated in disbelief as he beheld Yamakarumi, who lay on the ground, an arm severed and unconscious from the effects of a jinjutsu. Remarkable, even amidst their adversarial factions. He could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Compared to the boy who barely reached his chest, he felt as though his 20 years of life had been squandered. They must not be allowed to escape. The Akimichi Chunin was acutely aware of the consequences. The reason the three clans could contend with the Uchiha was largely due to their advantageous terrain. Ambush tactics, surprise attacks, intelligence warfare, various means rendered the southern forces perpetually vexed. The exposure of hidden locations was a trivial matter. However, should those secret communication posts falter, decades of painstaking effort would vanish in an instant. Even if it meant slaying a woman, he could not permit the enemy to abduct her. With a clap of his hands, he intended to gamble his life on the super multiplication technique to confront the enemy. Just as he prepared to act, a dazzling flash of lightning appeared behind him. Gazing at the arm that pierced through his chest, he managed a bitter smile before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The battles of ninjas can be exceedingly brutal. When one's strength is insufficient, they lack even the qualification to fight to the death. Having dispatched the third Chunin, Uchiha Izumi could not help but catch his breath. Glancing at the captive slung over Mayonaka's shoulder, he prepared to assist the unconscious Kyuji. To his surprise, Nara Tetsuhiro rushed forward, roughly grasping Kyuji by the neck and hoisting him from the ground. At that moment, Kyuji was drenched in blood, his left leg grotesquely bent inward, indicating an unimaginable injury to his knee. Not only was continuing the battle out of the question, but it also remained uncertain whether he could continue his career as a ninja. Not bad, Nara Tetsuhiro remarked with a sinister smile. Sacrificing your own future to complete a mission? I am almost moved to tears. Bastard. Uchiha Mayonaka furrowed her brow, her lips bleeding from biting them in distress. Completely unaware of the peril Kyuji had embraced, she never anticipated that he would take such risks. For merely a captive, it hardly warranted such great danger. In her eyes, 10 lives of a woman did not equate to a single hair on Kyuji's body. Come now, shall we exchange hostages? Nara Tetsuhiro suggested with a smile. Shall we exchange? All right, I will exchange with you, Mayonaka replied without hesitation. Even if her master were truly incapacitated, she would care for him for the rest of her life. From the day she pledged allegiance to the young clan leader, Kyuji had become the most significant individual in her life. Failing to protect him was a grave dereliction of duty as his bodyguard. How could she stand idly by and watch her master suffer misfortune? Mission? To hell with it. With a swift motion, Mayonaka cast the unconscious Yamakarumi onto the ground, her gaze piercing as she fixed her gaze on Tetsuhiro, speaking in a low tone. Do not attempt any tricks, or I will ensure that you all perish here. Within her pupils, 3 dark tomo spun wildly, her gaze sweeping towards the last remaining Chunin. She was a young girl from the Yamaka clan, who had just attempted to employ a secret technique for a surprise attack, only to have her intentions immediately discerned by Mangekyō. Do not act. Nara Tetsuhira halted his subordinate. The current situation dictated that he and Akimichi Kanbei would face two Uchiha Jonin. If they forced the opponent into a corner, disregarding everything to capture the hostage and flee, they would have no means to detain them. Rather than risk action, it was better to retrieve Rumi first. After all, that little brat was practically useless. Whether she remained or not held no significance. Even Uchiha Ri, no matter how foolish, would not compromise for the sake of a useless individual. With that thought, Nara Tetsuhira gestured to indicate his sincerity. Rest assured, I will not put my comrades' lives at risk. He then lifted Kyuji by the collar with one hand while reaching for the fallen comrade with the other. Mangekyō mirrored his actions, while Uchiha Izumi kept a vigilant watch on Akimichi Kanbei. With both parties sharing similar demands, the transaction itself should pose no issues, as neither wished to take such risks. However, once the hostage exchange was successful, a new round of conflict would inevitably ensue. With the assistance of that young girl from the Yamaka clan, they could barely form an imperfect formation of the boar, deer, and butterfly. While it might not guarantee the retention of the opponent, it would at least ensure the safety of their comrades. The target has lost his utility. He no longer wishes to continue fighting. The risk does not outweigh the reward. There is much time ahead, and I hope we have the opportunity to meet on the battlefield again. Nara Tetsuhira's gaze was filled with murderous intent, yet his demeanor remained exceedingly relaxed. By sacrificing the lives of 3 Chunin, he had exchanged them for what was said to be the most outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan, a deal that seemed remarkably favorable. Upon returning to his clan, rewards and honors were inevitable, but the most crucial aspect was the significant boost to the morale of his clansmen. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream from Akimichi Kanbei pierced the air. Alarmed, Nara Tetsuhira instinctively looked up, fearing that a woman might be prepared to take them both down. However, he soon realized that Mayako had not made a move, and the cold man remained motionless. It could only be. Thud! A kunai pierced his heart, and Nara Tetsuhira fell to the ground without uttering a sound. His once lofty ideals and ambitions faded away with the extinguishing of his life. Tetsuhira! Akimichi Kanbei roared with rage, transforming into a frenzied beast. Observing this, Uchiha Izumi charged forward, unleashing a fierce fire jutsu that prevented the enemy from advancing. Lord Kaisuk! Mayako covered her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at the unfolding scene. I'm fine. Kaisuk tore away his blood-stained shirt, appearing calm on the surface, though internally he was in a state of turmoil. Prior to the confrontation, he had invested heavily in a universal recovery capsule. Since nightfall, he had kept the capsule in his mouth, shattering it at the moment he activated the body flicker technique. However, he had not anticipated that the combination of the body flicker technique with Chidori would place such a tremendous burden on his body. The pressure generated in that instant caused his physical form to collapse entirely. Had he not had the capsule in his mouth, it was uncertain whether he could even remain conscious, let alone continue fighting. This was a lesson learned. Never again would he act so recklessly. In truth, he had awakened even before the transaction commenced, and, through sheer willpower, he had endured the agony of his body's repair. He bided his time, observing the reactions of his 2 subordinates. Fortunately, they did not disappoint him. It was from this moment that he truly began to trust them. Once Nara Tetsuhira completely disregarded him, Kaisuk seized the perfect opportunity. With a single kunai, even a powerful Jonin would meet his demise. System notification: killed a Nara clan Jonin, earning 3,100 points. Points: 5025. This desperate battle had propelled his points back into the 5,000 range, and the rewards did not end there. Name: Uchiha Kaisuk. Age: 9. Physical strength, peak Chunin mental strength, peak Chunin chakra amount. Peak Chunin. The recovery capsule not only healed his injuries, but also unknowingly cured the latent ailments caused by years of forced training. During the healing process, his physical form had been significantly enhanced, causing all 3 metrics to reach the pinnacle of Chunin. Moreover, he had awakened his bloodline limit, the Sharingan, 3 Tomo. In the critical moment of battle, spurred by extreme emotions, Kaisuk's Sharingan finally reached the 3 Tomo state. This meant that, when utilizing his bloodline in combat, he could wield strength comparable to that of a Jonin even in his ordinary state. Now that his body had fully recovered, Kaisuk found himself in peak condition. Give her a bit of treatment. We must not let her bleed to death. He gestured toward the woman on the ground whose arm had been severed. He then turned his gaze to the remaining adversaries. Lord Kaisuk, Mayako expressed concern, as the notion of spontaneous healing seemed too strange. Fear not, Kaisuk replied without looking back. I merely possess a unique constitution. Please, keep this a secret. With that, he charged forth with his short blade. A unique constitution? Mayako blinked, sensing that her lord might be trying to deceive her. The remaining Chunin, aside from the secret arts of the Yamashiro clan, also wielded formidable water techniques. Yet, confronted with the battle prowess of Kaisuk, who had attained Jonin-level strength, she found herself utterly powerless. In an instant, Kaisuk appeared behind her, his short blade swiftly severing her throat. System notification: killed a Yamashiro clan Chunin, earning 430 points. Points: 54-55. The accumulation of points was accelerating. Kaisuk paused, observing the last enemy, a Kimichi Kanbei, who was beginning to show signs of fatigue. For the purpose of retreat, capturing one would suffice. The best outcome for this Jonin would be to transform into points in his possession. As his physical strength improved, he became increasingly adept at employing the body flicker technique. In a swift motion, Kaisuk appeared behind the giant. His blade stained red as he inflicted a wound upon his opponent. It must be noted that a Kimichi Kanbei's strength was indeed formidable. He showed no signs of faltering amidst their onslaught. However, the presence of a third Jonin on the battlefield complicated matters. As Mayako seized the opportunity to use Genjutsu to immobilize the enemy, Kaisuk finally found his chance. With a decisive thrust, he plunged his blade into the man's heart. System notification: killed an Akimichi clan Jonin, earning 3,800 points. Chapter 23: 30 Lightning Release Ninjas in the southern region of the Land of Fire. At the Uchiha Legion's encampment, upon receiving the news, Uchiha Rei personally led a contingent to the entrance to await the return of the heroes. He had truly succeeded. The commander's heart surged with excitement, his hands trembling slightly. He had battled the three clans for many years without being able to completely vanquish them. Now, with intelligence in hand, they would soon gain a decisive advantage. By eliminating the scattered strongholds, the three clans would be forced into a corner with no escape. Apart from a desperate fight, their only option left would be to flee to the Land of Lightning. In any case, allying with the Senju was out of the question. Once this battle concluded, the southern region would entirely belong to the Uchiha. Taijima, I wonder what you will have left to contend with me then. In a moment of reverie, Uchiha Rei envisioned himself as the clan leader. My lord, they have arrived. The voice of a subordinate snapped him back to reality. Glancing around, he noticed that a multitude of ninjas had gathered at the entrance, all eagerly awaiting the return of Kaisuk's team. Soon, three figures emerged on the horizon. The foremost among them revealed himself as Uchiha Kaisuk, now unmasked since formally achieving Jonin status. In the realm of ninja relations, strength was the ultimate measure of worth. His youth only served to highlight his extraordinary talent. It had been previously stated that Chidori was the most suitable technique for the Uchiha. If he could teach it to his subordinates, he could impart it to any clan member who met the criteria. The condition was simple: they must become his followers. Ninja movement was astonishingly swift. Scarcely had they appeared when Kaisuk's team stood before the commander. Dropping the unconscious Yamashiro Ryuko onto the ground, Kaisuk calmly declared, I have successfully captured the target. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Uchiha Rei exclaimed thrice, immediately recognizing her identity. He commanded his subordinates to take the captive away for strict supervision. Placing a hand on Kaisuk's shoulder, lingering a moment longer. The return of a hero could not be concluded so hastily. Let him relish the adoration of his clan for a while. As a longtime adversary, the appearance of Yamashiro Ryuko was not particularly enigmatic. It did not take long for someone to identify her. Good heavens, it truly is that wretched Yamashiro Ryuko. With her, we can dismantle the enemy's strongholds one by one. You scoundrels, your end is nigh. Haha, the war is finally coming to an end. Long live Lord Kaisuk. Long live, long live. Faced with the fervent faces surrounding him, Kaisuk chose not to retreat. With a sharp clang, he unsheathed his short blade, raising it high with one hand, and let out a roar of unrestrained exhilaration. In the next moment, the cheers nearly shook the very foundations of the encampment. Within the command tent, Kaisuk sat across from the Legion commander. No matter the location, one could never escape the myriad forms of corruption. Yet, at times, the relationships among ninjas appeared remarkably pure. Changes in strength inevitably lead to transformations in status. It could be said that this was Kaisuk's first conversation with the Legion commander on equal footing. What followed would be a comprehensive assault on their adversaries. Uchiha Rei felt a twinge of nostalgia. How many years had he dreamed of this day? With the victory in the southern territory secured, your prestige would rival that of Uchiha Taijima. Kaisuk did not conceal his disdain for the clan leader. Over the past year, those loyal to Taijima had often attempted to undermine him. Though they inflicted no real harm, their actions were enough to be thoroughly irritating. Nevertheless, Kaisuk remained patient. He lacked the power to overturn the table just yet, so he would allow them to act as they pleased for now. When the time was ripe in the future, he had already reserved Taijima's head for himself. As for Madara, their relationship was one matter, but Taijima's head was an entirely different affair. As long as this man lived, he would never be able to grasp true power within the Uchiha clan. Now that you have also been promoted to Jonin, Uchiha Rei was well aware of his subordinate's capabilities, and thus intended to entrust him with more crucial responsibilities, to swiftly assemble the troops. And you need not worry about manpower. A squad leader is permitted to form a team of 30 members. Considering the casualty rate among ninjas, the typical number would generally fall short of this figure. Previously, Kaisuk had refrained from allowing others to burden him, perpetually opting for a trio formation in battle. However, as he was about to engage on the front lines, even if all three were Jonin, their effectiveness would be severely limited. A single round of core-level ninjutsu from the enemy could send them fleeing in panic. A group of inept mist ninjas, when gathered together, could still withstand the might of Madara's great fire annihilation. Sometimes, numbers could indeed mitigate the disparity in hard power. Thank you, my lord. Kaisuk nodded, accepting Uchiha Rei's goodwill without rejection. He truly needed to begin establishing his own influence. Having troops at his command would grant him substantial leverage within the clan in the future. By then, even if Uchiha Taijima sought to deal with him, he would likely think twice. While the two conversed, the outside world had already commenced the selection of members. Uchiha Izumi acted as the examiner, assessing the applicants' abilities, while Uchiha Meiko utilized Genjutsu to filter out potentially detrimental candidates. Initially, many voiced their discontent, questioning why they should submit to your Genjutsu interrogation if they wished to serve under Kaisuk. Was this not an affront? However, when Uchiha Izumi personally demonstrated Chidori and explained that those who passed would receive the Lord's tutelage, the entire clan within the encampment became restless. All were seasoned ninjas. They understood the significance of Chidori. Only a fool would not grasp its implications. Many had previously wondered how a mere team could possibly defeat the perfectly equipped Inoshikacho. Now, they comprehended that Kaisuk had developed such a formidable lightning-based ninjutsu. Chidori, what an apt name. One could not help but marvel. Due to limited slots, only those meeting the criteria were currently being recruited. What were the requirements? No explicit faction allegiance, not a subordinate of Uchiha Taijima, and proficiency in lightning ninjutsu. Upon the announcement of these three conditions, the clansmen lamented in droves, while those who met the criteria rejoiced, eagerly anticipating the day they could learn Chidori. After a full day and night of assessments, the two had finally shortlisted 30 qualified ninjas. No Jonin had come forth. All who met the criteria were Chunin from within the clan. Jonin, being strategic assets, had long since aligned themselves with various factions. It was not that they did not wish to join, but rather that Kaisuk had excluded them from the outset. Welcome to our ranks. Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan amidst a chorus of gasps, Kaisuk spoke softly. Follow me, and you must harbor the ambition and will to achieve merit. Remember, the enemy's core territory is the front line of our forces. With such awareness, strive to grow stronger by any means necessary. Chapter 24, Chidori's Resonance. Unrivaled dominance on the southern battlefield, in the arid expanse beyond the border. Having intercepted ample intelligence, the Uchiha launched a sweeping purge. Anyone associated with the three clans, kill. Those who traded with the three clans, kill. Criminals harboring the three clans, kill. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. This terrifying slaughter left the people of the Land of Fire's southern region in a state of dread. In the blink of an eye, a month of relentless pursuit had passed. Throughout this time, the three clans had no intention of engaging in direct combat, regardless of how the Uchiha pressed. The enemy adhered strictly to one principle: delay. Delay until the Uchiha is utterly exhausted. On the battlefield, it remained a mystery what Ace Senju Hashirama had deployed. But the Uzumaki clan, who could have remained uninvolved, resolutely chose to enter the fray. As descendants of Ashura, the Uzumaki were as formidable as the Senju and Uchiha. Armed with astonishing physical prowess and unique sealing techniques, the moment they stepped onto the battlefield, the Uchiha began to retreat steadily. Nara Higashihiko's strategy was straightforward. Once the Uchiha could no longer withstand the pressure, they would inevitably mobilize ninjas from the southern legions for support. At that point, the three clans could seize the opportunity to reclaim territory and re-establish a solid defensive network. Until the moment of absolute desperation, Nara Higashihiko was determined not to flee to the land of lightning or lead his entire clan to serve the Senju. Aware of the enemy's intentions, the Uchiha commenced an even more frenzied purging operation. After immense pressure, an existing medium-sized force of over 80 had been cornered in the arid expanse. Surrounding them were 3 squad leaders, among whom was Aiha Kaisuk himself. These slippery bastards must not be allowed to escape this time. Someone's tone brimmed with indignation. In response, Kaisuk nodded silently in agreement. He suddenly realized that perhaps he had overestimated the 3 clans' potential for warfare. Intelligence is not a flaw, but being overly clever can lead to one's downfall. In the realm of ninja warfare, outcomes ultimately hinge on one's strength and tactics. Relying solely on cunning could lead one into a perilous predicament. At this moment, during the waning years of the Warring States period, the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans were at their zenith. Should they muster their forces on a large scale, the southern legions would be at a distinct disadvantage in terms of numbers. Yet, the self-proclaimed astute Nara Higashihiko opted for a guerrilla strategy to engage the enemy. One side waged war relentlessly, exerting every effort to eliminate the opposition, while the other, disinterested in battle, adhered to a policy of evasion, sacrificing a few to ensure the safety of the many when necessary. As was the case now, the combined forces of the 3 clans, totaling over 80, were being driven like stray dogs by the 3 Uchiha squads. It is worth noting that apart from Kaisuk's impeccably assembled unit, the other 2 leaders were far from full strength. Their total numbered 67, nearly 20 fewer than their adversaries. This is the curse of the wise. Kaisuk shook his head with a sigh, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Observing the 2 despondent squad leaders, he suddenly proposed, "Soon, I will find a way to breach the enemy formation. At that time, you shall charge in and maximize your efforts to devour the enemy's forces." Upon hearing this, both squad leaders immediately furrowed their brows. One hesitantly responded, "Kaisuk, are you suggesting that 30 of you will breach their main force?" Indeed. Nodding, he offered no further explanation, simply stating, "Trust me, prepare to devour the enemy." Very well, let us proceed. The 2 squad leaders were not ordinary individuals. They understood the fleeting nature of opportunity in battle. As for the success of the operation, one might inquire of the youth before us. Have not the miracles of these past years been plentiful? Trusting one's comrades is among the few admirable qualities of the Uchiha clan. Soon, Kaisuk's contingent appeared on the desolate Gobi. The resting enemy forces instantly grew vigilant upon witnessing the unfolding scene, sensing an ominous turn of events, akin to a foreboding omen leading them to flee. At the forefront, Kaisuk fearlessly locked eyes with the enemy, his voice cold as he commanded, "Prepare, everyone." What could he be planning? The commander summoned the members of the Akimichi clan to prepare for potential large-scale ninjutsu from the adversary. However, what transpired was quite unlike his expectations. A violent torrent of air surged upward, breaking through the clouds amassed at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Sand and gravel erupted, chakra surged, and the overwhelming electric flashes instilled dread in both sides. If one person activating ninjutsu could evoke the effect of 1,000 chirping birds, then the simultaneous execution of the same technique by 30 individuals resembled a multitude of birds descending upon the Gobi. Various units coordinated their efforts, aiming to breach the enemy's defenses with a singular strike. Yes, following the unified roar, the terrifying torrent of lightning began its advance. My heavens! The remaining 2 squads were left in utter shock. They could hardly fathom that this group was capable of wielding such fearsome group ninjutsu. Everyone knew of Chidori, the lightning-released ninjutsu crafted by the Uchiha genius. Yet, why was it that he imparted it so freely? Regardless of how one interprets Kaisuk's actions, the scene before them was enough to leave anyone in awe. The lightning-released chakra invigorated the body, heightening cellular activity, resulting in 30 individuals exhibiting speeds far surpassing those of ordinary ninjas. Defense? By the time the Akimichi ninjas grasped the situation, the blinding lightning had already struck fiercely into their ranks. Kill. From the formation of seals to the rapid dash that breached the enemy line, Kaisuk's legion accomplished this in a mere 7 seconds. They eliminated 12 foes, inflicting countless injuries upon the enemy, while sustaining no losses themselves. Form up. At Kaisuk's command, the 30 Chunin swiftly reconfigured their formation. After a simple series of seals, the horrifying cries echoed once more in everyone's ears. Kill. Accompanied by 2 subordinates, he charged toward the now terror-stricken enemy. Kill. The 30 ninjas behind him roared, initiating a second round of full-force assault. This time, Commander Nara finally reacted. The swarming shadows loomed like a vast net, descending upon the oncoming torrent of lightning. While incapable of inflicting harm, it could impede the enemy's relentless momentum. It must be said, his reaction was wise, yet he still failed to grasp the essence of Chidori. Why is Chidori the ninjutsu most suited for the Uchiha? The answer is soon to be revealed. Faced with the overwhelming assault, the seemingly immobile Kaisuk's legion executed a perfectly synchronized evasion. There was no need for the commander to issue commands. Through their Sharingan, they discerned the impending threat with remarkable uniformity. If one person could evade, then 30 could do so as well. In less than 3 seconds, there was no opportunity for the enemy to launch a second wave of attack. The Chidori formation surged once more into the enemy's ranks. After 2 rounds of conflict, the enemy contingent of over 80 had suffered more than half in casualties. Most importantly, their morale had been utterly shattered. Chapter 25. Vice Commander Kaisuk in this engagement. Fewer than 10 members from the 3 clans managed to escape. Upon the news returning to their base, it immediately invigorated the morale of all members. Conversely, the members of the 3 clans were left trembling in fear, dreading an encounter with Kaisuk's legion, akin to a harbinger of doom. Points: 16,721. With the battle concluded, Kaisuk was ever closer to 20,000 points, signifying that he would soon be able to exchange for an S-rank ninjutsu. He had already chosen his target, the S-rank ninjutsu, famed for its unparalleled speed, the Flying Thunder God technique. With it, he would possess both offensive and defensive capabilities, rendering him nearly invulnerable in the ninja world. Even if the initial use of the Flying Thunder God was merely a means of escape, it did not diminish Kaisuk's fondness for it. In close-quarters combat, the practicality of the water-style instantaneous body technique was notably high, as it lacked the limitations of spatial coordinates. At the end of the Great Ninja War, Sasuke was able to pierce through the arm of the resurrected Uchiha Madara with his super speed. Conversely, when using the Flying Thunder God to launch surprise attacks, even the slightest touch on Madara was unattainable. In Kaisuk's view, prior to reaching the Super Shadow level, the terror of space-time ninjutsu far surpassed any form of instantaneous technique. However, once one's strength reached a certain threshold, especially upon touching the realms of the 6 paths, the significance of space-time techniques would greatly diminish. What was once a guaranteed lethal method gradually devolved into a mere auxiliary tool. Evidence of this could be seen when the Edo Tensei Minato and the Edo Tensei Second Hokage repeatedly relied on the Flying Thunder God for attacks, yet failed to even graze the hair of 6 Paths Madara. In contrast, Might Guy activating the 8 gates, Sasuke utilizing lightning release to enhance his physical prowess, and Naruto in his Nine Tails Chakra mode were capable of forcing even 6 Paths Madara to take notice. Of course, such levels of combat were still far beyond Kaisuk's reach. At present, he required means of survival. No other category of ninjutsu could compare to the elusive nature of space-time techniques. Shutting down the system panel, Kaisuk abandoned the task of cleaning the battlefield and, following the intelligence reports, hurriedly led his men toward the next ambush point. Behind him, the 2 Jonin serving as commanders reflected with a tinge of admiration. It is said that the young clan leader possesses talents akin to his, but I beg to differ. The clan leader knows well. No more needs to be said, lest it reaches the ears of outsiders. What an outsider. After clearing the corpses from the Gobi, the 2 squads began to tally their casualties. After some deliberation, they unanimously decided to act in concert. Not everyone could possess the terrifying ability to execute high mobility, one-hit kill techniques like Kaisuk's legion. For the sake of their own lives, it was prudent to band together, lest young Nara conspire against them from the shadows. Let us depart and regroup with the main force. Bang! Naruto smashed the table before him. Who can tell me why such absurd battle reports have emerged? 87 men. In 3 rounds, they were utterly decimated. And the enemy suffered 0 casualties. Do you all have pig brains atop your heads? His outrage was understandable, as the battle report was simply too outrageous. If the Uchiha possessed such power, what was the point of fighting? Everyone might as well clean their necks and await their demise. At the entrance of the tent, a trembling messenger picked up the report, hesitating for a long moment before tentatively speaking. It might have been a momentary lapse. After all, that type of group ninjutsu is quite rare. We have already sent intelligence to all units, and with proper mental preparation, I believe such occurrences will not repeat. Report. Before he could finish, a colleague stumbled into the tent. Report, Commander. We have received news that the 7th unit has just encountered Kaisuk's legion. Upon hearing this, Naruto sprang to his feet, his gaze filled with a ravenous madness. He had a premonition that the information being relayed would not be friendly. Perhaps sensing the commander's frenzy, the messenger swallowed hard, hesitating as he spoke. The 7th unit fought valiantly against the enemy. However, the enemy's strength proved too formidable. Each confrontation was a hair's breadth away, leaving no opportunity for the 7th unit to surround and eliminate them. After 3 days and nights of battle, the 7th unit was left with no choice but to retreat from the front lines. What of the casualties? Naruto's tone turned grim, veins bulging on his forehead, barely containing the fury boiling within him. The 7th unit consisted of 216 members, but now only 103 remain. Bang! Kicking aside the obscuring object before him, Naruto took a step forward and seized the collar of the correspondent, demanding with deliberate enunciation, over 100 dead. Then tell me, what are the enemy's casualties? The unfortunate correspondent could even see the blood trickling from the leader's gums, a manifestation of his utmost fury. Nevertheless, he was compelled to deliver the devastating truth. The enemy reports 2 dead and 7 wounded, with Uchiha Kyuji unscathed. After a prolonged silence, the correspondent did not receive the anticipated wrathful retaliation. When he timidly opened his eyes, he discovered Naruto had already rolled his eyes back, swaying unsteadily as he fell to the ground. Thud! Help! The leader has fainted. Soon, the news of Naruto's fainting spell spread far and wide. Naturally, the Southern Legion seized the opportunity to mock him, while the name of Uchiha Kyuji echoed throughout the land. In this battle, he had expertly leveraged the terrain and the extraordinary mobility of the Chidori, launching surprise attacks from a distance, striking swiftly before retreating, leaving no chance for encirclement. Pursuing relentlessly for 30 miles, Kyuji initiated nightly raids, instilling terror in the hearts of many enemies, who would tremble at the mere sound of thunder. However, the journey was not without its challenges. During the final charge, casualties were inevitable. 2 fell in battle, while the remaining 7 suffered severe injuries. Though their lives were spared, they could no longer fight on the battlefield. Fortunately, Kyuji's renown was substantial enough to attract numerous clans eager to join his ranks. Upon returning to camp and announcing the need for reinforcements, his area was nearly trampled by the throngs of eager applicants. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Rei laughed heartily, personally stepping in to quell the unrest while lavishly praising Kyuji's performance. In recognition of your outstanding achievements, you are hereby authorized to expand your troop to 50 members. It was well known that this was a deliberate act of delegation from the Legion commander, aimed at fostering Kyuji in preparation for future contention for the clan leader position. Faced with the remarkable accomplishments of this young warrior, even Uchiha Taijima could not openly contest him. Rules mattered little. After all, Taijima had his own son's subordinates to consider. A decree was issued. Uchiha Kyuji's merits were exceptional, and he was appointed as the deputy commander of the Southern Legion. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a few moments before erupting into frenzied cheers. Long live Lord Kyuji! Long live Lord Kyuji! Long live Lord Kyuji! Chapter 26. Redeeming Flying Thunder God. That night, in the command tent, Uchiha Rei looked somewhat fatigued as he set aside the documents. Kyuji, you've arrived. Please take a seat. Promoting Kyuji was a measure he had reluctantly taken. Once, the Southern Legion was entirely under his control, with no concept of a deputy commander. Alas, 2 years prior, Uchiha Hiyoshi had, through merit, wrested a portion of his authority from him. Now, the Legion boasted 2 deputy commanders, Kyuji and Uchiha Hiyoshi. It could be said that Uchiha Taijima's machinations were indeed ruthless. Seizing the opportune moment, he had caused fissures within the once unified Southern Legion. In truth, discord had always lingered within the ranks. Uchiha Rei's ambitions were as clear as day. Even the cook in the kitchen was aware that while some chose to support him, others resented his predatory aspirations. Under Uchiha Hayoshi's influence, dissent grew ever louder within the Legion, approaching a point of insurrection. Were it not for Uchiha Rei's formidable strength, the risk of insubordination might have already manifested. Sigh. Kyuji remained outwardly composed, yet internally sighed in resignation. He regarded Uchiha Rei as an exemplary commander, even a wise superior. However, he lacked the acumen for political maneuvering. Uchiha Taijima operated from afar, effortlessly undermining Rei's authority, and should it come to confrontation, Uchiha Rei would face a dire fate. The reason for allowing this situation to fester was twofold. First, Kyuji valued Uchiha Rei's prowess, for only he could suppress the restless forces of the southern territories. Second, Taijima likely wished to avoid gossip. More importantly, he never viewed Uchiha Rei as an equal adversary. Kyuji understood these dynamics, yet he could not express them to the man before him. To do so would be an act of blatant humiliation. Sigh. Let him remain ensconced in his reverie. Aspiring to the position of clan leader? In truth, there existed not the slightest possibility. Setting aside Uchiha Taijima, the real obstacles were his two sons, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Currently, the battles in the ninja world remained within a reasonably manageable scope. Once the Dance King matured, a time would come for a celestial clash. In the face of the complete Susanoo and the terrifying wood golem technique, mere numbers would become a jest. What could Uchiha Rei possibly wield to compete with Madara? Let alone the Dance King. In a few years, he might even find himself outmatched by Uchiha Izuna. The starkness of reality was undeniable. Kyuji was acutely aware of this, yet it did not deter him from serving the man. Uchiha Taijima had repeatedly sought to undermine him, and in the past year, his actions had grown increasingly overt. What manner of character was Kyuji? Were his strength sufficient, he would have already taken up arms against the despicable Taijima. For now, he was not a match for the clan leader. Thus, he would begin by targeting Taijima's subordinates. Recalling that man from the past, Kyuji smirked coldly and began to strategize with the Legion commander in secret. The Southern Legion was of utmost importance to him, and he needed to maintain control over it. The day Uchiha Rei faltered, the entire Legion would fall into his hands. However, before that day arrived, unstable elements must be trimmed away. My lord, regarding the list of spies we discussed earlier, I have compiled it. What would you like to do? I have a splendid idea. That night, Kyuji sat cross-legged, his demeanor brimming with anticipation. Points, 26, 316. After a fierce battle, he had finally amassed enough points for the down payment on an S-rank jutsu. Why use the term down payment? The reasoning was straightforward. To wield the Flying Thunder God with ease, one must elevate their jutsu level to at least level 5. Otherwise, it would merely serve as a fixed-point teleportation skill. The subsequent upgrades would require an enormous expenditure of points. To reach the level of effortless movement would conservatively necessitate a staggering 100,000 points. He could already redeem a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan for that amount. Fortunately, Kyuji had ample time, and gradual efforts could yield improvement. While 3 to 5 months may be insufficient, surely 3 to 5 years would bring some progress. His expectations were modest. He merely wished to consistently surpass Senju Hashirama. Excitedly extending his palm, he navigated through the menu in the void, quickly locating the list representing S-rank ninjutsu. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange cost, 80,000 points. Forbidden technique, living world reincarnation, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange cost, 750,000 points. Forbidden technique, 8 gates, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange cost, 70,000 points. Forbidden technique, corpse reanimation, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange cost, 60,000 points. Sealing technique, 100 healings technique, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange cost, 60,000 points. Forbidden technique, spirit transformation technique, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange cost, 50,000 points. Sealing technique, phantom dragon 9 consummations, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange cost, 40,000 points. Puppet technique, 100 machines manipulation, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange cost, 350,000 points. Sealing technique, Corpse Demon Consummation, S-Rank Ninjutsu, exchange cost, 30,000 points. Flying Thunder God Technique, S-Rank Ninjutsu, exchange cost, 250,000 points. Lightning Release, Kirin, S-Rank Ninjutsu, exchange cost, 20,000 points. Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken, an S-Rank Ninjutsu, requires 20,000 exchange points. Lightning Cutter, also an S-Rank Ninjutsu, demands the same amount. Each of these techniques left Kaisuk immensely covetous. As for the higher SS rank techniques, such as the truth-seeking orbs, the yellow springs of Hades, the great black heaven, and Indra's arrow, he chose to ignore them, believing that out of sight would mean out of mind. Kaisuk understood that the ranking of ninjutsu is determined by their lower limits and the heights they can ultimately reach. Some forbidden techniques, once mastered, possess an intuitively fearsome lethality. In contrast, the Flying Thunder God technique has a very low baseline. One can refer to the likes of Inuzuka Kiba during the Leaf Village era, who required the assistance of two others to barely cast the Flying Thunder God technique at a fixed coordinate. To put it plainly, the difference between knowing and not knowing is negligible, rendering it practically unusable in combat. Conversely, if he were to master the Corpse Demon Sealing technique, under the shadow of the Super Shadow level, he would possess the means to exchange lives with any formidable opponent, provided he could effectively seize them. It seems there are numerous ninjutsu that require my diligent study. My swordsmanship needs further enhancement, chakra control, and hand seals cannot be neglected. And now I have added the Flying Thunder God technique to my list. Alas, there is no way around it. Space-time ninjutsu is a necessary skill. System notification, successfully exchanged for the Flying Thunder God technique, consuming 25,000 points. As his hard-earned funds dwindled to nothing, Kaisuk suddenly felt a shift in his consciousness, a plethora of knowledge flooding his mind. Moreover, he could faintly sense a peculiar disturbance. Kaisuk realized that this was likely the presence of space itself. In the past, lacking the requisite talent, he had been unable to perceive it distinctly. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique necessitated possessing an affinity for space, a kind of extraordinary perceptive ability. He had finally succeeded. Chapter 27. Those who block my path shall perish. Ability acquired. Flying Thunder God Technique, Level 1. Having learned the Flying Thunder God Technique signifies that he can attempt to inscribe spatial coordinates. By activating the power of space, he can achieve instantaneous long-distance teleportation from point A to point B, which is the essence of the Flying Thunder God. However, practical application is far from simple. Otherwise, Inuzuka Kiba would not have remained stagnant for decades. Immersed in his understanding of the technique, Kaisuk abruptly turned his head, gazing towards a tent at a diagonal angle. Who goes there? Activating the Water Stop Flow Body Flicker technique, he transformed into an afterimage, rushing towards the enemy's location. Secretly surveilling the vice commander had already constituted a suspicion of treachery. Even if he killed the individual on the spot, no one would raise an objection. The most alarming aspect was that Kaisuk had previously failed to sense the other's presence. Had he not activated the power of space, significantly enhancing his perceptive ability, he would have remained oblivious to the enemy's existence. Kaisuk's thunderous shout stirred the entire camp into a frenzy. Within 3 seconds, Izumi and Maya rushed over, witnessing the silent corpse beneath his feet, investigate his identity. With a kick, Kaisuk sent the body rolling aside, his expression grave as he returned to the tent. He was certain that the individual was a member of the Uchiha clan. While he suggested an investigation, he knew full well that no useful information would be uncovered. Ultimately, the intelligence department would conclude that this person was manipulated by the secret techniques of a clan in the mountains. To outsiders, this might appear to be the most reasonable explanation. Yet Kaisuk understood that the matter was far from simple. His current strength was incomparable to before, bolstered by a dual soul, granting him a perceptive ability that surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Within 20 meters, not even an ant could traverse without detection. How could an ordinary Chunin linger outside the tent for so long undetected? Could it be Kaguya? Kaisuk lowered his gaze, striving to conceal the surging killing intent within. He feared that the enemy might still be lurking nearby, watching. If it truly were Kaguya, it would not be beyond comprehension. That old silver coin was perpetually scheming against the Uchiha, hoping to find the reincarnation of Indra. With Kaisuk's burgeoning fame, it would be strange if it did not take notice. Regrettably, Before awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, even Kaguya could not pinpoint the reincarnation of Indra. As it stood, Kaisuk, Madara, and Izuna were all potential candidates. An abundance of choices made it difficult to act. If it were indeed Kaguya, I must prepare myself in advance. However, with the flying thunder god at my disposal, I need not fear lethal surprises. Contemplating this, Kaisuk decided to hold his breath and refocus on mastering the technique. For now, it was merely speculation. Moreover, even if Kaguya did make an appearance and performed a lightning dance in the camp, Kaisuk had no viable countermeasures to confront that entity. Mastery of yin-yang release techniques was imperative. For instance, elevating the Sharingan to the Mangekyō level or awakening a high-level sage body, both representing yin and yang, respectively. When these two forces intertwine, the resultant technique is deemed yin-yang release. The 6 paths, Heavenly Star, and the enhanced Susanoo activated by Naruto and Sasuke can be classified as advanced products of yin-yang release. The most representative example is the Black Rod of yin-yang release. Obito possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan combined with Hashirama's cells, while Nagato wields the Rinnegan and Uzumaki bloodline, enabling the creation of the Black Rod that signifies yin-yang release techniques. Even the mighty Naruto, wielding yang release, needed the Black Rod to immobilize Kaguya during their confrontation. As for techniques like multiplication and shadow secret arts, they merely exploit the properties of yin-yang chakra, fundamentally no different from fire or lightning release. Otherwise, the Senju clan would not have had only Hashirama capable of awakening would release techniques. Settling back onto his bed, Kaisuk continued his understanding of ninjutsu. The study of the flying thunder god technique presents 2 primary challenges. The first lies in accurately grasping spatial coordinates. The remarkably talented 4th Hokage only comprehended the essence of moving coordinates just before his battle with Tobi. This is what Minato referred to as the second stage of the flying thunder god. The second challenge pertains to the risks involved when traversing space. Entering point B from point A allows the user to disregard most physical laws. A moment's inattention could lead one to inadvertently phase into the ground or even materialize within a mountain. He was not Goku. He could not shatter mountains and soar into the skies. Should an accident occur, the likelihood of instant obliteration was high. Given the associated risks, selecting coordinate points becomes crucial. Fortunately, he was not left to discern this alone. The systematic knowledge imparted to him provided a substantial theoretical foundation. The remaining challenge was merely a matter of practice making perfect. A night swiftly passed, and after a sleepless endeavor, Kaisuk finally accomplished his first teleportation. Turning to glance at the coordinate point a dozen meters away, he contemplated and decided to first forge a batch of specialized kunai, compared to temporarily inscribing coordinates. Wielding kunai was far simpler and could potentially yield unexpected results in critical moments. Finding the quartermaster within the camp, Kaisuk articulated his requirements and, based on his recollections, sketched the design of the kunai. Upon seeing his request, the quartermaster inquired with curiosity, "Sir, this type of kunai seems rather impractical for combat." He was not mistaken. The specially crafted kunai was comparatively broad, likely weighing more than the average kunai. In close-quarters combat, it would indeed impede combat agility. "Just make it as instructed," Kaisuk replied. Withholding his intent to explain, he could not say that it was not meant for combat at all. The breath was necessary for inscribing coordinates, and the weight would affect the kunai's flight distance and stability, ensuring it would not easily stray from its trajectory. Utilizing his position as commander, he issued a strict order to the logistics department. Within 3 days, a batch of kunai must be produced. If delayed any longer, the enemy might very well flee. Thwarting his plans to undermine Uchiha Izuna, in pursuit of his goal to eliminate dissenters, Kaisuk intended to engage in a transaction with Nara Higashi. The venue would be the latter's camp, where, equipped with the flying thunder god technique, he harbored no fear of unforeseen circumstances. At this juncture, the defeat of the 3 clans was inevitable. Any futile struggle would only result in the loss of all his kin. As the leader, Nara Higashi was destined to become the scapegoat for his clan's frustrations. If he harbored any thoughts of self-preservation, he would inevitably acquiesce to Kaisuk's proposition. With both parties collaborating, a mere slight maneuver would ensure that Uchiha Hikari would unwittingly step into the trap. Blinded by ambition, how could he perceive the lurking dangers? "Do not blame me. It is solely your misalignment that has led you here." Kaisuk smiled as he departed. While waiting, He not only practiced the Flying Thunder God technique, but also took on the responsibility of instructing the newcomers. While imparting ninjutsu, he simultaneously indoctrinated them. In this flurry of activity, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 28. Allies and Enemies. The Importance of Rhetoric Recently. Nara Higashi found his days rather tumultuous. The reason was simple. Not all clansmen were in agreement to abandon the struggle. Years of conflict had deeply entrenched the seeds of hatred within their bones. It was not something that could be relinquished with mere words. Now, when he declared an end to hostilities, those sharpening their blades for revenge naturally turned their ire towards him. Moreover, even the minority who supported the truce were vociferously criticizing Nara Higashi, pointing out his failures in handling the situation and the severe losses incurred. Just yesterday, someone even suggested that he atone with his life. Aware of the dire straits he found himself in, Nara Higashi sought to salvage some semblance of his reputation. However, even his 2 closest friends were now keeping their distance. It was evident that he was being made a scapegoat. Ha ha ha, have I toiled my entire life for this? Nara Higashi turned to drink, and even before he entered the tent, the overpowering stench of alcohol hit him. Upon lifting the curtain, he was met with a masked ninja, and the effects of the liquor dissipated significantly. Who are you? He inquired. After all, he still held the title of commander. His subordinates should not exhibit such disrespect. This was the main camp. The enemy could not possibly infiltrate it. If a Uchiha assassin were present, they would have launched an attack the moment the curtain was lifted. Rather than a foe, he preferred to believe that this masked figure was a product of internal strife. Yet, his hopes were soon dashed. Gazing at the handsome face beneath the mask and the slowly rotating 3-tomo, Nara Higashi discreetly moved his hand towards his waist. He could accept the defeat in the power struggle and face the wrath of his clansmen, but he would never allow himself to perish at the hands of an enemy, especially one he loathed the most, Uchiha Kaisuk. It is I, Kaisuk declared, a faint smile gracing his lips as he donned the mask. It seems this is our first meeting. Fear not. Our encounters will become more frequent henceforth. His words were laced with a subtle threat. It appeared he was about to summon his subordinates to apprehend him. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Nara Higashi remained still, acutely aware of the young man's cunning. The audacity to appear so openly indicated he possessed ample confidence in his ability to depart unscathed, though the truth remained a mystery to Nara Higashi. Moreover, he was curious about the boy's intentions. Observing the situation, Kaisuk pointed to the wine flask in Nara Higashi's hand, remarking with a smile, "It is evident that your days have been arduous, thanks to your circumstances." "Indeed, it is all thanks to you," the man retorted lightly. The time for a large-scale migration of the clan was approaching, and to pacify the clansmen's emotions, a suitable outlet for their frustrations must be found. "Tell me, Nara Higashi, who do you think is worthy to become this fortunate individual?" "Surely it is I," Nara Higashi replied, his brow furrowed and impatience etched across his face. "Is that the purpose of your visit? Get to the point." Unperturbed, Kaisuk maintained his composure. The more anxious Nara Higashi became, the more effective their dialogue proved. Why was he anxious? Because he feared for his family. While he could endure suffering himself, he worried for his wife and children. The failure of the struggle weighed heavily on him, and the thought of them suffering the consequences plagued his mind. How to navigate this predicament had become an incessant torment for him. Allying with the Senju might be beneficial, but it would ultimately lead to a direct confrontation with the Uchiha. Even if his family escaped the slaughter, they would eventually find themselves at odds with them again. "This is the fate of a ninja," Nara Higashi spoke in a somber tone. "Mr. Higashi, I possess a solution that I believe could aid you." Kaisuk's voice was enticing, reminiscent of a wolf persuading Little Red Riding Hood to open the door. He presented an unavoidable dilemma and subtly offered a remedy. By delineating the pros and cons of the situation, he feigned complete concern for Nara Higashi's well-being. His previous experiences granted him adept negotiating skills. Kaisuk elaborated on his ideas, all the while revealing no personal demands, leaving his opponent utterly perplexed regarding his true intentions. Fleeing to the land of lightning? Nara Higashi's tone was filled with skepticism. Throughout Kaisuk's narrative, he clearly indicated one thing: the Senju were indeed the best refuge, ensuring the continued prosperity of the 3 clans. He neither lied nor attempted to sway the other's judgment, instead subtly reminding the man of one crucial fact. No matter the Senju's stance, your fate would remain unchanged. If you genuinely cared for your clan, then you would choose to die nobly. But if you were even slightly self-serving, then I shall present you with alternative options. Silence, profound silence. For a full 10 minutes, Nara Higashi uttered not a word, while Kaisuk observed the myriad expressions flitting across his face like a performance of Sichuan opera. Finally, after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What must I do?" The will to survive ultimately prevailed. The resentment from his clansmen primarily stemmed from several losses in battle. If before departing, he could annihilate a faction of the Uchiha forces, it would surely quell the anger simmering within his clan and perhaps save his life. Fixing his gaze intently upon the young man, Nara Higashi's lips curled into a smile. "So you have come to propose a transaction." He was astute, having pieced together much from Kaisuk's words. If executed well, it could even resolve the issue of fleeing to the land of lightning. As for whether to agree, Nara Higashi found no justifiable reason to refuse. The two then meticulously discussed the entire process, even deliberating openly on how to outmaneuver Uchiha Hikari. Observing the man's complete engagement, Kaisuk smirked internally, pleased to note that his persuasive skills had not waned. Had he initially revealed his intent to harm a colleague, he would likely have been outright rejected. Even the subsequent temptations would have proven futile. The simmering resentment would undoubtedly cloud Nara Higashi's judgment. "You have brought me to this extent, and now you seek my assistance?" Not a chance. This was likely the essence of his thoughts. In contrast, Kaisuk consistently approached the matter from Nara Higashi's perspective. As for his own demands, they were cleverly interwoven within the discussion. Nara Higashi would contemplate, "If I wish to survive, then assisting him is not too great a burden." The outcome would be the same, the motivations unchanged, yet the results would diverge significantly. This underscored the importance of rhetoric. Even a leader as astute as the head of the Nara clan could not escape the grasp of another civilization's manipulation. "Very well, it is settled then," Nara Higashi declared, feeling he had seized control of the conversation. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Committing the written plan to memory, he trembled slightly, causing the paper to ignite. "Next, what do you intend to?" Nara Higashi began to inquire further, but upon turning, he found that Kaisuk had vanished from the tent. Standing there for a considerable time, he let out a silent sigh. The meaning contained within is perhaps only known to him alone. Chapter 29, Kaisuk's Foot Bath. "Do not go too far." Uchiha Hikoichi exclaimed in anger, feeling that the commander was excessively biased. As the Southern War approached its conclusion, what was the most pressing issue? Naturally, it was the seizing of credit. Just moments ago, his subordinates had secretly intercepted a communication detailing the date of the three clans' mass exodus. Overjoyed by the news, he was about to verify it when his subordinates were unexpectedly besieged by others. Had he not arrived in time, the intelligence would have been snatched away. Bang! With a kick, he toppled a clan member who dared to cause chaos, yearning to impart a memorable lesson. Unfortunately, their master had arrived. "Hikoichi, you wield quite a bit of authority." Kaisuk's tone dripped with disdain. His cutting demeanor left him regretting his past actions. Had he not exerted himself to rescue him back then, this fellow would have long since turned to mere bones. "Uchiha Kaisuk, I advise you not to overstep," he said, unwilling to elaborate, for the act of snatching credit was far too common to require specific condemnation. Gazing down at the youth, Uchiha Hikoichi spoke with a hint of indifference. "Do not forget, it was I who saved your life. I suggest you refrain from gilding your own image." Kaisuk retorted sharply, his tone icy. "Without my appearance, when would you have had the chance to ascend to the position of vice commander? You ought to kneel and thank me." The two leaders were at daggers drawn, and the clansfolk behind them began to jostle. Just as it seemed an internal conflict would erupt, Uchiha Rei hurriedly rushed over upon receiving the news. "Audacious!" A booming shout resonated, an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloping the area. Every muscle in Kaisuk tensed, and he instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his blade. There was no denying that the weight of a clan leader's presence was terrifying. Kaisuk felt that unless he used the Flying Thunder God technique to flee, he could not withstand the commander's might for 3 minutes. This was still considering his own remarkable speed. Had it been a regular jonin, they would likely be eliminated by Uchiha Rei in mere exchanges. The clan leader was indeed a being of another realm. With the commander's appearance, both sides understood the necessity to retreat gracefully. Uchiha Hikoichi obtained the intelligence, while Kaisuk avoided instigating a civil strife, resulting in a mutual concession. "I will make you pay for this," Hikoichi threatened as he departed. Having achieved his current position, his next target was inevitably the commander's throne. Thus, whether sooner or later, he would have to confront Uchiha Rei. Since that was the case, why feign camaraderie? With the support of the clan leader, he believed he would eventually eliminate Uchiha Rei, knowing full well that several hidden old monsters resided within the clan. They were indeed Uchiha Taijima's strongest trump card. Should he strike, Uchiha Rei would have no chance of survival. Speaking of which, Uchiha Hikoichi had indeed proven himself. Ascending to the vice commander's position, he had not forgotten to diligently train. In the blink of 2 years, he gradually approached the ceiling of Jonin. With just a bit more effort, he could step into a new realm, at which point he would become one of the clan's rare elite Jonin-level powers. By uniting the Southern Legion, Hikoichi could devote more time to training, and perhaps in a decade or two, he might even have the opportunity to become a clan leader. At that time, his gaze shimmered with a glint of ambition. Clearly, the commander's throne was not enough to satisfy him. But that thought was for another day. He needed to swiftly proceed to execute his plan. As the vice commander entrenched for 2 years, he commanded over 100 capable ninjas, all of whom were extraordinary talents. Lurking in ambush at the predetermined location would suffice to crush an enemy force several times their size. Many believed that the 3 clans were now like lost dogs, devoid of fighting spirit, akin to a group of lambs awaiting slaughter on the battlefield. The feats accomplished by Uchiha Kaisuk, in his view, were merely due to the enemy's weakness. If it were him, fine. Uchiha Hikoichi conceded that Chidori was an excellent ninjutsu. But the Uchiha legacy spanning a millennium surely had stronger alternatives. Regardless, he would not acknowledge the youth's prowess. Let you revel for a while. Once on the main battlefield, life and death would no longer be in your hands. Senju could not be compared to those worthless beings. Returning to the tent, Kaisuk ordered Mayako to stand guard outside, forbidding anyone from entering. No matter how formidable your methods, today you shall drink my foot bath. Changing into a fresh set of clothing, Kaisuk drew his short blade and silently practiced, continuously adjusting his state. With the plan progressing to this point, nearly 70% was complete. From the moment Uchiha Hikoichi stepped out of the camp, he had entered a countdown to death. Nevertheless, he felt some apprehension, fearing that unforeseen circumstances might allow the target, who was supposed to perish, to escape. To ensure absolute certainty, Kaisuk decided to take matters into his own hands, while also collecting some points along the way. Now equipped with swordsmanship and 2 different types of body flicker techniques, along with the subsequent development of Chidori, he could fulfill most combat requirements. Next, he aimed to acquire an item that would catalyze a transformative surge in power, the Mangekyō Sharingan. Exchange requirement, 100,000 points. Upon unlocking the Mangekyō, he would leap into the realm of clan leaders, a level often referred to as shadow-level power in his previous life. At that time, his fate would be his to command. As he had stated before, he did not demand terrifying strength, just the ability to maintain dominance over the 2 gods. Look how simple and unpretentious little Kaisuk's aspirations are. After toiling alone in the tent for some time and feeling adequately prepared, he formed a simple hand seal. And in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the spot. In the vast encampment, not a single person noticed his departure. When he reappeared, he was already about 2 kilometers outside the camp. Looking up at the specially designed kunai embedded deep within the trees, Kaisuk smiled slightly, feeling a sense of freedom as if he were soaring through the heavens. With the creation of a batch of specially designed kunai, he had instructed his subordinates to bury these little tools at marked points on the map. This way, at least in the southern region of the Land of Fire, he could achieve rapid spatial traversal. Unfortunately, the casting range of the Flying Thunder God technique was limited and could not be compared to other types of space-time techniques. As it stood, 2 kilometers was Kaisuk's limit. Techniques of the space-time variety placed greater emphasis on comprehensive abilities. The Flying Thunder God, on the other hand, excelled in mid-range, high-frequency flickering. As whispers faded, Kaisuk's figure had already vanished without a trace. 2 days later, Uchiha Hikoichi successfully intercepted the enemy forces. However, the outcome was entirely contrary to his expectations. At the onset of battle, the Uchiha clan fell into a comprehensive disadvantage. Had it not been for the desperate resistance of his subordinates, he might have failed to break through the enemy's encirclement. Damn it! At this point, he finally understood that he had fallen into Nara's cunning scheme. Do not let me escape, or one day, I shall make you pay dearly. He fantasized about revenge. Unfortunately, that opportunity would not come. A sudden whisper sent chills down Uchiha Hikoichi's spine. Before he could turn, A fierce blade of light enveloped him entirely. Chapter 30. Do you know the masked man? How is this possible? The imminent threat from behind sent Uchiha Hikoichi's soul reeling. He was close to elite Jonin level. Even in a less than optimal state, his focus did not reach even 60% of its peak. However, approaching silently was not something an ordinary ninja could achieve. Forcing his waist to exert strength, he turned his body completely. At the moment the blade light approached, he ultimately managed to deflect the attack with a kunai. Gazing at the masked enemy, Uchiha Hikoichi quickly formed hand seals, not forgetting to inquire, "Who are you?" A foolish question. A hoarse voice emerged, causing Jingjia to furrow his brow slightly, inwardly acknowledging that this adversary was indeed quite formidable. Utilizing the spatial coordinates on the ground, he closed the distance to less than 2 meters. Logically, no one could escape his sudden strike. Yet, his opponent managed to block it, appearing to be in a less than optimal state. As the battle progressed, the gap in strength between opponents of the same rank widened. Had the enemy been in perfect condition, even revealing his identity would likely not allow Jingjia to secure a victory, at best resulting in a stalemate. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, Uchiha Yen could likewise pose a challenge. Nevertheless, this individual had just survived a brutal clash, narrowly escaping death on the battlefield. With both physical strength and chakra plummeting below critical levels, a one-on-one confrontation might still present an opportunity for victory. With a swift hand sign, Jingjia appeared instantly behind his foe. What? Uchiha Yan's eyes widened as he forcefully interrupted his ninjutsu. Employing the stopping water flow instantaneous technique, Jingjia materialized beside his opponent, denying him the chance to execute his own jutsu. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Within an instant, he delivered 7 strikes, his blade gleaming with lethal intent, successfully carving a wound into the enemy's left shoulder. Of course, Jingjia himself was not unscathed. A powerful kick struck his abdomen, leaving him feeling as though he had been hit by a car. He rolled several meters before crashing into a large tree, finally coming to a halt. Coughing up blood, Jingjia slowly rose, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Long ago, he had realized that the world of Naruto was a predatory one. No, any world is like this. But here it is particularly stark. After personally dispatching captives from 3 clans, he had resolved that anyone who dared to obstruct him would meet their demise. Shaking off the blood from his blade, Jingjia crouched low, resembling a jungle panther stalking its prey. Are you one of the Uchiha? Uchiha Yan's eyes widened, his mind racing with countless thoughts. While appearance can be concealed and physique disguised, the marks of swordsmanship would ultimately betray him. Having never wielded a blade himself, he had certainly witnessed the art in action. With so many subordinates, there had to be those skilled in sword techniques. So that's how it is. Very well. The bloodied man exuded a frenzied aura. With swift hands, he completed a series of hand signs, summoning a fireball that engulfed a 30-meter radius ahead of him. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. These flames, manipulated by the caster's chakra, were exceedingly difficult for an average person to evade. The enemy's combat experience was vast. Within just 2 exchanges, he had deciphered the operational principles of the Flying Thunder God technique. Noticing the symbols inscribed on the ground, he quickly grasped the nature of the jutsu. Teleporting around these symbols? What a fearsome ninjutsu, Uchiha Yen sneered, eager to discover who dared to confront him. In ninja combat, information is paramount. Even the powerful Rinnegan cannot escape scrutiny, let alone the heavily restricted Flying Thunder God. Yan's Phoenix Fire had entirely enveloped the coordinate points, leaving the assassin with no means of evasion except to endure. Boom. The fireballs rained down like a torrential storm, leaving Jingjia with nowhere to hide. Should he choose to withstand the assault, he would likely face devastating consequences. But who had claimed that the coordinate points were limited to the surrounding area? A simple shift, and he found himself by the river 2 kilometers away, washing his hands in the stream and nursing his still aching abdomen. Jingjia then performed the hand signs to return to the battlefield. Observing the situation, Uchiha Yan's brow furrowed deeply. It appeared the range of his technique was quite extensive. The recent events made it clear that should the enemy wish to escape, there would be no possibility of detaining him. However, the assassin's rapid return also revealed another truth. He was the one who should be anxious. If he could not defeat his opponent, then retreat would be wise. Such a powerful ninjutsu must require a significant expenditure of chakra. In other words, the enemy could not frequently employ it, necessitating a risky approach to eliminate him. At that moment, he sensed an opportunity for a counterattack. Soon, Jingjia discerned the enemy's intent. A group of seasoned veterans, indeed quite difficult to confront. He had to admit that these renowned jonin were no ordinary foes. His previous successes in assassination had involved external factors and a fair amount of luck. Now, engaging in direct confrontation, Jingjia realized the true difficulty presented by these experienced jonin. The enemy was clearly intent on retreat, almost as if directly inviting him to engage in a battle to the death. For a fleeting moment, Jingjia considered employing the Chidori for a decisive kill, but quickly abandoned the thought. The Chidori's long-range assault was effective against outsiders, yet against a fellow clan member with Sharingan, its efficacy would be significantly diminished. Not to mention, he had concerns about maintaining his hidden identity. The existence of the Flying Thunder God would eventually be revealed, should the Chidori be unleashed today. It would lay bare his actions against a comrade. Scoundrel, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Recognizing he had no other choice, Jingjia's expression darkened as he steeled himself. Without uttering a word, his chakra surged forth, propelling him like a fleeting shadow to his opponent's side. Regrettably, before the three-tomo Sharingan, he had not yet reached the stage of being undetectable. He crouched to evade a diagonal slash, Yin swiftly shifted his stance, using a kunai to deflect the assassin's guard and thrust it into his abdomen. Beyond their combat experience, the disparity in strength was now apparent. Yin could easily parry the blade, while Jingjia, despite perceiving his opponent's intent, found himself overpowered in the end. Withdrawing the bloodied kunai, Yin kicked it away with force. Before Jingjia could land, a torrent of flames surged towards him. As expected, despite his injuries, Jingjia still attempted to utilize the Flying Thunder God. Bang! He fell to the ground in a disheveled state, narrowly avoiding being engulfed by the fireball. Gritting his teeth against the intense pain, he looked up at his adversary. Their gazes met, each filled with a sense of amusement. The battle had reached its conclusion. Both Jingjia and Yin shared the same thought. Chapter 31. I generally do not smile, unless I cannot help it. What is he laughing about? Uchiha Yin wondered, perplexed. No matter how one looked at it, he should have been in a position of complete dominance. Has he gone daft? He furrowed his brow in confusion, contemplating advancing to end the man's life. He feared that delaying too long might attract the attention of the three clan's pursuers. After taking just a couple of steps, he suddenly heard a familiar laugh. Ha ha. The sound was filled with mockery. The heightened senses of a ninja are keen. Jingjia's unmasked laughter could not possibly escape Uchiha Yin's notice. It's you, he exclaimed, a mix of surprise and anger flooding him. Perhaps Yin could never have fathomed that the clan member who had come to assassinate him that night would be none other than the other vice commander, Uchiha Jingjia. Alongside disbelief, a hint of grievance welled within him. Yes, he had repeatedly targeted Jingjia, both overtly and covertly. But that was merely the nature of power struggles. Wasn't that how it was always played? While he had applied continuous pressure, to be fair, Yin had never truly wished for Jingjia's death. Otherwise, with his influence, he had ample opportunities to eliminate him in the shadows. Little did he expect that his leniency would yield such an outcome. Cunning as he was, he had already surmised the transaction between Jingjia and Nara. That remarkable space-time ninjutsu was sufficient to ensure the young man's unobstructed access to the enemy's camp. Truly, a wolf in sheep's clothing. This was the evaluation he rendered. Clutching his wounded abdomen, Kaisuk struggled to sit up, spitting blood as he greeted his opponent with a smile. Ah, what a coincidence. What a coincidence indeed. Hikaru, unwilling to engage in further conversation, thought bitterly. After all, the other party had meticulously plotted his demise, and thus he could not be blamed for his ruthless disposition. The Uchiha clan's once-in-a-century genius was destined to fall at his hands today. A twisted sense of satisfaction surged within him. Remember, be cautious in your next life. With that, he prepared to strike. However, to his surprise, Kaisuk let out a chilling laugh. Is this your dying wish, Commander Hikaru? As the words dying wish echoed in his ears, a kunai plunged deeply into his enemy's abdomen, mirroring his own injury. Does it hurt? Kaisuk mocked, dodging the retaliatory blow with a cold smile. Hikaru's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him no time to contemplate his predicament. In the next moment, blood splattered as the esteemed vice commander of the Southern Legion collapsed like a stray dog in a pool of his own blood. Can't comprehend it. Can you? Kaisuk grinned, gesturing towards a specific spot on his own abdomen. With his last ounce of strength, Hikaru lowered his gaze, and a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. He finally understood why he had failed. System notification, killed Uchiha clan Jonin, gained 3, 850 points. Points, 5, 166. The rewards for defeating a Jonin are indeed substantial. Kaisuk mused silently, incinerating the enemy's corpse with a fire technique. His earlier venture was not solely to eliminate foes, but to inscribe spatial coordinates onto the enemy. If successfully marked, he could strike at any moment. As long as the target was not in rapid motion, effectively delivering a death sentence to his opponents. Below the clan leader level, it was nearly impossible to react swiftly. Regrettably, the coordinates could not be used as a conventional method. It required direct contact with the enemy's body, making it far more efficient to simply stab them with a kunai, unless one was willing to exchange their life in a manner akin to today. Such an opportunity was rare. Should information leak, the chances of marking coordinates would diminish further, as many would prefer to take a wound rather than allow him to succeed. After obliterating the scene and disposing of Hikaru's body, Kaisuk utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. About 10 minutes later, he encountered signs of a struggle. Pursuers were closing in. Akuto Cookie was responsible for the pursuit, and truth be told, he hadn't felt such exhilaration in a long time. While it was regrettable to let the enemy leader escape, annihilating the Uchiha forces would be enough to restore their tarnished reputation. Report, clan leader. A clan member responsible for reconnaissance quickly brought him news. What did you say? Akuto pushed aside his subordinates, hastily approaching the charred corpse. Upon careful inspection, he joyfully discovered that the nameless charred body indeed belonged to Uchiha Hikaru. Not wanting to dwell on the details, he was solely focused on bringing the body back to claim credit. With this achievement, his position as clan leader of Akuto would be secure. As for Uchiha's revenge, he had no intention of concerning himself with it. After all, he was already preparing to flee. Who would care about animosities? Soon, news spread far and wide, known to both sides. At the Uchiha camp, the clatter of a shattered teacup resounded as the commander, struggling to suppress a laugh, attempted to maintain a facade of seriousness. Nara Higashi, you are utterly insufferable, he murmured, pinching his thigh to stifle the mirth. After regaining composure, Uchiha Rai furiously issued commands. We must seek vengeance. The blood of the Uchiha cannot be shed in vain. He ordered the severely injured Kaisuk to remain at the camp while he personally led the charge to decisively eliminate the southern conflict. After today, the southern region would be entirely under Uchiha Rai's control. The thought was exhilarating indeed. Once alone, the elder could no longer contain his excitement. Hearing laughter emanating from the tent, several unit leaders exchanged glances, choosing to ignore their leader's mirth. As for Kaisuk, he had not participated in this farce. It was best that everyone understood the unspoken agreement. He needed to rest and had no desire to join in their theatrics. With Uchiha Rai firmly in power, he solidified his position as the one who stood above all others. No one dared to criticize him, even if he were to dance on Uchiha Hikaru's grave. Uchiha Rai, coveting the position of clan leader, needed to maintain his image, while Kaisuk was free to act as he pleased. Before long, half a month passed swiftly. The once mighty three noble families that dominated the southern region of the Fire Country had withdrawn from the conflicts, migrating en masse to the Land of Lightning, seeking a peaceful sanctuary. This marked their complete exit from the struggle for supremacy. Meanwhile, the Senju clan commenced a frenzied campaign of retribution, visibly displeased with the Uchiha's actions. Under the assault of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, the Uchiha faced relentless defeats on the front lines, even being driven to the brink of annihilation. With no retreat left, clan leader Taijima was compelled to swallow his pride, hoping that Uchiha Rai's Southern Legion could bolster the main battlefield. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the commander refrained from making demands. With a wave of his hand, he dispatched 200 available warriors, led by Vice Commander Kaisuk, to confront the Senju in the heart of the Fire Country. Including his own elite forces, a total of 253 ninjas would be under Kaisuk's command. At last, the Senju clan, we shall meet. Chapter 32, The Return of the Warrior King. Discovering a true comrade, the mobilization of such a large force necessitated that all manner of obstacles make way. The 200 family ninjas, dispatched as reinforcements by Uchiha Rai, also served as a parting gift to Kaisuk. Throughout the journey, Shinya busied himself, constantly employing Jinjutsu to assess the loyalty of the ninjas. Those willing to accept the trials and successfully pass would officially join Kaisuk's ranks as members of his elite unit. For those unwilling to comply, that was acceptable. Everyone had their aspirations, and he couldn't demand complete transparency from all. As long as they followed orders, they could still be considered part of the Southern Legion's combat hierarchy. A handful of troublesome individuals had already been noted by Uchiha Izumi, with plans to ensure their demise in battle when the opportunity arose. To unify the troops. This Southern Expeditionary Force took their time. The journey that should have taken 2 or 3 days extended to a full 7. The receiving commander cursed Kaisuk internally countless times. Yet in the end, he had to approach with courtesy to greet him. "Commander Kaisuk, welcome to our ranks." With a fleeting glance, Kaisuk arrogantly nodded, showing no intention of pausing. The main force sped past. Had it not been for the vigilance of the welcoming party, they might have been swept away by the crowd. "How dare they treat us with such disdain?" One clan member finally voiced his frustration after the throng dispersed. Indeed, the ignored commander muttered with an odd tone. "You can act arrogantly if you win a battle." In truth, he too felt dissatisfied. Anyone in his position would likely feel similarly. However, lacking the strength to confront Kaisuk, he refrained from acting rashly, not wanting to become the next subject of gossip. Soon, the Southern Legion entered the military fortress constructed by the Uchiha. The existence of ninjutsu had led to an exceptionally advanced infrastructure in the world of the Hokage. The encampment stretched over 50 miles, dotted with watchtowers both grand and modest. A sentry post stood every 100 meters, each manned by the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Should the barrier department detect any anomalies, orders would be dispatched immediately, ensuring that clan members could arrive at the scene within 10 seconds. This alone made Kaisuk acutely aware of the brutal reality of the battlefield, far exceeding the conflicts in the southern territories. Perhaps aware of the plight of the reinforcements, the clan leader, Taijima, had dispatched personnel once more. This time, Kaisuk found it impossible to maintain his aloof demeanor. "It has been a long time, Teacher Keisuke." The man before him was Uchiha Keisuke, who had once imparted invaluable guidance to him. "The clan leader has sent me to welcome you," he continued, unable to suppress a note of admiration. In just over a year, the boy who had struggled to maintain his Sharingan had transformed into a pivotal figure within the clan. His gaze swept over the short blade at the boy's waist, and he felt a surge of relief that he had not declined the opportunity to mentor him. It was easy to add embellishments, but now, anyone who encountered Kaisuk would respectfully address him as commander. However, in his humble beginnings, it was only he who had provided the precious spark of encouragement. Such rare camaraderie, if used judiciously, could sustain Uchiha Keisuke for a lifetime. "Stay put and wait," Kaisuk instructed after a brief command, then proceeded with his teacher towards the core area. Along the way, Uchiha Keisuke summarized the battlefield situation. 3 months prior, the clan leader had engaged in a fierce battle with Senju Tobarama, resulting in mutual destruction. "Is Senju Tobarama so formidable?" Kaisuk inquired. Realizing the tremendous strength of a leader at the pinnacle of power, he fell silent, recognizing the cruelty of the Warring States era. While he had indeed made significant progress, he was far from being reckless. If he were to regard Senju as merely another Nara or a Kimichi, he would likely face annihilation. Keisuke continued his explanation. "The main battlefield is relatively secure. Our clan has been entrenched here for many years, and the Senju cannot breach our defenses easily. The true concern lies on the other front." Understanding his teacher's implication, Kaisuk realized that the Uchiha's main forces had exhausted their strength in resisting the Senju. The Uzumaki clan loomed menacingly in the opposite direction, leaving the Uchiha in a precarious situation. The role of the southern forces was to provide support at the Uzumaki battlefield. "I shall not conceal this from you," Uchiha Keisuke revealed, shocking Kaisuk with his words. "Not long ago, Uzumaki Ashina personally led a charge, and our clan suffered a crushing defeat, with even the commander slain on the battlefield. To command a large army, one must at least be an elite jonin." The fact that Uzumaki Ashina could slay him on the spot indicated his strength was at least that of a clan leader. For many years, the outside world had underestimated this leader of the Uzumaki clan, Keisuke lamented. As his teacher had stated, the leader of the land of whirlpools possessed terrifying power that could instill fear in anyone. "Who is currently overseeing the situation there?" Kaisuk inquired, concerned for his clan. He thought, surely Taijima would not send him alone to face the Uzumaki clan. That would be akin to outright betrayal. "It is the clan's second elder," came Keisuke's reply, causing Kaisuk's brow to furrow slightly. In the era of warring states, prominent clans had numerous branches and side families, and to protect their own interests, Nearly every family formed a council of elders. The Uchiha were no exception. Uchiha Rai was a powerful elder within the clan, responsible for addressing threats in the southern region. So this second elder likely held a similar position. What is the strength of this second elder? Kaisuk questioned. He should also be a leader-level powerhouse, Keisuke replied. That is somewhat reassuring, Kaisuk thought, feeling a slight sense of relief. He did not wish to see his hard-earned foundation dismantled in one fell swoop. Kaisuk. A familiar voice interrupted their conversation. Looking up, under the blazing sun, he saw a youth with spiky hair clad in red armor, grinning at him from atop a stone wall. The sunlight was dazzling, making it difficult for Kaisuk to discern the youth's features. However, the overwhelming aura emanating from him immediately revealed his identity. Madara. With chakra surging beneath his feet, Kaisuk dashed forth like lightning, his short blade crackling with electricity. Excellent timing, Madara exclaimed, drawing his long sword, his face alight with the joy of reuniting with a friend. Their exchange, however, bore a somewhat unconventional flavor. A ferocious gust of wind gathered as Madara swung his sword in a horizontal arc, unleashing a force akin to a mountain crashing down. The violent momentum made Kaisuk's heart race. Uchiha style, foot explosive. He called out, "Goodness, is this guy trying to kill me?" Chapter 33. It would be better if your father were gone. After a considerable time apart, Kaisuk finally encountered Uchiha Taijima once more. He still bore a perpetually sullen expression, as though he were perpetually dissatisfied with everyone around him, which did little to endear him to others. They say the Uchiha clan produces handsome men and beautiful women, but the appearance of this clan leader was certainly a matter of contention. Kaisuk silently berated him, but maintained the utmost respect outwardly. "Fantastic. I knew I was right about you," Taijima said, patting the young man's shoulder, a self-satisfied look on his face. One might think that Kaisuk's rise had something to do with him. The shamelessness of his demeanor caused Madara to subtly avert his gaze, thinking, "Father, please don't embarrass yourself." After exchanging a few casual remarks, the clan leader suddenly expressed interest, asking, "How did your recent spar with your brother go?" Upon hearing this, Kaisuk and Madara exchanged glances, both surprised. In Kaisuk's eyes, Madara was truly the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, his strength skyrocketing at an astonishing rate, especially in terms of physical prowess. The 11-year-old Dance King had already entered a phase of rapid growth. During their first clash, Kaisuk had nearly lost his grip on his weapon. His physical strength had reached the level of a Jonin, his chakra also at Jonin level, while his mental strength was more difficult to assess. However, he could not recall anyone able to trap Madara in a Jinjutsu, coupled with his Sharingan, which had presumably evolved to an unknown degree. Madara now approached the pinnacle of Jonin strength. His progress was no less significant than Kaisuk's. On the other hand, Madara was equally impressed. This boy was over 2 years his junior, and in a match against someone his own age, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage within mere exchanges. With his sharp swordsmanship and formidable speed, he dared not let his guard down. He had heard that Kaisuk had created a particularly powerful lightning release technique, ideally suited for the Uchiha clan. Madara was eager to witness it firsthand. He too possessed the ability to use lightning release, but preferred to study fire release instead. It was a draw, Madara replied to his father's question. "Is that so?" Taijima maintained his smile, seemingly genuinely pleased. However, Kaisuk was not swayed by his facade. The old man was thick-skinned and cunning, the type to smile while delivering a stab in the back. He couldn't fathom how he had produced a son like the Dance King. Looking around casually, Kaisuk suddenly inquired, "Where's Izuna? Why hasn't he come to greet me?" At this, Madara chuckled. "He found out about your numerous achievements in battle and insisted on rushing to the front lines. After I refused him, he locked himself away to train. It's been difficult for me to even catch a glimpse of him." "Ha." Kaisuk laughed heartily, his tone laced with schadenfreude. "When I go to see him, I'll give him a proper motivation to continue growing stronger." "What motivation?" Madara questioned, intrigued. "Why, of course, a good old-fashioned beating. The proud Izuna will surely work even harder to train. As long as he understands the importance of effort, it will save him from being cut down in the future. That would be utterly embarrassing." A thought of Senju Tobarama flashed through Kaisuk's mind, and a figure leapt into his consciousness. Observing the increasingly composed Dance King, he understood that the other party had likely begun a clandestine exchange with Hashirama. To what extent had their relationship developed? Curiosity piqued. Kaisuk tapped his chin and slapped his thigh, deciding to embark on a discreet pursuit akin to that of another world. The scene of the two divine beings converging was one he could not afford to miss experiencing firsthand. Soon, various influential figures began to arrive at the main battlefield. With over 200 ninjas at his command, Kaisuk had undeniably become a powerful figure within his clan. Aside from the elders, none dared to challenge his authority. Perhaps Taijima intended to showcase his strength, warning him against harboring any foolish thoughts. To this, Kaisuk remained entirely indifferent. With Chidori in hand, he possessed the means to attract anyone he desired. As long as he continued to refine his strength, no one could impede his rise. In the future, the Uchiha clan was destined to be his and Madara's domain. Others would either choose to submit or retreat from the battlefield to enjoy a life of retirement within the clan. While Uchiha Taijima was formidable and exceptionally skilled, his narrow-mindedness destined him for mediocrity. At the banquet, Kaisuk unabashedly indulged in alcohol, even engaging in a drinking contest with Madara. Age, a mere jest. None present dared to consider him a mere youth. Those who did had become souls claimed by the blade. Under the night sky, Kaisuk and Madara strolled, exchanging anecdotes about their battlefield experiences. When would the war come to an end? The Dance King suddenly felt melancholic. Casting a glance at him, Kaisuk replied nonchalantly, "Once the enemy is annihilated, the war will naturally conclude." Madara, looking up at him, hesitated for a moment, a rare display of uncertainty. His hesitant demeanor astonished Kaisuk. "Speak your mind. Why have you become so indecisive?" "Oh," Uchiha Madara nodded foolishly, finally articulating thoughts he had not even shared with his brother. "Kaisuk, do you think it is possible for us to reconcile with the Senju? What? Have you been brainwashed by Hashirama?" After a prolonged silence, Kaisuk offered him a decisive answer. Resolving grievances is not inherently difficult. After a millennium of bloodshed, if we are not weary, the other side certainly is. With an incredulous look, Madara likely never anticipated such a response from Kaisuk. Ignoring the Dance King's astonishment, Kaisuk continued to express his thoughts. "Tell me, how many people still harbor the grudges of the previous generation?" "Very few, I would wager." "Do you know why?" Young Madara hesitated to respond. "Because everyone has grown old." In truth, he wished to say that they had all died, but felt it would disrespect the clan's fallen heroes. In a moment of clarity, he seemed to grasp Kaisuk's perspective. No matter how deeply rooted the hatred, it would inevitably fade with time. Gradually, the grievances of the older generation were seldom mentioned. To dissolve animosity and even collaboratively build an ideal village, one need not be overly cautious. A strong hand uniting the two clans would suffice. Dare to cause a ruckus? One word sufficed: kill. A span of 30 to 50 years would be ample to resolve the long-standing conflicts. The reasoning was simple. Those who could not let go of their hatred had perished. The new generation of ninjas, born into the village, found it challenging to possess the same empathy. Pausing momentarily, Kaisuk's views were, in fact, drawn from the original narrative's progression. Within the depths of hell, many could fight for survival. However, once they had tasted paradise, returning to hell became exceedingly difficult. This was also why, in the end, Uchiha Madara would meet with betrayal and isolation. Chapter 34. The first encounter with Senju Hashirama. Kaisuk's words nearly left Uchiha Madara speechless. It was likely that the Dance King was profoundly shaken. Had the timing been more opportune, he would undoubtedly have rushed to share this with his comrades. "I knew I was right about you," young Madara exclaimed excitedly, clapping Kaisuk on the shoulder. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he left the remark, "Wait for me," before returning to his camp. As the son of the clan leader and the future ruler of the Uchiha, Madara commanded a loyal force at his beck and call. He and Kaisuk would depart together in a week to resist the increasingly fierce onslaught of the Uzumaki clan. It seemed Taijima was beginning to sense his son's unusual behavior. No, to be precise, he likely had already become alert. It simply was not yet time to act. Lost in thought, Kaisuk was suddenly startled by the sound of rushing wind from afar. Looking up, his eyes glinted with excitement as he raised his arm, effortlessly catching what was approaching. It was a sheathed long sword. Drawing the blade revealed a chilling gleam under the moonlight. With a slight pulse of chakra, a layer of faint blue luminescence enveloped it. A unique manifestation of chakra. Normally, metallic weapons like kunai could also conduct chakra, but the transmission rate was exceedingly low. Only about 2% of the chakra output would manifest its true potential. Thus, it was rare to see anyone utilize this method due to its inefficiency. However, if one could discover a special metal with a higher transmission rate, It would significantly enhance the chakra's attachment power. For instance, the weapon in hand exhibited an astonishing 60% transmission rate. With a little research into the nature of chakra, it could be perfectly represented. While it might not elevate Kaisuk's upper limits of power, it would greatly bolster his foundational combat capabilities. In simpler terms, his encounters with ninjas of equal rank would become significantly easier. Against those weaker than himself, he could swiftly conclude battles as if slicing through vegetables. This would effectively raise his lower limit of strength, aiding in conserving energy during combat. After all, he could not rely solely on the rapid interchange of techniques like Shunshin and Chidori. Otherwise, no amount of chakra would suffice. Thank you. He accepted the weapon without hesitation, considering it a token of gratitude from Madara. After all, education comes at a cost. In the distance, clad in armor, Uchiha Madara approached step by step. Upon hearing Kaisuk's insincere words of thanks, he chuckled lightly. No need to thank me. It was my father who commanded me to retrieve this weapon from the clan's treasury. Kaisuk's expression shifted at the mention of the Uchiha treasury, a veritable trove of treasures. It was unlikely that Madara had ventured there solely to procure a weapon for himself. Casting a suspicious glance up and down at him, Kaisuk slowly withdrew his gaze as the Dance King's body stiffened slightly. Uchiha Madara let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had been seen through. After visiting the family treasury, he certainly would not return empty-handed. In fact, Kaisuk's presence had already altered many circumstances. In the original narrative, Madara's strength was unmatched among his peers. Despite his relentless dedication, he had always lacked a certain drive to grow stronger. Now, spurred by Kaisuk, a rare sense of urgency blossomed within him. He needed to hone his skills, develop his bloodline, and even ensure his weaponry was not left behind. After his trip to the treasury, he quickly selected a gift for Kaisuk, while he himself began rummaging through boxes for legendary blades. Ultimately, the heirloom weapon, the Uchiha fan, would be born approximately 6 to 7 years earlier than intended. Subconsciously touching the storage scroll at his waist, Uchiha Madara cleared his throat and concocted a casual excuse to make his exit. Puzzled, Kaisuk abandoned his inquiry and contemplated seeking out Izuna, whom he had not seen in a long time, to catch up. That night, it was said that intense sounds emanated from the second son's training grounds. Clan members marveled at how diligent Uchiha Izuna was, practicing tirelessly even at such a late hour. Little did they know, Izuna had transformed into a punching bag, serving as Kaisuk's test subject. Once Kaisuk left in high spirits, the battered youth was left to nurse his wounds alone. Damn it, one day I will surpass you. And the same goes for my elder brother. I, Izuna, am the one with the greatest talent. If this grand declaration were to reach Kaisuk's ears, he would undoubtedly regret his heavy-handedness. How could he have allowed himself to be so foolish? The following day, with nothing to occupy his time, Kaisuk resolved to seek out Ban for a rematch. Izuna was far too inept to engage in a satisfying battle. It was only with the king of dance that he truly felt exhilarated. However, when he knocked on the door, the butler informed him that the young clan leader had departed early into the mountains for training. Something was amiss. Kaisuk narrowed his eyes and followed the trail. In the midst of the forest, by a small stream, the young Ban idly skipped stones, his mind consumed by Kaisuk's earlier remarks. It was indeed a commendable approach to resolving conflict, but unfortunately, his father would never agree. Nevertheless, as long as he and Kaisuk were together, true peace could eventually be realized. Lost in thought, Ben suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself and unfastened his trousers to urinate towards the stream. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently behind him. Hey! The flow of water abruptly ceased, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not continue. Hashirama. Ignoring his friend's furious shout, the bespectacled, earnest youth regarded him with a look of astonishment. Ban, it seems you were not lying. You really do stop when someone is nearby. I've told you before, I can't go when someone is around. You idiot. One could only believe it after witnessing it firsthand. After a prolonged exchange of banter, they returned to normalcy, and Ban took the opportunity to share Kaisuk's idea. Utilizing time to dissolve hatred, Hashirama's eyes sparkled with understanding, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit. In the past, his pursuit had been aimless. He had never been certain of the possibility of achieving peace. To his surprise, Ban's clan had such insightful perspectives. Nervously rubbing his hands together, Hashirama yearned to meet this person face to face, despite knowing the considerable risks involved. Both he and Ban were not fools. They were tacitly aware of many issues. Should an outsider intervene, Hashirama feared it would ruin the hard-earned friendship they had built. While grappling with his thoughts, the earnest youth suddenly tensed, turning to glance into the woods behind him. 2 seconds later, Uchiha Ban also sensed something, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Emerging from the shadows of the trees was Uchiha Kaisuk, clad in black battle attire. Upon seeing him, Ban let out a sigh of relief. At least it was not his father. Yet, he quickly grew anxious again, as Kaisuk's footsteps showed no signs of halting. Placing his hand on the hilt of his blade, his Sharingan activated, fixating on the visibly shaken Hashirama. In the next moment, the blade was already poised at his front. Chapter 35. The First Clash of the Three Gods. Kaisuk, stop. Uchiha Ban never anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. He had thought they would get along well. But Kaisuk had initiated an attack right away. Indeed, the notion of mutual understanding and peace was a foolish wish shared only between the two of them. Caught in the middle, Ban found himself torn, while the other two engaged fiercely. Faced with Kaisuk's lightning-fast strike, Hashirama's right arm suddenly emanated a vast blue light. A manifestation of chakra over concentration. Seriously, must you be so exaggerated? In their true confrontation, Kaisuk finally understood why Uchiha Ban had always been overshadowed by this individual. That terrifying chakra was virtually indistinguishable from that of a tailed beast. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, facing the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Obito, Hashirama had gravely remarked that this individual's chakra surpassed his own. Just listen to that. What a mad claim. This illustrates the terrifying chakra possessed by the god of ninjas. Without any armor, he resolutely utilized chakra concentration to defend against Kaisuk's full-force strike. With the weight of the earth and the sharpness of the wind, he was indeed a formidable opponent. After exchanging a powerful blow, Kaisuk aimed to test his ninjutsu prowess. However, the bespectacled youth did not grant him the opportunity, lifting a foot and delivering a kick that sent a violent shockwave through the air. Aside from his chakra, the innate strength he possessed was the second major asset that allowed Senju Hashirama to dominate. It could be said that Tsunade's lifelong research into the Yin ceiling and immense strength was merely a passive skill of Hashirama. When facing Uchiha Ban, Kaisuk sensed the limitations imposed by his own body. Against Hashirama, the disparity magnified exponentially. Boom! The kick landed, sending Kaisuk soaring to the treetops. Ban raised his hand, seemingly attempting to dissuade him. The next moment, a piercing cry captured his full attention. This was the lightning-release ninjutsu that was widely rumored in the outside world. Ban temporarily forgot his inner turmoil, his instincts as a warrior igniting his anticipation for the impending clash. The Sharingan firmly locked onto Hashirama. Initially, Kaisuk merely intended to gauge the prowess of the ninja god. Now, however, he had changed his mind. The bowl-cut hairstyle of the earnest youth was irksome to him, and he could not fathom which fool had dared to style it so. For this reason alone, he decided to unleash a Chidori upon this fool. With his resolve solidified, the sound of birdsong intensified, the unleashed currents of electricity causing the branches of the great tree to begin to splinter. What a fearsome lightning-release ninjutsu! In contrast, Senju Hashirama was more in awe of this technique. He had heard his friend's exclamations and recognized that the earlier remarks had indeed come from the youth before him. Moreover, despite the intensity of the attack, he felt no killing intent emanating from his opponent. This indicated that the young man was not fighting with the intention to kill him. I see. Hashirama's eyes lit up as he grasped Kaisuk's intentions. He must be testing me. Regardless of how things may unfold in the future, we must possess the power to change everything. Truly, he was a wise one, capable of perceiving the profound significance behind every action. Bringing his palms together, a moment later, deep purple chakra surged forth from within him. Hashirama began to unleash his full power. With chakra far exceeding that of a Jonin, the ground around them rumbled incessantly. Come, witness my enlightenment. Bowl cut, get down. As stones cracked and the earth trembled, the two figures rapidly closed the distance between them. You both stop this at once. Just as they were about to collide, a round fan suddenly thrust itself into the fray, perfectly blocking the impending explosion of chakra from both sides. Uchiha rebound. To avoid causing harm, Ben intentionally reduced the force of the rebound. Damn it, you sly dog. Emerging from the crevice of rocks, Kaisuk slumped onto the ground, taking a moment to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Hashirama quietly crawled out of the river, his expression one of utter dismay. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Ben urinating in the river, and now he had ingested a bellyful of water himself. If he could find joy in this, he would truly be a ghost. As for Ban, unable to devise a good plan, he decided to simply thrash both of these fools into submission. As long as they complied, that would suffice. A sneak attack from behind. Ban, you have fallen. Less chatter, if you have the guts. Come at us together. Very well. Kaisuk, let us join forces against him. Half an hour later, the future three gods of the ninja world lay battered and bruised by the riverbank. To punish the sly one, Kaisuk and Hashirama had teamed up to press Ban down and teach him a lesson. However, as they continued to fight, they soon fell into internal strife, ultimately devolving into a chaotic free-for-all among the three of them. Shameless Uchiha. Your Senju clan isn't any better. With the unveiling of their Sharingan, it became meaningless to continue concealing their identities. Nonetheless, both sides found solace in the fact that their friendship remained unaltered by their differing stances. We are still too weak. Jingjia gently caressed the bruises on his face, his voice low as he spoke. This world is far more perilous than we can fathom. In his mind, the distant Atsitsuki clan surfaced quietly. Aside from Kaguya, who was sealed on the moon, the threats within the ninja world were no less daunting. The long-active cult of the evil gods, the sage of six paths hidden in the pure land, the compassionate strings of the chanting monk, and the ever-calculating Kurizetsu, who was always ready to scheme against the Uchiha. None of these were trivial matters. If Jingjia were to confront them alone, he would either be worn out or driven to madness. For the sake of the future, he must protect the two foolish ones by his side. It would be better not to be foolishly manipulated. Instead, they should contemplate how to ascend to the realm of the six paths. Indeed, our strength remains insufficient. Upon hearing this, Hashirama became even more convinced of his thoughts. Lying on the ground, he began to describe the beautiful vision in his heart. Yet, to his dismay, each sentence was met with Jingjia's sarcasm. The notion of each going their own way, establishing a village without the financial support of the feudal lords, was absurd. Without the backing of the feudal lords, would ordinary people trust a group of powerful ninjas? The idea of forced marriages. Were you thinking with your backside? There is no such thing as eternal peace. You will understand this sooner or later. Listening to their quarrel, Madara smiled with satisfaction. It seemed his role as the elder was not in vain. The road ahead was fraught with difficulties, and he could easily discern the immense resistance in resolving hatred. Glancing at Jingjia, whose cheeks were swollen, and Hashirama, whose one eye was nearly shut, Madara felt a sense of ease previously unknown to him. Chapter 36. The Advancing Uchiha Taijima. What a beautiful landscape. The future Hokage Rock, where three young individuals were envisioning their future. It was decided. Hashirama, with an invigorated expression, spread his arms wide. I shall build a village here. A sanctuary devoid of discrimination, where children need not partake in battles, and different clans can coexist harmoniously. Beside him, Madara's heart surged with excitement for that very future. Jingjia, will you help us? They both turned to the newly joined member. Me? Jingjia approached the cliff's edge, his gaze seemingly reflecting the scene of the future Konoha. The Hokage building, Ichiraku ramen, food streets, and a ninja academy. His complex gaze left the two beside him utterly perplexed. I too am eager for the construction of the village. Splendid. Hashirama was ecstatic, as it had been years since his dream had been shared with anyone. Even his closest brother could not comprehend his thoughts. Indeed, people could achieve mutual understanding, even between the Senju and Uchiha. Madara, Jingjia, I am truly. Wait a moment. Hashirama, whose features twisted with frustration, was interrupted by Jingjia's calm voice. Do not rejoice too soon. We are inconsequential to the entire ninja world. Yes, I understand, but the future. You are too naive, Hashirama. Once again, without hesitation, Jingjia interrupted him, turning his sharp gaze towards Hashirama. A person's thoughts will change with time. We are no exceptions. When you truly comprehend the brutality of war and the helplessness between people, you may not retain the sentiments you hold today. He silenced the youth who wished to retort, his tone becoming somber. Think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, I shall regard your dreams with disdain. Hearing this, Hashirama drew a deep breath. His gaze resolute. I will transcend suffering and continually advance towards my dreams. Gazing at the sincere expression on Hashirama's face, Jingjia was tempted to ask what would happen if he personally eliminated Tobirama. However, before he could voice it, Madara subtly restrained him. After some thought, Jingjia decided against pressing further. He might have just recalled the dismal fate awaiting the Uchiha in the future. The founders of Konoha, a prominent clan during the Warring States period, ultimately found themselves coerced by the likes of Sarutobi and Shimura. In retrospect, it seemed almost humorous. None could predict how the future would unfold. Jingjia's words were laden with meaning. Regardless of the journey, the three had finally exchanged their thoughts. After exchanging farewells, as the exuberant Hashirama departed, Madara suddenly inquired, "Jingjia, how did you come to be here?" Chuckling softly, Jingjia shook his head without answering. Instead, mumbling in confusion, "I've noticed that you become quite agitated whenever Hashirama is involved." "Impossible. He and I are merely ordinary friends. Do not overthink it," Madara swiftly denied. "Be cautious," Jingjia warned, not wishing to elaborate further. "I can sense your movements. Do you truly believe no one in the clan is aware of what you are doing? Being with him, you are destined to forfeit your family's blessings." I understand. But what do you mean by being with him?" Madara glared at him fiercely. In response, Jingjia swiftly vanished, his speed unmatched, even by the most agile dancers. With the reminder from his companion, Madara refrained from meeting Hashirama in the following days. Yet, alas, paper cannot contain fire indefinitely. One night, Uchiha Taijima cornered his son at home. "Madara, whom have you been meeting recently?" Taijima's tone was dark and seething with anger. Initially, Madara intended to fabricate a lie to deflect the question. However, for reasons unknown, he decided to probe his father's thoughts. 3 minutes later, Madara regretted his foolishness. The Uchiha and Senju have called a truce and are even jointly establishing a beautiful homeland. Taijima stared at his son as if he were a fool. "You have been influenced by the enemy?" Taijima questioned, filled with disappointment. "I never imagined you could be so naive. Have you spoken these words to outsiders?" Jingjia was aware. "Fool." The clan leader was nearly overcome with exasperation. "Uchiha Jingjia is a formidable opponent. You are effectively handing them leverage against you." Hearing this, Madara grew increasingly impatient. He was tired of his father's threats. He had heard similar rhetoric far too many times over the years. "Father, Jingjia is not the person you think he is." "Madara, I truly did not expect you to be so naive." Taijima was unwilling to heed his son's words. In truth, he was a stubborn old fool, whose mind was clouded by blind obedience, devoid of any notion of mutual understanding. With a snap of his fingers, shadows emerged from the surroundings. Uchiha's specially trained clan ninjas. Their purpose was simple, to handle matters that were inconvenient for the clan leader. The evidence of Uchiha Jingjia colluding with the enemy is irrefutable. Tonight, he shall be apprehended. Any who dare resist will face immediate consequences. Uchiha Taijima fixed his gaze on his son, ominously asking, "What do you think of this course of action?" Madara clenched his fists, knowing his father was likely attempting to intimidate him. The problem was, he could not afford to gamble. Losing would mean irretrievable consequences. "What do you truly want?" Madara finally capitulated. This time, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Convincing his father was arduous enough, let alone those filled with hatred among their kin. Indeed, Jingjia was correct. To eradicate hatred, one must employ extremely oppressive measures. Hoping for mutual understanding among all, that was merely a child's idle fantasy. Seeing his son relent, the clan leader waved his hand, and the ninjas vanished without a trace. "Do you know who the person you met by the riverbank was?" Before Madara could respond, Taijima revealed the truth. "His name is Senju Hashirama." "Oh, you probably know that. But do you realize he is the son of Senju Tobirama? In the realm of the thousand-handed Buddha, the current clan leader of the Senju, without a doubt, stands as the most formidable warrior of the Warring States era. A certain cousin of Madara met his demise at the hands of this individual. The animosity between the two parties runs deep, each wishing for the other's untimely demise." Hashirama gazed at Madara, his eyes slightly widened, unable to fathom that his companion was indeed the young leader of the Senju clan. Could this be fate? "Now, there is still a chance for redemption," Taijima said, gently patting his son's shoulder, his tone softening. Chapter 40. Your Highness the Princess. "Welcome to the Uchiha." "What do you mean, I am not an ordinary person?" Mito furrowed her brow in confusion, sensing something amiss. Though she was young and unable to comprehend Kyuji's playful banter, it did not imply that the others in her clan were oblivious to its implications. "How dare you speak such insolence to Her Highness? You shall not leave here alive today. Princess, let us subdue him together." Mito resolved to confront him alone today. Knowing that a victory would elevate her clan's morale immensely, beneficial for the upcoming battle against the Uchiha. The malevolent Uchiha demon had long desired to face her. With a simple initiation, the ground beneath her feet erupted. The terrifying chakra fluctuations caused Kyuji to furrow his brow, contemplating the merit of the sealing technique. However, if one cannot strike the enemy, all efforts are in vain. In comparison to chakra, her control was still lacking. As she adeptly dodged, Kyuji did not forget to use his words to disrupt her focus. The strength of the girl with the bun was commendable, yet her excessive concentration on power enhancement caused her to overlook the significance of control. It was not that she lacked the desire to control such formidable strength. Rather, she was simply unable to master it. Relying solely on brute force to conquer him was, to say the least, a rather naive notion. Her continuous assaults were effortlessly evaded by her opponent, and Mito began to realize that she might genuinely fail to land a hit. Instinctively, she started to form hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful jutsu to compel him into direct confrontation. However, before she could act, her expression soured, and she halted. There was no way she could eliminate her clan members surrounding her. As she hesitated, Kyuji transformed into a mere shadow, the blade poised dangerously against the young girl's neck. "You have lost." Casting a glance at the furious Mito, Kyuji fell silent, pondering whether to seize the opportunity to abduct her. If executed well, he might force the Whirlpool clan into a ceasefire. Even if that failed, it could at least instill some caution in that old man. In a direct confrontation, he recognized that the Uchiha would most likely not stand a chance. This was a fact acknowledged by Commander Hiroki, who had faced defeat multiple times in battles against the Uzumaki clan. Had it not been for the opposing side's reluctance to completely offend the Uchiha, the entire front would have collapsed long ago. Now that Kyuji had arrived, he certainly could not relinquish the initiative to them. Whether to engage in battle or not, the decision would rest solely in his hands. With this thought, he extended his finger, gently tapping Mito on the nape of her neck. "Sleep now, my beautiful princess." As she succumbed to unconsciousness, Mito's mind was filled with confusion, astonished that he truly dared to lay hands on her. Did she think that being a hostage would guarantee her escape? Such naivety. Before her father, all measures would be rendered ineffective. As he caught the collapsing bun-headed girl, Kyuji ignored the uproar from the surrounding Uzumaki clan members and instead turned his gaze towards the largest tent in the camp. There, a terrifying aura had already locked onto him. Kyuji knew that the true Uzumaki leader was undoubtedly within. Why did he still refuse to show himself? Such arrogance. Through the distance, Kyuji could almost sense the disdain emanating from the Uzumaki leader. It was a demeanor characteristic of elders, akin to the older generation, including Uchiha Mandai, who seemed to look down upon the newly risen successors. Kyuji held a nonchalant view towards this. As for Taijima, it was one matter. But the Uzumaki leader would inevitably pay for his haughtiness. The downfall of the Land of Whirlpools in the original narrative seemed to validate this belief. Choosing to ally with the Senju, yet wavering during battle, did he truly think the thousand-handed Buddha could not see through this? In this chaotic time, everything might seem negotiable. But the future was undoubtedly clear. It was time to settle old scores with the Land of Whirlpools. It would be beyond the imagination of Uzumaki Ashina to consider that the Uchiha and Senju might form an alliance in the future, rendering him an outsider. All factions were on high alert, and the old silver coin, Kuro, would undoubtedly meddle again. The perpetuation of the Land of Whirlpools was the greatest oddity of all. "Foolish clan," Kyuji sneered, beginning to form hand seals. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, seemingly sensing the fluctuations of space and time. The sensation it brought Kyuji was akin to the entire world converging upon him. This individual was none other than Uzumaki Ashina, a terrifying being of peak clan leader caliber. Such terrifying power, Kyuji mused silently, not forgetting to wave at him. In the next moment, both he and Mito vanished from their original positions. The bewildered Ashina, who had missed his target, finally lost his ever-present smile. He conceded that he had been too careless. An enemy daring to infiltrate the heart of the Uzumaki stronghold undoubtedly possessed the means to retreat unscathed. He found it laughable that he had underestimated his opponent. By the time he sensed the fluctuations of space and time, it was already too late to save his daughter. This led to the pressing question. If the Uchiha were to take Mito hostage and force the Uzumaki clan to surrender, what choice would he ultimately have to make? The life of his daughter versus the victory of battle lingered heavily in his mind. Uchiha camp. When Mito regained consciousness, She found herself inscribed with sealing techniques. While she could move, not a single drop of chakra could be gathered. The ubiquitous fan patterns around her clearly indicated one thing. She was in the Uchiha camp. I have been captured. The girl stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend how her captors had managed to abduct her from the camp. After much contemplation, her only hypothesis was that the scoundrel had taken her hostage, rendering her clan, including her father, paralyzed with fear. The thought felt utterly unreasonable. After struggling for quite some time, realizing she could not break free from the seals, she finally ceased her efforts. Had she known this would happen, she would have diligently learned sealing techniques from her father. Mito felt a tinge of regret. While she pondered, the sound of footsteps outside caught her attention. The bun-headed girl tightly shut her eyes, deciding to feign sleep temporarily, hoping for an opportunity to subdue her adversary with her physical prowess. Just as she closed her eyes, she sensed two individuals entering the room. Familiar voices soon rang in her ears. "Mayoi, I leave her in your care for now. No one but me can take her away, not even our esteemed elder Hiroki." The loathsome voice instantly brought back memories of her humiliating capture, making her feel as though she belonged to him. Beside her, a somewhat cold voice chimed in. "Yes, but I have a question. Do you think Kyuji wishes to keep her as his mistress? Should I prepare to educate her?" "Enough. Do not say another word," Kyuji interjected, a headache forming as he longed for the days when Mayoi had been more taciturn. Waving off his subordinate, he turned back to the bun-headed girl feigning sleep and slowly extended his sinful hands. Chapter 41. The grandfather of the child comes knocking. What does he intend to do? In her feigned unconsciousness, Mito's mind was suddenly flooded with memories of cherished tales. What are the sins of captivity? 1001 Nights in the enemy camp. The stories I must share with the enemy. These were all enlightening tales brought forth by the maidservants, and upon exposure, Mito found herself utterly captivated. Quick, stop! Ultimately, her sense of shame compelled her to open her eyes. As a result, she discovered that the youth had merely liberated her from her shackles. Although chakra may not be able to coalesce, autonomous action posed no issue whatsoever. Dispelling the fanciful notions in her mind, Mito steadied herself, finally regaining her former composure. "How did you bring me out?" She posed the most pressing question. In response, Kaisuk showed no hesitation, perhaps even unable to conceal the truth any longer. "Have you heard of space-time ninjutsu?" he inquired. The bun-haired girl was taken aback, finally grasping why she found herself in this place. If it were indeed the enigmatic realm of space-time, everything seemed to fall into place. Even her father's formidable strength could not thwart the effects of space-time ninjutsu. After a long silence, Mito posed a second question. "What do you truly intend to do?" "Quite simple," Kaisuk replied, shaking his finger with a glint of excitement in his eyes. "As long as the Uzumaki withdraws their forces, I shall personally apologize." "Humph, do not even think about it," the girl retorted without reservation. "The Uchiha have committed numerous atrocities, and my clan will join forces with the Senju to put an end to your wickedness." "Wickedness?" Kaisuk chuckled, shaking his head, unperturbed by her words. He could see that she was a typical victim of deception. The Uchiha's transgressions were indeed hard to justify. The land of survival was limited. If I do not strike first, it is only a matter of time before they come for me. In the original narrative, Konoha had not launched an aggressive campaign against the outside world since its inception. What was the outcome? During the 3 Great Ninja Wars, Konoha had become the target of relentless assaults. So were the sand, lightning, water, earth nations, as well as the smaller villages like Rain and Grass, all considered wicked? The land of fire was fertile and abundant, with a top-tier climate. Its inhabitants naturally wished to avoid war. Yet, what of other nations? Some could hardly secure basic living conditions. What should they do? Wait for death? History has proven that peace is always relative. Kaisuk understood this, but unfortunately, others did not share his unique experiences and could not view historical issues from an observer's perspective. He did not intend to correct the girl's misconceptions. Instead, he paused, his smile suddenly taking on a sinister edge. "Then there is no choice. For the future of our clans, I must employ unconventional means. I, Uzumaki Mito, am not one to be easily intimidated." "Well then," Kaisuk declared, clenching his fist with enthusiasm, "I request that the princess remain here for a few months. During this time, I shall share meals and a bed with her, and when our child is born, I will personally escort you home." "Child?" Mito was taken aback, struggling to keep pace with the boy's erratic reasoning. "Indeed," Kaisuk explained with a smile. "Once we have a child, The Uchiha and Uzumaki will become one family. For the sake of our grandson, Uzumaki Akina will not continue to trouble us. Uchiha Kaisuk. Mito fumed, having never encountered such brazen audacity. What do you mean? Having a child? I would rather remain single for life than consider marrying you. Infuriated, she sat up, feeling an overwhelming urge to pounce and strike the boy. Lady, a voice called from outside the tent. With a few brief instructions, Kaisuk nodded, gesturing towards the bun-haired girl. Keep an eye on her. Do not let outsiders approach. Yes. Turning back to the girl who had averted her gaze, he smiled and said, My child's grandfather is here. I must personally go and greet him. Initially, Mito did not react, but once she realized who was meant by child's grandfather, the scoundrel had already vanished. You better wait. Utilizing a pre-established spatial coordinate, Kaisuk swiftly arrived at the front line. He lifted the flap of the tent, disregarding the multitude of bewildered gazes, and casually took his seat among his comrades. Cough. Kaisuk has arrived. The Legion commander Hiroki coughed lightly, frequently casting glances at Uchiha Obito. Reluctantly, Obito sighed and addressed Kaisuk. I have heard that you have abducted the princess of the Uzumaki clan? Indeed, Kaisuk nodded, exuberantly expounding, I plan to unite with her, using our offspring to thoroughly dismantle the Uzumaki from within. Uchiha Hiroki, Uchiha Obito, the assembled leaders, rubbing his aching head. Uchiha Hiroki finally comprehended why the clan had felt somewhat helpless in the face of this youth. Such a person, who played by his own rules, was often the most troublesome, as one could never predict his next move. Who could have foreseen that he would dare infiltrate the enemy camp and return with the princess of an entire nation? As for the notion of having children, everyone dismissed it as mere nonsense. Being just a child himself, it was doubtful he had the capacity to fulfill such a notion. On the other hand, Uchiha Obito was more intrigued not by the princess, but by the intelligence regarding the mysterious ninjutsu. Do you truly possess the ability to perform space-time ninjutsu? He inquired softly. Indeed, Kaisuk replied with an air of modesty, not forgetting to boast, Who am I? The strongest genius of the Uchiha in a millennium. Is it so strange that I can perform space-time ninjutsu? Self-created? Of course. I call it the Flying Thunder God technique. What do you think of the name? Merely average. As the two engaged in hushed conversation, Uchiha Hiroki began organizing the pre-battle arrangements. The fact that Uzumaki Akina had been forced to join the battlefield was unforeseen by many. Now, they had to confront the threat posed by a pinnacle-level clan leader. The older generation of ninjas was filled with trepidation, unwilling to confront the enemy directly, while the two promising newcomers present were eager to engage. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, they will be met with generals, and when water flows, the earth shall cover. Kaisuk waved his hand, appearing brimming with confidence. Indeed, we will not know if we can succeed until we engage. Obito concurred, nodding in agreement. He was acutely aware that thoughts akin to those of a newborn calf, fearless of tigers, were likely racing through the minds of those present. Fear not. Time will reveal who the true stronghold is. Whether it be Uzumaki Akina or Senju Hashirama, they will ultimately become the defeated under my Uchiha Obito. This was a confidence befitting a true strongman. As for Kaisuk, he did not harbor such domineering thoughts. With Mito in hand, he had no fear of Uzumaki Akina turning against him completely. He would wager that the indecisive man had yet to determine how to face the Uchiha. Chapter 42. The Dual Gods Unite. Let you know what arrogance truly means when 1,000 men gather. They obscure the clouds and block the heavens. When 10,000 assemble, they become boundless and shoreless. Kaisuk's most profound sensation at present was the omnipresence of Red. On the southern battlefield, the three clans had yet to engage in a significant face-to-face clash. The largest battle he had personally experienced was merely a few hundred participants in a canyon chase. Truly, the numbers were impressive, befitting a nation-building clan. Kaisuk marveled. Humph, a bunch of fools, Uchiha Obito scoffed, arms crossed defiantly, his gaze radiating an aura of dominance. The two stood side by side at the front lines, fearlessly facing the surging tide of enemies, their banter evoking envy from those around them. Had it been Commander Hiroki, he would have found it impossible to shake off the pressure weighing upon him. Uzumaki Akina was no ordinary being. She was capable of conversing on equal terms with Senju Hashirama, reaching the pinnacle of clan leader strength. Beyond that lay the realm of legend, the specifics of which remained unknown. In essence, Uzumaki Akina represented the strongest of the warring states. Elder Hiroki was also a clan leader-level powerhouse. Yet he understood that an insurmountable gap in strength existed between them. This was why he sought assistance. Quality could not match up, at the very least. They needed to ensure parity in numbers, or else what was the point of fighting? Suddenly, the surging red tide parted, revealing Uzumaki Akino walking forth. Her aura firmly locked onto the two most conspicuous figures in the enemy ranks. Kaisuk, clad in black battle attire with a long knife slung at his waist, and Obito, donned in red armor while bearing the Uchiha fan on his back. He initially believed that Mito was the most remarkable successor, but he did not anticipate that the Uchiha clan could simultaneously nurture two prodigious youths. What extraordinary fortune! Vortex Erasure narrowed his eyes, an ominous aura surging forth like an overwhelming tide towards the two youths. Unable to withstand it, they would soon be rendered incapable of participating in the impending war. The dreadful pressure of the battlefield would gradually corrode their spirits, reducing the once celebrated children of destiny to mere mortals. However, Vortex Erasure ultimately underestimated the situation. His actions merely awakened the Sharingan in the two Uchihas, yielding little effect otherwise. To an outsider, it appeared as though he was bullying the weak. The illustrious founder of the Land of Ways was reduced to exerting pressure on two young boys after his daughter had been abducted. Such news would be utterly humiliating. Observing the two youths, who remained unfazed, Uchiha Hiroki stepped forward and mockingly exclaimed, "Vortex Erasure, you truly are regressing with age." Indeed. The Vortex clan leader chuckled at his own predicament before channeling his chakra and solemnly declaring, "Release Mito, or I will lay waste to your Uchiha clan today." With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and the ninja formation behind him instantly readied itself. At a single command from the clan leader, a formidable army-level jutsu would rain down upon the enemy forces. Facing such a large-scale offensive, even the mighty Ten Tails in its incomplete form would struggle to escape in a short time. The power of army-level ninjutsu was thus evident. "Foolish Vortex, do you truly believe you can contend with us?" The battalion leader bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the battlefield. "Let the enemy witness who is the strongest clan in the Land of Fire. Charge!" As soon as the command was issued, 30 ninjas from the formation simultaneously performed hand seals, the process of chakra fusion proceeding seamlessly. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique, 30. A colossal fireball, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, traversed 100 meters in an instant, poised to engulf the enemy formation entirely. At that critical moment, the Vortex Clan's army-level ninjutsu was successfully conjured. Water style, Water Barrier Technique, 30. The clash of flames and waves erupted, unleashing a massive cloud of steam that enveloped the battlefield. Observing the situation, Uchiha Hiroki immediately commanded, "Advance." The Uchiha, endowed with the Sharingan, would hold a distinct advantage in the dense fog. There was no time to hesitate. "Follow me into battle." Kaisuk was the first to charge forward. Behind him, over 80 ninjas skilled in the Chidori instinctively distanced themselves to avoid becoming entangled. Just as they formed their battle array, a deluge of shuriken and kunai hurtled toward them, occasionally interspersed with a few potent ninjutsu aimed at delivering a long-range strike. "Scatter!" Kaisuk waved his hand, and the formation swiftly dispersed, evading the onslaught with composure. At this moment, both sides were perilously close. His formidable dynamic vision allowed him to catch glimpses of figures racing through the fog behind them. Hand seals. With that, a melodious birdsong resonated, followed by a symphony of thunderous roars that drowned out all other sounds on the battlefield. This was his ultimate technique. Behind him, Madara observed with a touch of admiration. Such a splendid spectacle was indeed rare. Faced with an assault of this magnitude, any opponent would be left floundering. As he pondered, the torrent of lightning plunged into the enemy formation, breaking through and piercing directly through their ranks. Again, Kaisuk commanded, prepared to replicate his earlier maneuver. Should he unleash several rounds, it would surely dismantle the enemy's morale. At that juncture, the scales of victory would tilt heavily in their favor. Without numerical superiority, the Vortex clan would seem far less formidable. His thoughts were commendable, yet some were unwilling to acquiesce. "Uchiha brat, do not grow too arrogant." An unfamiliar red-haired man charged towards him, not granting him the opportunity to regroup. Reluctantly, Kaisuk had to break formation and confront him alone. "Tama, retreat from the battlefield and prepare for a second group charge." "Sir, do not worry. If I wish to leave, none can stop me." With that declaration, Kaisuk reversed course. his hands swiftly forming seals as he transformed into a streak of light, racing into the enemy ranks. Arrogant, before the Vortex Man, Kaisuk unsheathed his long blade, flames engulfing it instantly. Today, I shall show you what true arrogance is. Uchiha style, blade of flames. With an exceptional conductive weapon, he was finally able to unleash the perfected Uchiha sword technique. Coupled with the body flicker technique, he was a veritable reincarnation of Uchiha Shursui. The searing flames ignited the enemy's chest, spilling forth a torrent of blood. Within 3 seconds, Kaisuk unleashed a flurry of 7 strikes upon his adversary. Yet, such a fierce assault still failed to eliminate the foe immediately. It was often said that the Vortex clan possessed a robust physique. Today, he was thoroughly enlightened on that fact. Damn it, you cannot escape. The Vortex Jonin spat blood, his gaze filled with a vengeful resolve to perish alongside his enemy. The audacity of this young brat to invade his ranks and engage him in battle was unforgivable. Having failed to secure a killing blow, he recognized only a path to death remained. At the cost of his injuries, he deemed it worthwhile to exchange his life for that of the Uchiha genius. 2 kunai. 3 long blades, left no room for evasion. Die. Chapter 43, Dance of Death, Madara's desperate waltz in the chaos of large-scale warfare. Being ensnared within the enemy camp is the gravest peril. A single misstep could easily lead to being besieged by multiple foes. Such was the predicament of Kaisuk. Unless he possessed a defense of absolute caliber, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught from all directions. Perish. Faced with a potentially lethal strike, Kaisuk raised his hand and performed several simple seals. In the next moment, he vanished in plain sight, leaving behind a specially crafted kunai. He disappeared? The man suddenly recalled earlier rumors. It was said that the Uchiha's fearsome demon possessed mastery over mysterious space-time ninjutsu. He had made a note of this initially. Yet in the heat of battle, he had forgotten. It cannot be said that he was foolish. Space-time techniques were exceedingly rare, and the majority lacked the capacity to counter them. Damn it, do not let me catch you. Just as he spoke, the man felt a blur before his eyes. Kaisuk reappeared, wielding a blade crackling with electricity. Chidori blade. With a thrust, the long blade penetrated the enemy's chest effortlessly. The paralyzing properties of the lightning rendering the foe incapable of resistance. System notification, killed Vortex Clan Jonin, earned 1630 points. Not yet 2000 points. It seems this opponent is not quite formidable. Kaisuk shook his head, displaying a hint of disdain. As one ascends to Jonin rank, the disparity in points becomes increasingly staggering. This unknown Jonin was evidently a mere novice who had just recently broken through. Together, they likely did not measure up to those seasoned Jonin. Assessing the significant depletion of his chakra, Kaisuk felt a surge of frustration. He sensed a considerable loss. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique necessitated a substantial reserve of chakra in advance. While this posed no challenge to shadow-level powerhouses, one must not forget that Kaisuk's chakra reserves had yet to reach Jonin tier. A moment's inattention could easily lead to perilous circumstances. In light of this, he had no choice but to reformulate his seals and retreat to a base 2 kilometers away to recuperate. This war would undoubtedly not conclude easily. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was likewise engaged in fierce combat. Unlike Kaisuk, his conventional combat prowess had already reached the Jonin level, allowing him to face any adversary without fear. Just like now, a veteran Jonin from the Vortex clan stood before Madara, boasting an impressive score of at least 3,500 points. His strength was undeniably formidable, and his chakra reserves were ample, capable of unleashing devastatingly lethal ninjutsu with mere gestures. Confronted by such a formidable threat, Uchiha Ban exhibited no trace of retreat. With a fan in hand, he possessed the confidence to face any adversary skilled in ninjutsu. A terrifying torrent surged toward him, unperturbed. Ban wielded his fan and absorbed the entire onslaught of the water dragon with astonishing ease. A foolish choice indeed. The young Ban wore a scornful smile as he lightly flicked his wrist, sending the water dragon surging back toward the enemy ranks. Uchiha rebound. Dense chakra coalesced as his scythe sliced through the air, swiftly dispatching several encroaching foes. Excellent, just like that. Burn everything and continue to dance. A hint of madness glimmered in Ban's eyes as he reveled in the thrill of battle. He plunged his fan forcefully into the ground and formed hand seals. Powerful flames gradually gathering in intensity. Fire release, great fire annihilation. This mere B-rank fire technique unleashed an effect nearing that of an S rank. In the Warring States period, ninjas primarily focused on close combat, using fire techniques merely to disrupt the enemy's formation. The true style that allowed Ban to fight with abandon was the desperate waltz of blades drawn close. He was unaware of the situation with Kyukai, yet Ban understood the strength of his commander better than anyone else. To avoid a large-scale rout, the optimal strategy was to carve a breach in the enemy lines. With his Sharingan focused, Ban charged into the fray, his fan and scythe dancing in unison, unleashing a storm of bloodshed. Uchiha scum, you shall not leave this day alive. The ninjutsu-wielding Jonin closed in once more, only to find himself engulfed in the smoke Ban had expelled. Fire release, dust concealment technique. He expelled a cloud of scalding dust forward, which spread out upon contact with the ground. Not only did it obscure vision, but it also inflicted high-temperature damage upon enemies, eventually igniting into an explosion. Boom! Staggering away from the blast, the Whirlpool Jonin sensed impending doom and summoned several subordinates. The five formed a defensive formation, waiting for the enemy to approach. As expected, the arrogant Uchiha youth truly charged in alone, his audacious demeanor clearly dismissive of the five. Damn it! With a furious roar, the five launched themselves at the enemy. 3 minutes later, a blood-soaked Uchiha Ban shed his tattered armor and led his arriving subordinates into the fray once more. Behind him lay all five, fallen in a pool of blood, with the Whirlpool Jonin's head severed, a sight too gruesome to behold. A beautiful performance. Before departing, the young Ban left behind a compliment for his foes. Alas, they could neither hear nor take pride in it. To the left, the torrent of Chidori, a sight to behold, heralded like a death sentence. To the right, the Dance King surged forward, obliterating all who obstructed him, his lethality truly terrifying. The Uchiha duo unleashed their might, completely penetrating the enemy's ranks, forcing the Whirlpool to retreat repeatedly. Recognizing the dire situation, Whirlpool Erasure could no longer remain passive. Dispelling his attempts to impede, he personally led his men to the battlefield, encountering no challengers along the way. It was only upon the appearance of Uchiha Hiroki that this elder exerted all his strength to halt the enemy commander's charge. The two clan leaders engaged in a fierce battle, their clash resounding like thunder, deterring anyone within a 3-kilometer radius from approaching. Except for those two madmen of the Uchiha clan. If the allied commander can eliminate him, victory in this war will be assured. Utilizing Flying Thunder God, Kyukai stealthily approached the battlefield. Only by eliminating him can my clan secure victory. Ban, without a moment's hesitation, advanced alone toward the heart of the conflict. On the side of the Whirlpool clan, some sensed Uchiha Ban's movements and speculated that Kyukai, possessing Flying Thunder God, might come to assist. Unfortunately, due to the clan leader's orders, no one was permitted to approach that area. Whirlpool Arashi's intention was simple, to use his life as bait, drawing an appropriately significant enemy to him. At that moment, he could complete a hostage exchange, perfectly bringing back his beloved daughter. As for whether he would fail, Uchiha Hiroki was not worthy of his defeat. Even Uchiha Taijima's presence might only grant a 30% chance of success, with significant breakthroughs in sealing techniques. His power was no longer comparable to the past. Even those at the pinnacle of the ninja world would find themselves beneath his notice. This was not arrogance, but the confidence bestowed by strength. Chapter 44, Difficult? Then do not attempt it. Sealing technique, fire suppression seal. A casually executed barrier seal effortlessly extinguished the fire techniques that Uchiha relied upon for survival. In response, Elder Hiroki could only silently curse the absurdity of sealing techniques. Drawing his long blade, he concentrated a fearsome wind chakra. If this strike connected, it would cleave through with the ease of slicing tofu. You never learn, do you? Whirlpool Erasure made no special movements. He merely raised his index finger and pointed heavily at the void before him. In an instant, the entire world seemed to ripple. His fierce and domineering slash could not breach the sticky seal. The closer it approached, the more its power diminished. What the hell is this technique? Why can't we engage in a straightforward confrontation? Uchiha Hiroki was on the verge of exploding with anger. Then, he was violently hurled away by an unexpectedly manifested Vajra seal. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Uchiha Elder looked down at his abdomen, nearly pierced through. His gaze flickering uncertainly, he realized the enemy's strength seemed to have grown even more formidable. The Vajra seal was a powerful secret technique capable of suppressing even the Nine Tails. Whirlpool Arashi's proudest creation. If fully unleashed, Uchiha Hiroki's body would be pierced on the spot, resulting in a fate worse than death. However, he had yet to make that decision, unwilling to entirely malign the Uchiha clan. As many had commented, Whirlpool Erasure was a somewhat indecisive clan leader, lacking the determination to forsake everything in pursuit of ultimate strength. If it were not for his daughter's abduction, this battle might not have even begun. Quietly rising from the ground, Elder Hiroki's countenance was grave, his mind racing with strategies for countering. Suddenly, a flicker of light caught his eye in the distance. A specially crafted shuriken hurtling through the air toward the enemy's rear from a blind spot. Impossible. Hiroki shook his head, knowing such an attack would yield no results. Clang. Without Whirlpool Erasure needing to look back, a golden chain automatically struck down the shuriken. At that moment, Kyukai's figure appeared out of thin air, his Chidori blades swiftly slicing toward the enemy several meters away. The distance is too great. He sighed inwardly, aware that the attack would likely be in vain. The Flying Thunder God had not advanced to its second stage, preventing him from completing a teleportation through coordinate movement. In other words, his appearance depended on where the enemy deflected the shuriken. A few meters may seem short, but it was enough for an opponent like Whirlpool Erasure to react. Space-time ninjutsu. Truly extraordinary. The chain swept across, and Kyukai was instantly sent flying. His so-called Jonin-level combat prowess proved utterly ineffective against Whirlpool Erasure. Utilizing the chain, Erasure picked up the fallen shuriken and attempted to form several seals, seemingly searching for a method to seal space-time. Seizing such an opportunity, Kyukai was determined not to let it slip away. With lightning chakra coursing through his blade, he teleported beside the enemy, attempting to use speed to achieve a lethal strike. Yet he experienced the same helplessness as Watergate and Tobarama during the Fourth Great Ninja War when facing the Six Paths of Ban. The frustration of being so close to delivering a fatal blow, yet unable to breach the defensive barrier was palpable. After several attempts, he was invariably repelled. Even with Elder Hiroki cooperating, they could not break through the dense chain defense. Is this a joke? Kyukai sighed in resignation, realizing that today would not yield success. In the distance, Uchiha Obito arrived late, yet his presence bore no significance on the outcome. After merely 2 rounds, the King of Dance comprehended the formidable nature of his adversary. It is indeed troublesome, Obito murmured softly. Then let us abandon the endeavor. Kaisuk signaled to the two and approached the Vortex clan leader, Erasure Uzumaki, stating, "It appears that today's battle is destined to yield no resolution. Surrender, Mido, and you may depart at your leisure." Erasure swiftly articulated his bottom line for negotiation, evidently lacking experience in such dealings. With a gentle shake of his head, Kaisuk replied with a serene smile, "The princess of the Vortex has grown fond of the hospitality of the Uchiha. I fear she may not return in the foreseeable future." Noticing the intent to engage in combat, Kaisuk produced an item from his possession. This object, taken from the Vortex camp, indicated that he had recently infiltrated their territory. After a prolonged silence, Arashi's demeanor darkened considerably. "Are you threatening me?" As he spoke, an immense chakra began to manifest around him, finally revealing the full extent of his power. Alas, this only underscored his impotence. The fact that Kaisuk could infiltrate the camp and retrieve an item signified his capacity to eliminate any target he desired. This blatant threat rendered Erasure hesitant to make any rash moves. Torn between his daughter and his clansmen, his indecisiveness intensified. Furthermore, the boy's space-time ninjutsu could easily facilitate the escape of the other two. Even if he resolved to act, he would be unable to detain all 3. "What must I do for you to release her?" Arashi's tone softened. The Vortex clan retreated. Elder Hiroki proposed an excessively unreasonable demand. As anticipated, the other party categorically rejected it, leaving no room for negotiation. Obito's suggestion met a similar fate, ultimately leading Kaisuk to put forth a comparatively viable proposal: 1 year. "Regardless of the outcome, I guarantee the safe return of Princess Mido after 1 year. Why should I trust you?" Erasure retorted, but regrettably, he found himself with no alternatives. Why wait a year? This question piqued the curiosity of the other two. In response, Kaisuk offered an unexpectedly candid answer. "We require a year to devise a strategy to defeat you." With a sigh, Erasure recognized his limited options. He had not wished to fully align with the Senju, yet stalling for a year appeared to be a reasonable choice. "Very well, I accept your terms." Erasure's gaze swept over the 3, his eyes filled with piercing intensity. "Should Mido come to any harm, My clan will exhaust all efforts to obliterate the Uchiha. After delivering this ultimatum, he turned and departed decisively. The three exchanged glances, collectively exhaling in relief. The pressure from Erasure had been overwhelming. Obito even doubted that the man's strength surpassed that of his father. Securing a year's time was advantageous, yet how would they discover a means to conquer him? Through external assistance, Kaisuk provided a clear answer. If the Senju could unite with the Vortex clan, then the Uchiha could certainly seek allies as well. As for reputation, it held little weight against tangible interests. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Understanding this, nothing becomes impossible. Chapter 45. Washing with Mito. The sequence of events unfolded as such. Kaisuk lounged nearby, leisurely peeling a chestnut. I must wait here for an entire year? Mito was taken aback. Why would her father consent to such a request? Delaying for a year would undoubtedly incite fierce dissatisfaction from the Senju, leaving the Vortex clan caught in a precarious position. Observing the beautiful princess of the Vortex, Kaisuk pondered momentarily before curiously inquiring, "You possess your own territory. Why venture into the land of fire to stir trouble?" Initially, Mito had no intention of engaging with his question, but upon witnessing him loosening his garments, she hastily explained, "The Vortex clan's unique constitution attracts many bidders in the black market. We would not have chosen to establish a nation on a remote island, if not for necessity." Upon hearing this, Kaisuk began to grasp the plight of the Vortex clan. As a branch descendant of Ashura, their physical prowess was unparalleled, capable of withstanding and thriving in various experimental scenarios. The Senju were similar. Yet they were the foremost clan of the warring states, not easily preyed upon. While Erasure was undeniably powerful, the sealing techniques were simple to understand but challenging to master, resulting in the clan's overall strength falling short of its potential. Failing to align with a formidable ally would inevitably lead the Vortex to disaster. When the guardian deity falls, it marks the beginning of the Vortex's countdown to annihilation. Mito comprehended these issues thoroughly, which is why she had resolutely turned towards the Senju, hoping to secure a suitable refuge for her clan in the future. After listening to her elaboration, Kaisuk nodded, finally clearing some of the confusion in his mind. "Why not seek the Uchiha for support?" he inquired, feigning ignorance. "You?" Mito scoffed, subtly indicating he should venture outside. "Go take a stroll through the camp and see if, aside from captives, the Uchiha have made any attempts to accommodate outsiders." Indeed, the Uchiha were notoriously arrogant, considering themselves descendants of sages, looking down upon all clans except the Senju. To entertain the idea of integration with other tribes, they deemed even potential servants unworthy. Even during the Konoha era, the Uchiha remained aloof from the village, embodying the essence of a nation within a nation. Regardless of how the Hokage faction operated, no ruler would tolerate such an existence. It took them 30 to 40 years to act, which was already an extraordinary feat contemplating his family's situation. Kaisuk couldn't help but sigh softly, at a loss for a viable solution. The Uchiha were inherently this way. What could he do? Releasing the girl from her restraints, Kaisuk, under Mito's watchful gaze, smiled as he took her hand and tore her sleeve. "Ah, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. "Didn't I say? 1 year from now, we will bring our child to meet your father." "Calm down," she protested, flustered. "Calm. I cannot be calm at this moment." 2 hours later, Kaisuk and Mito embarked on their journey. To contend with the united forces of the Senju, the Uchiha must ally with other clan powers. Kaisuk could not concern himself with the opinions of others. As long as he was present, the Uchiha would not retrace their past missteps. In essence, the fate of the Uchiha lay in their willingness to join forces with other clans. To confront the Vortex clan, their allies would inevitably be the prominent families of the Land of Fire. Such entities were few and far between, and most harbored a negative perception of the Uchiha. They would be fortunate not to exacerbate their plight, let alone extend a helping hand in critical moments. Unless Kaisuk could present them with compelling incentives that would overshadow the loss of their own members. Stealing a glance at the sullen Mito, Kaisuk found amusement in her naivety. She genuinely believed he had ulterior motives, resorting to such a drastic threat as self-harm. In truth, Kaisuk merely sought to ensure she would not escape. Inscribing the Flying Thunder God's spatial coordinates on her arm, a frail little girl was hardly suitable as a pillow. Though he had not intended to bring a burden along on this journey, he reconsidered. Leaving her with the Uchiha might not be wise. While he was present, No one would dare act rashly, but once he departed, it was uncertain who might harbor ill intentions. For instance, utilizing Mito's life to forcefully compel the Uzumaki clan to retreat would inevitably lead to a situation where both sides suffer significant losses. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to escort the princess. With the Flying Thunder God technique at play, her abilities would hardly make a substantial difference. The sealing technique was undeniably powerful, yet the time required to gather chakra was excessively long. A single attempt might fail. And who could predict how long the next opportunity would take? Rather than incessantly contemplating how to create chaos, it would be wiser to simply endure a year in his company, after which she would naturally be permitted to return home for a reunion. Yet, something about this reasoning felt fundamentally flawed. Beside him, Mito repeatedly tugged at her sleeves, occasionally rubbing her arms in an attempt to erase the symbol representing the Flying Thunder God. Stop that. It would be quite embarrassing if you rubbed off the ink. Kaisuk thought maliciously, casting a sidelong glance at the girl. Humph. The Uzumaki princess let out a cold huff, yet her movements gradually ceased. Perhaps she realized that the mark could not be manually removed, or perhaps that remark about smudging struck too deep. In any case, for the next several hours, the two shared no further communication, until they passed through a remote little town. Mito finally spoke up. I need to freshen up. She expected him to refuse, allowing her to negotiate. To her surprise, Kaisuk nodded and replied, Indeed, it is time to find a decent place to rest. The conditions on the front lines are rather poor. The red-haired girl blinked, a sudden sensation swelling within her. Perhaps this man was not as difficult to deal with as she had thought. Unfortunately, this notion was swiftly torn asunder by her own hand. Uchiha Kaisuk. What are you doing? In the hot spring, Mito was utterly exasperated. She had intended to enjoy a relaxing soak to alleviate the hardships of the past few days. But shortly after her arrival, she found that the insufferable Uchiha had also entered. What the hell? Kaisuk grumbled, tapping his ear in annoyance. This is a mixed bathing hot spring. It's hardly my fault you didn't pay attention upon entering. But, Mito stammered. Just stay on your side and don't disturb my peace. With that, Kaisuk closed his eyes, even beginning to snore lightly. Seeing this, Mito quickly regained her composure, her hand rising with an impulsive urge to strike. If she acted now, would the outcome be? Before she could finish her whimsical thoughts, she noticed Kaisuk smirking slightly, mumbling in a vague tone, Naughty little girl deserves a spanking. The girl with the bun instantly deflated, covering her head with a towel and lapsing into silence. Chapter 46. The white blade enters, the green blade exits, piercing your gallbladder. A night passed without conversation. The following morning, Kaisuk ordered a lavish breakfast spread. In his words, he was in a growth phase. He could compromise on many things, but food must be of the utmost quality. Such extravagance, Mito naturally scoffed, yet soon found herself facing consequences for her mockery. What is the matter? Kaisuk asked, perplexed. I ordered this for myself. If you want something to eat, go buy it yourself. Fine. You're ruthless, Mito sulked, sulking on the side as she pulled out dried rations from her pack and took a hearty bite, seemingly imagining the flatbread as the insufferable Uchiha. Conserve your food. That's your sustenance for the coming days. Kaisuk, with grease-laden lips, couldn't resist taunting her. Mind your own business. Well, just don't come begging me later. Observing the girl's back, Kaisuk smirked wickedly, thinking that this proud little girl needed to be properly tempered. Otherwise, she would easily fall prey to greater misfortunes in the future. He retrieved a sealing scroll from his pocket, locating the section inscribed with the character for food, and began to pack the prepared meal. Such a luxurious act. A single sealing scroll was worth far more than the meal itself, and most would never consider such expenditure. However, Kaisuk was no ascetic. Why suffer when he could indulge? As a commander, he had access to a significant reserve of blank scrolls. After all, it was the family's money. Why not take advantage of it? Unbeknownst to him, his actions were observed by those with ulterior motives. Two young rascals, wielding sealing scrolls to package food, might as well have had I am a fat sheep tattooed on their foreheads. If they didn't take action, the watchers would feel they were betraying their profession. Soon, Kaisuk and his companion found themselves surrounded by a gang of bandits. Kid, be smart and come with me, or I'll pierce your gallbladder. Kaisuk gasped at the audacity. Had the bandits' ambitions grown so lofty, threatening to pierce gallbladders? Surely, he would be the one to suffer. It was clear that Mito did not share his sense of amusement. Already seething with frustration, Encountering a group of blind bandits only added fuel to the fire. With a sudden surge of chakra, the previously calm girl transformed into a fierce beast, charging into the crowd and causing chaos. "Hey, that's too violent. Too bloody," Kaisuk exclaimed. "They just wanted to pierce our gallbladders. Why did you have to stab them in the kidneys as well? You won't be getting married anytime soon." The remaining bandits, at that moment, felt a wave of despair wash over them. "Please, don't say that. At this rate, we might not even keep our remaining kidneys." Grabbing a middle-aged bandit by the collar, Mito coldly demanded, "Tell me, how many accomplices do you have, and what heinous deeds have you committed? Please, spare me." The middle-aged bandit lamented, though a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Just as Mito was about to resort to extreme measures, the seemingly ordinary bandit suddenly unleashed chakra comparable to that of an elite Chunin. In less than a second, he countered, and now it was Mito who found herself at his mercy. "You." The princess's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never expected to be so easily deceived. Moreover, given this man's formidable strength, how had he fallen to the depths of robbing travelers? "Foolish girl," he sneered, pressing a kunai against her neck. "Just obey, and you'll see my power. Today, there is only one way for you." "People must pay for their foolishness," Kaisuk remarked, looking at Mito with exasperation. "The lesson here is valuable. You should take it to heart, understood? I will remember you, you rogue." As a bandit, the middle-aged man and the bewildered Mito exchanged glances, realizing the absurdity of the situation. At such a time, he still had the leisure to jest? Just as he was about to escalate his threats, the man suddenly realized that the boy before him had vanished. It wasn't a matter of rapid movement. He had simply disappeared from sight. "Looking for me?" The teasing voice in his ear sent chills down the man's spine, and instinctively, he turned his head. There, he beheld a pair of mesmerizing blood-red eyes. Clang! The kunai clattered to the ground as the man stood frozen, like a lifeless shell, allowing the hostage to slip from his grasp. "Illusion?" Mito furrowed her brow, surprised to discover that this fellow was proficient in genjutsu. At such a young age, his skills were rather excessive. Disregarding Mito's concerns, Kaisuk addressed the bandit with a cool demeanor. "Who are you?" He was not the naive girl she was. The appearance of this middle-aged ninja undoubtedly bore deeper implications. Regardless, they had crossed paths, and inquiring further could yield benefits. "I am Sarutobi Jichiro, a Chunin of the Sarutobi clan, tasked with eliminating traveling merchants to fund my family's war efforts." The Sarutobi clan, a prestigious family in the Land of Fire, had seen its members, after the founding of Konoha, become disciples of Senju Tobarama, the future third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. To think that such a renowned clan would engage in such nefarious activities in secret. Do not speak of the Uchiha clan. Even Kaisuk feels a tinge of shame. "What do you intend to do?" Mizuho gazes intently at him, as if awaiting an unspoken expectation. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaisuk brandishes a kunai and swiftly eliminates the man. "You, a mere passing ninja, aspire to play the role of a hero?" Casting a glance at the meager 200 points, Kaisuk smirks disdainfully and turns away to continue on his path. "Let us proceed, unless you wish to remain a foe of the Uzumaki clan." This statement struck her at her core. The Sarutobi clan is formidable, employing a mysterious combat style in conjunction with their summoned beasts. And it is said that they have subtle ties to the three great holy lands. To provoke them would inevitably incur consequences for the Uzumaki clan. I have indeed been somewhat thoughtless. Silent and contemplative, the two soon approached the eastern territories of the Land of Fire. Unbeknownst to them, someone had been stealthily tailing them. Even Kaisuk, with his strength, failed to sense the anomaly. Whether due to the pursuer's overwhelming power or some peculiar method of concealment, it remained unclear. "Hey, what brings you here?" Mizuho finally posed the pivotal question. "Seeking assistance, of course. Isn't that obvious?" Kaisuk blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Left with no choice, Mizuho opted to ignore him. She was curious to see what kind of allies this fellow could muster. There are indeed forces capable of rivaling the Uzumaki clan. But on what grounds could he persuade them to act? Chapter 47. Descendants of Atsitsuki Yumura. Undoubtedly, the strongest clans in the Land of Fire are the Uchiha and Senju. Even a 5-year-old child knows this. So, among the second tier, which clan stands as the foremost? Some might argue for the powerful Sarutobi clan with their summoned beasts, while others would suggest those medium-sized clans wielding mystical secret arts. However, one name undoubtedly ranks among the strongest in the second tier, the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga, descendants of Atsitsuki Yumura, were among the founding families of Konohagakure. Members of this clan inherit the Byakugan, possessing unique abilities such as the gentle fist technique. To preserve their bloodline's purity, the Hyuga clan is divided into the main house and the branch house. The main house has inherited abilities from Atsitsuki for generations, while the branch house is tasked with branching out, maintaining the bloodline circulation, and, when necessary, serving as a means for the main house to propagate its descendants. If one seeks a formidable opponent to rival Uzumaki Ashina, visiting the Hyuga clan would be an excellent choice. As for their relationship, it remains true that, in the face of self-interest, there are no eternal enemies. Mizuho suspected he intended to pull off a clever ruse with empty hands, but in reality, Kaisuk had prepared a gift, an offering the Hyuga clan would find hard to refuse. As a guest making a visit, Kaisuk naturally did not conceal his presence. Shortly after entering the territory of the Hyuga, he was confronted by the branch house's guarding ninjas. Halt! The guards assumed the stance of the gentle fist, showing no leniency due to his youth. Though his appearance might deceive, the overwhelming chakra within Kaisuk radiated like a beacon in the night. It was impossible not to notice. I am Uchiha Kaisuk, here to seek an audience with Lord Tennin. Tennin of the Hyuga, a superlative warrior from the Warring States period. This is why it is said that the Hyuga stand shoulder to shoulder with the Uchiha and Senju. A significant part of this reputation is attributed to this powerful ninja. At his peak, Tennin could suppress even the two gods using conventional powers, that is, without the Susanoo or wood golem techniques. This alone speaks volumes of his formidable strength. Faced with such an individual, Kaisuk did not attempt any clever maneuvering. Honesty is the first step toward establishing communication. Uchiha Kaisuk. The visitor's expression shifted, clearly having heard of his reputation. Combining this recognition with the intelligence he possessed, the guarding ninja quickly deduced that the boy was indeed the genuine article. Currently, the Hyuga clan remained aloof from conflicts, never expressing a definitive stance. They neither agreed to battle nor denied anyone's visit. In the original storyline, the Hyuga, as a powerful clan of Konoha, repeatedly navigated perilous situations, managing to survive until their son-in-law Naruto ascended to the position of Hokage. This unique wisdom should not be underestimated. The guard's reaction revealed certain insights. So, it is the renowned leader of the Uchiha who has arrived. The Hyuga branch house guards respectfully bowed slightly and personally led the way. Please, follow me. Lord Tennin will surely welcome your visit. Upon Kaisuk disclosing his name, information was discreetly exchanged through coded gestures. With the Byakugan present, long-distance information transfer posed no issue. When he arrived at the core area, a group of ninjas awaited him. At the forefront stood a young girl clad in a white outfit, strikingly beautiful, though a coldness in her gaze marred her overall allure. Greetings, I am Hyuga Yayoi. Lord Tennin is awaiting you in the main hall. Lead the way. Kaisuk averted his gaze, sensing an unseen scrutiny. Activating his Sharingan, he cast his eyes upon the grand estate, but unfortunately, no peculiarities were detected. The Byakugan's distant perception, a most vexing ability. Deactivating his Sharingan, he feigned nonchalance. Trailing behind. If they wished to observe, let them. He was hardly a maiden to be bashful. Beside him, Mizuho remarked impassively, Are you certain you want me to follow? What is there to fear? Kaisuk replied with a grin. When it comes to crucial matters, you certainly shall not be privy to them. Huh, you are truly shamelessly candid. Thank you. The Uchiha have always been this way, far better than some clans who play both sides. You. At that moment, the girl turned abruptly, her gaze landing on the bun-haired girl beside him. It seems this individual is not your attendant? Her? Kaisuk waved dismissively. This is Mizuho Uzumaki, the princess of the land of whirlpools. The Hyuga girl scrutinized him for a long while, her pristine pupils shimmering with a peculiar hue. If Yayoi's memory serves correctly, the Uchiha are currently at war with the land of whirlpools, are they not? Indeed, you are correct, Kaisuk nodded, adding, This princess is my captive. I see. Yayoi redirected her attention to the bun-haired girl, nodding. My apologies, Princess Mizuho. No problem, just pretend I am not here, Mizuho sighed, wishing to vanish from the scene. Yet, she was intrigued by Kaisuk's plans and wanted to hear how this insufferable scoundrel intended to deceive the Hyuga clan. Ideally, the negotiations would fail, and the Hyuga would eliminate him outright. The girl muttered thoughts she herself found hard to believe. If they were truly so impulsive and irritable, the Hyuga clan would not have remained uninvolved for so many years. Soon, under Yayoi's guidance, the two arrived at a guest room infused with a traditional Japanese ambience. There, they encountered a refined, middle-aged man, the unparalleled superpower of the Warring States period, Tennin of the Hyuga. Lord Tennin, Kaisuk, and Mizuho expressed their respect. "Welcome." Tennin closed his book, smiling at the two. "I wonder what brings you here, and how may the Hyuga assist you?" "It is thus." Kaisuk gestured toward the girl beside him. "I forced Uzumaki Ashina to abandon his aggressive intentions by taking a hostage. However," Kaisuk then elaborated on the process of capturing Mizuho and how he coerced the Uzumaki clan. He spoke with such enthusiasm that he was oblivious to the fact that Tennin's smile had dimmed slightly. The clan leader realized he seemed to have taken on a significant dilemma. The boy's tone was casual, yet the more he spoke, the more Tennin sensed the unwavering determination in his resolve. Had he known, he would have let Yayoi intercept him. However, with the mysterious space-time ninjutsu, it was unlikely anyone could have stopped him. After the young man finished speaking, there was a moment of silence before the Hyuga clan leader slowly began to speak. "So, are you suggesting that my clan should intervene in the conflict between you and the Uzumaki?" "Indeed," Kaisuk nodded, casting a glance at the two individuals beside him. "May I have a private conversation with you?" Chapter 48. Are you aware of the existence of the reincarnation eye? "Oh, are you afraid that I wouldn't know?" Mito attempted to tease him. However, Kaisuk nodded without hesitation, stating, "Of course, transactions require discretion. Too many knowing could lead to unnecessary troubles." "Very well." Initially, Hyuga Tennin intended to refuse outright. He saw no reason for his clan to involve itself in the conflict between the two factions. Not long ago, the Senju had sent envoys with many enticing offers, and he had swiftly dismissed them. The arrival of the Uchiha would not change anything. Listening was merely a sign of respect for a commander. Soon, the two eavesdroppers departed, leaving only Kaisuk and the Hyuga clan leader in the meeting room. Yet, he shook his head, candidly remarking, "Forgive my directness, but can you guarantee that our conversation won't reach the ears of a third party?" Taking a deep breath, Hyuga Tennin could feel his patience wearing thin. Nevertheless, considering the young man's status, he restrained his impatience and activated the necessary isolation barrier for the meeting room. "Rest assured, even the Byakugan cannot peer into this place." "That's good," Kaisuk nodded, and then uttered a phrase that nearly caused the Hyuga leader to leap from his seat. "Are you aware of the existence of the reincarnation eye?" Instinctively activating his Byakugan, the pronounced veins on his forehead transformed his demeanor from that of an elegant gentleman to a formidable clan leader. "Where did you hear that name?" Hyuga Tennin inquired. In truth, he struggled to maintain his composure. As the clan leader, he had access to all family records. In certain fragmented texts, he had encountered references to a similar reincarnation eye, said to be the pinnacle of the Byakugan's evolution. These texts also alluded to the ancestor of the Yamura, the shinobi sect, the moon, and other obscure terminologies. Once upon a time, Tennin believed he could not uncover the truths of centuries past. Yet today he found himself receiving such intelligence from a young outsider. "Please, have a seat, Hyuga Tennin." The roles seemed to have reversed, as Kaisuk exhibited a calmness befitting a host. Realizing his own loss of composure, Hyuga Tennin exerted considerable effort to sit down. He had to admit that the other party was indeed well prepared. Originally indifferent, he was now completely intrigued, eager to see how the young man would entice him further. It is said that the Sage of Six Paths saved the world, founded the shinobi sect, and ushered in a millennium of ninja prosperity. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Tennin's expression remained unchanged. He had heard many such myths and could recite various versions. Clan leaders have certainly heard of this. But you may not know that the Sage of Six Paths actually had a brother. A brother? He leaned forward, his attention sharply focused. Indeed, his brother is named Atsitsuki Yamura. With a crunch, the armrest was crushed in Hyuga Tennin's grip. Upon hearing the name of the ancestor Yamura, he was approximately 70% convinced. It was worth noting that even he had only ever known the name Yamura, and could not connect it to Atsitsuki or the Sage of Six Paths. He had a multitude of questions, but soon ceased his speculations as the young man's explanation continued. For certain reasons, the noble ancestors decided to leave the shinobi world and guard against an unseen threat in an unknown realm. Consequently, their bloodline was divided. The bloodline that remained in the shinobi world is the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Tennin felt as if he were listening to a myth in a tavern. Is this little brat not spinning a tale to deceive me? To gain the other party's trust? Kaisuk pondered before revealing further information. Your two clans have inherited different powers from Atsitsuki Yamura. You have inherited the eye, while another clan has inherited the body. To awaken the reincarnation eye, the eye and body must combine. Only then can one gain strength beyond the Mangekyō. The existence of the Mangekyō was not a secret among the higher echelons of the ninja world. There was a time when the Uchiha had numerous Mangekyō users, dominating the entire Fire Nation, only to ultimately fall to internal strife. To suppress the Mangekyō wielders, the forbidden technique Izanami was introduced. This detail was not recorded within the clan, as he had learned it through the memories of Edo Tensei Itachi. Mentioning the Mangekyō served to illustrate the power of the reincarnation while informing the other party that he was no mere child ignorant of the truth. After a prolonged silence, Hyuga Tennin finally regained his composure, speaking softly, "Your story is vivid, but alas, it is insufficient to convince me." It seemed the other party had never truly believed his words. Unfortunately, such tricks had no effect on Kaisuk. Is that so? Since clan leader Tennin is unwilling to believe, let us dissolve the barrier. After all, these are mere words. Why concern ourselves with others overhearing? This statement was a clear challenge. You claim disbelief? Very well. Let us speak plainly. Why not reveal the secrets of your Hyuga clan to the world? Another silence ensued, and after a while, Hyuga Tennin spoke again. You must provide me with some evidence to persuade me. Faced with the allure of the reincarnation eye, even knowing the odds were slim, he had to fight for it with all his might. Evidence, you say? Kaisuk feigned distress, then leaned forward, a wicked smile gracing his lips. If clan leader Tennin agrees to an alliance with my clan, I can personally lead you to meet the other party. That clan still exists? After a brief struggle, Hyuga Tennin decisively responded, very well, as long as you prove the feasibility of the plan. My Hyuga will be your staunchest ally. He did not refer to the Uchiha, but rather addressed Kaisuk directly, demonstrating a keen understanding of the art of negotiation. At this, Kaisuk smiled slightly and slowly extended his right hand. Agreed. May our collaboration be fruitful. In the northern region of the Fire Nation, Uchiha Mayo led her guard, having lingered in the area for quite some time. According to the map provided by her lord, she had thoroughly searched the ground and finally discovered a dazzling space-time barrier within a cave, the path to the moon. Instructing her team to carefully conceal the cave and record the precise coordinates, the squad soon departed. Now that the objective had been found, what came next was no longer her concern. Shortly thereafter, while visiting the Hyuga clan, Kaisuk received a message from Mayo. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he successfully reached the cave in about half an hour. Next, he would delve into studying the space-time barrier. The moment he could perfectly replicate, it would be the moment he could lead the Hyuga clan to fulfill their lunar aspirations. Chapter 49. Kaisuk's first time. In the following half-month, Kaisuk indulged in the hospitality of the Hyuga clan. While casually wandering about, he discreetly studied the space-time barrier left by Atsitsuki Yamura. This was a long-distance teleportation formation. He could not destroy and rebuild it, but he could make slight modifications to the existing framework. For instance, he could impose additional restrictions, ensuring that only with his permission could one access the pathway to the moon. In this manner, he could leverage Hyuga Tennin's desire for the reincarnation eye, reminding him of their collaboration. With the foundation of the Flying Thunder God technique, Kaisuk completed the modifications in a short time. In essence, he was akin to connecting a router. The core function remained the ancient space barrier left by Atsitsuki. The commander ordered his subordinates to conceal the cave, wishing to keep the existence of the passage a secret from all, at least until he had the capability to traverse the galaxies. It was prudent to keep the lunar base's existence under wraps. Once Hinata Tennin succeeded in acquiring the body of Atsitsuki, he would completely seal the passage. If any trouble were to arise within the clan in the future, he could quietly relocate his kin, transforming the moon into a stronghold for the Uchiha. At that point, no one would pose a threat to the safety of the Uchiha clan. For now, however, it was best to first provide evidence of Atsitsuki's existence to the Hinata clan. Upon entering the clan leader's study, Hyuji succinctly recounted the opening of the passage. Upon hearing this, Hinata Tennin's expression instantly brightened, filled with a sense of excitement at the prospect of confronting history. By the way, Hyuji remarked with a faint smile, the inhabitants of the moon are likely to be far from amicable. I understand, Hinata Tennin nodded, aware that their actions constituted a clear invasion. It would be peculiar indeed if the other party displayed any friendliness, considering they coveted their very bodies. Observing the thoughtful youth before him, The clan leader had a multitude of questions he wished to pose. Yet, without uttering a word, he knew the boy would not speak the truth. Historical inquiries could easily be brushed aside by Kyuji, utilizing ancient texts as a diversion. As for the spatial barrier, could it be claimed that it was accidentally triggered during training? As someone ignorant of space-time techniques, he had no right to question it. Resigned to his fate of not receiving answers, he refrained from pressing further. At this juncture, it appeared that the boy's assertions were likely true. Should there be any deception or malice, the Hinata clan would swiftly mobilize, leaving the Uchiha with no escape as they faced enemies on 3 fronts. Both parties harbored mutual apprehensions, which served as the most fitting means for long-term collaboration. Once the boy departed, Hinata Tennin immediately summoned his trusted confidants, preparing to form a team composed of elite ninjas. While the notion of harnessing the Atsitsuki bloodline sounded straightforward, the actual process of awakening the eyes was by no means simple. Exploration was one aspect. Hinata Tennin needed to gather substantial information. Residing on the moon indicated that the clan had not undergone significant transformation, thus valuable knowledge could potentially be unearthed within. Driven by the legendary desire for the reincarnated eye, Hinata Tennin resolutely set forth on a path he was never meant to tread. Whether this choice would bring fortune or calamity remained uncertain. In no time, 5 trusted elite ninjas had assembled, with the leader being none other than Hinata himself. Including Kyuji and Tennin, 7 members gathered in the clan's forbidden grounds. This will suffice, Hinata declared. No one is permitted to approach this place without my command. It is the perfect location to establish your space-time barrier. Understood, Kyuji nodded, his hands beginning to form seals as a network of intricate, arcane symbols unfurled beneath his feet. After scrutinizing the scene for a while, Hinata Tennin ultimately shook his head in resignation, realizing he lacked the aptitude for space-time ninjutsu. Perhaps it would be prudent to let Aiha give it a try. Hinata Aiha, the most outstanding genius of the current generation, would surely not let her clan fall behind the likes of the Uchiha and Senju. Her comprehension was remarkable. She could reconstruct powerful techniques long lost to the clan based on the information recorded in ancient texts. While space-time techniques might be enigmatic, Hinata Tennin had faith in his disciples' abilities. If everyone were to master this ninjutsu, he would no longer be able to act independently, forever dependent on Uchiha Kyuji for access to the moon. Over time, they might find themselves unable to repay the debts of gratitude incurred, such as the nature of deep favors turning into enmities. After approximately 2 minutes, Kyuji finally completed the engraving of the router. With the flying thunder god barrier in place, the group would be able to teleport into the passage as originally intended, leveraging Atsitsuki's preparations from millennia ago to journey approximately 400,000 kilometers to another celestial body. Are we ready? Kyuji inquired of the others, feeling a twinge of anxiety himself. With several decades remaining before Naruto's moon landing, who knew what awaited them on the lunar surface? According to Atsitsuki's memories, they were likely in the midst of a civil war, a time of strife within the Atsitsuki clan. As inhabitants of Earth, recklessly intervening could provoke unforeseen consequences. Yet, for the sake of the battle, Kyuji felt compelled to take the risk. Of course, the actions of those beings were of little concern to him. A lunar Atsitsuki launching a genocide against the ninja world? That would be far more entertaining. The endless skirmishes between the Senju and Uchiha were growing tiresome, and he himself found it dull. The Earth had enough crises without adding the affairs of the moon to the mix. Forming a few seals, the space-time barrier suddenly radiated with brilliance. As a gentle breeze swept through, the figures of the Hinata clan vanished from sight. Kyuji had successfully completed his inaugural lunar expedition. Upon reaching the moon's surface, the barren landscape was starkly visible. Standing at the entrance of the teleportation array, Kyuji reflected with a sense of awe. He never imagined he would witness the day he set foot on the moon. After a brief journey through the teleportation array, the group arrived at the palace of the Atsitsuki clan. Unlike in later times, the Atsitsuki clan was still very much alive, and as the gateway to Earth, it was bound to have vigilant guards. As soon as they materialized, their presence was immediately detected. Without hesitation, Hinata Kenji sprang into action, easily dispatching several guards. Hinata Kenji, a direct subordinate of Tennin, possessed the strength of an elite ninja and was poised to ascend to greatness. Sighing quietly, Kyuji diverted his gaze. Not far away, Tennin's eyes sparkled with conviction. He had finally come to fully believe Kyuji's words. Producing a sealing scroll, he sealed away the 3 corpses belonging to Atsitsuki. Once this was accomplished, the most formidable of them, Tennin, activated his Byakugan, preparing to scrutinize the state of the Atsitsuki palace. He quickly discerned that the enemy's strength appeared rather feeble. They possessed formidable chakra, but lacked the means to wield it effectively. What did this signify? It indicated that the Lunar clan had not earnestly developed their ninjutsu. Their combat methods remained mired in the primitive practices of centuries past. I found it. Chapter 50. The emergence of Atsitsuki. Atsitsuki Sugi was furious, exceedingly so. In the past 2 years, the rebel forces had gained momentum, with many clan members expressing a desire to retaliate against Earth. In order to uphold the wishes of his ancestors, Sugi, as the clan leader, was resolutely determined to fight back. Earth was not beyond saving. As overseers, the Atsitsuki clan needed to extend patience to the ninja world. He held faith that peace would eventually prevail. However, before he could devise a plan, his subordinates suddenly reported that intruders, presumed to be Earthlings, were rampaging within the palace. In a mere 10 minutes, multiple clan members had already perished, and the intruders were making their way toward the archives. The archives? His furrowed brow relaxed slightly. For Sugi knew all too well that it was a dead end. Once inside, escape would be impossible. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively ordered, "Seal off the information. We must not allow the rebel forces to obtain any intelligence. If those ruffians were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly spread the word," rallying hesitant clan members to join the campaign against Earth. Clan leader, one subordinate hesitated before firmly stating, "The invaders are exceptionally strong. Our people are no match for them." If they weren't strong, they wouldn't have made it to the moon, Sugi retorted through gritted teeth. Resolving to employ one of the clan's most vital trump cards, the puppet army created by their ancestors. With them in place, casualties could be minimized, as no matter how powerful the enemies were, they could be worn down. His only concern was that no one within the clan currently possessed the knowledge to manufacture puppets. While their numbers were plentiful, each use diminished their stock, leaving no means for replenishment. He hoped to swiftly subdue those ruffians. The reason why Atsitsuki Sharingan did not personally intervene is quite straightforward. His strength is woefully inadequate. By the time the clan reached his generation, they were merely living off the legacy of their predecessors. Had he possessed even a modicum of excellence, the rebel forces would have been eradicated long ago. Upon receiving the clan leader's orders, his subordinates were preparing to depart when suddenly, another individual burst in, flustered and alarmed. "It's bad. The young master has encountered Atsitsuki. He is the sole heir of the clan, the future ruler of our lineage." The youth's prowess and charisma far surpassed that of his father. Upon hearing of the invaders from Earth, he wasted no time in rallying his trusted companions to intercept them. The outcome was inevitable. He stood no chance against the Hyuga clan. Before he could even utter his name, he was struck at a vital point on his chest, ultimately succumbing to the uncontrollable chakra turmoil within him. Crash! Atsitsuki Sharingan shattered his most cherished cup, overturning the entire table before him, his eyes alight with uncontainable fury. The insatiable greed of the Earthlings would one day lead to their utter annihilation. This was the proclamation of the rebels, which he had previously dismissed with disdain. Yet now he found himself inexplicably resonating with its sentiment. Pushing open the conference room door, Atsitsuki Sharingan staggered toward the forbidden grounds behind the palace. Legends spoke of the ancestral Atsitsuki Yumura being interred there, where the ultimate weapon for future generations lay concealed, a secret known only to the most legitimate heirs of the clan. Even if the rebel forces from the branch families were to triumph, they could never inherit the blessings left by their forebears. "Earthlings, not a single one of you shall escape alive. Perhaps I was wrong, and so was my ancestor. Earth is indeed a place beyond redemption. It must be purged entirely." Outside the archives, Kyuji felt a pang of anxiety. "You've killed the young master. Our clan will never let you off the hook. Damn Earthlings. You all deserve to rot in hell. I swear, one day I will drive you out completely." Even though his words could not reach them, the moon inhabitants across from him continued their relentless assault. From their vitriolic taunts, Kyuji grasped a critical truth. They had inadvertently slain the clan's only heir. Alas, the situation had escalated dramatically. He felt a twinge of dread. To be honest, Kyuji had not intended for things to spiral out of control, at the very least. He wanted to ensure their transaction was completed. However, he found himself powerless against the ferocity of the elite shinobi of the Hyuga clan, who killed indiscriminately. Even at a distance of several kilometers, they had devised a plan for an ambush. Consequently, they had taken down the young master on the spot. His death a tragic spectacle. He thought to himself, was this person not aware of his own limitations? Why provoke such chaos, only to meet a fitting end? After venting his frustrations, Kyuji refrained from joining the fray, waiting for Hyuga to locate the information on the rebirth eye. He knew the archives were a dead end. Eventually, they would be unable to withstand the enemy's relentless assaults. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, leaving a flying thunder god coordinate at the barrier. Once they secured the necessary items, he could simply teleport away. Let them fight. As long as they didn't strike the moon directly, he would be fine. It is worth noting that Atsitsuki Kaguya was sealed within the moon. If they were to use the moon as a weapon, the consequences for Earth were uncertain. But Kaguya would undoubtedly break free from her seal. At that point, the ninja world would face a collective demise. However, upon reflection, such an occurrence seemed unlikely. The Sage of Six Paths, hidden by the Pure Land River, and his brother, whose fate remained unknown, along with Atsitsuki Ishiki, who was hiding somewhere, would all be disinclined to witness Kaguya's release. Should that day ever come, perhaps the sage, in a fit of excitement, would bestow upon him the full extent of Ein power, allowing him to play with the rebirth eye as well. Boom. A multitude of puppet troops surged forth. Compared to the skills of Sasori of the Red Sand, Atsitsuki's puppet technique was evidently superior. Regardless of the material quality, they could easily be fashioned into puppets, allowing the user to control them remotely and wirelessly, a remarkable convenience. Yet, their combat capabilities seemed somewhat inconsistent. Apart from launching energy spheres, they lacked any other offensive measures. Ordinary ninjas might consider the energy spheres impressive, but for the Hyuga clan's elite, the opponents were hardly formidable. Returned to the heavens, they would dismiss the light spheres with ease. Despite the vast number of puppet troops, they failed to carve out a path. The elite forces of Hyuga were truly remarkable. Boom. In the midst of contemplation, a deafening explosion caught Kyuji's attention. "What is that?" exclaimed Hyuga, the elite shinobi, a hint of panic in his voice. Through his Byakugan, he observed a colossal mass of chakra, seemingly aflame, hurtling toward them at great speed. One of the elite shinobi charged forward, only to meet a swift demise at the hands of the approaching force. "Damn it! We cannot allow this to affect the clan leader." Hyuga signaled for the remaining 3 elite shinobi to return. The moment of reckoning had arrived. Chapter 51. The power of the rebirth eye to safeguard the future generations. Atsitsuki Yumura left behind 2 formidable trump cards. The first was the terrifying puppet manufacturing technique. The second was a pair of imperfectly evolved rebirth eyes. The former emphasized quantity, capable of repelling outside invasions, and in times of crisis, could utilize the puppets to quell rebellions. The latter emphasized personal power. Should a formidable foe akin to Kaguya arise, the rebirth eyes could be wielded to confront them. For many years, the latter trump card had remained dormant, simply because too few knew of its existence. Atsitsuki Sharingan was originally a pacifist who respected ancestral teachings and was reluctant to incite conflict. Yet now, the invaders had taken his only son. What can be tolerated? Cannot be tolerated. Driven by a deep-seated hatred, he resolutely activated the Atsitsuki clan's final trump card, a pair of incompletely evolved rebirth eyes. "You shall all perish." The chakra within him swelled, creating a sensation akin to impending explosion. To avoid being overwhelmed by the chakra, he could only release as much energy as possible. "Huh!" he roared, a terrifying sphere of green chakra forming before him. The surrounding walls cracked under the force of the tumultuous energy. "This damn bastard." Witnessing the entire spectacle through his Byakugan, Hyuga understood that this would be a strike of unparalleled might. As he silently concentrated his chakra, he marveled at the true strength of the rebirth eyes. Little did he know, those eyes were merely in their rudimentary embryonic state. Unable to enter the rebirth eye chakra mode, unable to condense the truth-seeking balls, nor capable of unleashing the terrifying technique that could cleave the moon asunder, Atsitsuki Sharingan could only augment his chakra and utilize the most basic powers of attraction and repulsion. Even so, he was formidable to an excessive degree for an ordinary elite shinobi. Buzz! The immense chakra sphere soared toward them, obliterating everything in its path. Even Kyuji felt the unusual tremor. What in the world is that? Kyuji inhaled sharply, momentarily believing that a tailed beast had unleashed a tailed beast bomb upon him. Upon reflection, it was impossible for there to be a tailed beast on the moon. Even the Ten Tails was now but a husk, incapable of mobilizing any chakra. The green energy, could it be that they already wielded the rebirth eyes? He finally grasped the crux of the issue, preparing himself for a hasty retreat. It must be noted that once the rebirth eye chakra mode is activated, the user ascends to the level of power akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. At this juncture, one could easily dominate the entire ninja world. Without expending much effort, simply wielding the truth-seeking orbs could annihilate numerous clan leaders. Stepping back slightly, Hyuga Kenji assumed a stance of gentle fist, exuding an aura of terrifying intensity that sent shivers down the spine. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams mountain crushing strike. Practitioners of gentle fist possess the remarkable ability to control their chakra points, granting them an extraordinary command over chakra. The 8 trigrams mountain crushing strike is a technique that condenses chakra to an extreme degree, producing devastating power far beyond its inherent potential. Although his overall chakra may not rival that of his adversary, by striking at a focal point, he was able to obliterate the incoming green sphere midair. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, causing the entire palace to tremble. In the blink of an eye, Atsitsuki Kagaya had pierced through the dense fog and stood before the two. The overwhelming surge of power bestowed upon him a false sense of omnipotence. None of you shall leave here alive today. Kagaya's words were laced with malice. Opposite him, Hyuga Kenji braced himself. He sensed that his foe possessed strength comparable to that of a clan leader, a truly rare and formidable opponent. In contrast, Hyuga's eyes were filled with confusion. The enemy's power was formidable. Quite the opposite. This individual was utterly unworthy of bearing the title of a wielder of the reincarnation eye. Aside from the resplendent pupils, his adversary had not activated any unique chakra modes, nor had he engaged the truth-seeking orbs, and lacked even the ability to levitate. The powerful bloodline of the Atsitsuki clan had, in his case, devolved merely into a chakra enhancer. Absurd. It seemed that the reincarnation eye too had tiers of ascension akin to the Sharingan. Clearly, this fellow was not worthy. Or perhaps his eyes were not the epitome of perfection. From a direct perspective, the opponent indeed wielded clan leader-level destructive power, but in other respects, he fell significantly short. To put it simply, he was like a child wielding a handgun, lethal enough, yet lacking the skill to wield it effectively. It sufficed to suppress Hyuga Kenji. Even haphazardly firing energy spheres was enough to keep him on his toes. However, if the opponent were of equal caliber suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the direction of the data source, and in mere seconds, Hyuga Tainin appeared beside Hyuga, holding the lifeless body of the young clan leader. "You bastard, put down my son's corpse." Atsitsuki Kagaya seethed, his attacks growing increasingly fierce. "Take this body away," Tainin stated calmly. "I have researched the relevant materials. To awaken the reincarnation eye, one must utilize the most direct bloodline of the Atsitsuki. It requires the body of a clan member." Hyuga seemed to grasp his meaning. Commanding Hyuga Kenji to retreat, Tainin decided to test the mettle of his opponent before departing. Having thoroughly studied numerous documents, he could discern the enemy's condition. That posture was simply not indicative of the power that the reincarnation eye should possess. With legs crossed in a rhythmic manner and arms gracefully moving, he mirrored Hyuga Kenji's stance almost perfectly. Both initiated the 8 trigrams mountain crushing strike, yet the potency of their techniques differed vastly. A terrifying concentration of chakra coalesced at his palm, striking fiercely at the most critical point. In an instant, an invisible wave radiated outward, and the dreadful vacuum shockwave shattered the green light sphere, obliterating the palace a kilometer away. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams mountain crushing strike. One of the highest level ultimate techniques of the Hyuga clan, its power rivaled that of a typical tailed beast bomb, categorizing it as an S-rank martial art. Staring blankly into the distance, Atsitsuki Kagaya finally snapped back to reality. He realized that even with the blessings of ancestral power, he could not unleash such a terrifying attack, unless the reincarnation eye could advance to a higher level. At the moment the palace erupted, the enemy vanished from sight, leaving him unable to track their whereabouts. The hatred for his child festered within him, tormenting both body and soul. After venting his frustrations for a while, Atsitsuki Kagaya resolved to take revenge on the detestable Hyuga clan. First, he must cultivate an advanced state of the reincarnation eye. With that thought, he He turned his gaze towards the corpses being carried by his clan members. They were the deceased members of the Hyuga clan. Wait for me. One day, I will find you. Chapter 52. The vessel of Atsitsuki sails in the ninja world at the forbidden grounds of the Hyuga clan's rear mountain. Dazed and feeling nauseous, Hyuga Kenji felt an urge to vomit. Your space-time technique requires significant improvement. Long-distance teleportation feels akin to sailing, inducing a disorienting sway that can lead to nausea for some. Poor Hyuga Kenji. It seemed he would never master even the simplest space-time ninjutsu in 10 lifetimes. You have my gratitude, Hyuga Tainin expressed sincerely to Kyuka. Without the Uchiha youth, he would never have fathomed that the key to awakening the reincarnation eye lay on the moon. Now that he had secured the body of the Atsitsuki clan, with a period of experimentation, the Hyuga would soon gain a master surpassing even clan leaders. His own strength had already stabilized, and future growth seemed limited. Such a precious bloodline should not be squandered on himself. Moreover, Hyuga Tainin had promised to ally with the Uchiha and lacked the time to slowly nurture the eye. However, his son was different. Still young, he possessed immense potential. Provided the transplantation was successful, he could surely acquire that legendary ultimate power. With this thought, he could no longer contain his excitement. Give me a few days. I will make the necessary arrangements, and then you may depart. Please, Tainin clan leader, take your time, Hyuga replied, understanding. He knew Hyuga Tainin would immediately commence his research. Yet alas, the genes of the Atsitsuki clan were not so easily acquired. In the original storyline, for a mere Hashirama cell, Orochimaru, Danzo, and various scientists from the ninja world had spent decades in research. And what was the outcome? The only successful product was Yamato, an expert in plant cultivation. The cells suppressed within the bodies of Edo Tensei Madara and Hashirama were indeed well preserved, but the caveat was that one needed to possess the bodies of those two, perfectly implanting them into a human body. It was only after the Fourth Great Ninja War, with Naruto's severed hand, that success was finally achieved. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether the sun power and Ashura chakra factors were in play. Now, in this Warring States period, akin to a time when electric lights were just beginning to be popularized, perfecting the transplantation of Atsitsuki clan cells, the difficulty was apparent. The Atsitsuki clan on the moon could not compare to the true sage of Six Paths brothers. Their bloodline had diluted to the point where only clan members exhibited any significant Atsitsuki characteristics. The rest of the clan bore little distinction from ordinary humans on Earth. According to Kyuka's understanding, the difficulty of transplantation should be somewhat easier than that of Hashirama cells. With the current techniques possessed by the Hyuga, success could be achieved in 30 to 50 years. With this thought, he instinctively glanced at the knowledge exchange options within the system. If Kyuka so desired, he could transform into the strongest researcher of the age in a very short time. Gene cloning, cell transplantation, he even had the capability to replicate Steel Naruto. Unfortunately, he lacked a suitable research environment. Suppressing the dreams of a scientist within his heart, Kyuka turned back to his room, intending to check on how the Uzumaki lady was faring. As he reached the door, he heard a sound akin to an old cow drinking water emanating from within the room. Clearing his throat softly, the next moment, Kyuka kicked open the door. Good morning, Mizuho. Startled, Mizuho sprayed the milk she had yet to swallow all over the place. The baby bottle clattered to the ground, and the girl with the bun began to cough violently. Cough, cough, you bastard. One day I will personally slay you. Poor child. Kaisuk shrugged, disregarding the credibility of her threat. By the time she could control the nine tails, he would have mastered the complete Susanoo and be soaring through the skies. If she wished to eliminate him, only one method remained. Suddenly, an idea crossed Kaisuk's mind, and he emitted a chilling laugh that made the girl with the bun's hair stand on end. This scoundrel was certainly plotting something nefarious. Mito, nearly coughing up her lungs, could no longer contain her fury and lunged at him in a fit of rage. I'll fight you. Meanwhile, Hinata Tenin eagerly began his research. As his direct disciple, Hinata Yayoi was also granted the opportunity to participate. This was the reward for their teacher's expedition. Taking a deep breath, she commenced the preliminary blood transplantation. The clan had no shortage of prisoners. There was an abundance of experimental material, and the loss of a few was inconsequential. Atsitsuki blood diverged significantly from any common blood type in the ninja world, and it could be said that adverse reactions were guaranteed. However, no one anticipated that the rejection would be so intense. Within a mere 20 seconds, the experimental subject, possessing Chunin strength, succumbed amidst a shower of blood mist. Next, Tennin frowned, a sense of foreboding rising within him. It was proven that premonitions often bore more ill than good. In the ensuing 10 experiments, no one could endure even half a minute. As soon as Atsitsuki cells entered the body, a catastrophic reaction would ensue. If this continued, there would not be enough blood from the corpses for further experimentation. Damn it, obtaining the power of the ancestors was certainly not going to be easy. For an entire night, Hinata Tennin wrestled with the issues of the experiments. Ultimately, he was forced to devise a plan that was not truly a solution. The caged bird seal, a prominent mark of the branch house of the Hyuga clan, was a formidable technique, the culmination of millennia of their strongest techniques. Even the powerful sage bloodline of the Byakugan could be suppressed through the caged bird, which also explained why the Hyuga clan had always struggled to produce unparalleled warriors. With this seal, it could achieve microscopic limitations. But would it work on the cells entering the body? In the days that followed, Tennin began experimenting with his hypothesis. The results were promising. The caged bird seal did indeed prove effective, preventing the Atsitsuki cells from spreading throughout the body. However, a new problem arose. To achieve retention, a constant infusion of chakra was essential, requiring the person controlling the seal to frequently reinforce it. Otherwise, it would ultimately be a futile endeavor. In this era of technological scarcity, there was no method for long-term preservation of corpses. To preserve the Atsitsuki cells and chakra, a living person must serve as a vessel, one who was particularly loyal and possessed the spirit to devote everything to the main family. After much contemplation, Hinata Tennin finally reached out to his most favored disciple. Yayoi, I have an important task for you. Oblivious to the weight of the task ahead, Yayoi believed her master was simply asking her to accompany him, unaware of the pain this special mission would impose upon her. The echoes of Yayoi's screams resounded in the forbidden area of the back mountain at night. Chapter 53. My rules are the rules. When Kaisuk next encountered Hinata Yayoi, the girl was already wrapped in bandages, her demeanor notably subdued. Perhaps sensing his concerns, Hinata Tennin offered a calm explanation. Yayoi will accompany us. She requires more opportunities for experience. Though he spoke thus, Kaisuk felt a lingering suspicion that he was concealing something. Observing the girl's attire, he silently scoffed, realizing that even Danzo had become a figure of cosplay. At that moment, Hinata Yayoi appeared almost as a second Danzo, especially with her right eye obscured by bandages. Wait, her right eye. Kaisuk's eyelid twitched, but he quickly regained composure, adeptly masking his thoughts. Neither Hinata Tennin nor the others noticed his unusual reaction, but the girl with the bun, Mito, sensed something amiss. Why did he always seem to be observing her in secret? Connecting this to the prior incident when everyone had mysteriously vanished, Mito suddenly grasped the truth. So that's it. No wonder he could persuade Hinata Tennin to leave his mountain. To thwart his father, he had chosen to forge a union with the Hinata clan. Pouting unconsciously, Mito could not comprehend why she felt such anger. It must be because of that bastard, she attempted to rationalize. Kaisuk had confirmed the existence of the reincarnation eye, even assisting the Hinata in achieving their lunar ambitions. One could say he had far exceeded their mutual agreement. Now it was the Hinata clan's turn to fulfill their responsibilities. Given the current situation, Hinata Tennin did not bring an excessive number of troops. He deemed himself sufficient to deal with Uzumaki Ashina. The remaining issues would be handled by the Uchiha clan. Naturally, one must remain vigilant. And Tennin brought along 10 formidable subordinates. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, these 10 would be enough to aid in his escape from enemy entanglements. Although he believed the Uchiha would not act irrationally, he understood that the Senju and Uzumaki were the true adversaries. If they continued to provoke the Hinata, the Uchiha could very well face a clan extermination war. Understanding this, he felt secure in bringing Yayoi to the battlefield. After all, at this moment, she represented more than just the leader's disciple for the entire family. She embodied the hope of the clan's dominance in the ninja world and was the vessel for his son's future ascendance to greatness. No mistakes were to be allowed. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Yayoi requested Kaisuk, the commander, to look after her. Hinata Tennin interjected unexpectedly. Noticing that the princess of the Uzumaki clan consistently radiated malice toward his disciple, prompting him to offer a word of caution. In response, Kaisuk assured him earnestly, rest assured. Clan leader Tennin, I will do everything in my power to ensure her safety. In truth, aside from the threat posed by the Senju, He was also concerned about retaliation from the moon. Fortunately, his performance had not attracted undue attention, and the extraterrestrials would likely not trace their grievances back to the Uchiha. If retaliation were to be executed, it would undoubtedly be Hinata Tennin who bore the brunt. In such a scenario, if a war broke out between the moon and the earth, he might even seize the opportunity to uncover certain hidden truths, such as the Sage of Six Paths, who was presumably still residing in the Pure Land, or Atsitsuki Kagaya, who was currently in seclusion. Indeed, Kaisuk suspected that even that lunar ancestor might not have perished entirely. Sigh, what troublesome characters. Kaisuk lamented to himself. As a result, his demeanor led Mito to misunderstand once again. What the heck? He asked you to protect his disciple, not to take you as a son-in-law. Look at your pathetic self. Finally, Mito could no longer suppress her complaints. What? Kaisuk was taken aback. How had she drawn such a connection to the topic of son-in-laws? Oh, right. The little sprout might have miscalculated his leverage, assuming that he had gained Hinata Tennin's support through marriage. Upon reflection, it was indeed a clever approach, but she underestimated herself. Don't think too much. Be careful not to go hungry tonight, Kaisuk threatened sternly. Typically, their exchanges consisted of such banter. Although he would scare her, he would never truly let the princess of the Uzumaki go hungry. What was meant as a casual remark unexpectedly prompted Mito to take it seriously this time. Glancing at the silent bandaged girl and the visibly impatient Kaisuk, Mito turned away, tears streaming down her face. She was unsure why she felt this pang of sorrow deep within her heart. The speaker may not intend to convey a message, yet the listener, keenly perceptive, cannot be deceived, no matter how softly her voice may fall. As the vehicle sped along, Hyuga Tenrin suddenly chuckled softly and remarked, "The suggestion from Princess Uzumaki is splendid. Mayoi is of a similar age to you. It is indeed prudent to foster a closer bond." His considerations were straightforward. Should his disciple and Kaisuk become romantically involved, the latter would surely not permit his beloved to endure the torment of Atsitsuki cells. At that point, the Hyuga clan would possess a reliable route to traverse to the world upon the moon, sharing a similar sentiment to Kaisuk. Hyuga Tenrin also viewed the land there with great interest. Despite certain areas appearing desolate, numerous habitable regions remained. In comparison to Hyuga's current territory, the expanse was virtually limitless. Establishing a base upon the moon, while gazing upon the turmoil and strife of the ninja world, would indeed be the most suitable path for the evolution of the Hyuga clan. If Kaisuk had been tempted, it was hardly surprising that Hyuga Tenrin, with his limited experience, felt the same allure. Pondering this, he found himself wishing for an immediate union between the two. Alas, such aspirations were but a figment of his imagination. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. Mayoi was undeniably beautiful, with astonishing strength and talent. As they spent time together, he was confident that the young man would eventually find himself enchanted. Should their union come to fruition, Hyuga Tenrin might even consider lifting the cage bird curse from his disciple. One must not speak of rules. The greatest value of such constraints lies in their inevitable transgression. For instance, in the future, the union of Naruto and Hinata should have warranted the imposition of the cage bird seal upon Uzumaki Himawari. Yet, what was the outcome? Who among the Hyuga clan dared to broach this topic? Did they wish for their lives to be forfeit? In a bid to uphold family tradition, Hyuga Hayashi even permitted Hinata to adopt the Uzumaki surname. Traditionally, regardless of gender, one would be expected to join the Hyuga clan. Yet, all principles crumbled in the presence of Naruto, the seventh Hokage, the strongest in the ninja world, and the prophesied child. Thus, it became evident that the tenets of the Hyuga clan were not insurmountable. In the face of Tenrin's blatant insinuation, Kaisuk could only respond with a foolish grin. In truth, both parties understood it was merely a jest. The union of Uchiha and Hyuga? Its significance extended far beyond a simple marriage. It symbolized the alignment of two great clans. Understanding this, the assembled individuals shared a light-hearted exchange, dismissing the matter. Only Hyuga Mayoi, who had remained silent, suddenly turned her gaze towards Kaisuk, who stood with his back to her. A fleeting complexity danced within her eyes, unnoticed by any present. Chapter 54, Madara's Resolution. The flame of Garuda on the frontline battlefield, within the Uchiha encampment. Uchiha Hiroki sighed. Has that boy Kaisuk not returned yet? The two parties had secretly entered into a year-long pact, wherein Uzumaki Erasure pledged not to breach the Uchiha defenses within that time. However, the enemy was not foolish. They could not possibly overlook the possibility of treachery. Should a life-and-death struggle ensue, Senju Hashirama would undoubtedly hold him accountable. At that point, having offended both the Senju and Uchiha clans, what hope would there be for the continued existence of the Land of Waves? Furthermore, the Land of Water harbored hidden animosity, lurking in the shadows. Were it not for the chaotic state of affairs, Uzumaki Erasure would most certainly have to guard against the forces of the Land of Water. In his unwillingness to offend the Senju clan, Uzumaki Erasure had frequently launched terrifyingly powerful attacks. If we do not breach your defenses, let us engage in a fierce battle upon the battlefield. Soon, Uchiha Hiroki and his comrades discovered that the casualty rate of their forces had inexplicably risen. At this rate, they need not wait for the year to conclude. Their legion would likely be utterly decimated by the enemy. With Kaisuk's promised reinforcements still absent, they had no choice but to request support from Uchiha Taijima, a bunch of fools, unable to even contend with the mere Uzumaki Erasure. Upon receiving the distress signal, Taijima was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He publicly chastised the legion for their inaction and seized the opportunity to berate them further. As a military leader, how dare you abandon your post during wartime? If you cannot secure reinforcements, you might as well return to camp and guard the entrance. Had it been anyone else, Taijima would have had ample justification to eliminate them tenfold. However, Kaisuk had made significant contributions, and Taijima, not wishing to see such talent squandered, refrained from going too far. He aimed to diminish the other's prestige while ensuring the young man's safety. Truly, he was a master of strategy. As things stood, Taijima did not desire Kaisuk's demise. He was also wary of the burgeoning reputation of the youth. In his mind, Kaisuk should be a blade that strikes precisely where directed. Only then could he confidently hand him over to his son. Otherwise, he would inevitably become a liability. Forget the relationship between Madara and Kaisuk. Not long ago, he and Uchiha Izumi had been as close as brothers, having shielded each other from harm and endured the enemy's jutsu together. Yet, what was the outcome now? They would both dream of the other's demise. Taijima believed that one day, his son would find himself at odds with Kaisuk. When that day arrived, it would spell disaster for the entire Uchiha clan. His current restraint stemmed from the belief that there was still room for resolution. However, should Kaisuk exhibit uncontrollable factors, he would not hesitate to reveal his ruthless side as clan leader. Uchiha Madara remained unaware of these intricacies. He understood his father's narrow-mindedness and occasionally endeavored to guide him correctly, yet the results were far from satisfactory. Shortly after the distress signal was dispatched, Uchiha Izuna arrived at the battlefield, leading the reinforcements. Brother, the adage when brothers unite, they can cut through metal rang true. The prospect of fighting side by side on the battlefield was undeniably exhilarating. However, this could not alter the overall dire situation at hand. The newly arrived reinforcements merely postponed the inevitable collapse. At this rate, within 6 months, Hiroki's legion would face complete annihilation. With a resounding clang, Uchiha Madara unsheathed his sharp scythe, leading his brother Izuna as they relentlessly assaulted the defenses of the Uzumaki clan. Though the interval had been brief, the aura of the Dance King now radiated with a newfound steadiness, suggesting a significant enhancement of his power. Uchiha Madara had now entered a phase of rapid advancement in his abilities. After a mere 3 days apart, anyone who beheld him would regard him with newfound respect. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Facing the throngs of enemies charging forth, Madara's expression was grim as he unleashed 5 scorching fire dragons capable of incinerating foes in an instant. With a swift motion of his scythe, the remaining middle ninjas fell beneath his blade. Behind him, Izuna began to showcase his formidable prowess as well. Any enemy daring to approach his brother found themselves ensnared by his lethal edge. The brothers worked in tandem, effortlessly carving a rift in the enemy ranks. Yet, the sheer number of Uzumaki ninjas was overwhelming. Their overall strength far surpassed that of the Uchiha. After a brief skirmish, the brothers were compelled to retreat. Lingering too long could result in capture. In previous encounters, their maneuvers had been remarkably successful, incurring only minor injuries. However, this time, Madara would have to account for his own carelessness. Uchiha brat, I've been waiting for you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the unique black seals of the sealing technique began to spread wildly. Those unable to withdraw were ensnared by the enemy. This is bad. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, realizing he had miscalculated. Glancing back at his somewhat panicked brother, He repeatedly reminded himself that he must not allow Izuna to come to harm. As a clan specializing in fire style, the Uchiha had certainly developed S-rank fire techniques over the centuries. Yet, these techniques were typically difficult to wield, rarely yielding decisive advantages in clashes between masters. Rather than squander chakra, it was often more prudent to employ lower-tier fire techniques to create opportunities. Thus, many fire masters resorted to utilizing B-rank or C-rank jutsu. Today, he aims to breach the enemy's barrier, striving for the utmost lethality through a single point of explosion. Despite the immense strain on his body, Madara resolves to take the risk. In the blink of an eye, over 20 seals are completed, and through the transformation of chakra, a torrent of flames converges in his mouth. Before the forbidden technique is unleashed, the surrounding temperature rises significantly, prompting Izuna, who is closest, to involuntarily take a few steps back. Do not underestimate me, Uchiha Madara. The Dance King roars as he unleashes an S-class forbidden technique. The flames of Garuda, the golden, blazing divine bird compels everyone to instinctively close their eyes upon its appearance. Merely gazing upon it creates an illusion that one's eyes might be scorched. With wings forged from flames, the divine bird charges towards the barrier, effortlessly obliterating the seemingly indestructible seal. Yet, this is not the end. Just as the caster prepares to escape, it swiftly pursues him, igniting the terrifying energy of flames within. Boom. With the fire release forbidden technique passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, Madara successfully shatters the conspiracy of the Uzumaki clan. Embrace death boldly, beasts. Though unsteady on his feet, Uchiha Madara retains his arrogant demeanor. This devastating strike eliminates the ambush team prepared by the Uzumaki clan, but also attracts the attention of enemies lurking in the distance. Izuna, you go ahead, I will hold them off. Brandishing a fan, and with severe burns around his mouth, Madara prepares to continue the fight. Brother. At that moment, a strangely shaped kunai suddenly embeds itself in the ground ahead. Upon seeing this, the brothers' serious expressions finally reveal a hint of a smile. That rascal has finally returned. Chapter 55. The method to create the chakra orb? Ninja art. 8 trigrams, air palm. The terrifying secret art of gentle fist instantly clears a wide path. In the blink of an eye, several figures appear before the brothers. Hey, you two are still alive. Kyokai greets them with a smile. Hearing this, Izuna naturally engages in his habitual banter, reassured by the presence of his elder brother that this scoundrel would not dare to lay a hand on him. As for Uchiha Madara, his gaze is entirely focused on Hinata Tennin. His instincts tell him that this individual possesses formidable strength. You are quite impressive. Hinata Tennin gazes at the two youths, admiration evident in his eyes. He had long heard of 3 exceptional talents emerging from the Uchiha clan. Kyokai astounds him greatly, even leading him to believe that unless he successfully cultivates the Rinnegan, no pure ninja could surpass him. Upon arriving on the battlefield, he witnesses the astonishing spectacle of Garuda's explosion. If memory serves, the young Uchiha clan head is only 11 years old. Truly remarkable. Retracting his gaze, he casually glances at his disciple beside him. With these eyes, the Hinata clan will soon witness the rise of their own unparalleled genius. That day should not be far off. You take them down to heel. Hinata Tennin turns around, his Byakugan piercing, swiftly locking onto their target. He had long heard of Uzumaki Irumi, the current leader of sealing techniques, whose strength is exceptionally robust, holding the potential to claim the strongest title in the ninja world. Such a figure, how could the self-proclaimed invincible Hinata Tennin not pay a visit? Since I am on the battlefield, I ought to greet the Uzumaki clan. With that, he leads his clan members away. With the insight of his Byakugan, even if Uzumaki Irumi wished to avoid confrontation, it would be impossible. Let us return first. Kyokai grips the hands of his brothers tightly and employs the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon entering the battlefield between the two clans, he announces the arrival of the Hinata clan to avoid any misfires. The temperamental Tennin intends to challenge the enemy's leader directly, while he, a mere minor player, refrains from joining the fray. The battles of clan leaders carry the risk of death from mere residual energy waves. Moreover, he genuinely fears that Uzumaki Irumi might develop some bizarre sealing technique that could nullify his Flying Thunder God, which would be quite troublesome. The Flying Thunder God is not omnipotent. Even powerful sealing techniques can isolate its effects, so I must exercise utmost caution. Points, 85-96. Glancing at the points tally, He realizes that he has not devoted much effort to acquiring points amidst his recent travels. Although not abundant, it is sufficient for exchanging a desired ninjutsu. The Shadow Clone technique, developed by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, is a B-class ninjutsu. It creates tangible clones using chakra, which can act and fight independently, possessing consciousness distinct from that of the caster. These clones exhibit considerable resilience, and upon dispersal, their memories and experiences return to the original body. During the Valley of the End battle, Naruto's use of shadow clones, which could withstand Sasuke's Chidori without losing form, showcases its unmatched strength, apart from wood clone techniques. Moreover, shadow clones serve as excellent aids for intelligence gathering and training. With them, one can infiltrate and execute missions without risking the original's safety. Remarkably, clones can utilize the majority of the original's ninjutsu, including abilities granted by bloodline limits. When combined with the Flying Thunder God, Hyokai's safety is undoubtedly heightened. Regarding training, Naruto, leveraging his status as a Jinchuriki, compressed the 2-year chakra nature training into mere days, utilizing the memory transfer capabilities of shadow clones. Should Kyokai aspire to ascend to the 6 paths level, shadow clones will save him an enormous amount of time, allowing him to research the chakra orb without much difficulty. There are several methods to create the chakra orb. The only approach available to Kyokai is to deeply develop his chakra, enabling him to master the complete transformation of yin-yang and the 5 elemental forces. For an ordinary person, it may take several lifetimes to achieve such mastery. Developing a single chakra nature to a profound level equates to possessing strength comparable to elite Jonin or even Kage-level ninjas. Achieving total mastery? Even those naturally attuned to the 5 elements would require at least 100 to 80 years. However, if he masters Naruto's training method, Kyokai can proportionately compress the time needed. A normal person requires 80 years to fully develop a specific chakra type by summoning 80 shadow clones to diligently practice. He could equivalently achieve 80 years of training in just 1 year. Including yin-yang chakra, he could succeed in 7 years, at which point possessing the chakra orb would render him nearly impervious to harm from anyone below Kage level. To fulfill this requirement, he must possess regenerative abilities akin to a tailed beast. There are 2 methods. First, directly sealing a tailed beast and becoming its Jinchuriki. Second, exchanging for a sage body, becoming an entity with self-healing prowess. Sigh. Neither path is easy to traverse. System notification, consumed 7,500 points, successfully exchanged for B-class ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Unbeknownst to him, Kyokai has acquired another formidable ninjutsu. Judging by his current skill set, he is gradually approaching perfection. From here on, he must diligently practice, developing each ninjutsu to a profound level, ensuring that he will possess combat power nearing Kage level in the future. Looking at the remaining 1,000 points, Kyokai resolves to refrain from frivolous expenditures unless absolutely necessary. He aims to accumulate enough points to exchange for the Mangekyō Sharingan, which would be the quickest route to becoming a Kage-level ninja. 100,000 points do not seem so distant after all. Meanwhile, Hinata Tenin has located the strongest member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Irumi. Both are formidable figures at the pinnacle of the Warring States period, destined to engage in a clash that will undoubtedly shake the heavens and earth. In their first encounter, the two engage in a battle that shatters the very ground, rendering the surrounding area a no-go zone for anyone daring to approach. The sealing techniques of Uzumaki Nagato are unparalleled. Even the formidable Tenzin cannot breach his defenses. Conversely, the might of the gentle fist astonishes his opponents. The diamond lock is exceedingly tyrannical, ensnaring even-tailed beasts, yet it proves utterly ineffective against Hyuga Tenzin. This patriarch of the Hyuga clan has, for the first time, demonstrated the principle of overcoming strength with gentleness. A month later, both parties engaged in a second clash, resulting in a stalemate once more. The third and fourth encounters soon followed, and the entirety of the ninja world became aware of the confrontations between these two pinnacle clan leaders. Countless spectators were drawn to this battle, eager to witness who would ultimately emerge victorious. As time passed, a year slipped by. Chapter 56, The Emergence of Chidori. In the camp courtyard, Kaisuk was diligently consuming his meal. Before him, 2 subordinates were engaged in combat, utilizing practical experience to address their shortcomings. Over the course of a year, despite his legion's formidable strength, they inevitably faced significant attrition. Currently, The total number of troops stands at 168, with casualties amounting to several dozen. Recognizing the difficulty of nurturing his subordinates, Kaisuk resolved 6 months ago to implement elite training during their spare time, utilizing available resources to maximize their growth. Strengthening oneself is essential. Only through increased power can one ensure survival. After 6 months of arduous training, over 100 of his subordinates displayed marked improvements in their abilities. The Chidori group focused on enhancing the nature of lightning release, employing methods to stimulate cellular activity and enhance mobility. The Shunshin group, comprised of those unable to learn Chidori, mastered Kaisuk's Shunshin technique and swordsmanship, achieving speeds comparable to the former, with lethality sufficiently compensated through their sword techniques. In essence, Kaisuk's legion emphasized swift engagement, ensuring that battles were conducted without hesitation. If one lacked the speed to keep pace with the main force, they could not blame anyone for their demise. Do you wish to survive? Then train diligently. Enhanced strength naturally increases one's chances of survival. Suddenly, 2 currents of electricity collided, stirring up a tempest of dust that rendered Kaisuk's meal inedible. What on earth are these fools doing? Setting down his plate, the young man casually picked at his teeth, contemplating a visit to procure a jug of fresh milk. Time was ticking, and he was approaching a phase of rapid physical growth. The issues that had plagued him for years were finally on the verge of resolution. After a year of arduous training, Kaisuk's overall strength had increased, yet his physical resilience remained stagnant at the Chunin level, hindered by the limitations of his age. Alas, the plight of a youth was indeed lamentable. Kaisuk often found himself reflecting on this. Meanwhile, the adjacent Uchiha Madara had fully entered a phase of rapid power escalation. Not only had his chakra surged dramatically, but his taijutsu capabilities had also far surpassed Kaisuk's. Both were intricately linked to physical strength, which had become Kaisuk's most significant shortcoming. The rapid rise of the King of Dance seemed to foreshadow the future Uchiha Sasuke, regardless of the external assistance. The transformation from a mere child to a formidable adversary against Orochimaru and Deidara had taken only 2 years for him. A normal individual might take 20 years to achieve such a leap in strength. In response, all Kaisuk could say was that Indra was indeed formidable. Currently, Madara's situation was similar. After all, the King of Dance was over 2 years his senior. Were it not for his array of secret techniques, Kaisuk would have long been left behind. It was reasonable to assume that Hashirama's circumstances were akin to Madara's. That individual had likely awakened the wood release. Recalling the bowl-cut figure by the riverbank, Kaisuk felt a pang of unease. One day in the future, he would have to confront an overwhelming onslaught of wood release. And as it stood, he had no particularly effective countermeasures. Oh, the god of ninjas. He smiled faintly, discreetly drawing out a kunai in preparation. In the next moment, a figure suddenly lunged forth, a torrent of violent chakra coalescing in her hands, exuding an aura of imminent threat. It was none other than Uzumaki Mito. Prepare to die, Uchiha Kaisuk, she shrieked maniacally. However, those around seemed entirely accustomed to her attempts to assassinate the commander, pausing their activities to observe the spectacle. From his seat, Kaisuk flicked his wrist, throwing the kunai, only for the young girl to crush it barehanded, an act of brutality that left onlookers astounded. Her strength had become increasingly terrifying. With an explosive attack, Mito failed to hit her target. Anticipating this, she immediately formed hand seals, attempting to employ sealing techniques to suppress Kaisuk's speed. Just as he revealed himself, black sigils began to spread around him, seemingly leaving no room for escape. A year ago, he might have had to rely on the flying thunder god to evade, but the circumstances were different now. Too naive, Mito, Kaisuk smirked, as currents of electricity enveloped him. With a distinctive crackling sound, the incoming sigils shattered under the force of the electrical surge. Chidori. What? Mito was taken aback, evidently unprepared for Kaisuk's hidden prowess. Not only she, but the observing ninja of the Legion were equally astonished, never having anticipated such a transformation in Chidori. With this display, Kaisuk had illuminated a new direction for their future training. Care for another round? He taunted, beckoning her with a finger. The arrival of Hyuga Tenzin had completely balanced the scales of power between the two sides. Since then, Kaisuk had not restricted Mito's freedom. If she wished to leave, she could have returned to her clan long ago. Yet for reasons unknown, she remained unwilling to depart. In her own words, as a princess of the Uzumaki clan, she felt compelled to uncover the Uchiha's clandestine schemes. A commendable rationale, one she seemed to believe wholeheartedly. With the hostage unwilling to leave, Kaisuk could hardly compel her to go. If she chose to stay, having her as a training partner was not a bad outcome. Gradually raising his finger, a terrifying blade of electricity shot forth, and before she could react, Mito found a strand of her hair sliced away. Chidori's sharp spear. Is there more? Mito fumed, astonished that he had secretly mastered such formidable techniques, while she had merely been accumulating chakra and delving into sealing arts. She felt utterly outmatched. Contemplating this, Mito threw her hands up in defeat, pouting as she stepped aside, declaring her withdrawal from the fight. Are we not continuing? Kaisuk pressed. Humph, don't think you can take advantage of me. Mito retorted, turning back, her sleeves rolled up. On her smooth, pale arms were inscribed several characters, the unique coordinates of Kaisuk's flying thunder god technique. Having this on me means I can never win against you. She sought to justify her defeat. Noticing this, Kaisuk approached her, grasping her arm, startling the girl. What are you doing? Have you finally succumbed to your primal instincts? Ugh, shut up, Beansprout. Kaisuk rolled his eyes, exasperated. I intend to remove this mark. As he spoke, he gently touched her arm, preparing to erase the coordinates of the flying thunder god. Yet for reasons unknown, Mito recoiled, rejecting his offer. Humph, who knows if you're deceiving me? You could be trying to place some curse on me. She concocted a flimsy excuse. Kaisuk, nearly choked by her words, silently rolled his eyes before utilizing the flying thunder god to vanish alongside her from the camp. Deep within a concealed cave, the anguished cries of a girl echoed. Hyuga Mayumi pounded her fists against the rock, her gaze filled with profound hatred. Chapter 57, Cellular Cultivation, Technical Talent. Hyuga Mayumi tore away the bandage from the corner of her eye. The right side of her face appeared ashen, devoid of color, resembling that of a corpse. Over the span of a year, Hinata Yayoi endured inhumane torment. The cells of Atsitsuki possessed an exceptionally potent assimilative erosion effect. Had it not been for her Hinata bloodline, fundamentally rooted in the same origin as the lunar Atsitsuki, any other individual would have perished countless times over. Despite this, Hinata Yayoi continued to suffer, constantly needing to utilize chakra to suppress the proliferation of the cells. The anguish was akin to an endless swarm of termites gnawing at her flesh day and night. As the saying goes, one who does not succumb to suffering shall surely erupt from it. Pushed to her limits, Hinata Yayoi began to seek her own solutions. To be confined like a caged bird, with her life and death entrusted entirely to the clan, she accepted her fate. To be commanded to marry that worthless son? She had no choice but to acquiesce. Her life was not her own, let alone a mere marriage. Yet, why must the clan leader subject her to such torment? The young girl sought not only to alleviate her pain, but also to exact vengeance on those who had wronged her. Free from the shackles of her family, she made the most consequential decision of her life. She approached Uchiha Kaisuk, pleading for him to devise a way to rid her body of its affliction. In truth, until now, Hinata Yayoi remained unaware of the existence of the Atsitsuki, only knowing that she was sealed with a terrifying cellular substance. If she sought assistance, it seemed only the youth of the Uchiha could provide her with aid. To prove her loyalty, she stealthily ambushed a fellow clan shinobi amidst the chaos of war, presenting the severed head as a testament to her commitment. Should Kaisuk inform Hinata Tenrin, her fate would be sealed with an immediate execution by curse mark. With this leverage in hand, there was a possibility he might genuinely assist her in alleviating her suffering. It felt as though centipedes writhed beneath her skin, the resulting agony eliciting incessant cries of despair from Hinata Yayoi. I will personally see you all dead. By the time Kaisuk and the others arrived, she was nearly in a state of shock. Quick, save her. Upon reaching the young girl's side, they combined their efforts to perform healing techniques. Under his coercion and inducements, Mito began to explore the application of medical ninjutsu. With Kaisuk's guidance, within a few months, she successfully developed a healing technique. Not only her, but Kaisuk, with idle time on his hands, would occasionally delve into medical texts. Performing intricate tasks was beyond his current capability, but utilizing chakra to suppress cellular agitation posed no challenge. The two worked in concert, and soon, Hinata Yayoi's condition stabilized significantly. Step aside, clearing away the obstructive individuals. Mito took a deep breath and placed her hands on the girl's cheeks. Sealing technique. For symbol seal. A spiraling pattern completely enveloped the right side of the girl's face. Observing Hinata Yayoi's breathing gradually steady, Kaisuk inquired curiously. Why resort to the four-symbol seal? Pointing to the curse mark on the girl's forehead, Mito explained nonchalantly. The caged bird can no longer contain the power within her. Further sealing is imperative. So you intend to treat the Atsitsuki cells as if they were tailed beasts? Upon reflection, it was indeed a sound approach. Hinata Yayoi was extraordinarily gifted. A premier talent of the Hinata clan, and Kaisuk could not afford to reject such an individual, who would relinquish a subordinate with the potential to awaken the Rinnegan. As for methods to ease her pain, aside from the healing technique, the only solution Kaisuk could conceive was to completely remove the caged bird's restraints. Only the purest and untainted Byakugan could meld with the Atsitsuki chakra, thereby giving rise to her own Rinnegan. To save her, he needed to first lift the seal. Considering the complexity of the task, Kaisuk enlisted the expertise of sealing master Uzumaki Mito. Otherwise, he would have to expend an entire 15,000 points to exchange for the complete caged bird technique. I will do whatever it takes. Just don't make me spend money, was Kaisuk's prevailing thought. Unfortunately, the centuries of technological advancements of the Hinata clan were far beyond the comprehension of a mere girl like Mito. Even if Uzumaki Ashina herself were present, deciphering the secrets would require decades of study. If it were that easy to break, the Hinata clan would have likely faced extinction long ago. The branch family, oppressed for generations, would surely wield their blades against their former masters if the caged bird were to be lifted. The absence of such events is simple to comprehend. Thus far, no outsider has succeeded in discovering a method to dismantle it. After more than half a year of attempts, Kaisuk was on the verge of giving up. Aside from exchanging for the caged bird curse mark, he saw no other means to rescue her. The subsequent issue became significantly simpler. As long as Hinata Yayoi could prove her worth, exceeding 15,000 points, Kaisuk could readily exchange for the caged bird curse mark. Loyalty is too abstract. Absolute loyalty does not exist in this world. He lacked the brainwashing ability of Orochimaru, and moreover, the girl possessed an exceptionally resilient mind. Even Orochimaru himself would struggle to sway her. There was no need to consider her combat prowess. Given her status as a disciple of Hinata Tenrin, she would undoubtedly rise to the rank of clan leader in due time. However, mere qualifications were insufficient. To assess her talents, Kaisuk spent 3,000 points to acquire knowledge of cellular cultivation, encompassing everything from rudimentary observation to advanced breeding techniques. The complexity rivaled that of modern medicine in his previous life. Kaisuk was not in one of combat personnel. What he truly needed were technical assistants. For instance, sealing techniques and experts in biological sciences. Within 2 years, he sought not for her to master all the materials, but merely to complete the most basic cellular cultivation tasks. In return, he promised to assist the young girl in lifting the caged bird curse mark. To his astonishment, within just over half a year, Hinata Yayoi employed a secret method to notify him. Thus, the aforementioned events transpired. Stumbling to her feet, the young girl guided them into the depths of a cave. Her personal secret laboratory. Donning the requisite white lab coat of a researcher, Hinata Yayoi retrieved a stack of documents and spoke with an air of calm. I have succeeded. Before the three stood a glass vessel containing a pulsating mass resembling a fleshy sphere. It originated from the body of the Atsitsuki. Yet it was not the original flesh, but rather a product of cellular cultivation achieved by Hinata Yayoi. Over a year ahead of schedule, she had successfully completed the trial Kaisuk had imposed. Naturally, the documents played an instrumental role. Without them, even a century would not suffice for her to accomplish the research alone. However, this did not diminish the recognition of the girl's talent. Had it been Kaisuk, merely glancing at the materials would have left him dizzy. In summary, Hinata Yayoi's performance was outstanding, possessing the potential to become a top-tier scientist in the future. Such talent must be firmly grasped by Kaisuk. Chapter 58. A major news in the ninja world. The princess of the land of whirlpools is pregnant. I hope you understand that this is a necessary means. Kaisuk was not stingy with his trust. Equally, he was accustomed to interpreting others' intentions with the utmost skepticism. Assisting Hinata Yayoi? Certainly. Expend 15,000 points? That too, provided she proved her worth. Yet he would not place complete trust in her. A mere declaration of loyalty was far from sufficient. For sincere collaboration, he must possess the means to control the girl's life and death. In 3 days, Kaisuk thoroughly assimilated the methods for operating the caged bird curse mark, and swiftly assisted Hinata Yayoi in lifting the curse. Concurrently, he accomplished 2 additional tasks. First, he requested Mito's assistance in sealing the Atsitsuki cells, while also utilizing the 8-trigram seal to disguise it as the caged bird. Second, he would cast a new curse upon the girl, one that would not affect her Byakugan but could be retracted at any moment, endangering her life. Hinata Yayoi was astute enough to realize that only through such actions would the youth genuinely trust her. This was the price of freedom, the girl declared. With a curse seal inscribed upon her wrist, Kaisuk simultaneously incorporated the Flying Thunder God technique into the ritual. Upon completing this task, he retrieved a second dossier from his pocket. The intricacies of cellular transplantation, if thoroughly comprehended, could potentially allow one to eradicate the affliction upon their visage. Naturally, I do not personally advocate for such an endeavor. With only the two of them present, Kaisuk did not conceal the existence of the reincarnation eye. After listening to his explanation, the young woman realized that the cells causing her immense suffering originated from her ancestors, thousands of years past. Upon learning that the reincarnation eye could grant her the power to slay clan leaders, Hinata Yayoi made her decision in a mere 3 seconds. She would retain this source of her anguish solely to grow stronger. Kaisuk expressed his admiration for her resolve and shared numerous crucial insights based on his memories. The caged bird I have imposed upon you possesses a potent allure. Unless the curse seal is activated, Hinata Tenjin will remain oblivious to any anomaly. Individual valor is significant. Yet one must never underestimate the strength of a collective before surpassing a certain threshold. Abandon your hatred and utilize the Hinata clan as instruments in your hands. That is the true essence of a successful revenge as a branch family member. Indeed, Kaisuk sought not merely a scientific talent, but aspired to collaborate with the young woman to overturn the entire Byakugan clan. On the day of triumph, he would wield the powers of both the Hinata and Uchiha clans. In comparison to such gains, a mere 15,000 points of merit seemed trivial. Controlling the Hinata clan? The young woman grasped the research materials, her gaze gradually revealing the spark of ambition within. Observing her demeanor, Kaisuk smiled gently and remarked, I hope you understand that what I require is not a compliant puppet, but a comrade who will stand shoulder to shoulder with me. The dangers we shall face in the future may far exceed your imagination. To be candid, I do not possess the confidence to confront them alone. Strengthen yourself swiftly. When you ascend to the rank of clan leader, I shall personally lift the curse seal from you. The method of rewarding with a slap and then offering a sweet date is simple yet unfailingly effective. Coupled with his grand promises, Hinata Yayoi found herself dismissing other concerns. She was moved, and for Kaisuk, it was merely a matter of expending some merit points. However, in the eyes of the young woman, he was her savior, extricating her from her suffering, aiding her in breaking the curse, and imparting invaluable knowledge. A single expression of gratitude scarcely sufficed to encapsulate the tumult within her heart. Meeting the boy's gaze, Hinata Yayoi spoke with unwavering conviction. Rest assured, Yayoi shall not disappoint your expectations. Excellent. I look forward to your contributions. With the most significant meeting thus concluded, 2 matters lay before Kaisuk. The first was to eradicate the threat posed by the Uzumaki clan entirely. The second was that Lady Mito was finally preparing to depart. At the entrance of the camp, the girl with the bun carried her belongings. Glaring at the boy with bared teeth. What is the matter? Kaisuk inquired in confusion. You are being released, yet you look as if you wish to devour me. His words, rather than alleviating her anger, ignited a furious explosion from Mito. You bastard. It was you who spread the rumor that I was returning to the clan to give birth. Choking back a near-retched response, Kaisuk coughed for a considerable time before finally managing to wave his hand dismissively. Of course not. We are friends now. Why would I spread such a rumor? Is that truly the case? Mito expressed her skepticism. Upon her return to give birth. No. To assist her father with clan affairs, the next time they would meet would be upon the battlefield. With this realization, her anger dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of frustration. She longed to vent her feelings, but as the princess of the land of waves, her status often constrained her impulses. After studying the boy's face for a prolonged moment, she suddenly seized his arm and bit down on his wrist. Hey, are you out of your mind? Humph. Mito, having bitten him, placed her hands on her hips in a self-assured manner. This is a warning. Next time we meet, I will make sure to beat you senseless. Her lips moved silently, uttering a few words before she resolutely turned and swiftly vanished from Kaisuk's sight. Do not forget me. With her subordinates escorting her, Mito safely returned to the territory of the Uzumaki clan. Upon her return, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan erupted in celebration, unaware that it was not a victory, but merely the return of their princess. Her father, Uzumaki Namikaze, was also pleased. Yet he maintained a stern demeanor as he summoned his daughter into the tent. After clarifying the situation and realizing she was not returning to give birth, Uzumaki Namikaze finally breathed a sigh of relief. The detestable Uchiha, how could my daughter ever marry into your clan? For reasons unknown, a sudden pang gripped Mito's heart. Bowing her head in silence for a long while, she finally spoke softly. Father, teach me the diamond lock. This sealing technique was exceedingly arduous, and she had previously resisted it. Yet now at least she understood one thing. Only with sufficient strength could one transform the impossible into the possible. This was the lesson Kaisuk had imparted to her. Ha ha ha, splendid. Now this is the princess of the land of waves. Uzumaki Namikaze rejoiced, for after a year of trials, his daughter had finally matured. With the heart to grow stronger, under his guidance, she would undoubtedly become a formidable powerhouse in the future. At that time, he would seek an opportunity for redemption, ideally capturing that Uchiha boy. Throughout the year of conflict, Uzumaki Namikaze had grown weary of the elusive boy. If one were to inquire about the ninjutsu he despised most, the Flying Thunder God would undoubtedly top the list. Enough of that. Let us not dwell on such matters now. For today, let us allow the soldiers to celebrate properly. Uzumaki Namikaze smiled contentedly. Chapter 59. Face me, my offspring Elder Hiroki. You summon me? Upon lifting the curtain, Kaisuk discovered a gathering of prominent figures assembled within the tent. Even Tenjin was present, a rarity as he seldom attended Uchiha meetings. This scene indicated that they were poised for significant action. Ignoring Yayoi, who knelt at the back, Kaisuk settled himself down and inquired with a light-hearted tone. Now that I am here, feel free to state your business. In response, Elder Hiroki produced a decrypted letter and passed it around for everyone to examine. When it reached Kaisuk, the king of dance could no longer contain his curiosity. A surprise attack on the transportation fleet of the Land of Waves? Precisely, Elder Hiroki confirmed. The enemy is conducting long-range operations, and subsequent supply lines are prone to disruption. Reliable intelligence indicates that multiple supply carts disguised as merchant vessels are en route to the battlefield, and I require you to intercept them. Upon hearing this, Kaisuk exchanged glances with Madara, both uncertain of the elder's intentions. Attacking supply carts could be accomplished with a few dispatch teams. Why mobilize such a large force? It was evident that there were deeper considerations at play. As expected, Commander Hiroki swiftly articulated his true intentions, having destroyed the convoy. I want you to charge deep into the Land of Waves and unleash a bloodbath. Simultaneously, I will initiate a full-scale assault. Uzumaki Namikaze must either retreat or face annihilation. Clearly, Elder Hiroki was not inclined to continue engaging with the enemy. Deep into enemy territory, huh? Kaisuk shrugged, unfazed by the daunting nature of the task. With the Flying Thunder God at his disposal, the distinction between enemy territory and friendly ground was inconsequential. Not only Elder Hiroki, but Kaisuk himself had grown weary of the conflict with the Uzumaki clan. To be precise, the prolonged warfare had left Kaisuk's mind and body fatigued. Were it not for the merit points, he would have no desire to remain embroiled in bloodshed day after day. While he took pleasure in battle, it could not persist endlessly. How could one live like this? The Flying Thunder God had yet to evolve to its second stage, a circumstance intertwined with his current military life. Given ample time for refinement, he should have already mastered the ability to teleport to moving coordinates. I long for a respite. Kaisuk sighed inwardly. Opposite him, Madara's expression shifted, as if he had grasped the brilliance of this strategy. The mobility of space ninjutsu ensures that the enemy cannot easily capture our side. If we remain elusive, the Land of Whirlpools will continue to endure passive assaults. Over time, Uzumaki Namikaze will undoubtedly grow restless. At such a moment, the might of the whirlpool can be swiftly resolved. It is a commendable plan. Madara nodded, his tone grave as he stated, the team should not be too large. It suffices for me and Kaisuk to proceed. 2. With a glance at Izuna, Elder Hiroki hesitantly inquired, isn't that a bit too few? I'll go as well. Izuna began to speak, but was quickly silenced by a glare from his elder brother. You must stay here. Elder Hiroki requires your assistance. He discreetly signaled to his brother. The troops they brought were loyal to their father, Taijima. If the two brothers left, no one would be able to command the camp, making it imperative for Izuna to remain behind. However, It must be noted that 2 individuals were indeed a scant number. Should they encounter a large-scale encirclement, their escape would be nothing short of chaotic. Shinya and Izuna needed to lead the troops. Kaisuk could not take them along. And it seemed that the situation on Madara's end was similarly constrained. Lacking the strength of elite jonin, their presence would only hinder the mission. For a moment, everyone struggled to find a suitable candidate until Hinata Tenin finally spoke up. For the selection, let Miyoshi accompany you. With her Byakugan, I believe the mission will proceed with greater ease. He refrained from mentioning that her strength would likely not pale in comparison to the 2 present. Miyoshi, at the tender age of 13, was slightly older than Madara and possessed an extraordinary talent. Since the transplantation of the Atsitsuki cells, her cellular vitality had increased significantly. In other words, the amount of chakra she could harness had grown. Though not comparable to the extraordinary levels of Mito and Hashirama, it certainly exceeded that of a typical jonin. In meticulous consideration, her total chakra might surpass that of the current Uchiha Madara. Of course, Kaisuk was acutely aware of the price behind such power. No strength comes without cost. Every boon of fate has a price already marked in the shadows. To accept power is to endure the pain of cellular backlash, and to accept her assistance, Miyoshi must rebel against her entire clan. Otherwise, no one would freely offer their gifts. There exists no unreciprocated sacrifice in this world. The only distinction lies in whether the individual can perceive it. Very well. Elder Hiroki stroked his beard with a smile, his gaze solemnly sweeping over the 3. I entrust this war to you. I shall take my leave. The Legion is in your hands. Accepting the supplies prepared by Shinya, he issued a brief directive before arriving at the designated rendezvous point. Soon, he encountered the lightly equipped Uchiha Madara. Casting a glance at the pack on his back, Madara shook his head with a hint of resignation. Realizing that convincing his companion to endure hardship was futile, this fellow insists on being well-fed and well-cared for, never willing to accept any negligence regarding sustenance. What a pity, Madara lamented, patting his shoulder. If only we could have retained the princess of the Uzumaki clan. If you could marry her, the land of whirlpools would become our ally. Marry that bean sprout. Perhaps when she possesses the prowess to rival Tsunade. Wait, Madara, you wouldn't. With a displeased expression, Kaisuk turned his head, glaring at him as he inquired, do you have anything to explain regarding the rumors from earlier? It was evident that the source of the gossip surrounding Mito's pregnancy lay right beside him. What are you talking about? I can't comprehend you at all. Could you refrain from turning your face? Look at me, you brat. How could you not know what you're doing? Huh. Your ability to lie is as lacking as your body flicker technique. The 2 stood at the entrance of the camp, bickering until Hinata Miyoshi arrived, finally bringing some semblance of peace. Let us depart. Madara unhesitatingly assumed command, and the trio swiftly advanced towards the east of the Land of Fire. To disrupt the morale of the Land of Whirlpools, they needed to instill fear in their adversaries. Thus, they resolved to eliminate the disguised supply convoy and then advance directly to dismantle the enemy's stronghold. With their capital in jeopardy and loved ones in peril, it was inconceivable that Uzumaki Namikaze could remain complacent. To avert the fate of annihilation, the forces of the Land of Whirlpools must return post-haste. As for Kaisuk himself, the Land of Whirlpools still harbored numerous treasures awaiting discovery, such as various sealing technique scrolls or the enigmatic mask capable of connecting with the Shinigami. Chapter 60. Infiltrating the Hidden Whirlpool Village, Hashirama Awakens would release. The Gentle Fist 8 trigrams air palm. The clan leader of the Hinata did not speak falsely. Hinata Miyoshi's strength was indeed formidable. It could be said that she played an indispensable role in the ambush of the supply convoy. The Byakugan proved to be exceptionally useful. Even someone as proud as Madara had to concede her excellence. Having lifted the restrictions placed upon her, the Byakugan gradually began to regain its rightful form. However, the damage was irreversible. Her eyes would never attain a pristine state. Kaisuk speculated that on her own, she might not be able to awaken the Rinnegan, unless she could procure a pair of Byakugan untainted by the curse mark's corruption. This would inevitably necessitate an assault on the Hinata main family. Her current strength was insufficient. Miyoshi resolved to wait a while longer. Attacking the main family was no trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could lead her to an irretrievable fate. Moreover, eyes are not something that can simply be transplanted without mastery of the necessary techniques. Boom. A great fire surged forth to clear the area, and the trio continued towards their next target location. According to intelligence, 7 teams were advancing along different routes. Locating them all would be challenging, as distance and search efforts would consume considerable time. Fortunately, the squad had devised a perfect countermeasure. They strategically placed Flying Thunder God Kanai throughout the relevant area, utilizing the Byakugan to observe passing merchant convoys. Once a suspicious target was identified, the squad could arrive in an instant, adhering to the principle of eliminating any potential threats. Any convoy falling under suspicion would be destroyed, regardless of the facts. Might there be resistance? That would only solidify their antagonistic stance, allowing them to engage without any psychological burden. In approximately 3 days, the squad had obliterated over 20 merchant convoys, potentially including those carrying undisclosed intelligence. In summary, the mission to sever supply lines was deemed successful. The real highlight lay ahead: a surprise attack on the capital of the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools was relatively small, roughly 1/3 the size of the Land of Water. As for the Land of Fire, it could easily accommodate 6 times the area of the Land of Water. The lands of Wind and Earth were even more exaggerated, though much of their territory was desolate and perilous, making the Land of Fire the most habitable. Setting sail from the border, the trio drifted on the sea for a while before successfully stepping onto the Land of Whirlpools. Gazing at the bustling coastline, Kaisuk couldn't help but reflect. No wonder Konoha had friendly relations with the Land of Whirlpools. These people are practically a natural barrier defending against the Land of Water. The sea was tumultuous, and without fixed routes, danger lurked at every turn. To reach the Land of Fire, the Mist Ninja had to traverse the waters of the Land of Whirlpools, allowing Konoha to remain alert. Such is the nature of politics. The Land of Whirlpools boasted 13 cities of varying sizes. Despite its modest area, it had nurtured a multitude of individuals capable of influencing the ninja world's dynamics. From the clan leader Uzumaki Namikaze to the first Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, Uzumaki Mido, and the second, Uzumaki Kushina. Additionally, there was Fuso, who fled from the Land of Rain, Nagato's mother, the rice-carrying Nagato, and even the members of the Snake team, such as Karen, were part of the Uzumaki clan. As for the father and son duo of Uzumaki Naruto, their significance as 2 generations of protagonists destined to alter the landscape of the ninja world is self-evident. To be more precise, members of the Uzumaki clan are inherently endowed with sage bodies, possessing a chakra capacity that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, making them ideal candidates for becoming Jinchuriki or experimental subjects for certain forbidden techniques. However, the degree of awakening of the sage body varies among individuals, leading to marked differences. Overall, the situation is somewhat akin to that of the Uchiha clan. The Uzumaki people are predominantly long-lived, with centenarians commonly seen, which is why the Hidden Whirlpool Village is often referred to as the Village of Longevity. The Hidden Whirlpool Village, the highest authority in the Land of Whirlpools, is a rare blend of military and political power in the world of Hokage. To incite significant turmoil, a small team must inevitably venture to this village. Yet, before taking action, Kaisuk wishes to seek out some valuable items. Producing 2 specially crafted kunai, he handed them over and cheerfully remarked, "I intend to scavenge a bit, as there are certainly many treasures in the possession of Uzumaki Erasure." "I share that intention," Hinata Yayoi nodded, her gaze betraying a hint of eagerness. Having fully transformed into a research enthusiast, she was deeply immersed in the pursuit of truth, and the Uzumaki clan, being natural experimental subjects, was impossible for her to resist. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara appeared relatively indifferent, as he could take whatever he wanted from the Uchiha treasury, including ancestral fan weapons. "Uzumaki treasures? I'm afraid the King of Dance finds them unworthy. You all may proceed as you wish. I shall explore the more significant facilities." Madara believed that the mission should take precedence. Those 2 could indulge in their whims, while he would maintain focus. This was the difference between maturity and immaturity, and Madara unexpectedly felt a surge of pride. Hastening along, the group successfully reached the outskirts of the Hidden Whirlpool Village before nightfall. "Let us wait for nightfall," Kaisuk observed ahead, aware that the small village was undoubtedly enveloped by some form of barrier. If they were to force their way in, they would quickly alert the station guards. Even the act of throwing kunai from a height could easily arouse the enemy's vigilance. What should be done? Kaisuk turned around to survey the area and soon spotted a convoy being inspected at the entrance. "I've got a plan," he exclaimed. By taking advantage of the guards' insufficient numbers and placing a Flying Thunder God kunai on the cart, they could stealthily bypass detection. I truly am a clever little rascal. Kaisuk chuckled to himself, considering himself the most astute member of the team. Finding a concealed spot to rest, the team recuperated while awaiting the arrival of night. As they munched on soft bread, Kaisuk suddenly sighed, casting a glance at the pensive Uchiha Madara. Have you received any news? What did you say? Madara responded, confused, only to see Kaisuk mimicking a pot lid with his hair, struggling to suppress the twitch of his lips. Madara was reluctant to make any gestures that would tarnish his image in front of others. Kaisuk's antics, he certainly recognized as an imitation of someone familiar. Each time he drifted into dreams at midnight, that figure would inevitably appear in his mind, impossible to forget. Before their departure, news arrived from the front lines that a young man from the Senju clan had emerged, wielding a mysterious technique. After extensive verification, it was ultimately confirmed that this Senju youth utilized a power known as wood release. This jutsu was exceedingly fearsome, possessing a density surpassing earth release, a casting range comparable to water release, and its might eclipsed that of fire release. Faced with such a formidable young talent, Uchiha Taijima certainly could not remain passive. A covert assassination squad of 3 elite jounin infiltrated enemy lines, prepared to execute Senju Hashirama. This battle would ultimately propel the god of ninjas to unprecedented fame. Successfully mastering wood-release shadow clones, Hashirama single-handedly eliminated the 3 Uchiha jounin. In a flash, tales of his prowess spread throughout the ninja world. Chapter 61. The Grim Reaper of the Hokage world. Hashirama is extraordinarily powerful, a truth Madara had long acknowledged. Yet, he had not anticipated that while he was preoccupied with concerns regarding the Uzumaki, his counterpart had already risen to prominence on the battlefield. In the heart of the Land of Fire, the stage for the Uchiha and Senju clans unfolded. The front lines extended for thousands of miles, rife with bloody carnage, where even clan leaders became commonplace in combat. In comparison to the brutal skirmishes there, their conflicts with the Land of Whirlpools seemed almost childlike. Reflecting on past promises, Madara could not help but murmur softly, Hashirama, is that distant dream urging you onward? Gazing up at the crescent moon suspended in the vast sky, Madara's expression gradually shifted. For both personal and public reasons, he could no longer afford to linger in this place. Resolving the matter with the Uzumaki clan swiftly, he too must head to the main battlefield, where true trials of steel and blood awaited. Nearby, Kaisuk shook his head with a bemused smile. Every time Hashirama was mentioned, the king of dance would fall into a deep silence. He had initially intended to discuss the essence of wood release and explore methods of counteracting it with Madara. However, it seemed the latter was entirely lost in sweet reminiscence, completely oblivious to the presence of the two others. After an indeterminate period, Uchiha Madara, breaking free from his reverie, stood up and stated solemnly, the time has come. In response, the 3 simultaneously executed a transformation technique, placing their hands upon Kaisuk's shoulder. Let us depart. Before the sound had fully dissipated, the trio had vanished from sight. In the southern corner of the hidden Whirlpool village, Madara and Yayoi exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of nostalgia as they beheld the entirely different scenery surrounding them. This was not their first ride on Kaisuk's Express, yet the sensation of appearing several kilometers away in the blink of an eye was still something they could not fully acclimate to. Let us part ways. Hold on to your kunai. If anything arises, I will seek you out, Kaisuk concluded, crossing 2 fingers in front of him. Shadow clone technique. Boom. 6 remarkably lifelike shadow clones appeared, causing the other 2 ocular technique users to blink in surprise. What the hell? How can we not discern his true self? The strength of the shadow clone lay in its ability to deceive. It was not that it was impossible to identify, but it required an exceptionally strong ocular power that the 2 of them currently lacked. This was also partially due to Kaisuk's exceptional mastery of the shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique, level 4. As one of the most frequently utilized ninjutsu, he had elevated his shadow clone to the 4th level. According to his estimation, after reaching level 6, he might have the opportunity to comprehend the multi-shadow clone technique independently. With this thought, Kaisuk's gaze instinctively swept toward his attribute panel. Name: Uchiha Kaisuk. Age: 10 years. Physical strength: peak Chunin mental strength, elite Jounin chakra amount, elite Jounin mastered abilities. Uchiha swordsmanship, level 6. Body technique, level 6. Throwing technique, level 7. Chakra control technique, level 5. Sealing, level 6. Sure sway flow instantaneous technique, level 5. Chidori, level 6, Flying Thunder God Technique, level 3. Shadow Clone Technique, level 4, Bloodline Limit. Sharingan, 3 Tomo, Summoning Beast, None Ninjutsu Tools. Few points. 4268. Beyond the Shadow Clone, his other abilities had seen considerable growth. However, once an ability reached level 6, the speed of upgrading would dramatically slow. Throwing technique was straightforward. Each use enhanced experience, but beyond that, he had no other abilities capable of surpassing the level 6 limitation. The Flying Thunder God was particularly absurd, as the ninjutsu he had devoted the most effort to studying had only reached level 3 after a year of arduous training. There remained a considerable distance before he could capture moving coordinates. How many years did Minato Namikaze spend to complete his research? Judging by his dialogue with Obito, there was at least a gap of 4 or 5 years, possibly even more. With this thought, Kaisuk felt a sense of balance restored within himself. The mental fortitude and chakra currently reside at an ordinary level typical of a jonin, neither particularly exceptional nor inadequate, yet still significantly superior to that of a chunin. As for physical strength, there has been some enhancement, but alas, the limitations of his 10-year-old age restrict his martial arts development. With no other recourse, Kaisuk diligently began his research on Chidori, initially focusing on its morphological transformations before gradually transitioning to the nature transformations of lightning release. Unfortunately, the system offered no assistance, compelling him to rely solely on painstaking efforts to achieve his goals. Consequently, the existence of the shadow clone training method became indispensable. Utilizing the shadow clones, he successfully astonished his companions, and with a sense of satisfaction, Kaisuk issued varied instructions to each clone. Some were tasked with searching for the shrine's whereabouts, while others were to strategically place Flying Thunder God Kunai to thwart the inevitable ambushes from foes. Some clones ventured to locate the residence of the Uzumaki clan, preparing to seize their sealing technique scrolls. Meanwhile, Kaisuk's original self leisurely roamed about, leaving the diligent labor to the shadow clones, which could be likened to exemplary workers under a demanding system. If he possessed the ability to create shadow clones in the real world, he could easily juggle multiple jobs, exploiting the capitalist system to his advantage. The mere thought was exhilarating. After wandering aimlessly for some time, Kaisuk finally received intelligence from his shadow clones. Using the coordinates left by the dissipating clones, he executed a Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at the fabled Uzumaki shrine. Gazing at the familiar scene before him, his thoughts began to drift, envisioning a future where Orochimaru would lead Sasuke to this very place. Thus, which one among them was the so-called Death God mask? Curiously, Kaisuk stepped closer. Drawing upon his memories, he quickly identified a mask bearing an appearance akin to that of the Death God. Driven by an inexplicable curiosity, he found himself compelled to don the mask. In the next moment, an indescribable terror engulfed him, as an otherworldly chakra seemed to descend from the heavens, enveloping Kaisuk entirely. "Damn!" he exclaimed, feeling the chakra within him ignite as he desperately struggled to remove the mask. This accursed Death God felt sinister, as though his very essence was being usurped. The chilling energy was unlike anything he had ever encountered, resembling chakra, yet distinctly different. In the depths of his consciousness, a terrifying phantom materialized behind him, amplifying the cold power manifold. He was on the brink of succumbing. "Get away from me." At a critical moment, Kaisuk activated his Sharingan. The sudden surge of mental energy allowed him to momentarily break free from the intangible restraints. Seizing the opportunity, he yanked the mask off and hurled it forcefully to the ground. What an absurd experience. After a considerable duration, he finally managed to calm his racing heart. Picking up the mask from the ground, he furrowed his brow, a question bubbling within him. What exactly are these so-called gods, such as the Death God and the malevolent deity worshipped by the evil god cult? Chapter 62. A map documenting artifacts safeguarding the mask. Kaisuk sensed that one day he would undoubtedly find a use for it. Next, surveying the ancient shrine before him, he swiftly performed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames that consumed the structure entirely. Fire release, great fireball technique. There was no need to linger in such a peculiar place. As his words fell, Kaisuk had already arrived at a residence 2 kilometers away. This was the estate of the Uzumaki clan, where his shadow clones had not only located the place, but also discovered some intriguing items. Picking up a scroll found by the clones and opening it, he was astonished to find it contained detailed instructions on sealing techniques. Perhaps Uzumaki Namikaze never imagined that someone would have the audacity to infiltrate his home to steal from him. The painstakingly crafted sealing technique instructions had inadvertently fallen into the hands of his enemy, Kaisuk. In fact, it was likely that there was more than just the sealing technique scroll. Bending down, Kaisuk picked up a map, which piqued his curiosity even more than the S-rank sealing technique scroll. The world of ninjas is replete with a variety of weapons, and the prices fluctuate drastically depending on the chakra conductivity. Among these, weapons of artifact grade can perfectly transmit chakra and possess extraordinary sharpness with an astonishing sturdiness that renders them indestructible. The map collected by Uzumaki Namikaze indicated the location of a certain Kusanagi sword. Since the beginning of his training, Kaisuk had never abandoned his pursuit of swordsmanship. In the future, when faced with formidable foes against whom ninjutsu proved ineffective, his proficiency in swordsmanship would provide him with a substantial enhancement to his combat strength. Thus, he was extremely eager to seek out the Kusanagi sword. Raising his gaze to the hazy moonlight and the gradually bustling village around him, Kaisuk smiled faintly, knowing it was time to take action. Slowly raising his palm, he initially contemplated setting Uzumaki Namikaze's residence ablaze. But suddenly the image of a fuming girl with a bun hairstyle flashed in his mind, leading him to reconsider. He certainly could not leave her homeless. Lightly leaping away from the estate, Kaisuk, suspended in midair, unleashed a torrential downpour of phoenix fire. The surrounding houses quickly ignited in flames under the influence of the fire release. Who goes there? A ninja swiftly approached, clearly having identified a suspicious arsonist. You're asking for death. Kaisuk's tone turned icy as he thrust Chidori, piercing the heart of the intruder in an instant. System notification: killed a lower-ranking member of the Uzumaki clan, gaining 50 points. There was no point in struggling. Kaisuk shook his head coldly, his murderous intent palpable as he pointed his sword towards the approaching ninja squad. An enemy jonin had appeared. Lightning flickered around him, and in a split second, Kaisuk transformed into an afterimage, charging forward. As his mastery over chakra control advanced, he gradually learned to combine two instantaneous techniques. While employing lightning release to stimulate his cells, he simultaneously executed the unique instantaneous technique of sure sway. His speed was astonishing. Uchiha style, Chidori scatter. With his self-created sword technique unleashed, lightning blossomed like flowers among the enemy ranks. Crimson droplets fell, and apart from the jonin who narrowly escaped, the remaining ninjas fell swiftly to Kaisuk's blade. Having consumed 1/3 of his chakra, he knew he needed to conserve energy for further use of the Flying Thunder God technique. Realizing he could not continue to squander his power, he decided to engage the jonin using his swordsmanship. Naturally, essential supplementary measures could not be overlooked. A flash of crimson light appeared as 3 black tomo locked onto the enemy. Sharingan activate, skillfully flipping and leaping. Kaisuk evaded the incoming razor-sharp wind blades while delivering a strike to the enemy, anticipating all possible evasive maneuvers they might employ. You fool, don't think I'll let you leave alive. The Uzumaki jonin stood firm, effortlessly countering his full-force strike with a kunai. The disparity in their physical strength was glaringly evident in that moment. Close combat was not viable. Kaisuk sighed inwardly, applying slight pressure with his palm, causing a blue torrent of chakra to envelop the entire blade. Chidori blade. The kunai shattered, and the long sword grazed the enemy's left shoulder, severing a chunk of flesh. Though it was not fatal, it would certainly impair their agility. Had it been an ordinary chunin, they likely would have had their heads severed by Kaisuk's strike. Such formidable proficiency in lightning release. This individual is genuinely formidable. The Uzumaki jonin's expression grew grave as he stifled his pain to execute a powerful water release technique. Its offensive power was not particularly strong, but Kaisuk found it challenging to breach the water barrier. To make matters worse, a second jonin-led squad arrived. Ultimately, he was surrounded by enemies. Slowly sheathing his sword, Kaisuk fixed his gaze on the jonin who had barely escaped, speaking coolly, "Consider yourself lucky. I'll allow you to live another day." Without waiting for the enemy's response, he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique and departed for Uchiha Madara's location. At this moment, the Dance King found himself encircled by foes, his armor stained with blood as he gasped for air while wielding his folding fan. Upon his arrival, Uchiha Madara, visibly annoyed, remarked, "You could wait a bit longer. It would be much more convenient for you to collect the corpses afterward." "Hey, stop acting like a child," he retorted, As they captured him, in the blink of an eye, the two arrived beside Hyuga Yayoi. In stark contrast to the two beleaguered Uchiha, she, endowed with Byakugan, effortlessly evaded attacks from all directions. In terms of mission accomplishment, the combined contributions of Kyuji and Madara paled in comparison to her individual efforts. "Let South leave this place for now," she suggested. After tonight's battle, the trio had gained insight into the strength of the Whirlpool Hidden Village. Without the Flying Thunder God technique, none of the team could break through the encirclement. That scoundrel Uzumaki Amina, I never anticipated he still possessed such power. Leaning against the wall, Uchiha Madara gradually regained his depleted stamina. "It's quite normal," Kyuji, who lay nearby in a state of exhaustion, voiced his thoughts. "Uzumaki Amina is no fool. He wouldn't risk everything for the Senju. His stronghold is likely to harbor considerable power. What should we do next?" Yayoi interjected. After the chaos of the night, the enemy would undoubtedly heighten their vigilance. While infiltrating might be feasible, it was unlikely they could act as recklessly as they had today. "Let us keep playing with them," Kyuji said with a grin. "If a direct confrontation is unfeasible, we shall resort to assassination, targeting only those of Chunin rank and above." "Huh, you intend to eradicate Uzumaki Amina entirely," Madara chuckled lightly, showing no signs of dissent. Despite his arrogance, he was not so obstinate. Assassination was a quintessential ninja tactic. In Madara's eyes, there was nothing more significant than the strategic objectives at hand. As long as Uzumaki Amina did not retreat, the three would continue their relentless endeavors. Seeing who would ultimately feel the most discomfort. "Focus on regaining your strength. When dawn breaks, we shall strike again." Chapter 63. No one can make me feel this way except your mother. On the front lines, within the Uzumaki clan's encampment, Amina slammed his hand on the table, his eyes aflame with fury. If one did not know better, they might assume he bore Uchiha blood. Nearby, Mito remained unfazed, acutely aware of the contents within the intelligence reports. The sudden strike at their rear, forcing a long-term battle withdrawal from the Uzumaki, was undoubtedly a well-conceived plan by the Uchiha. Their execution had proven remarkably effective. In truth, Mito had never favored close ties with the Senju, believing that entanglement in the conflicts of the Land of Fire was unwise. Now that they needed you, it was all camaraderie, but should circumstances change, the Land of Water might find itself in a precarious position. The Uchiha had maintained their dominance in the Land of Fire for a millennium. They could not simply be eradicated at will. With the war still ongoing, the Uzumaki had already tasted the bitterness of retaliation. With that scoundrel's space-time ninjutsu, the clan members left behind were utterly helpless against him. "Father, we must retreat," Mito advised. Alas, Amina sighed deeply, revealing his true feelings for the first time with only his daughter present. "As a father, I too wish to retreat, yet we cannot afford to do so. If our first external war ends in failure, the ninja world will perceive us as weak and easily bullied, leading to endless troubles in the future." Amina withheld the thought that he believed the Senju's reputation was secure. They would surely become steadfast allies of the Land of Water. Every sacrifice made now was for the sake of future generations of the Uzumaki clan. "We cannot retreat," Amina resolved, steeling himself. He was determined to devise a weapon capable of overcoming the enemy. The turmoil at the rear largely stemmed from that little rascal's space-time ninjutsu. If he could find a way to neutralize it, the crisis would be averted. "Just give me a little more time." Amina's tone was almost pleading. Witnessing this, Mito felt a pang of sorrow, and the words of comfort she wished to offer became stuck in her throat. Alas, she sighed deeply, knowing that countless words could only culminate in a profound exhalation. In the blink of an eye, the turmoil within the Whirlpool Hidden Village had persisted for a full week. The enemy's erratic attacks rendered the station troops utterly miserable. In desperation, the forces had no choice but to expand their search radius, hoping to reach any location in the shortest time possible. Yet everyone understood that this was merely a temporary fix. The damage inflicted by the enemy remained, albeit slightly diminished. For instance, at this very moment, in broad daylight, 3 individuals brazenly assaulted the largest hospital in the village. Ninja art, Thousand Birds sharp gun, within a 5-meter range. Kyuji transformed into an adept demolisher. Lacking proficiency in earth release, the trio had no choice but to rely on their own hands for the demolition. Over the course of a week, the Uzumaki clan showed no inclination to retreat. According to reports from the front lines, Amina's assaults had only grown more ferocious, with even the Hyuga clan struggling to withstand the onslaught. In Kyuji's words, They had yet to inflict any real pain upon the enemy. Upon receiving the frontline reports, the team, reflecting on their circumstances, resolved to initiate a round of indiscriminate attacks. Their first target was the Uzumaki Hidden Village Hospital. Fire release, forbidden technique, Garuda Flame. In stark contrast to Kyuji's minor disruptions, Uchiha Madara displayed a far more ruthless demeanor. He unleashed the most powerful S-rank fire release, obliterating an entire hospital building. Such murderous intent, Kyuji thought, as he swiftly ascended to the rooftop, preparing to confront the encroaching enemy forces. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure leaping out of a window, evidently affected by the attacks. It was him, the very individual with whom Kyuji had clashed a week prior, an Uzumaki Jonin. Fate had conspired to reunite them under these dire circumstances. Drawing a specially crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch, Kyuji felt compelled to greet his adversary. The kunai shot forth, aimed directly at the enemy Jonin's torso. Sensing the impending danger, the man reacted swiftly, evading the kunai's trajectory. Then forming hand signs as a tempest surged towards the incoming fireball. "You scoundrels dare to run rampant here. Today, I shall ensure you cannot leave." He seethed. "Is that so?" Kyuji's voice echoed behind him. With the cry of 1,000 birds, before the enemy could react, Kyuji delivered a swift hand strike, piercing the man's heart. "I told you, you cannot escape." Satisfied with the successful acquisition of the man's points, Kyuji stretched languidly. The enemy approaches. The keen-eyed Hyuga Yayoi appeared. Her hands stained with crimson blood. She was primarily responsible for reconnaissance, ensuring the team would not fall prey to enemy ambushes. Additionally, she sought the next target for their assault, as from this day forth, the squad would embark on a frenzied, all-out offensive, aiming to strike the entire Whirlpool Hidden Village. Shortly thereafter, the three utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reach another coordinate. A barrage of fire techniques ignited everything in sight, leaving no room for pause as they continued towards the next target. With Yayoi's Byakugan assisting him, Kyuji would not teleport to a pre-ambushed coordinate. If the number of ninjas was insufficient, they would execute a strong killing blow, accomplishing their objective without delay. Within a single day, they launched 2 assaults, inflicting casualties that far exceeded the toll of the previous week. Days later, upon receiving the casualty report from the rear, Uzumaki Amina nearly spat blood upon the communication officer's face. Uchiha Kyuji. It was evident that he had directed his primary animosity towards Kyuji. Without the Flying Thunder God, how could these youngsters act so recklessly, even brazenly attacking ordinary villagers? The Uchiha were nothing more than beasts clad in human skin, destroying everything within sight. Amina collapsed weakly to the ground afterward. Since the passing of Mito's mother, he had never experienced such profound exhaustion. As the princess with her bun hurriedly approached, Uzumaki Namikaze had already tidied his attire, regaining the dignified demeanor befitting a leader. "Mito, declare a ceasefire," he commanded. Ignoring his daughter's ecstatic delight, he began contemplating how to explain the situation to the Senju clan. The 2 prominent clans of the Land of Fire, the Uchiha, regarded the Uzumaki as adversaries. Thus, they had no choice but to cling to the Senju for support. Otherwise, should the Land of Water invade in the future, without external assistance, the Uzumaki's territory would inevitably be reduced to ruins. Such is the lament of a small nation. Soon, news of the Uzumaki clan's retreat spread to many factions. The Uchiha celebrated as a family, for without the Uzumaki's restraint, they could amass their strength to confront the loathsome Senju. The successful operation behind enemy lines earned the returning squad the highest accolades. However, Elder Hiroki noticed that Kaisuk was inexplicably missing. Uchiha Madara explained. "I heard he went in search of some artifact." Chapter 64. The sinister serpent beauties in the dragon's cave with cool fingers and a flushed profile. Her enchanting eyes danced, chin raised, her melodic voice echoed, sending shivers down spines, as drool dripped onto her silken pouch. Along the woodland path, a peculiar tune invigorated the townsfolk, riding their ox carts, adding a touch of whimsical amusement to their monotonous journey home. On the cart's roof, Kaisuk chewed on a piece of dry grass, lamenting how the Uchiha had thwarted his aspirations of becoming a singer. One day, when he grew weary of the ninja life, he could easily transition to the music scene, showing those uncultured fools what true rap was. He aspired to be the first idol in the ninja world. Personal interests, singing, dancing, rapping, and, well, perhaps murder didn't quite fit the idol persona. Gazing at the azure sky, Kaisuk sighed deeply, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Having traversed into the world of Naruto, his daily existence had been reduced to killing, nearly causing him to forget what a normal life was like. At this critical moment, when the Uzumaki were migrating and the Uchiha were gathering forces against the Senju, Kaisuk meandered alone to the northernmost part of the Land of Fire. The journey to find the Kusanagi sword proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. The map merely provided a general direction to locate the hidden entrance. He had to patiently explore. Fortunately, with shadow clones at his disposal, Kaisuk himself was spared from the labor. Indeed, shadow clones were the perfect companions for slacking off. Akin to powerful individuals like Naruto, who mastered the art of seduction, Kaisuk flipped over, spitting out the dry grass, intending to catch up on some sleep first. The cart driver was a local resident who had ventured out for a hunt, only to encounter a giant bear over 3 meters tall. Had it not been for Kaisuk's fortuitous arrival, the man would have been expelled from existence by the beast. After a conversation, the man learned of Kaisuk's purpose and shared the information he possessed. There indeed existed such a cave, a place dreaded by all townsfolk. The cave's vicinity was devoid of life for miles, as any surviving creatures had met their demise at the hands of some monstrous entity. The town had once issued a commission, and even ninjas, viewed as godlike by ordinary people, had vanished without a trace. Thus, the area was deemed a forbidden zone, and no one dared to tread there lightly. The man advised against taking risks, but alas, Kaisuk was not one to be intimidated by mere legends. On the contrary, he felt even more intrigued. As the rumored resting place of the sacred Kusanagi sword, the mysterious cave ought to possess some extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, it would be a profound disappointment. As for danger, apologies, but with the flying thunder god technique at his disposal, few in the ninja realm could instill a genuine sense of peril in him. Soon, the memories from the shadow clones returned, successfully pinpointing the cave's precise location. "Thank you, good sir." No sooner had he spoken than Kaisuk vanished from atop the cart. The driver was left trembling, staring at the empty cart roof. It wouldn't be long before another supernatural legend circulated around the town, a male ghost who sang lewd songs. At the cave's entrance, Kaisuk suddenly materialized. Every muscle in his body tensed. This was intriguing. He sensed an elusive feeling of threat. Gripping the weapon at his waist, he stepped into the cave, as if entering the maw of some mysterious giant beast. Following an instinctive premonition, he ventured deeper, only to discover that the cave appeared far more expansive than he had imagined. Given the vast terrain, it was likely that some grand spirit beast lurked within. The contemplative youth remained oblivious to the shadow that silently followed him from above. Intriguingly, this shadow could float in midair. As he pondered, the shadow crept closer like a falling leaf. Hee, what a tender little creature. Tenshin Shinji opened her maw filled with fangs, intent on swallowing him whole. Just as she was about to succeed, a piercing scream echoed throughout the cave. Kaisuk flipped and leaped, drawing his Chidori and slicing upward toward the serpent woman. Swish! Unperturbed by the impending threat, Tenshin Shinji raised her arm and, astonishingly, withstood Kaisuk's Chidori with her flesh and blood. It is known that the Chidori is an unguardable strike, sharper than even wind-style techniques. Not even blades of the 7 ninja swordsmen could withstand its cutting force, yet this humanoid serpent displayed astonishing dermal resilience. Wait a moment. A serpent woman? Kaisuk suddenly realized something. Could this possibly be the Dragon's Cave? The Dragon's Cave is renowned alongside the Whetbone Forest and Myobokuzen as a place of wonder. The 3 great sanctuaries are governed by their respective clans: snakes, frogs, and slugs. The founder of the Dragon's Cave is a colossal white serpent that has survived since the age of Kagaya and is revered as the White Snake Sage. Everything that transpires here reaches the White Snake Sage's ears, a being of unparalleled power. If one does not reach the 6 paths level, they must at least be an upper echelon of the Kagya. Dealing with Kaisuk now would be akin to child's play. As for the entity before him, she was likely one of the higher echelons of the Dragon's Cave, ranking above the 2 sages of Myobokuzen. Under the watchful gaze of the Sharingan, the chakra within the serpent woman surged to the brink of overflowing. The most troublesome aspect was that she could also wield Senjutsu chakra. Otherwise, she could not have used her scales to withstand his Chidori. As he pondered, the serpent woman deflected his blade, suddenly elongating her neck with a fierce motion. Die! She appeared furious, clearly not enjoying the sensation of enduring that strike. Empowered by Senjutsu chakra, Her attack tore through Kaisuk's body. Yet, apart from the dazzling lightning, no blood was shed. Shadow clone evolution, lightning clone. A scream erupted from Tianxin Shinji. Failing to consume human flesh, she instead bit into a surge of electricity, plunging her into a complete rage. Suddenly, Kaisuk materialized out of thin air, unleashing his full-powered Chidori straight into her chest. Senjutsu, non-organic rebirth. Without any fluctuation of chakra, the surrounding stone walls sprang to life, rapidly impaling him like a beehive. Bang! Fortunately, this was still a shadow clone, the bloodline of the ninja clan. Tianxin Shinji coldly remarked, her form beginning to undergo a transformation. What does knowing space-time ninjutsu matter? In the dragon's cave, you cannot escape. At the entrance of the cave, Kaisuk's expression turned somewhat grim, not due to the successive destruction of 2 shadow clones, but because he had suddenly realized he could no longer perceive the spatial coordinates of the outside world. What did this imply? It meant he had already detached from his original space. Who knows where the true dragon cave is located? It is certainly not in the same dimension as the shinobi world. Chapter 65. White Snake Sage. Unaware of the consequences, Indra. Upon realizing escape was impossible, Kaisuk instantly became much more compliant. Sage chakra is immensely powerful. Mastering it would lead to immediate peak accomplishments. Alas, that power is akin to nuclear energy. Without a sufficient level of chakra and physical strength, those who dare to touch it face only death. As an artificial human, Mitsuki had acquired a weakened version of Sage mode through Orochimaru's curse mark, but barely a moment after its activation, his body collapsed. Orochimaru, possessing core technology, exerted himself to barely restore Mitsuki's form. The last individual who had brought him such despair was likely the terminally ill Kimimaro. Unless he resorted to the Snake Uncle's curse mark, Kaisuk would not be able to absorb natural energy in the short term. The Snake Maiden who had attacked him earlier was, if memory served, named Tianxin, one of the 3 great powers of the Dragon Cave. Her true strength was difficult to gauge, but one could assume it was formidable. Just the technique of inorganic reincarnation would be enough to leave Kaisuk exhausted. If possible, it would be best to avoid confrontation and seek peaceful coexistence. At worst, he could forego the Kusanagi sword, if that was acceptable. As he maneuvered his shadow clones through the cave, an ancient voice suddenly echoed in his mind. An interesting little brat, come before me. No sooner had the words fallen than the surrounding scenery began to shift rapidly. Though Kaisuk had not moved a step, he found himself in a vast cavern as the mist dissipated. His ambushing shadow clones vanished, along with the flying kunai he had left behind. At that moment, he had no choice but to confront the looming threat head-on. Taking a deep breath, he cast his gaze over several youthful women within the cave, ultimately settling on the great white phosphorescent snake coiled upon a high platform. You insufferable human boy, someone glared at him. Tianxin, a striking woman with green hair adorned with a crown, was not what she seemed, for beneath her human facade lay a serpent's body. Having witnessed her transform, Kaisuk now found her unnerving. In contrast, the Snake Maiden beside her appeared quite normal. Silence, spoke a girl with deep blue hair, whose beauty was as striking as it was lethal, despite her youth. In terms of power, she likely surpassed her companion, Mizukiheim. This was the name bestowed upon her by the White Snake Sage. White Snake Sage, the intruder has been brought forth. Upon speaking, the blue-haired Snake Maiden stepped aside, not once glancing at Kaisuk. Human, the White Snake Sage began, what brings you to my dragon cave? As Kaisuk turned back, he was startled to find the imposing white phosphorescent serpent had vanished. On the platform, an elderly woman leaned on her cane, coldly staring at him. The old woman in the white robe smiled, yet it instilled in him a sense of being preyed upon. Adhering to the principle of honesty and humility, Kaisuk candidly stated, I came here following the map's guidance, not intending to intrude upon the dragon cave. I humbly request your forgiveness. The map? He replied affirmatively, pulling out the dubious treasure map from his pocket. Sensing the energy gathering around him, he gently opened his hand, allowing the map to float unsteadily into the old woman's grasp. Observing this, Kaisuk felt a stirring in his heart. Compared to the toads of Myaboku Mountain, these snake maidens seemed far more adept at harnessing external natural energy. The Kusanagi sword, the old woman pondered for a moment, uncertainly murmuring, does such a thing exist within our cave? At this moment, the last of the 3 snake maidens, Atsitsuki, spoke, reporting to the White Snake Sage, indeed. One of the Kusanagi swords fell into our possession 800 years ago. Oh, now I recall, the old woman reminisced, her tone tinged with nostalgia. I remember there was a boy who attempted to seize it, correct? Yes, and you personally repelled him, she replied. Humph, an audacious little brat who dared to wreak havoc in my domain. Had it not been for his father. The old woman suddenly fell silent for a moment, then turned her gaze to Kaisuk. That boy failed to take it. Now, you, his descendant, seek to fulfill your ancestor's wish? Ancestor? Kaisuk hesitantly inquired. Are you referring to that boy, Indra? Kaisuk felt as though he might choke on his own words. His current mood was akin to that of a character facing the formidable Kyoto. Regardless of the truth, it sounded impressively formidable. What an audacious Indra, indeed. The White Snake Sage had truly ensnared him. His mind whirled with chaotic thoughts, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor, replying, that is not the case. I merely obtained the map by chance from the land of whirlpools. He had to deflect responsibility, and the land of whirlpools was a fitting scapegoat. Upon hearing this, the old woman scoffed. Whirlpool? Oh, a branch of the shinobi clan, one of Ashura's descendants, I presume. A troublesome child, not at all likable. Well, here comes another unlikable Ashura, Kaisuk thought. You are the esteemed one. Your happiness is what matters. After indulging in her amusement for a while, the old woman waved her hand gently, revealing an ancient, sheathed long sword in her grasp. Its design bore some resemblance to Sasuke's sword, yet it radiated an aura steeped in age. It must have some special function beyond merely conducting chakra, considering Ashura's interest in it. Do you desire it? The White Snake Sage inquired with a sly grin. It is not impossible, but you must understand that all who enter my dragon cave must undergo a trial. Should you succeed, everything can be negotiated. Should you fail, you may choose one of my 3 daughters to see who wishes to consume you. Kaisuk blinked, cautiously asking, what sort of trial? The Divine Realm. That place still exists, correct? Indeed, Tianshin stepped forward, handing Kaisuk a detailed map of the shinobi world. 3 years ago, a group abducted the children from the cave. Bound by our agreement, we cannot leave without permission. Recover the children, and this Kusanagi sword will be yours. After briefly explaining the task, Tianshin retreated, clearly indicating her desire to avoid any further interaction. She also tossed him a contract scroll. Write your name, and you will gain the trust of the children. Oh, Kaisuk complied with the contract, feeling he had no grounds to refuse. Once you succeed, we will use reverse summoning to bring you back. With that, Kaisuk found himself outside the dragon cave in the blink of an eye. Inside the cavern, the White Snake Sage remained lost in thought, using her abilities to glimpse into the youth's future. Chapter 66. Peering into the future, is Kaisuk of 6 paths? The masters of the 3 sacred lands each possess remarkably unique powers. The Great Toad Sage can foresee the future, glimpsing certain segments destined to unfold. The White Snake Sage wields a similar power, focused more on specific targets. Every human who enters the dragon cave prompts her to activate this ability as a means of discerning their intentions. Before Kaisuk departed, the White Snake Sage had already engaged her powers, propelling time forward several decades. Before him lay a vast, desolate land, under a blood moon casting its eerie light upon a figure clutching a sage's staff. 8 sacred jewels floated serenely behind him, as the man stood suspended in midair, gazing upward at the starry expanse. The White Snake Sage was taken aback, never having anticipated that the young boy could reach such heights. As a being from the era of the Sage of 6 Paths, she had witnessed the combat prowess of the Atsitsuki brothers firsthand. The sheer destructive power they wielded was beyond that of mere mortals. Indra and Ashura stand as titans, undeniably at the zenith of humanity. Yet they remain overshadowed by an insurmountable gap from their progenitor. Uchiha Kaisuk, in essence, is merely a descendant of Indra, hardly even qualifying as a vessel for reincarnated chakra. Thus the notion of awakening a celestial-like demeanor seems utterly implausible. The Sage of White Serpent, filled with curiosity, resolved to observe him closely. Her ability to glimpse the future through the river of time is limited, preventing her from comprehending the entirety of his past in an instant. However, she could infer certain aspects from the scant scenes available. The blood moon did not resemble the familiar landscapes of the ninja realm. His eyes seemed to harbor a peculiar transformation. Most alarming to the Sage of White Serpent was the expanse beneath the man, a desolate land littered with countless corpses. The future Kaisuk stood atop a mountain of bodies and a sea of blood, gazing skyward. "It is nearly time," a raspy voice echoed, and the ground began to tremble violently. Clasping his hands together, the future Kaisuk bellowed, "God's Earth explosion star, thousands of years prior." In an effort to seal their mother Kaguya, the Sage of Six Paths had collaborated with his brothers to create the moon. Yet, in this future timeline, Kaisuk single-handedly conjured 9 colossal celestial bodies akin to the moon. The earth split asunder, and the heavens mourned, as if the very universe quaked in his grasp. "Have you seen enough?" The sudden inquiry caught the Sage of White Serpent off guard. Were there still adversaries lurking nearby? As she surveyed the utterly shattered landscape, she could find no trace of others. In her moment of bewilderment, she was stricken with terror as the man turned to gaze directly at her. Have you seen enough? How could you perceive my presence?" She stammered, utterly astonished. Gazing into the past and future through the river of time is akin to watching a film. There exists no interaction between the two realms. If she wished, she could even freeze time itself. Yet, the current situation was absurd, a character from the film suddenly directing their gaze at the viewer and inquiring if they had had their fill. Noticing the silent observer's reluctance to respond, the future Kaisuk impatiently raised his hand. The sage's staff transformed into a blade, slicing through the infinite river of time. For the first time in many years, she felt the cold grip of death. "Ah!" A startled cry jolted the Sage of White Serpent awake. She clumsily propped herself up, seemingly still ensnared in the illusion of her abilities. At the last moment, she managed to dispel her powers, and the inexplicable strike could not inflict harm. Reflecting on her own vigilance, the sage turned to her 3 daughters, only to find them staring back at her with faces marked by fear. Lowering her serpent head, she was met with the sight of a gaping wound that traversed her entire form. She felt no pain. Her serpent physiology was inherently different from that of humans, especially one who had cultivated for millennia. However, being injured through the river of time was an unprecedented phenomenon. Logically, it should be impossible unless the assailant possessed similar temporal powers, which would explain her sudden exposure. How could a mere human possess such abilities? Oh, those eyes, bestowed with the power of Indra's bloodline. Cursed Indra, I should never have let you go so easily. After a moment of inexplicable anger, the Sage of White Serpent regained her composure, pondering how to approach the Uchiha youth in the future. Despite having been struck, her spirits unexpectedly lifted. This individual's future achievements were so monumental that fostering a good relationship now could ensure he would become the protector of Rinnegan. The ninja world is rife with peril. She was more aware of this than anyone else. That ancient Atsitsuki, who had narrowly escaped with his life, and Kaguya, who awaited resurrection after millennia of silence, are but 2 examples. The same goes for Myobo-Kuzan, while others may be oblivious. The Sage of White Serpent was acutely aware of the schemes orchestrated by that detestable toad in collusion with the Atsitsuki brothers. She was also fully cognizant of the loathsome leech lurking in the wet-bone forest, fully aware of the secrets hidden within. The great battle a millennium ago was merely a prologue. The true threat has yet to arrive, and the 2 brothers are plotting accordingly. Why not completely annihilate the tailed beasts? The rationale is simple. Should they fail to contend with external threats in the future, the brothers may reunite the 10 tails, possibly even unleashing their mother Kaguya to confront the danger. The Sage of White Serpent understood all this, and she knew that one day, the flames of war would inevitably spread to Rinnegan. Without early preparation, she would find herself as mere flesh on the butcher's block. Fortunately, he had already signed the scroll, making him a contractee of Rinnegan. Upon further contemplation, she felt that merely establishing a contract was insufficient. Her vertical pupils swept over her 3 daughters, and an idea suddenly blossomed within her mind. Humans are inherently lustful, often desiring multiple partners, especially the strong. She pondered whether she should offer her daughters. If one would not suffice, then perhaps all 3 together would be adequate to satisfy that young man. Ideally, they would bear offspring, ensuring the future of Rinnegan was secured. Indeed, the scenes from the temporal illusion had profoundly shaken the Sage of White Serpent. To win over the Uchiha youth, she would not hesitate to part with not only the Kusanagi sword, but even her daughters who had served her for a millennium. One could only wonder what thoughts would cross Kaisuk's mind upon learning of these circumstances. At this moment, he was utilizing the tools bestowed upon him by the Sage of White Serpent to search for the kidnapped children of Rinnegan. By dripping their blood upon the scroll, he could perform reverse summoning to bring them back to their home. It did not seem overly difficult. Chapter 67. a gift of eternal abode aboard a wooden sailboat. Kaisuk leisurely savored a grilled fish. Beside him, two shadow clones were diligently at work, one focused on fishing, the other on grilling, their roles distinctly defined. This clarity in division of labor elucidated how Kaisuk's shadow clone technique had advanced remarkably within just a year. Watch out for the fish bones. They might get stuck in your throat. Kaisuk, in his clone form, couldn't help but complain. As a clone, he was unable to enjoy the grilled fish. By the time he returned to his original body, the fish would have long been devoured. Anyone in his position would undoubtedly feel compelled to voice their grievances. Don't be so fierce, he chuckled lightly as he spat out a fish bone. If someone saw me arguing with my own shadow clone, they would think I've lost my mind. Humph, the grilling clone scoffed, retorting, stop joking around. If you're so capable, why don't we switch roles? You can grill, and I'll eat the meat. What difference does it make? Humph, it's like the difference between watching adult films and experiencing it firsthand. The final memories may be similar, but the process is entirely different. Enough of this nonsense. Just do your job. If you keep talking back, I might make you work overtime. Upon hearing this, the grilling clone exploded in indignation. You brat, do you really think I can't handle you? He moved closer to the fire, preparing to sit down right next to it. The pain experienced by a clone would transfer to the original body, and today, he was willing to go all out, threatening to add more charcoal to roast the egg. Wait. The original Kaisuk panicked. He dared not risk the clone's wrath. Even if he dispelled the clone immediately, the memories would transfer to a new clone, resulting in the same predicament. Reluctantly, the original body surrendered, and the three of them took turns sitting down to enjoy the grilled fish. To be threatened by his own clone, what a predicament. The original, holding the fishing rod, was left feeling rather helpless. Spitting out a fish bone, Kaisuk too continued to smirk. If you have the time to complain, why not think about how to complete the mission instead? What? Are you an idiot? Kaisuk too crossed his legs, impatiently explaining, haven't we already investigated the intel? The child was abducted by a group of hunters who provide goods for the wealthy. And then, a sigh escaped from number 2 as he continued. Do you remember the episode of Sasuke's True Transmission, the one with the exceptionally high-quality visuals at the end of the TV series? Chitos, I remember it well. It was quite adorable, I replied. I mean the essence of it. Do you not understand? The place we are heading to is the underground arena. Still unable to savor the grilled fish, Kaisuk number 3 suddenly interjected. Wait, does that mean we will see Chitos? Shut up, you're more foolish, number 2 retorted, exasperated. What era are we in? The warring states, for heaven's sake. Oh, what a pity. Kaisuk thought as he successfully reeled in a grilled fish while the two clones argued. With a clone present, why bother contemplating issues himself? After all, whatever no. 2 pondered would inevitably be known to him later. Speaking of which, number 2 was indeed extraordinary. His initiative was remarkable. Gently stroking his chin, Kaisuk made a startling decision. He would attempt to preserve number 2, not to ensure number 2's eternal existence, but rather to delineate him separately, guaranteeing that each time he utilized the shadow clone technique, he could summon him. Their memories and abilities would remain identical, yet he could delegate contemplative matters to the other. As the original, he would merely need to assess the outcomes. What a splendid idea. This approach not only simplified matters, but also honed the proficiency of his shadow clones, laying a solid foundation for future advancements in multi-shadow cloning. What are you doing? Number 2 glared at the original, feeling a newfound sense of annoyance at his own appearance. Handsome, yet insufferable. I'll provide you with an eternal little abode. The original Kaisuk prepared for his endeavor and then released the somewhat introverted number 3. What on earth are you doing? Number 3 asked, bewildered. With a poof, as the smoke dissipated, number 3 reappeared before the 2. Wait, number 2 exclaimed, eyes wide, circling him twice in confusion, marveling at the original's miraculous idea. Hold on, number 2 suddenly realized something, turning to glare at Kaisuk number 1, exclaiming, you scoundrel. Are you trying to set me up for disaster? Correct, but there's no prize, came the reply. Can you refrain from uttering such ancient cliches? Number 3 timidly interjected. Isn't it my turn for the grilled fish? Be quiet. With that, number 3 was shooed away to eat fish, while the original and no 2 sat across from each other, beginning to strategize their next plan. From now on, we shall discuss matters this way. We are one entity, yet upon separation, even the slightest error can lead to divergent thoughts, making it ideal to view issues from different perspectives. Number 2 appeared astute and capable. reminiscent of a loyal secretary to a domineering CEO from a past life. Impressive, impressive, Kaisuk's original self clapped his hands. Well done, number 3 chimed in, fish in his mouth. Ignoring the commotion from the two, number 2 pondered for a moment before stating, the situation there is intricate. A terrifying web of interests likely lies behind it. Considering the current circumstances, I would not recommend a forceful approach. The Flying Thunder God is rather conspicuous. No. 2's meaning was clear. He feared that any misstep could attract undue trouble from the Uchiha clan. Within the clan, dealing with the Senju had already proven somewhat burdensome, and they were ill-equipped to simultaneously confront threats lurking in the shadows. Furthermore, we might seize an opportunity to profit. No. 2 had not forgotten the arena's rules. The victor gains complete dominion over the vanquished. Perhaps he could acquire 2 rare bloodline limit holders in the process. As for money, even the Atsitsuki, intent on destroying the world, could not evade its necessity. Kaisuk, too, required financial backing. Should they truly relocate to the moon, the costs of construction and materials would be astronomical. Without funds, how could one proceed? As for a direct and forceful approach, heavens! It would be akin to Uchiha Kaisuk raiding for timber. Everyone would flee without any need for condemnation. Merely contemplating it left Kaisuk feeling utterly humiliated. Thus concluded the first brainstorming session of the 3 clones. Soon, the small wooden boat docked. Amidst the boatman's bewildered gaze, Kaisuk slowly made his way onto the island. This island, outwardly a pristine tourist haven, was, in reality, one of the largest underground trading hubs in the ninja world. Ninja combat exhibitions were merely a fraction of its activities. Human trafficking and the smuggling of contraband were the mainstays. Chapter 68. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? Genjutsu, Sharingan. With the illusion paving the way, Kaisuk entered the arena unimpeded. Come on, take him down. Put in some effort. I've placed a hefty bet on you. Go on, finish off your opponent. The clamor of the crowd was overwhelming, and Kaisuk felt slightly disoriented. Outside, battles raged, with many struggling between life and death. Yet here, people reveled in the violence. After a moment of silence, Kaisuk approached the shadowy bookmaker, donning a long-forgotten mask. Upon realizing that the individual before them was none other than the infamous Uchiha, the crowd erupted in excitement. Sir, I've heard that the Uchiha possess a remarkable lightning-based ninjutsu. The cautious host attempted to verify Kaisuk's identity. Zzz. The sound of Chidori echoed as Kaisuk drew his weapon, turning to face the guards rushing in to investigate. In an instant, he activated his body flicker technique, and the lightning blade sliced through one guard's neck. As he turned to attack the second, blood erupted from the wound of the deceased. That's enough, sir. The host attempted to halt the conflict. However, consumed by bloodlust, Kaisuk paid no heed to the pleas of others. His years on the battlefield had profoundly shaped him, whether he acknowledged it or not. He had long since grown accustomed to the act of taking lives. Murder? It had become a mundane task, akin to the daily need for sustenance. The Sharingan observed every movement of his adversary as he relentlessly swung the Chidori blade, attempting to restrict the opponent's evasion. The confined space of the room left no room for ninjutsu. Life and death hung in the balance, and the exhilaration of dancing on the edge of the blade captivated him. Stop it. The host's expression darkened. Kaisuk continued his relentless advance. And while his opponent's martial prowess was impressive, it was not enough to quell the rising tide of his murderous intent. Realizing he could not swiftly subdue him, Kaisuk gritted his teeth, and an overwhelming surge of electricity enveloped him. Chidori stream. Caught off guard, his adversary was immediately struck. The lightning chakra coursing through him rendered his movements rigid. Seizing the opportunity, Kaisuk unleashed his chakra and lunged forward, the blade piercing straight through the man's heart. You scoundrel! Did you not hear me say stop? The host fumed. The two guards had proven remarkably capable. Unexpectedly, one had succumbed to carelessness, and the other had been brutally struck down without the ability to employ ninjutsu. The host, seething with rage, was ablaze with fury. What did it matter if the Uchiha was notorious? Here, only he held the power to dictate the terms. Ryota, the man seemed to call out for someone. Oh, boss. Have you run into trouble? A mocking voice rang out, and Kaisuk sensed something hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. So swift was it that even his 3-tomo Sharingan struggled to track it. Bang! Barely managing to defend himself, Kaisuk was kicked several meters away, crashing against the wall before regaining his balance. What incredible speed! The opponent had unleashed some form of explosive capability, surpassing even his body flicker technique. Today truly was an eye-opening experience. "Stop," the host inquired, frowning. "Surely you did not come here to seek justice?" "Certainly not." Calming himself, Kaisuk shook his head and spoke. "I need to obtain the qualification to participate in the battle. Ordinarily, entering a contest entails a labyrinth of procedures, including verification of identity and assessment of assets. Should one lose the match and be unable to cover the expenses, the organizers must bear the loss. However, merely by bearing the infamous title of the Rasha, Kaisuk could bypass a myriad of tedious steps. Welcome to the competition." Upon realizing his intention to compete, the official instantly donned a beaming smile, gesturing for the remarkably swift man to take his leave. "TCH, how dull," the man muttered, shaking his head and leaving the office with a taunting glance. Noticing this, the official chuckled and explained, "Ryota is just that way. Please do not take offense." "Who is he?" Kaisuk sought to uncover the secret behind this individual's formidable abilities. Such astonishing speed was akin to teleportation. A mere instant body technique could scarcely account for it. The official pondered briefly before opting for honesty, knowing it might serve to intimidate the unruly Uchiha leader. "Shiba Ryota is a ninja endowed with a rare bloodline. By the way, there are numerous bloodline elites here. Do not underestimate the power of the underground world." Indeed, the term bloodline limit flickered in Kaisuk's mind. Could this Shiba Ryota be a user of the swift release? He queried. "Oh, I did not expect you to possess such keen insight," the official affirmed. "Indeed, Ryota wields the power of swift release." Swift release, a capability that enables the practitioner to unleash an extraordinary velocity. It is rumored that during the shinobi sect era, the most exceptional user of this ability transformed into a beam of light, traversing the entirety of the land of fire in the blink of an eye. Some have claimed that this individual approached the speed of light. The veracity of such claims has long since been lost to time. To encounter a user of swift release in the underground arena, Kaisuk felt his journey had not been in vain. "Sir," the official inquired with a smile, "what is your intended combat hand?" The term hand refers to the gladiator ninja entering the fray. The losing party not only forfeits their wager, but also their combat hand. Kaisuk had none, but could serve as his own. The name sounded rather awkward, and he could not help but internally scoff. Soon, he completed the necessary procedures for participation. As for the deposit, it posed no challenge for Kaisuk, who had just engaged in a heist in the land of whirlpools. Grateful for the generous contributions of the Uzumaki clan, his arrival would undoubtedly enhance the arena's profitability. Considering the mutual benefits, Kaisuk did not conceal his true purpose for being there. A newly captured snake-summoning beast, the official contemplated before responding, "Rest assured, I will inform you as soon as I have news." The tracking scales provided by the White Snake Sage could only pinpoint a general location. Given the complexity of the island, it was impractical to search individually. It would be more efficient to enlist the assistance of the local expert. After all, mutual benefit fosters harmonious success. Kaisuk's choice proved astute. After enjoying a meal at a barbecue restaurant in the city, he received news from the official. The captor had been located, and a fight had been arranged for the afternoon. With victory, Kaisuk could naturally claim the summoning beast. Chapter 69. Are you a child? After indulging for a while, a satisfied Kaisuk returned to the arena. His battle was about to commence, and in addition to retrieving the child from the dragon's cave, he could also engage with other ninjas. Perhaps he might even abduct a few talented bloodline ninjas. If he did not require them, he could easily send them to Yayoi as experimental material. This is what one calls making the most of resources. One's strength is ultimately limited. But when one lies on the experimental table, perhaps countless versions of oneself may arise. Kaisuk's aspirations were grand, yet at present, Hinata Yayoi's abilities were still insufficient. Cellular cloning was an exceedingly advanced technique. Even replicating based on data was not something that could be accomplished in the short term. She currently struggled with cellular transplantation. Scientific research, indeed, necessitates the aid of assistants. Yayoi possessed considerable potential, and cultivating trusted subordinates within her clan should pose no issue. With the allure of unlocking the cage of birds, it was unlikely any branch family member could refuse her invitation. Returning his focus to the arena, Kaisuk stood on the platform, listening to the host's impassioned introduction. He was the most outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan, a terror that sent shivers down the spines of all adversaries. The one who drove the three major secret technique families into disarray and was the architect of the bloody massacre in the land of whirlpools. His talent was unparalleled, and his space-time ninjutsu was unfathomable. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend the warmest applause to the legendary Uchiha Rasha. With a simple flash, Kaisuk, clad in a mask, appeared in the arena, causing the crowd to erupt in cheers once more. Uchiha! 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 In truth, Kaisuk yearned to interact with the audience, seeking opportunities among the wealthiest attendees to garner their support. However, considering his less than favorable reputation, he regrettably let these individuals slip by. The welfare of the child took precedence. The host had begun to introduce another benefactor, along with their rare summoning beast card. A talking summoning beast was indeed a rarity. Kaisuk nodded, understanding why someone would dare to venture into the dragon's cave to abduct a child. When the stakes are high enough, it is said that these opportunists would dare to steal Kagaya's undergarments, provided they could reach the moon. Boom. A deep rumble from the opposite passage drew the attention of all present, including Kaisuk. At that moment, his expression shifted slightly, as it seemed the child was larger than he had anticipated. Seconds later, a massive serpent head shattered through the protective barrier, eliciting gasps from the audience. While Kaisuk's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, its size could not match that of Gamabunta. Yet its overall length could rival that of a large truck from his previous life. If it stood upright, it could easily reach a height of 6 to 7 meters. What in the world, Tenkai Shinji, do you call this a child? Meanwhile, the large purple-skinned python suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Blinking its large eyes, it pondered why this human bore a resemblance to the scent of its sister deity. Could this be someone sent by her to rescue me? One must admit, the large python was quite astute, quickly deducing the truth. It remained a mystery how it had been abducted in the first place. Are you a child? Kaisuk inquired, his voice low. The enormous serpent head swayed up and down, deciding to cooperate with the human as much as possible. How old are you? 8 years old. An 8-year-old child standing at a height of over 10 meters. How very reasonable. After a brief moment of silence, Kaisuk resolved to adhere to the rules, winning the match through sheer strength before anything else. Let us first complete the match, he instructed the little purple serpent, signaling it not to present itself as an easy target. Such behavior would lead others to question the legitimacy of their match. To ensure he reaped a substantial reward, Kaisuk waved his hand, directly investing 5 million ryo, essentially all the earnings from his recent heists. Though it seemed a considerable sum, it was hardly noteworthy among the crowd of affluent spectators. Of course, should he win 5 consecutive matches, the prize money would amount to a staggering figure. Regardless of the initial investment, the returns would undoubtedly multiply. He speculated that the organizers might dispatch formidable opponents to intervene, and upon defeating them, he would not only gain wealth, but also acquire the combat hands. While referred to as hands, they would more accurately be termed slaves. These individuals have been implanted with cursed seals, leaving no chance for rebellion. Who would risk their life to please a group of wealthy elites? Roar! The little purple serpent let out a furious cry, charging straight towards Kaisuk. It felt akin to a massive truck barreling down the highway towards you. An ordinary person would likely be paralyzed with fear in an instant. However, for him, the speed was somewhat lacking. Ultimately, the primary function of summoned beasts is on the battlefield, rather than in high-stakes individual combat. The legendary reputation of the 3 ninjas instilled terror in foreign shinobi, largely stemming from their battlefield exploits, in which the role of summoned beasts was undeniably significant. Alas, before the Uchiha, everything is rendered futile. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, 3 pitch-black tomo manifested almost simultaneously, and the vertical pupils of the little purple serpent transformed into the same pattern as his own. Genjutsu Sharingan. Boom. The enormous body collapsed to the ground with a thud, while Kaisuk's stance remained unshaken, his calm demeanor inciting a renewed wave of fervent cheers. The Uchiha clan is nearly synonymous with illusion techniques. Despite the scene being somewhat astonishing, upon reflection, it appeared quite reasonable. Except for that wealthy man who had gone to great lengths to acquire the little purple serpent. Bastard. With a shove, he pushed the woman he held aside. The portly man hastily adjusted his trousers and stormed to the stage. Don't think you can leave alive. In the next round, I will make you pay, he commanded. Bring that beast to me. Tell it that if it kills the opponent, I will grant it freedom. The enraged wealthy man resolved to resort to his most powerful weapon. In stark contrast, Kaisuk remained unfazed by his adversary's display, still engaged in casual conversation with the little purple serpent. Hold on, once I finish my business here, I will take you home. Thank you, Lord Kaisuk. No problem. By the way, what is your name? I am called Manda. Huh. Looking at the giant serpent with wide, innocent eyes, he found it hard to associate it with the infamous monster known for devouring humans. How was Orochimaru raised? Oh, wait, the issue likely stemmed from here. By rescuing little Manda ahead of time, it was highly probable that it would not develop its original cruel nature. Speaking of which, I have done a good deed. Watching Manda depart, Kaisuk felt a sudden surge of intense threat. Chapter 70, The User of the Eight Gates. If the little Manda gave him the sensation of a massive truck, then the next individual to emerge resembled a colossal meteor with a diameter of several kilometers. There was nowhere to flee, nowhere to hide. Any resistance would ultimately result in annihilation. In the dim corridor, a robust man clad in azure attire, his entire body a mass of muscle, stepped forward. In contrast to the secretive actions of ninjas, he exuded the aura of a warrior. Coming to a halt before Kaisuk, the man surveyed him with indifferent eyes and slowly spoke. Killing you, my master has promised to grant me my freedom. Sanhoko, remember the name of the one who seeks your life. Such confidence. Kaisuk smirked, too apathetic to engage in conversation. Even Hashirama Senju would not dare speak to him in such a manner. Who do you think you are? Yet, in the next moment, the gladiator named Sanhoko would demonstrate the source of his bravado. A verdant energy enveloped his form, veins bulging on his forehead, indicating he was powerful enough to manifest chakra externally. No, Kaisuk instinctively activated his Sharingan, realizing that the green energy surrounding the man was not chakra, but rather a sort of steam emitted from one's body after intense exertion. Indeed, the green energy was steam released by the man, coupled with his hair, which stood on end like a super scion. A name suddenly sprang to Kaisuk's mind. 8 Gates. The man was employing the forbidden technique known as the 8 Gates. This technique has existed since ancient times. Madara Uchiha had mentioned encountering someone capable of fighting using crimson steam against Might Guy, though Madara himself had never witnessed it. The fact that it had reached Konohagakure indicated that there were always individuals practicing the 8 Gates in the ninja world. Little did Kaisuk anticipate encountering it today. Observing the man's agonized expression, he estimated that the number of gates he could unlock was likely low. Let it not exceed the 5th gate. Defeating him should not be overly challenging. Hey, kid, don't think you can continue to take it easy. I am quite strong. 8th gate, 5th gate, opening. The green steam surged exponentially, the man's skin turning crimson, resembling a boiled crab. In an instant, he stood before Kaisuk, delivering a punch so swift that the wind cut against Kaisuk's skin. The man's speed was so fierce that merely the air displaced by his movement uprooted the ground beneath him. A formidable taijutsu master. It's over. Sanhoko understood that his opponent had no chance to evade. Yet, his anticipated blow pierced straight through Kaisuk's form. A mere afterimage, the man's pupils quaked, astonished by his opponent's astonishing reflexes. Gazing into those crimson eyes, Sanhoko inhaled deeply, finally witnessing the power that belonged to the Uchiha. As for the issue of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, his body was currently akin to a boiling volcano, chakra clashing and surging within him every second. No force could possibly ensnare him in an illusion. Indeed, at the moment their eyes met, Kaisuk attempted to manipulate him with Jinjutsu. However, his skill in illusions was far from sufficient to control such a powerful adversary. With Jinjutsu ineffective and Taijutsu unable to contend directly, then let us compete in speed. The prior afterimage was a high-level application of the Shursui's body flicker technique. Recently upgraded to level 6, Kaisuk had finally mastered it perfectly. This technique allows the creation of tangible afterimages. The underlying principle is somewhat akin to Goku's afterimage technique in Dragon Ball. Rapid, pinpoint high-frequency movements are the strongest application of Kaisuk's body flicker technique. Faced with such a powerful and fast opponent, shadow clones would merely waste chakra. To truly win, he must either defeat his opponent head-on or endure until the adversary exhausts their strength. The 8 Gates temporarily grants immense power by unlocking the chakra pathways within the body. Depending on the original base, the increase in strength can vary significantly. Might Guy, upon opening the Death Gate, could barely defeat 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. His son, upon opening the Death Gate, nearly caused the legendary Madara Uchiha to meet his demise. The disparity between them is stark. Based on personal observation, the man known as Sanhoko possessed foundational strength that far exceeded Might Dai. While he would not reach the level of the illustrious guy, he was still a remarkably terrifying taijutsu master. If I can triumph over him, the 8 gates will be mine. With that thought, Kaisuk felt a flicker of excitement within. Gathering chakra, he unleashed a fierce explosion, manifesting approximately 20 afterimages of the body flicker technique. These afterimages not only bewilder, but can also inflict straightforward taijutsu strikes upon the enemy. While they may not suffice for a formidable battle, they serve as excellent tools for defeating weaker opponents and buying time. Just as this battle unfolded, the Sanhoko who had unleashed the 5th gate rampaged through the arena like an ancient beast, causing a cacophony wherever he went. Yet, he could not even graze the hem of Kaisuk's garment. Without the aid of the Sharingan, Sanhoko could not discern Kaisuk's true location. In that case, regardless of how powerful his taijutsu was, he could only test each afterimage one by one. One misstep, and 2 would not suffice. As he charged towards the 3rd afterimage, Kaisuk could easily track the enemy's movements. Thus, in other realms, he split his shadow, continuing to befuddle the enemy's gaze. Such a shameless method of combat. Fortunately, both individuals possessed sufficient speed, rendering them indistinguishable to onlookers, thereby preserving the notorious reputation of Uchiha Zetsu. Hey, you scoundrel! Are you even a man? If you have the guts, stop running. San Fengxing shouted furiously. I'm sorry, I'm only 10 years old, just a naive little boy. I must disappoint you. Huji replied with a sly grin, fully embodying the spirit of psychological warfare. Not only did he seek to physically wear down his opponent, but he also aimed to strike at their spirit. A slight misstep would instantaneously shift the balance of power. Let us not forget, aside from the ordinary shadow clone technique, Huji also mastered the flying thunder god technique. After a period of chaotic engagement, the arena was already littered with his distinctive shurikens, awaiting the moment when the enemy would be exhausted. The pursuit lasted approximately 3 minutes, until finally, San Fengxing could no longer endure. In the fleeting moment when his chakra waned, Huji appeared before him in an instant, the blade firmly pressed against the man's heart. You have lost. Indeed, I have lost. San Fengxing muttered, his head bowed as the vibrant green steam gradually dissipated. In the game of kings and pawns, defeat meant submission. Had it not been for the opponent's mercy, he would have been pierced through the heart. The grace of his survival was a significant boon. From a certain perspective, Huji was indeed his benefactor. Following such a formidable master might not be a bad thing after all, San Fengxing mused. Chapter 71, The Visit of the Monk. Cixian having triumphed over his adversary, San Fengxing would now become a valuable asset, a combat slave. However, Huji had no intention of compelling him to perform any tasks, as the man lacked the value to be sent to the laboratory. If you leave behind the training method for the 8 gates of Duanjia, I can grant you the utmost freedom. The utmost freedom meant there would be no restrictions on his actions, except during critical moments. Aside from those rare instances, he could do as he pleased, provided he did not trouble the Uchiha clan. For a slave who had been confined to a cell, this was akin to a divine blessing. Fearing Huji might backtrack, San Fengxing eagerly nodded in agreement, preparing to return and meticulously record the training method for the 8 gates of Duanjia, while also summarizing his own experiences. In that moment, he was a far cry from the man who had earlier vowed to kill Huji. Huji himself paid little mind to the transformation. After all, the man was merely seeking a way to survive. Even the lowliest of creatures cling to life, so one could hardly blame San Fengxing for doing the same. Naturally, if Huji were to adopt the role of a user of the 8 gates of Duanjia, this encounter would not conclude at merely opening the 5th gate. With their roles reversed, he would ensure that San Fengxing learned the true meaning of cruelty. After 2 consecutive extraordinary battles, the atmosphere in the arena had reached a critical point. The organizers initially contemplated intervening to thwart Huji's fight, but upon reconsideration, they realized it would be more beneficial to keep such a figure around. After all, losing a bit of wealth was a small price to pay for the reputation he would leave behind. As long as he returned, they were confident they would recoup tenfold or even 100-fold in profits. With this in mind, the organizers abandoned their plan to dispatch stronger fighters to counter him. The arena had a history spanning over a century, steeped in shadows. San Fengxing was formidable, yet he was far from the strongest. Should there be a genuine intent to target him, the organizers could readily send forth even mightier combatants. There were those who could surpass Kyuji in speed, and others who could eclipse him in ninjutsu proficiency. There even existed fearsome practitioners of ocular techniques, whose jinjutsu could easily overshadow even the three-tomo Sharingan. Should such individuals take the stage, no matter how strong Kyuji was, he would ultimately face defeat. Very well, let the esteemed figures act freely. The organizer chuckled as he rose to depart. Without human interference, Kyuji won the next 3 matches with remarkable ease. Unbelievably, he had indeed triumphed over 5 elite gladiators in succession. Now, let us offer our cheers for the new king. Oh, ignoring the enthusiastic shouts of the crowd, Kyuji tossed his head back, leaving the audience with a profoundly enigmatic silhouette. Time to collect the payment. He was never concerned about the possibility of the opponent defaulting. Should they dare to do so, he would lead his army to raise the island once the conflict concluded. He would ensure that the wretched organizer faced justice. Having reassured the somewhat anxious little snake, he promised to take it home shortly. Then, Kyuji followed the attendant to the organizer's office. Upon entering, he was greeted by the organizer's warm smile, showing no traces of the earlier intent to thoroughly defeat him in the arena. Welcome. Your deserved remuneration is prepared. Guaranteed to be without a single omission, the organizer exclaimed enthusiastically. Mr. Kyuji, if you have the time, we would love for you to visit us often. Many spectators eagerly await your return as a champion. I believe the Senju clan will soon face defeat, and the glory of the Land of Fire will belong exclusively to the Uchiha. It was evident that the organizer was attempting to curry favor, likely fearful that Kyuji might vanish without a trace. It could be said that if he nodded in agreement, the organizer would undoubtedly offer splendid gifts. However, Kyuji had little interest in the organizer's sentiments at that moment. Perhaps noticing the youth's gaze, the organizer smiled apologetically and gestured toward the striking monk beside him, whose age was indiscernible. Master Tsishian happened to pass by and, upon hearing of your arrival, requested that I introduce you. The monk was clad in a white haori, his hair gathered atop his head, with a long braid trailing behind. His expression was apathetic, and a Roman numeral tattoo adorned beneath his left eye, lending him an air of mystery. He forcibly controlled his heartbeat with chakra, revealing not a hint of tension. Kyuji turned to regard the monk as if he were a stranger. Ah, I see. May I inquire what brings you to seek my presence, master? The monk's gaze remained indifferent, his voice cold and unfeeling. I am here to save you. Save me? Kyuji feigned calmness, perfectly displaying a hint of disdain. Yet, every nerve in his mind screamed for him to flee, to run without a second thought. Nevertheless, he suppressed that primal instinct with extraordinary composure. Indeed, the monk affirmed with a nod. Your brilliance is too overwhelming. Danger is increasingly encroaching upon you. Without my assistance, your chances of escaping this calamity are significantly diminished. At this point in the conversation, Kyuji had more or less regained his composure. He understood that the monk's physical condition was precarious and that he was unlikely to attack someone as inconsequential as himself, since there was no reason for conflict. They could discuss the nature of this so-called threat. Alas, no matter how he inquired, the monk remained obstinately silent, clearly harboring reservations. I have delivered the same warning to many others, he implied, suggesting that those who failed to heed were no longer alive. In truth, were it not for his knowledge of the monk's identity, Kyuji would likely dismiss him as a lunatic. Tsishian was originally a monk from the Land of Fire, living in the ancient times thousands of years ago. During that era, 2 members of the Atsitsuki clan journeyed to Earth, intending to cultivate the divine tree and absorb the life force of the entire planet. However, the subservient Atsitsuki, unwilling to become mere nourishment for the divine tree, launched an attack on their superiors, leaving them gravely wounded and near death. At that moment, the monk Tsishian happened to pass by, and the injured Atsitsuki shrank in size. Using a parasitic method to control him, through the power of the Atsitsuki, Tsishian managed to survive for thousands of years, of course. The internal controller was no longer the traveling monk he once was. Subsequently, the monk embarked on a protracted healing process, but unfortunately, his internal injuries were too severe, and he could only patiently await the appearance of a suitable host for his reincarnation. Thus, he waited for a millennium. As for the servant who successfully turned the tables, she planted the divine tree on Earth. However, instead of consuming humanity, she fell in love with a man of that time. Unfortunately, in the end, she was sealed by her 2 sons, meeting a fate more tragic than that of a monk. This servant, who conspired against the monk, is none other than Kaguya Atsitsuki. the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. The entity concealed within the monk is the terrifying existence that Kaisuk has always feared, Atsitsuki Ishiki. Chapter 72. The Kusanagi sword acquired. Gazing at the monk before him, Kaisuk remained silent for a long while before finally asking, setting aside the threats. What do you want me to do? He was tempted to ask if he should assist in collecting an ear. The shrunken Ishiki, utilizing the ocular technique Shomiobikuna, had taken refuge within the monk's ear. Here was a being of the Atsitsuki clan, of a status even loftier than Kagaya's, now reduced to a mere companion of earwax. The thought alone was quite pitiful. After initially harboring concerns, Kaisuk has now come to understand that this being is fundamentally hollow. When he erupts, he can indeed wield power that surpasses the entire ninja world for a brief period. Alas, that power lasts only 2 or 3 minutes, hardly enough time to savor it. Without a suitable body for reincarnation, Atsitsuki faces true death. Thus, unless it comes to a life-and-death situation, revealing his identity publicly would leave the monk only the option of a hasty retreat. Once he grasped this reality, there was little left to fear. In response to his inquiry, the monk spoke indifferently, "Become my ally, and I shall grant you eternal life." Eternal life? Kaisuk feigned ignorance, scoffing. "Is it through feasting and chanting with you, master?" "Certainly not." The monk shook his head, clearly patient. After thousands of years of journeying, he had witnessed far too many people and events, and his once sharp edge had dulled significantly. A few idle words were hardly worth his anger. "I shall take my leave. You may converse at your leisure." The overseer, understanding his role, stood to depart. His transaction with the monk was limited to monetary matters. Knowing too much may not necessarily be a boon. Eternal? Huh. Such grand promises. He even claimed that every slave would have the chance for freedom. Yet, to date, not a single living soul had escaped his grasp. Once the overseer departed, the monk began to expound upon the existence of the chakra fruit. Without revealing specific methods, he simply promised that future fruits could be shared with Kaisuk, provided he became an ally. "Do not rush. Take your time to consider," the monk said, rising and glancing toward the overseer's departing figure. "Remember, it is best to make a decision swiftly. Threats are closing in around you." "Damn, that scared me," Kaisuk thought, returning his gaze, only to be astonished to find that the monk had vanished. Feigning the supernatural, imitating the monk's mannerisms, Kaisuk employed the space-time ninjutsu to exit the room. In the lounge, the 3 attendants meticulously wrote down the training methods for the 8 gates of Duinjia and summarized some key points based on experience. "My lord, it is yours." He understood that one's status could shift with perspective. "Good," Kaisuk nodded, retrieving a previously written letter from his pocket and handing it over. "Please deliver this letter and try to operate within the Hyuga clan's territory." The letter was addressed to Maoi, briefly mentioning the existence of a man, serving as a form of insurance for her safety. The freedom the attendants desired was promised by Kaisuk, but if they thought they could completely break free, they were gravely mistaken. At the very least, he still needed them to fulfill their roles, such as running errands and dealing with enemies for Hinata Maoi. After dismissing the powerful taijutsu user, Kaisuk swiftly located the long-awaited small myriad snake. Utilizing the contract scroll to absorb the snake's blood, Kaisuk knew he would soon return to the Dragon Cave through reverse summoning. Turning back to glance at the little-known island, he couldn't help but muse. The 8 Gates secret technique, the swift bloodline. Who knows what other powers lie hidden here? Especially with the monk's emergence. Kaisuk was reminded that danger is ever present. Touching the paper in his pocket, he pondered the need to commence training in the 8 Gates of Duinjia as soon as possible. Before achieving the level of the Sage of Six Paths, this technique could significantly enhance his strength. However, the difficulty of training was immense. Decades of arduous practice were required, a challenge that most individuals would find daunting. Without the ability to implement the shadow clone training method, he might not be able to master the 8 gates to an advanced level. Nevertheless, merely unlocking the initial gates would provide a sufficient chakra boost for Kaisuk to utilize. This journey had not been in vain. With a smile, Kaisuk's figure vanished from the island. "Dragon Cave. Sister Divine, I have returned." Small myriad snake lay on the ground, eyes squinting joyfully as Tianshin Shinji scolded him incessantly. Meanwhile, Kaisuk acquired the Kusanagi sword preserved within the Dragon Cave. Zizizizi. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the dim cave, making it appear as bright as day. With a conductivity of 100%. It was indeed worthy of being regarded as a legendary artifact in the original story. Kaisuk was thoroughly satisfied with it. To achieve a similar effect, he would have originally needed to expend 3 to 4 times the chakra output. Now, with just a slight activation of lightning chakra, he could successfully execute the powerful Chidori. Moreover, dispersing the chakra, Kaisuk aimed the blade at a nearby boulder and gently swung it. In the next moment, the stone was effortlessly split in two. And throughout the entire process, he felt no resistance. Its sharpness was unparalleled. Ordinary kunai would be utterly incapable of withstanding its slicing power. With the Kusanagi sword in his possession, Kaisuk's taijutsu prowess surged dramatically. Consequently, he would be far more adept in the upcoming battles against the Senju clan. Feel free to leave, Tianshin Shinji remarked, exasperated by his destruction of property. She was the type of person who would flip her attitude the moment she was inconvenienced. Rolling his eyes silently, Kaisuk asked, "Now that I am considered a contractor, who else can I summon in the future?" Turning to the adorable little creature, he hoped it wouldn't be it. Beside him, small myriad snake blinked innocently, sensing the implication behind the human's gaze. This left it feeling quite hurt. "Do not worry." Tianshin Shinji waved her hand dismissively. "The white snake sage specifically assured that formidable summoning beasts will respond to your call." "Great." Kaisuk patted the myriad snake's head before departing the dragon cave alone. Once the human had left, Tianshin Shinji gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, "Damn it. I would never try to entice him. Whoever wants to go ahead, let them." "Sister Divine, why do you want to entice Lord Kaisuk? Children should be quiet." Oh, having concluded his visit to the dragon cave, Kaisuk quickly headed towards the main battlefield, preparing to engage in the decisive battle against the Senju. Currently, the Uchiha had no path of retreat. If they did not drive the Senju away, they would find themselves deep within the core territory of their clan. To protect their families, every Uchiha clan member fought with all their might, including the young clan leader, Uchiha Madara. Let us go." Madara and Hashirama officially clashed. Chapter 73. The furthest journey is the path of Hashirama on the front lines. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had become the most dazzling stars. Those without the strength of a Jonin would find themselves at risk of death should they intervene. Even Jonin could easily fall victim to the two if they were not careful. Over time, both sides simply chose to ignore them, allowing the two talented clan leaders to battle it out on their own. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Now, Uchiha Madara was exuding an increasingly formidable aura. A fan-shaped sea of flames left many self-proclaimed masters of fire jutsu feeling utterly ashamed. The young clan leader was truly a prodigy. It is said that the Southern Legion's Kyuji seems quite impressive. Who knows? In any case, I believe Madara is even more formidable. The inferno swiftly advanced, incinerating anything that dared to obstruct its path. Witnessing this, Hashirama could not help but sigh, realizing that his companion had once again become entrenched in stubbornness. Why take things so seriously? Wouldn't it suffice to merely put on a show? With a resounding clap of his hands, a multitude of wooden walls erupted from the ground. No matter how fierce the flames, they could not breach their united blockade. Wood release, multiple wooden wall. Hashirama had now mastered the art of wood release techniques. However, due to his limited power, he was unable to execute high-caliber moves such as the wood dragon, wooden golem, or even the birth of the tree realm. Nonetheless, Hashirama's strength had surged tremendously, rendering ordinary ninjutsu ineffective against him. "Damn that wood release," Madara muttered under his breath. Realizing that if he could not gain the upper hand at a distance, he would have to resort to close combat to eliminate him. With the power of the Sharingan backing him, there was no way Hashirama could stand as his equal. Chakra erupted from beneath his feet as he employed the unassuming yet remarkably effective body flicker technique, instantly crossing over the wooden walls to position himself directly above his companion. Prepared to meet your end, Hashirama. The scythe was poised for a ferocious downward strike. Hashirama ducked to evade, but neglected the fan that was already prepared in Madara's left hand. With a resounding thwack, Hashirama's watermelon-shaped head was struck away. And before he could hit the ground, Madara had already followed closely behind. "You've lost," Madara declared coldly, his tone saturated with a commanding confidence. Hearing this, Hashirama disregarded the scythe that was perilously near and forcefully turned to face his dear friend. Wood release, silent binding technique. Branches erupted from his arm, rapidly extending outward to ensnare Madara, binding him so tightly that he could not escape the wooden restraints, no matter how fiercely he struggled. Ha! Hashirama chuckled foolishly. However, before his laughter could dissipate, Uchiha Madara shook his head and vanished with a resounding pop. Was it unexpected? The scythe pierced through Hashirama's back, emerging from his chest and sending his armor flying. This was a technique developed by Kyuji, shadow clones that could only be discerned by those with exceptional ocular prowess. If one were to lament, they should blame themselves for not being an Uchiha. Madara's voice was devoid of emotion, yet a tremor could be detected upon closer inspection. He hesitated, contemplating whether he should truly end Hashirama's life. Despite having made up his mind, he instinctively avoided delivering a fatal blow. Though the injury appeared severe, his vital organs had miraculously escaped the scythe's wrath. For Hashirama, with his remarkable constitution, a month of rest would restore him to perfect health. Madara, you are truly an indecisive fool, he thought as he attempted to provoke himself with words. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to steel his resolve, he could not bring himself to truly harm this individual. Hashirama, Madara stammered, raising his hand with difficulty. I am nearly finished. Do you still remember that dream? Do you remember our friendship? What is it? Madara's eyes widened in panic, fearing he had inadvertently injured his dear friend fatally. Don't panic. I will find a medical ninja right away. Hold on, Madara exclaimed in distress. Don't go. Hashirama grasped his arm, his gaze filled with the ethereal light of impending death. I have long since reached my limit. The wood release has consumed too much of my life energy. As a dear friend, I would be overjoyed if you could accompany me on this journey. Hashirama, please tell me, do you still remember our dream? Holding onto his companion's hand, Madara wished to say that not only did he remember, but he knew that Kyuji had also been fixated on it. However, before the words could escape his lips, Hashirama suddenly transformed into a pile of shattered wood. Damn it! The real Hashirama emerged from behind the wooden wall, striking his palm down with visible regret etched across his face. He had been so close to understanding Madara's true feelings. If only he could have spoken those words, their relationship would no longer remain as it was. It must be said that Hashirama had truly labored tirelessly to realize their dream. Haha, he chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. This is my latest research, a wood release clone technique. Can even the Sharingan not perceive it? Once he mentioned it, memories of the prior scene flooded back, igniting his fury. Uchiha Madara, you scoundrel. Today, I will surely end you. The flustered Madara charged forth like a tempest, engaging Hashirama in combat once more. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. For fire dragons roared towards their adversary. Wood wall, fire release, great fire destruction. The fireballs, resembling falling meteors, were more potent and grand in scale than the great fireball. Hashirama, I will summon the wood wall. Goodness. Hashirama, do you have no other ninjutsu at your disposal? Madara observed that whenever he faced this individual, his usual calm demeanor evaporated in an instant. A mere provocation could easily send him into a frenzy, and despite his inability to engage in ninjutsu clashes, he often forgot this crucial fact. Taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure, Madara utilized the body flicker technique once more to close the distance between them. The ensuing battle would be a life-or-death struggle. With the sharpness of his inherited scythe, Madara could indeed suppress his opponent in close combat. In previous encounters, this tactic had allowed him to gain the upper hand. However, the Uchiha possessed ancient divine weapons, and the Senju could not possibly be left without their own reserves. As Madara was forced back by the wood release, Hashirama unfurled a scroll from his lower back, forming hand seals to summon the weapons sealed within. A pair of incredibly sharp twin blades emerged. With Madara wielding his scythe in one hand and a fan in the other, Hashirama naturally countered with his twin blades. Now, it was truly a fair fight. Here we go. Both sides unleashed their chakra with full force, colliding like stars colliding with the earth. The terrifying energy fluctuations sent shivers down the spines of ninjas hundreds of meters away. At that moment, a figure wielding a short blade stealthily approached. The target was Uchiha Madara, temporarily exhausted from the clash. Chapter 74. Kyuji enters the fray, relentlessly assaulting Tobirama. Long before this, Tobirama had harbored concerns about Uchiha Madara's existence. It was that individual who had enticed his elder brother with words, convincing him that the Uchihas were a bunch of untrustworthy villains, making it impossible to befriend them. He conveniently ignored the fact that it was Hashirama who had stubbornly pursued their friendship. In Tobirama's view, if Uchiha Madara were to perish, his brother would undoubtedly return to normal. Establishing a village? That was feasible. By eliminating the Uchihas, the Senju could unify the Land of Fire. At that point, Not only would a village be established, but he could even slay the feudal lord and claim the throne. Nonetheless, his numerous proposals for an encirclement had been disregarded by both his brother and father. The former was unwilling to strike against a friend, while the latter, Senju Hashirama, focused all his efforts on dealing with Taijima. A siege? In the absence of Hashirama's willingness to participate, how much would it cost to eliminate Uchiha Madara? Moreover, the Uchihas were not fools. Even in one-on-one scenarios, they would surely call for reinforcements if they sensed treachery. Calculating the time required for an encirclement, it would only last about 20 seconds. Even if Senju Tobarama were to take action personally, there was no way he could eliminate the current Uchiha Madara within that time frame. Thus, the plan was set aside. Ultimately, neither Madara nor Hashirama had been regarded as true threats by the genuine powerhouses of the era. This was the main battlefield where the Uchiha and Senju clashed. A conflict of the highest caliber reminiscent of the Warring States period. Clan leaders of immense strength were not uncommon, and elite Jonin-level experts were abundant. While the duel between Madara and Hashirama was thrilling, it had yet to reach a level that could sway the entire battlefield. Of course, Tobarama personally disagreed with this assessment. He understood his brother's strength better than anyone else. Within a decade, his brother would undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, a position no one could shake. At that moment, the Uchiha across the way was undoubtedly a menace. Understanding this, Tobarama braced himself for the admonishments of his elder brother, determined to eliminate Uchiha Madara today. Prepare to meet your end. Utilizing Earth Release to stealthily approach, Tobarama suddenly revealed himself at a close distance, unleashing his strongest finishing move, Water Release, Water Break Wave. Emerging from the ground, he opened his mouth to expel a high-pressure, slender jet of water. The stream flowed like a razor-sharp blade, capable of effortlessly slicing through boulders and trees, exhibiting immense destructive power. Tobarama Senju excelled in ambush tactics, preferring to eliminate foes covertly rather than engage in direct confrontation, an inclination evident since his youth. Tobarama, upon realizing the situation, Hashirama called out in an attempt to halt his brother's actions. He was not concerned that Madara would perish from the sneak attack. Rather, his sensory abilities informed him that a familiar figure was rapidly approaching the battlefield. Tobarama's covert maneuver could very well provoke the opponent. Should that occur, the situation could spiral out of control. A dog can't change its nature. The familiar voice caused Madara, who was about to raise his arm, to lower it slowly. The newcomer was none other than the hastily returning Uchiha Kyukai. With his index and middle fingers aligned, he unleashed a lightning release, the Chidori sharp spear, to counterattack directly. The two compressed ninjutsu clashed in midair, resulting in a mutual dissolution, a stalemate. Emerging from the earth, Tobarama cautiously observed Kyukai and inquired in a low voice. What did you mean by that? It is quite normal for ninjas to engage in sneak attacks during combat. What does a dog can't change its nature imply? Tobarama felt his dignity was insulted. What do you mean? Kyukai sneered, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, clearly harboring deep animosity toward Tobarama Senju. The transgressions, plundering foreign ninja experiments for impure world reincarnation, utilizing Flying Thunder God to slay Izuna, repeatedly obstructing alliances and fostering animosity toward the Uchiha, were numerous and damning. It could be said that 70% of the future conflicts in Konoha stemmed from him. Casting a glance at the anxious Hashirama, a question suddenly surfaced in Kyukai's mind. If the person who died back then had been Tobarama instead of Izuna, would this man still sincerely accept the Uchiha? Today, he would put that to the test. Without responding to Tobarama's query, Kyukai drew his Kusanagi sword, swiftly appearing beside the silver-haired boy. Kyukai, spare him. Hashirama rushed forward. But in a moment of distraction, he was kicked away by Madara. You dare to engage me and still be distracted? Without a moment's hesitation, Madara charged forward, denying Hashirama any chance to assist. Let me pass? Don't even think about it. Returning his focus to Kyukai, who sought to test the sharpness of the Kusanagi sword, he refrained from utilizing the lethal Chidori blade. Observing this, Tobarama naturally drew a kunai to defend himself, while his free hand rapidly formed hand seals. Executing the rare one-handed seal, Water Release, Water Clone. One must concede that Tobarama Senju's ninjutsu talent was indeed extraordinary. However, today, he faced his nemesis. Ignoring the water clone beside him, Kyukai exerted slight pressure, instantly shattering Tobarama's kunai, and the blade carved a deep wound across his chest. The water clone's assault was rendered nearly ineffective before the Chidori flow, serving only to grant the original a fleeting opportunity for survival. What a sharp weapon, Tobirama thought, feeling the urgency to distance himself from his adversary. Water release, water barrier. By forming two simple seals, a wall of water materialized, separating them. His simplified sealing demonstrated his unique talent. Maintain a distance of 10 meters. Be cautious of his body flicker technique. With a crackling sound of thunder, before Tobirama could retreat, the Chidori sharp spear pierced through the water barrier, striking his shoulder. The paralysis induced by the lightning release rendered Tobirama incapable of even the simplest movements. Little brat, today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your brother. Kyukai approached him closely and mercilessly kicked Tobirama in the face. Before Tobirama could regain his composure, a shuriken whizzed through the air, pinning his left hand to the ground as he attempted to form seals. Ah! Tobirama screamed in agony. Oh! Quite the loud scream. Kyukai chuckled, stepping heavily on his face. If you wish to live, then beg for mercy. Say that the Senju clan are all worthless scum, and I will spare you. Predictably, Tobirama would never comply. He might have numerous dark secrets, but he was undeniably a tough nut to crack. Naturally, Kyukai relished this. For without his stubbornness, how could he continue to exert violence? The Chidori sharp spear pierced through the opposite shoulder, reinstating the state of paralysis. Ignoring Hashirama's shouts, Kyukai relentlessly unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Tobirama. In no time, the boy's eyes were swollen, barely opening a slit. Kyukai! Hashirama was thoroughly enraged. Chapter 75. The first clash with Hashirama splitting into two would release clones. Hashirama temporarily obstructed Madara, who sought to advance. With his brother's safety at stake, Hashirama rushed toward Kyukai without hesitation. Oh, have you forgotten your dreams at this moment? Kyukai's face was filled with mockery as he kicked the unconscious Tobirama aside. Drawing his Kusanagi sword, channeling the full force of the Chidori blade, he struck down with the might of a thunder god. What a formidable presence! Hashirama's pupils constricted, realizing that the weapon in Kyukai's hands was no ordinary item. Fortunately, the Senju clan's dual swords were also weapons of the Iron Country, with chakra conductivity nearing its maximum. He would not fear a direct confrontation with Kyukai. When they had first met by the river, they had engaged in a brief skirmish, only to be interrupted by the Dance King. Come on, let us continue that unfinished battle. Explosive dual blades of might. With a roar, the chakra enveloping his dual blades surged to over 2 meters in length. When the lightning blade met the dual swords, the ground fractured like foam amidst the thunderous roar of chakra. Debris flew, and gusts of wind howled as the two figures were propelled backward. Hashirama stumbled back 3 steps while Kyukai retreated a full 7.5. Hashirama was a year older than Madara, making him over 3 years senior to Kyukai. Coupled with his sage body gradually progressing toward advanced levels, his brute strength reached astonishing heights. Despite the advantage in weaponry, Kyukai found himself at a slight disadvantage in this contest. Indeed, brute force was not the answer. With a swift motion, Kyukai decided to rely on speed to secure victory. Over a dozen body flicker afterimages filled the area, interspersed with his shadow clones. Blending reality with illusion, Hashirama, lacking ocular techniques, could not distinguish between them. Fortunately, he did not need to chase Kyukai around the battlefield. With a clap of his hands, Hashirama completed the hand seals in less than a second. To non-ocular ninja, it appeared as though he had released ninjutsu without any seals, merely relying on the clap. As Hashirama exerted his strength, numerous saplings erupted from the ground around him, growing at an astonishing speed. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. With the inability to utilize the divine tree birth, Hashirama surely had alternative secret techniques prepared. Though the effects may not compare, it served as a decent method for clearing the area. In just 2 breaths, the small saplings transformed into towering trees, not only obstructing Kyukai's assault, but also spreading outward. Disrupting his predetermined escape route, Kyukai could no longer execute his afterimages. Reluctantly, he activated the Chidori sharp spear, taking on the role of a temporary lumberjack. The insignificant trees were bound and buried, standing no more than 3 or 4 meters tall, a stark contrast to the colossal giants that towered dozens of meters high. Armed with a sharp weapon, Kaisuk swiftly eliminated the threat posed by the encircling foliage. Gazing at Senju Hashirama, who stood amidst the trees, he let out a deep sigh, overwhelmed by a singular sentiment. He was utterly exhausted. It was only when faced with the formidable Hashirama that Kaisuk began to grasp the complexities of would-release ninjutsu. The technique's strength was not outrageously high. Many techniques could destroy trees. The true dilemma lay not in quality, but in the sheer, overwhelming quantity. With the physical prowess and chakra provided by sage bodies, even if he could not defeat Hashirama, the fatigue could render him incapable of continuing the fight. This was the most authentic representation of Hashirama's combat stance, which could be deemed shameless. At that moment, Kaisuk suddenly realized that he lacked a decisive, high-powered jutsu. The inability to clear the battlefield on a large scale meant that approaching Hashirama would be an arduous task. The Flying Thunder God technique could work, but that would only be available once he progressed to the next stage, which seemed a distant prospect. He needed to devise a powerful jutsu, casually unleashing a great fireball. He observed that Hashirama maintained an impenetrable defense. Shaking his head, Kaisuk lost interest in continuing the battle. If he could not touch his opponent, and Hashirama could not capture him, what was the point? It would merely be a contest of endurance. Instead of wasting time, he preferred to eliminate a few enemy ninjas to expedite his accumulation of points. Declining to fight further, he left the battlefield, just returning from outside. He hadn't reported to the clan leader yet, and technically, he should not have been on the battlefield. However, at that moment, few in the Uchiha clan had the authority to command him. Kaisuk had wandered onto the battlefield on a whim and coincidentally witnessed Hashirama's attempt to launch a surprise attack. In a way, he had inadvertently assisted Hashirama in educating his subordinate. Perhaps he deserved some gratitude for that. Upon his departure from the battlefield, Madara fell silent for a moment, saying nothing as he returned to the camp alongside Kaisuk. As for Hashirama, he dispelled the surrounding trees, his face marred with disappointment. Once, he had believed that Madara was his closest friend, and Kaisuk was the one who understood his dreams best. He had hoped that through Kaisuk, he could persuade his stubborn companion, but upon their reunion, he found that Kaisuk harbored such intense malice. Was sincere communication truly an unattainable dream? Hashirama pondered. Meanwhile, Kaisuk briefly recounted his experiences on the way back. The Dragon Cave? Madara stroked his chin, appearing quite intrigued. The three great holy lands were mentioned in clan records. He had thought them to be mere fabrications, yet Kaisuk had encountered one firsthand. It seemed that anything happening to Kaisuk was not surprising. What about Izuna? Not wishing to delve deeply into that topic, Kaisuk seamlessly transitioned the conversation. Madara replied, a smile breaking across his face. He is currently training alongside our father and is not yet capable of leading troops independently. Besides, I do not want him to take unnecessary risks. What could Kaisuk say to that? Having someone to protect him felt reassuring. Unlike himself, who had to step onto the battlefield at the tender age of 7, he would have likely perished long ago without his transmigration. As they conversed, the pair quickly returned to the camp, where they were welcomed by Izuna and Uchiha Taijima, who wore a facade of a smile inside the tent. Welcome back, Taijima exclaimed, pulling Kaisuk's arm with an enthusiasm reminiscent of a brothel madam enticing customers. Ignoring the expressions of his two sons, Taijima lavished Kaisuk with praise, claiming that Izuna needed to study diligently and that Hashirama was unworthy of even lacing his shoes. Taijima extolled Kaisuk to such heights that it was as if the one who had previously suppressed him had never been the same person, a blatant hypocrisy. Clan leader, Kaisuk interrupted Taijima's self-indulgence, inquiring solemnly, if there is something to discuss, please speak candidly. Seeing him so forthright, Taijima decided against beating around the bush and presented a battle damage report. The document clearly displayed the formidable performance of Kaisuk's legion. Achievements, first. Enemy kills, first. Efficiency, first. Casualty rate, the lowest in the entire legion. Chapter 76, Even My Father Must Die. These figures led the entire Uchiha clan, validating the efforts he had invested. As Kaisuk set down the report, he realized something. Taijima was eyeing his signature technique. It seemed that Hashirama had indeed placed immense pressure on him, leading him to lower his guard and seek assistance. Unfortunately, he might have to disappoint the clan leader. Noticing Kaisuk's silence, Uchiha Taijima smiled and spoke up. The clan's elder council has discussed and believes Chidori should be widely disseminated, and we would like to inquire about your opinion. Are you asking me to contribute my jutsu? Kaisuk swayed the cup of water in his hand, neither accepting nor rejecting the proposal, but rather coolly responding, if the elder council is in agreement. Does Lord Ryo also concur? Upon hearing this, Taijima's smile dimmed significantly. Elder Ryo is stationed at the front lines and did not attend this Elder Council meeting. How ungrateful Taijima felt in his heart. He had intended to use this opportunity to draw Kaisuk to his side, only to discover that Kaisuk's resolve was quite firm. Well then, he would not allow such insubordination to go unpunished. I see. Kaisuk set down his cup, responding with a calm smile. I regret to inform you, clan leader, that I must decline the Elder Council's proposal. Why? You have already taught your jutsu to many. This is merely an opportunity for more clan members to learn. Uchiha Taijima furrowed his brow and asked, do you not wish to enhance our clan's overall strength? Oh, how the old man resorts to moral coercion, Kaisuk retorted coldly, meeting Taijima's gaze with a chilling smile. As the commander of the Legion, I am undoubtedly obligated to enhance the strength of my clan. However, I have heard that the clan leader's 3 signature fire techniques are unparalleled in the ninja world, and if you are willing to provide them for free, I shall gladly present the method for practicing Chidori. Isn't this a matter of contribution? Then, as the clan leader, you ought to set an example. My fire techniques are too advanced. I fear that forcing their practice might cause unnecessary harm. Uchiha Taijima offered a rather flimsy excuse. How flimsy? One could tell from Izuna's fidgeting demeanor nearby. It was embarrassing. I see, Kaisuk shot back. The risks associated with Chidori are too great. I worry that its forced use would exacerbate casualties among our clan members. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Uchiha Taijima's expression darkened considerably. He recognized that Kaisuk's wings had grown strong and had not anticipated him to openly confront him. This child was indeed ambitious. His initial instinct to be cautious had proven correct. Now it seemed that Uchiha Izuna's death might also have been orchestrated by him. With that space-time ninjutsu, he could indeed carry out assassinations without anyone being the wiser. Huh, the same old tune. You give me, I give you. Kaisuk's gaze turned icy, showing no concern for the clan leader's demeanor. Today's conversation had irrevocably severed their ties. The old man was shameless, and Kaisuk had grown weary of accommodating him. Did he truly think he could covet his jutsu? It was hard to fathom the depths of his audacity to make such a request. It was imperative to understand that the ninja world was not like the previous life with its explosion of information. The concept of free sharing of knowledge was non-existent. Forcing him to relinquish his jutsu was akin to demanding a bank card password in person. If he didn't resolutely refuse the old man, he would certainly become even more brazen. Kaisuk had no fear of a complete fallout. Father, Uchiha Madara suddenly interjected. Kaisuk has had a long journey. Let him return to the camp to rest. Very well. After the formal rupture, Uchiha Taijima became considerably more amiable. There is no helping it. Old silver coins are always like this. With no inclination to ponder over his hypocritical remarks, Kaisuk stood up and departed. Observing this, Madara contemplated for a moment before choosing to follow him. Once outside the confines of the clan leader's encampment, Kaisuk released a long sigh, murmuring to himself, as I have always said, only strength can enable us to change everything. With that, he walked away, leaving Uchiha Madara behind in deep thought. Meanwhile, having dismissed his own son, Uchiha Taijima no longer concealed the murderous intent that clouded his brow. Uchiha Kaisuk, you are truly an ungrateful wretch. His expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation for a while before he suddenly clapped his hands, summoning the figure who had been hiding behind the screen. What do you think? To his surprise, the newcomer knelt on one knee, bowing his head and sincerely stating, Kaisuk is far too ungrateful. I implore the clan leader to administer severe punishment. Oh. Uchiha Taijima chuckled, retorting with a pointed inquiry, as his cousin, do you truly wish for his misfortune? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kid's head bowed even lower. I have already resolved that in this life, I shall only follow the clan leader's lead. Let alone cousins. Anyone who dares to defy the clan leader must perish. Even if it is my own father. Ha ha. Uchiha Taijima erupted into hearty laughter. After a considerable pause, he personally assisted his cousin Kaisuk to his feet, inquiring with a bright smile, how goes the matter I entrusted to you? My lord, please take a look. Uchiha Kid eagerly began his demonstration. With a few simple hand seals, the sound of crackling electricity gradually emanated from his hands, revealing the embryonic form of the Chidori technique. Excellent. Uchiha Taijima nodded in satisfaction. Many within the clan had observed the release process of Chidori, yet none had succeeded in replicating it. Even he had failed in his attempts. To his astonishment, The seemingly unremarkable Uchiha Kaisuk was the first ninja to achieve successful replication. One could only say that he was indeed a cousin. Even if his talent did not match that of that ruffian, Uchiha Kaisuk was still an exceptional talent. Most importantly, he was remarkably astute. Precisely the capable aid that Madara required. After offering a few words of encouragement and instructing him to finalize the replication of Chidori, Taijima waved his hand, signaling that he could take his leave. Uchiha Kaisuk, do you believe you can retain it? I will ensure you learn the meaning of losing what you sought to steal. Ha ha. His laughter echoed throughout the encampment. Returning to his tent, Uchiha Kaisuk took a deep breath, slowly unclenching his tightly held fists. He loathed Kaisuk for being so exceptional, loathed Taijima for treating him with such disdain, and loathed that the entire Uchiha clan dared to look down upon him. Yet, he currently lacked the power to retaliate, thus he could only endure until the day he could command everything. Kaisuk. Suddenly, a voice emerged that made all his rage dissipate in an instant. Without waiting for him to turn, the speaker embraced him from behind. As long as I am here, I shall always stand by your side, no matter what happens. The woman's voice entranced him. Uchiha Kaisuk slowly turned around, gazing upon the exquisitely worried face before him. If there was anything left in this world that could bring him joy, aside from revenge, it would be this woman before him. Butterfly. Chapter 77. Dumplings are better than anything else. Fun is not as good as Kaisuk's Legion's headquarters. Be careful moving forward. He briefly recounted the earlier events. Bang. Uchiha Mayu stood up, gritting her teeth, looking as though she might devour Taijima whole. This is utterly outrageous. This is not a negotiation, but outright coercion. The esteemed clan leader employing such despicable tactics is a disgrace to our Uchiha family. Beside her, Uchiha Izumi appeared less incensed. It was not that he was not angry, but he was well aware of Taijima's sordid intentions, which extended far beyond this incident. There are rumors that your cousin is highly favored by the clan leader. Oh. Upon hearing this, Kaisuk finally perked up. Over the past year, Uchiha Kaisuk had made rapid progress, reportedly having as many as 3 instructors. As he spoke, he glanced at Kaisuk, who was engrossed in the tale, pausing slightly before continuing. Among them is Uchiha Kifu, the most formidable teacher. That ghostly father figure? Kaisuk mused, stroking his chin and murmuring, that is splendid. With Kifu's guidance, I am certain my cousin will benefit immensely. The 2 capable subordinates exchanged glances, sensing that Kaisuk's reaction seemed rather peculiar. Shouldn't he be feeling even more furious? Is there more? One of his subordinates continued to report. In fact, the clan leader had already commenced research on the Chidori technique. Many have been attempting to reverse engineer the entire ninjutsu from the hand seals. Indeed, with so many of our subordinates mastering Chidori, the hand seals cannot be kept secret. It is unavoidable that they will be stolen. This statement left the 2 men even more puzzled. Observing their bewildered expressions, Kaisuk chuckled and shook his head, explaining, widen your perspective. The strength of the Uchiha clan signifies our strength. Ultimately, these powers will be at our disposal. Our clan leader possesses many admirable qualities, yet his vision is too narrow, incapable of seeing the broader future. After a grandiose speech, he thoroughly perplexed his 2 subordinates. They may not have understood everything, but one thought remained clear in their minds. The Lord's perspective is truly profound, far beyond their mundane comprehension. Remember, do not succumb to anger, for it will diminish your intellect. And do not harbor resentment towards your enemies, for hatred clouds your judgment. Once Kaisuk had spoken his mind, he leisurely inquired, so, did our clan leader succeed? It appears not. Of course not. Had he succeeded, the earlier scene would never have unfolded. Suddenly, an urgent message emerged from outside the tent. Recently, sounds resembling the Chidori technique had been heard from within the clan leader's tent. Upon hearing this, Mayu immediately furrowed her brow and coldly inquired, aside from the clan leader, who else is inside? It is Uchiha Kaisuk. As soon as the words left his lips, the tent fell into a profound silence. Sensing something amiss, the subordinates quietly retreated, vanishing without a trace. Gazing at the silent Kaisuk, the 2 exchanged glances again, pondering that their lord's perspective should not lead him to take this matter to heart. With no pressing business, they took their leave together. Once the surroundings were devoid of others, Kaisuk could no longer contain himself and muttered curses. Uchiha Taijima, curse you. After a considerable time, he calmed himself and summoned a secret ninja, known only to him, even kept hidden from Mayu and Izumi. They conversed in hushed tones for over 10 minutes before the secret ninja vanished, and Kaisuk walked out of the encampment as if nothing had occurred. As he strolled outside, he couldn't help but reminisce about his cousin. In a concealed training ground outside the encampment, Uchiha Kaisuk clenched his teeth, continuously gathering chakra within him. After prolonged study and contemplation, he had finally restored the Chidori technique to a near-complete form. His own efforts accounted for 70% of the success, with the remaining 30% attributed to the encouragement of his girlfriend. Uchiha Butterfly, an ordinary chunin, possessed no particularly remarkable traits aside from her sweet and charming appearance. By chance, Kaisuk had rescued her from danger, and since then, the two had fallen deeply in love, rarely apart. Without the support and encouragement of his girlfriend, he might have succumbed to the harshness of life long ago. As someone who had offended Kaisuk, many sought to take their grievances out on him, particularly those from the savage faction returning from the south. Without the protection of the clan leader and the encouragement from his girlfriend, Uchiha Kaisuk might have perished in some foul ditch long ago. Gazing at the woman silently wiping the sweat from his brow, Uchiha Kaisuk swore that he would not allow anyone to harm her. As he prepared to seize a moment of passion with his girlfriend in the wilderness, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. Turning swiftly, Uchiha Kaisuk's expression changed dramatically. His Sharingan activated as he instinctively shielded his girlfriend. "What do you want?" he demanded sternly. The newcomer feigned hurt, responding, "Come on, is it wrong to visit my brother?" "Brother?" Uchiha Kaisuk struggled to contain his anger, striving to keep his tone calm. "Now that you've seen him, I have matters to attend to, so I won't be keeping you company." With that, he attempted to lead his girlfriend away. Just as he lifted his foot, a shuriken was placed menacingly against his neck. "Did I say you could leave?" Kaisuk smirked coldly, his gaze shifting to the defiant girl. "Ah, so this must be my sister-in-law. Such delicate skin, it makes me, as the younger brother, quite restless." Under the piercing glare of Uchiha Kaisuk reached out, caressing the girl's face. "Do you wish to learn the complete method of Chidori?" He suddenly brought forth the crux of the matter. The weight of the revelation sank deep within Kei, knowing that this secret had ultimately been exposed. "If you cannot produce the final product, our dear clan leader will not let you off easily." With that, Kaisuk's gaze shifted sharply to Uchiha Kaisuk. "You wouldn't want him to suffer the clan leader's punishment, would you?" "What do you want?" the woman asked, tears in her eyes, her body trembling slightly. Nevertheless, her face remained resolute, showing more strength than her boyfriend beside her. "I can teach you Chidori," Kaisuk said, kicking aside his resisting cousin and forcefully pulling the sister-in-law closer. "Let us get cozy. I happen to have some free time tonight. I can explain the essentials of mastering Chidori. This is a rare opportunity, so think it over carefully. I'm not one to force anyone." Releasing the woman, Kaisuk disdainfully glanced at Uchiha Kaisuk before swiftly employing the body flicker technique to depart from the scene. Behind him, the man, long restrained, finally erupted. "Uchiha Kaisuk, one day I will personally slay you." Chapter 78. I am also a man who plays with snakes ultimately. Kaisuk did not receive a knock on the door from the woman. Feeling quite bored, he sought a suitable location and commenced his research on new ninjutsu. The wood release of Hashirama was utterly repulsive. One careless mistake could lead to a mutual depletion of stamina and chakra. Rather than engage in mindless combat, it was far wiser to focus on the continued development of new techniques. In truth, this endeavor had commenced quite some time ago. As his strength grew, so too did his understanding of ninjutsu. With a grasp of the principles of release, reverse engineering the advanced application of Chidori was not an insurmountable task. Before long, he would master his first powerful S-rank offensive ninjutsu. In between his research, he occasionally wandered the battlefield, using the lives of enemies to fill the void in his points. His life was undeniably quite pleasant. 2 months swiftly passed. "Hurry, clear the way," Izuna cried frantically, urging others aside as the blood-soaked clan leader, Taijima, lay unconscious on a stretcher. Recently, the Senju launched an unprecedented large-scale assault. This war had dragged on too long, and both the Senju and Uchiha were eager to bring it to an end. Sensing the war weariness among his clan, Senju Butsuma resolved to go all in. Mobilizing all available forces, he sought to confront the Uchiha in a decisive battle. Victory would secure the Senju's dominance over the Land of Fire. Defeat would necessitate a retreat to recuperate for several years. Taijima, unwilling to continue the fight, rallied his available forces to desperately fend off the relentless waves of enemy assaults. Half a day prior, Senju Butsuma personally led a charge, clashing head-on with the seasoned Uchiha Taijima. The two top clan leaders engaged in a deadly struggle, ultimately resulting in both sustaining serious injuries and being escorted back to their camps for treatment. The clan leader had fallen, yet the battle raged on. Seizing the last opportunity, Kaisuk began fervently harvesting points, skillfully evading Butsuma's attempts to engage him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara relentlessly pursued Butsuma, while Azuna found himself engaged with Tobirama. On the battlefield, upon hearing the news, Kaisuk let out a hearty laugh, nearly bursting into celebratory fireballs. If only those two could simultaneously meet their demise, how splendid that would be. "Sir, enemy activity detected ahead," reported one of his subordinates, successfully snapping his attention back to reality. Giving Mayu a knowing glance, Kaisuk stepped forward to the front of the ranks. During this period, the fighting style of the Legion had slightly shifted. Previously, they had charged mindlessly with Chidori, leaving their fates to chance and individual skill. Considering the intensity of the battlefield and the consistently high casualty rates, Kaisuk resolved to alter their tactics. He would take the lead in the assault, while the other ninjas would remain sheltered beneath him, providing support. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A thick cloud of white smoke erupted, immediately causing chaos among the enemy ranks. Boom. By the time the Senju noticed the commotion, a colossal serpent over 30 meters long had already trampled through the trees and crashed into the enemy formation. City. Target the foes with venom. Yes, Lord Kaisuk. City, a poisonous serpent from the depths of the dragon cave, may not have been the largest, but its venom was unparalleled in potency. In an era where medical ninjutsu was not well developed, its toxin was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. With it at his side, Kaisuk was emboldened to undertake the charge alone. The summoning beast moved with astonishing speed, evading detection by Legion-level ninjutsu, as a stream of purple venom descended, engulfing several foes. Only a few scattered ninjutsu appeared in the air. Having collaborated with City multiple times, he understood the importance of not lingering in battle. Thus, after evading the taunts of a few minor enemies, City gracefully withdrew from the heart of the enemy formation. As soon as it departed, the battlefield erupted in a cacophony of thunderous roars. Kaisuk's Chidori assault team descended upon the scene, unleashing a savage slaughter. Senju, frontline camp. Damn it, that accursed little brat again. Senju Shinichi slammed his hand onto the table, causing much of the camp to tremble with his raging chakra. Curiously, the table, as the primary recipient of the impact, remained entirely still. This moment underscored the remarkable control he wielded over his chakra. Senju Shinichi, Butsuma's most trusted subordinate, was also his younger brother, having grown alongside him. In the clan leader's incapacitated state, it was only natural for him to bear the weight of the Senju banner. Moments ago, a liaison reported that another joint team had encountered Uchiha Kaisuk. As expected, all members of the joint team perished, with only 3 managing to escape. The massive poisonous serpent had become a nightmare for many low-ranking ninjas. "We must find a way to curb his prowess," Senju Shinichi murmured, aware of the severe impact it had on morale. The Senju could accept dying on the battlefield, but few wished to perish at the jaws of a snake. That was an entirely different matter. Unfortunately, the enemy was too cunning, completely avoiding large-scale confrontations. Upon encountering one, they would immediately flee without hesitation. Several attempts to encircle him had yielded no significant results. And that cursed flying thunder god technique. What kind of wretched scoundrel would develop such ninjutsu? Senju Shinichi cursed vehemently. Beside him, Senju Tobirama frowned. He found Kaisuk's ninjutsu quite impressive, whether it be the shadow clone technique or the flying thunder god technique. Both are exceedingly rare and extraordinary ninjutsu within the ninja world. Despite their mutual enmity, a sense of admiration lingered in his heart, leading Tobirama to be less than supportive of his uncle's rhetoric. Of course, admiration aside, he still intended to find a way to eliminate Kyuka. As his uncle had pointed out, the threat posed by this individual was far greater than that of the single-minded Uchiha Madara. To confront him, one must first resolve the issue of the flying thunder god technique. While everyone pondered solutions, a mysterious visitor arrived, presenting an irresistible plan. "With my method, I can guarantee the eradication of Uchiha Kyuka." "Is it you?" Senju Tobirama exclaimed, astonished to see this individual on the front lines. It was indeed not surprising, given the deep-seated animosity he held towards that brat. "Then I must trouble you, Lord Uzumaki." "Not at all. I must extend my gratitude to Lord Fuin for his profound understanding. The person who had voluntarily come to the Senju camp with a plan to eliminate Kyuka was none other than the head of the Uzumaki clan. The contemporary master of sealing techniques, Uzumaki Ashina. Chapter 79. Mito emerges, in imminent killing intent. Looking up at the sky, the moon seemed to smile. Glancing down at the ground, a great serpent danced. With the summoning beast, Shirty, Kyuka's days were exceedingly comfortable. Initially, he stood atop the serpent's head, issuing commands haphazardly. Soon, however, he found even standing to be tiresome and laid down on a small mat instead. His leisurely demeanor stirred envy among his subordinates, who could only move on foot. My lord, I have heard that Shirty hails from a legendary and mysterious sacred land. One subordinate began subtly probing. Indeed, Kyuka mused while reclining on the expansive head of the serpent. Orochimaru had once mentioned that the White Snake Sage possessed an eccentric personality and was notoriously difficult to communicate with. Yet, Kyuka felt that this was not quite the case. Knowing he enjoyed lying on Shirty's back, the White Snake Sage had specifically adjusted the contract, utilizing her Sage Chakra to significantly prolong the summoning beast's presence. Otherwise, Kyuka could not have enjoyed such comfort. Casting a sidelong glance at his smiling subordinate, Kyuka nonchalantly spat out a grape skin and stretched leisurely, inquiring, "You wish to establish a summoning contract with the Ryuchi Cave?" Yes. The difficulty of signing a contract with the three great sacred lands was undoubtedly beyond the ordinary. However, the White Snake Sage appeared to be quite accommodating. With careful negotiation, it should not be a major issue. Rumors can be deadly, clearly. She is a kind and benevolent old lady, yet they say she has an eccentric temperament. I sometimes find Orochimaru rather unreliable. Promising to consider the matter, Kyuka waved his hand, dismissing his subordinate. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he resolved to seek out a few enemies for practice and warm-up. However, instead of finding foes, he suddenly sensed a particular flying thunder god spatial coordinate wandering the battlefield. Initially, Kyuka thought someone had picked up his kunai, but upon concentrating his perception, his expression changed dramatically. What is that girl doing on the battlefield? With a simple command, Kyuka utilized the flying thunder god technique to teleport to the vicinity of the coordinate. Parting the obstructing branches, he discovered the person hiding cautiously beneath the tree. It was indeed the sprightly Mito Uzumaki. "Hey, what are you doing here?" The sudden voice startled Mito, causing her to jump. Shaking the two talismans adorning her hair, she turned around, her cheeks puffed in indignation, clearly wanting to bite him. "You scared me," she exclaimed, rolling her eyes in discontent. After a brief silence, Mito sighed. "I followed my father here. He has devised a method to deal with you." "What method?" "It wouldn't involve an exorbitant bride price meant to scare me, would it? Can we be serious?" To his surprise, Mito did not shy away but instead explained worriedly. "Remember how you left behind numerous kunai inscribed with flying thunder god coordinates in the land of whirlpools?" "Yes. Did your father collect them?" Ignoring Kyuka's remark, Mito continued. "After thorough research, my father successfully developed a sealing technique that can obstruct spatial-time ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, Kyuka finally took her seriously. Realizing why Mito had stealthily joined the battlefield, she likely did not want to see him come to harm, which prompted her to sneak out to relay this information. Jumping down from the treetop, Kyuka ruffled the red-haired girl's hair and smiled. "And then? What does your father intend to do?" "I don't know." Mito shook her head and vaguely explained the principles of the spatial-time sealing technique. It's essentially a variant of the contract seal. It must be inscribed on your body to effectively sever the connection to the spatial-time coordinates. Contract seal? Kyuka recalled the battle between Obito and Minato, where the fourth Hokage, as the son-in-law of the Uzumaki clan, used this technique to free the Nine Tails from enemy control. It was evident that Uzumaki Ashina was indeed worthy of the title of Master of Sealing Techniques, having devised a means to isolate the Flying Thunder God technique in such a short time. Unfortunately, the prerequisites for casting this sealing technique were exceedingly stringent. Inscribing the technique on his body would necessitate speed nearly equal to his own. Such a ninja was not only rare, but certainly non-existent within the borders of the land of whirlpools. If they could not even keep up with him, how could they hope to sever the Flying Thunder God technique? Your father truly is getting old and confused. One day he will realize that the Senju are not a reliable ally. Noticing Kyuka's nonchalant demeanor, Mito pouted, urgently grabbing his arm. "Don't be too careless. Not only my father, but Senju Tobarama will also participate in this ambush. If you fall into a trap, you will stand no chance against the two of them working together. Relax, Hyuka waved his hand dismissively. They won't have the opportunity to inscribe their sealing technique on me. However, Mito's expression was serious, and she seemed genuinely worried for his safety. The ability to execute spatial time sealing is not limited to just my father. Who else? Don't tell me that old Coot Senju Tobarama can also master it. At that point, even a dog could perform sealing techniques. Just then, a peculiar smile crept upon Mito's face. I can. Spatial time sealing. The black sealing formula spread out, swiftly severing the connection between Hyuka and the coordinates. Even as Hyuka kicked Mito away, the severing technique did not dissipate. Watching the girl rise from the ground, Hyuka's gaze betrayed his disappointment. Yet, he said nothing. At this juncture, there was no longer any need for further communication between them. The princess of the Uzumaki clan had made what she deemed to be the right choice. And that was that. Drawing the Kusanagi sword from his waist, Hyuka surveyed his surroundings and coldly commanded, "Come out. There's no need for hiding." Clap, clap, clap. With a gentle applause, Senju Tobarama made his entrance, akin to a final boss in a game. "You little brat, soon you will learn the consequences of your arrogance." It was evident that he was quite perturbed by Hyuka's previous comment, likely due to the slight reference to his greenish hair. Shortly thereafter, Uzumaki Ashina also appeared from another side, while shadows continuously leaped into the arena. To ensure a successful ambush, the Senju clan had dispatched numerous elite members. After all, aside from spatial time techniques, Tobarama's mastery of explosive instant body techniques was also formidable. With fewer numbers, there was indeed a chance he could escape. With a light swing of his sword, Hyuka disdainfully mocked, "Two old dogs leading a pack of pups. Do you truly believe you can contend with a lion? Huh. Feel free to speak your mind." Tobarama appeared quite self-satisfied. After all, you won't be alive much longer. Say as much as you like. Oh, by the way, if you beg me, perhaps I will send your last words to the Uchiha. Bang! A smoke bomb suddenly detonated, and under its cover, Kaisuk divided himself into 12 shadow clones, each darting in different directions. Chapter 80, S-Class Secret Technique, the Roaring Thunder Beast. The situation was dire. Faced with two formidable clan leaders and numerous powerful Senju ninjas, even Taijima would have a significant chance of falling in battle. A direct confrontation was unfeasible, which is why Kaisuk resorted to the smoke bomb to employ his shadow clone technique. His true self concealed within, he awaited the opportune moment to break free. Fire release, great fireball technique. The clones frequently unleashed fire techniques, attempting to carve a path through the encirclement. Observing this, Senju Shinken swiftly positioned himself before several clones, brandishing his sword to block their escape. "Do not struggle. Today, your fate is sealed." With that, he blew into the kunai gripped in his hand, and a formidable wind chakra enveloped it, resembling an indomitable blade of wind. During the Warring States period, 9 out of 10 clan leaders excelled in physical combat, and Senju Shinken was no exception. The blade of wind unleashed. The overwhelming force shattered the combined assault of 3 shadow clones. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled as Senju Shinken charged toward the remaining clones, showing no intention of granting them a moment's respite. "There is no escape for you. Surrender." As he pressed forward, he also sought to instill psychological pressure on Kaisuk. How tedious. The clone of Kaisuk drew his sword in a furious slash, the Chidori extending from his left hand, transforming him into a dual-wielding combatant. Uchiha style, astonishing nightingale. A pure contest of swordsmanship. The outcome was that Senju Shinken suffered a scratch on his left arm, while Kaisuk's shadow clone was pierced through the chest by the blade of wind. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Arumi commenced his own actions. Instead of launching a direct attack, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, creating a crimson sealing barrier. Sealing technique, Crimson Flame Seal. Unless you can fly, you must defeat me to break this barrier. The ruthless leader of the Uzumaki clan demonstrated his unwavering resolve to eliminate Kaisuk through action. Before Kaisuk could respond, the seals in Uzumaki Arumi's hands transformed, and 7 or 8 brilliant chains soared through the air, instantly obliterating the nearest 2 shadow clones. "Your existence poses too great a danger, Uchiha Kaisuk." Uzumaki Arumi gazed silently, his eyes filled with determination. He understood that this decision might earn him his daughter's lifelong hatred. But as that mysterious figure had stated, as long as Kaisuk remained, the land of waves would never know peace. with the flying thunder god being so formidable one day, when the youth fully matured, who in the ninja world could pose a threat to him? If he was not eradicated soon, the Uzumaki clan, no, the entire land of waves, would face a bleak future. I hope your plans are sufficiently meticulous. Uzumaki Irumi inadvertently glanced in the direction of his departing daughter. The diamond lock continued to wreak havoc throughout the battlefield. Ding! The deep crimson barrier wall deflected the kunai shot by Kaisuk. Not only physical attacks, but even airflow struggled to penetrate. His gaze flickered slightly, and he seemed to conceive a method to turn the tide. System prompt. Successfully exchanged for chakra recovery potion. Consuming 10,000 points. Points always seem to vanish unexpectedly. Before taking it, Kaisuk separated 3 more shadow clones to form a protective barrier around himself. As he gulped down the potion, he felt his chakra surge while continuously casting fire techniques at his adversaries. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. In an instant, the barrier was filled with soaring fire dragons. Have you lost your sanity? Uzumaki Irumi frowned slightly, sensing that his opponent was scheming something. Unfortunately, Kaisuk's body flicker technique was far too swift. Even the formidable diamond lock could not defeat him in a short span. Senju Shinken, that fool, continued to chase and slash at shadow clones. System prompt. Kill the ninja of the Senju clan, gaining 360 points. System prompt. Kill the ninja of the Senju clan, gaining 480 points. System prompt. Kill the ninja of the Uzumaki clan, gaining 400 points. At last, he had slightly compensated for his losses. The myriad fire dragons posed no threat to the clan leaders, but they were deadly to ordinary ninjas. Compensating for point losses was one aspect. Even more pressing was the rising heat within the barrier. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kaisuk felt as though he were in a steamer, his skin starting to redden from the heat. Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself, little brat? Senju Shinken finally locked onto Kaisuk's true form. The blade of wind slicing through the air to collide with the Kusanagi sword. The brief contact felt like a crushing blow to Kaisuk's chest, propelling him backward uncontrollably. No, I must continue to exchange. With determination, Kaisuk exchanged again for the chakra recovery potion. System prompt. Successfully exchanged for chakra recovery potion, consuming 10,000 points. Utilizing the body flicker technique to widen the distance from his enemy, Kaisuk tilted his head back and down the potion, his chakra swiftly returning to its peak state. Damn it, that old coot has cost me 20,000 points. One day, I shall make the Senju clan pay back tenfold. Kaisuk leapt, electric energy surging in his hands. Above, dark clouds had gathered, and amidst the gloom, lightning flickered, signaling an impending storm. Using his Sharingan to perceive the path of lightning, Kaisuk disregarded the rapidly approaching enemies, concentrating a beam of light and sending it into the clouds. Boom! A heavy kick struck his chest. This was the result of the shadow clones sacrificing themselves to block the attack. Otherwise, he might have been pierced through the chest by the blade of wind. Senju Shinken vaguely sensed something amiss. The lightning in the sky was far too unusual, not resembling a normal accumulation. Alas, he realized this too late. Crackle! Lightning wildly converged in Kaisuk's palm as he, blood trickling from his mouth, fixed his fierce gaze upon the numerous adversaries below. Soon, a fearsome thunder beast emerged from the clouds. What is that? Uzumaki Irumi felt a surge of alarm, immediately deploying a familiar defensive barrier. On the other hand, Senju Shinken lacked any strong defensive techniques. His sole knowledge of the earth flow wall failed to defend against the looming attack from above, as long as he could strike. Suddenly a gentle breeze rustled through his hair. Senju Shinken looked up just in time to see the thunder beast poised to attack, and in the next instant, the great mouth of lightning had swallowed him whole. A fraction of a second strike, faster than the speed of sound, left no room for hesitation. Let it scatter with the thunder. Lightning release. Kirin. Boom. The terrifying lightning erupted, instantly shattering Uzumaki Irumi's barrier. Except for the quick-reacting clan leader, the others perished in the mouth of the Kirin. In the distance, a charred body stirred slightly. Taking advantage of the dissipating smoke, it swiftly vanished into the underbrush. Chapter 81. Kaisuk's Demise. The charred body was, of course, Kaisuk, caught in the aftermath of the Kirin. This lightning release technique possessed terrifying lethality. but the stringent conditions for its use prevented it from becoming a regular means of combat. Without the barrier to concentrate the hot air into the clouds above, Kaisuk might not have been able to utilize it in battle. For the past 2 months, he had been diligently researching the Kirin. He never anticipated that its first use would save his life and simultaneously eliminate a formidable foe. System prompt: killed Senju Shinken, gaining 16,000 points. This was the first time the system had announced a name, indicating that clan leaders were indeed special entities. The clan leader, akin to the shadow of the ninja village era, begins with a minimum of 10,000 points for a successful kill, capping at 40,000 points. This highlights the rather unimpressive strength of Senju Hashirama. While he may not be at the very bottom among shadows, he likely does not stray far from it. Nonetheless, a shadow is still a shadow, representing a vital strategic resource. The inexplicable loss of a formidable warrior is undoubtedly an unexpected blow to the Senju clan. The once promising battlefield could very well collapse as a result, particularly since they have yet to achieve their initial objectives. At the moment of the Chilin's descent, Kaisuk utilized the Chidori flow to counteract the lightning. Moreover, being near the barrier, he sustained no direct harm and thus narrowly evaded disaster. Otherwise, he might have had to expend a full 20,000 points to redeem a healing potion. Points: 24,742. Glancing at his remaining points, the soot-covered Kaisuk sighed. Lamenting the arduous nature of accumulating wealth, he pushed himself to run for some distance, and once the space-time technique faltered, he summoned a spirit beast with his last ounce of strength. "Take me back," he uttered before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. "My lord Kaisuk." The serpent was taken aback, pondering for a moment before swallowing Kaisuk into its seemingly otherworldly belly, subsequently releasing the summoning. Without any indication of where to return him, the spirit beast naturally assumed it was headed back to the dragon's cave. In a sense, it inadvertently aided Kaisuk. The leader's prolonged absence prompted Shirdi to terminate the summoning. Even a fool could tell something was amiss. The ambush stirred such a commotion that it could not escape the notice of either side. Soon, the events were laid bare on various tables. The Senju orchestrated an ambush against Uchiha Kaisuk. Senju Hashirama is deceased, and Uchiha Kaisuk is missing, presumed to have perished alongside him in a lightning technique. Staring at the intelligence presented, Uchiha Madara remained silent for an extended period, exuding an intense aura of murderous intent. Such an atmosphere rendered Izuna beside him somewhat apprehensive, having never witnessed his elder brother in such a state of fury. Naturally, he too felt rage. Kaisuk had always been his target to surpass, the only person he could truly call a friend within the clan. The thought that his friend had met a tragic end due to the enemy's machinations was unbearable. He swore that he would not rest until this vendetta was settled. Lost in thought, Uchiha Madara abruptly rose from his seat, wordlessly striding towards the exit. "Izuna, to the front lines." Brother, are you going to kill someone?" With a frigid gaze, Uchiha Madara's demeanor underwent a significant transformation, as if some dormant force within him was awakening. Meanwhile, the situation within the Senju clan was equally dire. How could this be? Tobarama's eyes widened in disbelief. It was his own uncle who had perished at the hands of Kaisuk. No matter how many times he read the report, he found it hard to accept the grim reality. Damn it, where's Uzumaki Namikaze? He bellowed in frustration. The Uzumaki clan leader has returned, reportedly sustaining severe injuries as well. That scoundrel has the audacity to return and recuperate. A flash of hatred crossed Tobarama's eyes. If not for him, his uncle would never have been in danger. Now he simply walks away, without considering the plight of their clan. Land of whirlpools, he muttered under his breath, marking this grudge deep within. Meanwhile, Hashirama felt an overwhelming sorrow, greater than anyone else's. The death of his uncle filled him with grief, and Kaisuk's fall was an even more crushing blow. Had he known in advance, he would have done everything in his power to intervene. It was precisely for this reason that they had deliberately avoided including him in the ambush discussions. Now, it was too late, with family fallen and a comrade vanishing. The succession of tragedies left Hashirama in a state of despondency. "Brother, you must pull yourself together. Father is in a coma, and you must bear the burden of war." Tobarama continued to press on. For the first time in his life, Hashirama felt that his younger brother was being excessively nagging. Ultimately, he stepped onto the battlefield amidst the furious cries of his clansmen. When will this senseless slaughter come to an end? Must I truly possess the power to control everything? As Kaisuk suggested, Unbeknownst to him, Hashirama's mindset began to shift. As his emotions fluctuated, a strange power gradually awakened within him. Awakening to a foreign ceiling, Kaisuk, adorned in a mummy-themed skin, blinked drowsily. Beside him stood a striking young woman with deep blue hair, observing him with an emotionless gaze. Finally awake. You have quite the nerve to treat the dragon's cave as a refuge. Had it not been for the command of the White Snake Sage, you would have long since been expelled as waste. The icy-voiced girl was none other than the esteemed serpent queen of the dragon's cave, Ichikishimahime. Kaisuk blinked, cursing the unreliable spirit beast, the serpent, in his mind. It was meant to return him to camp, yet here he was in the dragon's cave. Oh right. He seemed to have given no special instructions before losing consciousness. Perhaps he could not entirely blame it. How infuriating. Cautiously glancing at the girl, Kaisuk hesitated before speaking. I truly apologize. I can leave right now. Leave? Ichikishimahime smirked coldly, stating bluntly, had you not been delivered in time, you would have already met your demise. What? Kaisuk gasped, astonished at the severity of his injuries. Had he known, he would have redeemed a healing potion directly. In truth, the healing potions within the system are categorized by levels. For grievous injuries such as his, a restoration potion costing 20,000 points was required. The crux was that he was reluctant to spend such points. At this rate, it would be ages before he could redeem a Sharingan. Thank you, miss, for your assistance. I am truly indebted. Enough, Ichikishimahime interjected, delivering a chilling statement that made Kaisuk's heart race. I never claimed you were safe yet. To fully recover, you must venture to the dragon's pool. It is rich in natural energy, which may aid in mending your injured body, provided you do not turn into a mindless beast. Chapter 82. The Semi-Finished Sage. Kaisuk's cursed mark mode. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Don't touch. I'll handle it myself. Ouch. Lady, your grip is far too strong. Outside the dragon's pool, the deity of Tianshin provided Kaisuk with a full-body oil spa. The skilled hands of the technician moved with remarkable proficiency, yet the motions resembled those of preparing ingredients before a meal. Her grip was particularly firm, eliciting cries from Kaisuk. Don't move, unless you wish to explode into pieces. Her words brimmed with menace. Deep within the dragon's cave lies a pool of water with remarkable healing properties. Unfortunately, only serpent-level spirit beasts can partake in its benefits. Lesser serpents cannot enjoy the healing effects. The water is not mere dew, but a solidified liquid composed of natural energy. Should someone without the requisite fortitude enter without a layer of medicinal ointment, they would perish instantly. This is truly absurd. He intended to patiently inquire about alternative healing methods. However, before he could finish his sentence, Tianshin's deity kicked him into the pool. With a splash, Kaisuk instinctively struggled for a moment, soon realizing he faced no issues with breathing. How extraordinary. Emerging from the water, he gazed at the serpent queen on the shore and asked, this is quite effective. What is its origin? He. The deity of Tianshin smirked cryptically, responding, trust me, you wouldn't want to know. Jingjia smirked slightly, partly due to the unspeakable answer he had received, and partly because of the sudden itchiness that had begun to permeate his body. Is this the essence of natural energy? There exists a floating energy in the atmosphere that can be absorbed. As nothing is truly extinguished, this energy remains eternal. This is the source of natural energy. By inhaling it and blending it with the ordinary chakra within the body, a highly refined chakra is produced, known as Senjutsu chakra. Ordinary chakra is a fusion of physical and mental energy, when natural energy is added, and a perfect balance is achieved among the three. The user can enter a unique state, known as Sage Mode. In this state, every movement possesses immense destructive power, and any ninjutsu performed is significantly amplified due to the incorporation of high-quality Senjutsu chakra. To activate Sage Mode, one must first gather Senjutsu chakra, which involves forcing the three different types of energy to reach a relative balance. The closer one gets to this balance, the more perfected their Sage Mode becomes. Take Jiraiya for instance. He is not particularly adept at this, needing the assistance of two Sage Toads to succeed. Naruto represents a traditional ideal of perfection. Though his process is slow, the balance of energy within him surpasses that of his master. Hashirama, on the other hand, is domineering. He relies on his exceptionally high Sage body level to directly absorb natural energy and convert it forcefully. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished countless times. Yet he, with instantaneous absorption and conversion, need not concern himself with the triviality of balance. Conversely, Orochimaru employs a different method. He completely assimilates his body with natural energy, eliminating the need for conversion steps. Ignoring appearances, he is the most consummate user of Senjutsu. The prospect of a permanent sage buff is terrifying, which explains why the Uchiha brothers must join forces to counter him. Jingjia currently faced a clear disadvantage. His 10-year-old body simply could not withstand Senjutsu chakra. Nevertheless, he could carve out an alternative path by learning from Orochimaru's creations. By utilizing curse seals for storage and transformation, he could combat using diluted natural energy. Although the efficacy was somewhat diminished, it undoubtedly served as an aid for him at present. Possessing the ability to analyze the caged bird seal, he reversed engineered and quickly deduced the application of Orochimaru's curse seal. After all, he need not worry about reincarnation. He merely needed to focus on the steps of storage, transformation, and release. After touching his neck, Jingjia abandoned the idea of biting himself, directly condensing the curse seal runes to form a special Tomo symbol on his shoulder. Success. On the shore, Tianshin Shinji furrowed her brow, suspecting he had lost his mind. Others who entered the snake pool usually endured torment to the brink of death, who would find amusement in the water. Clearly, he must have gone mad. With each passing moment, once the transformation of the curse seal was complete, Jingjia promptly began to attempt to harness the diluted natural energy. Then, Tianshin Shinji witnessed him suddenly convulsing uncontrollably. Sighing, she willed the pool to expel him as if it were alive. Not wishing to gaze upon his swelling visage, she raised her arm and, with a sharp slap, struck his cheek. This act forcibly drew out all the natural energy within Jingjia. For the first time in his life, he found being hit to be rather pleasurable. Gazing back at the crystalline caged dragon pool and then at the snake goddess before him, Jingjia earnestly implored, "Please continue to treat me this way." No sooner had he spoken than Tianshin Shinji's expression shifted dramatically. She had initially thought of him as merely an annoying human, only to discover he harbored such wicked thoughts within. How exhilarating! Her face flushed inexplicably as she feigned composure and waved her hand, saying, "Rest assured. You have asked so sincerely." Unaware of the underlying tension, Jingjia nodded gratefully and, with a sudden exertion, rolled back into the pool. The following period passed smoothly under the goddess's persistent encouragement. With her enthusiastic assistance, Jingjia successfully completed his experiment and began to adeptly control the diluted natural energy. Once his body matured, he would seamlessly transition into sage mode, thus opening a pathway toward the pinnacle of power. Previously unnoticed, she truly is a good person, or rather, a good snake. Jingjia expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Oh, it's nothing," Tianshin Shinji replied, waving her hand, her gaze towards him tinged with reluctance. The two established a remarkably delicate friendship. Before they knew it, he celebrated his 11th birthday in the Dragon Cave. During this time, aside from his daily training, Jingjia began to frequently visit the underground exchange. By capturing rogue ninjas, he continually amassed points necessary for redeeming the Mangekyō Sharingan. This method tested one's character, as outcomes were dictated by fate, yet Jingjia found it rather enjoyable. Shortly after his birthday, a significant event transpired in the Land of Fire. The Senju clan executed a large-scale withdrawal, concluding a protracted war that had persisted for years. The Land of Fire seemed to usher in an era of peace. However, other nations did not cease their movements. Some individuals were reluctant to witness the cessation of hostilities between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Underlying currents continued to surge. Chapter 83. The scheme of Black Zetsu. To the west of the Land of Fire lies a clan of noble stature, comparable to the Hyuga. It is known as the Fuma clan. This clan is innately combative, with most members being skilled warriors, harboring ambitious desires to penetrate the heart of the Land of Fire. Regrettably, they are met with the indomitable Uchiha, an opponent of insurmountable strength. To guard against the Fuma clan, even during the climactic confrontation with the Senju, the Uchiha consistently stationed a legion in the western territories. Fumasashi, the current leader of the Fuma clan, is an exceedingly formidable clan leader. He has long aspired to partake in the struggle for dominance within the Land of Fire. However, with the war now concluded, he has yet to encounter a suitable opportunity. Reluctantly, Fumasashi was compelled to turn his gaze toward other nations, such as a small country that fervently avoided conflict. Report to the leader. News has returned. An underling knocked at Fumasashi's door. Grasping the detailed report, he noted its contents chronicling a year-long turmoil in the Land of Rain. Approximately a year prior, a mysterious force invaded the Land of Rain, dismantling the ruling structure and firmly securing control over the nation. Outsiders were forbidden entry, and only a select few could ascertain the situation within. To obtain this intelligence, the Fuma clan sacrificed considerable resources. Fortunately, their efforts finally yielded results. After meticulously studying the information, the man murmured to himself, "It seems your judgment was correct." Of course, a second voice resonated within the room. Fumasashi's shadow flickered, and suddenly, half of his face was shrouded in a profound hue. The sensation was akin to the shadow itself coming to life. "Mr. Black Zetsu, is this the clan you spoke of, the Suki no Ikizoku?" Fumasashi inquired softly. None but they could master such astonishing puppet techniques. "No, it transcends the realm of puppet mastery. It resembles a sublime art form." The shadow conversing with Fumasashi was none other than the manifestation of Kaguya Atsitsuki's will. Black Zetsu, the architect of turmoil within the ninja world for many years, inciting war to fulfill the plot of resurrecting his mother. He required the support of a formidable power group. It can be stated that the Fuma clan was a family he personally nurtured. The man was a disciple trained by Black Zetsu, obedient to his every command. In truth, Black Zetsu had long since investigated the intricacies of the Land of Rain. Having survived since ancient times, he held knowledge of numerous hidden powers, including a few copies of White Zetsu. The combat capabilities of this entity are rather feeble. However, it excels in intelligence gathering, able to traverse freely beneath the vigilant eyes of the five Kage, which speaks volumes. The reason for instigating Kazushi Fuma to undertake the investigation is rooted in its desire to leverage the power of the Fuma clan to reignite the wars in the Land of Fire. Since the Senju and Uchiha clans are reluctant to engage in battle, it seems prudent to assign them external adversaries. As the will of Kaguya Atsitsuki and the nominal third son, what does Black Zetsu fear most? The answer is quite straightforward. It pertains to matters concerning his two elder brothers. During the existence of the shinobi sect, Black Zetsu's actions were exceedingly discreet, never daring to operate overtly. After enduring the dissolution of the shinobi sect and experiencing a brief period of joy, it soon discovered that the descendants of its second brother had returned from the moon. Indeed, the clan from the moon, as it referred to, descended to exact vengeance upon the Hyuga clan. The rationale behind sealing off the Land of Rain, allowing entry to none, is simple. Kaguya's desire to create a puppet army to achieve retribution not solely against the Hyuga, but against the entire shinobi world. Upon realizing this, Black Zetsu suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Why not forge an alliance with the Fuma clan and reignite the war against the Uchiha? Only through conflict can those two brothers gain the experience necessary to progress towards the envisioned scenario. As for the obstacles along the way, Black Zetsu would devise methods to eliminate them one by one, including that young one who has mastered spacetime ninjutsu. By utilizing White Zetsu to replicate Princess Uzumaki, it would be a simple task to lure the enemy into a trap, even involving the sealing of spacetime. As a pure embodiment of spiritual energy and the ultimate manifestation of the power of In, no one surpasses it in the art of sealing. The establishment of the Land of Whirlpools by Uzumaki Ashina was also a proposal from Black Zetsu, primarily for profit, but also as preparation for an extermination plan against the entire Uzumaki clan. Alongside Kazushi Fuma and Uzumaki Ashina, it secretly manipulated numerous clans of varying sizes. Yearning for peace? Such a feat is hardly simple. Under Black Zetsu's persuasion, Kazushi Fuma resolved to venture to the Land of Rain to negotiate an alliance with the clan from the moon against the Uchiha. The harsh environment of the Land of Rain and its sparse population stand in stark contrast to the resource-rich Land of Fire. With its assistance, the allied forces could swiftly establish a puppet army. The plan was to first eradicate the Uchiha, followed by the Senju of the forest, and finally deal with the Hyuga clan. This would allow them to dominate the Land of Fire and ultimately achieve the grand vision of unifying the shinobi world. It is not that Kazushi Fuma is foolish. Rather, since his earliest memories, Black Zetsu has incessantly instilled similar notions within him. Consequently, this esteemed clan leader erroneously believes himself to be the chosen one, destined to bring an end to the chaos. Without further ado, let us embark on our journey. Very well. For the clan from the moon, their aim is to exact vengeance upon the entire shinobi world. However, Kaguya soon realized that events were not unfolding as smoothly as anticipated. After millennia of development, Particularly propelled by the shinobi sect, the entire ninja system has evolved remarkably. Marvelous ninjutsu techniques are emerging one after another, leaving even Kaguya somewhat awestruck. The clan from the moon, on the other hand, possesses little more than the ability to launch green energy orbs, rendering their other capabilities nearly non-existent. Having suffered losses, Kaguya resolved to accumulate the number of puppets while simultaneously acquiring advanced knowledge of the shinobi world. Thus, when Kazushi Fuma approached, offering instruction in ninjutsu and material support, Kaguya readily acquiesced. Foolish one, do you truly believe my sole intention is vengeance upon the Hyuga? The way he gazed at the other party was akin to looking at a simpleton. Unbeknownst to them, both were merely puppets manipulated by Black Zetsu. A case of 50 steps mocking 100, nothing more. In a corner of the shinobi world, Uzumaki Mido ambled along the path. She had been traversing the shinobi realm for half a year. Specifically, Uzumaki Maruko had run away from home. Upon learning of her father's misdeeds, she entertained thoughts of departing from her clan. At the very least, this princess wishes to ascertain whether Kaisuk is still alive. After extensive inquiries, she uncovered a potential lead. A mysterious powerhouse active in the underground currency exchange bore striking similarities to Kaisuk. Others may be oblivious, but given her year-long acquaintance with him, certain truths could not elude Mido's keen eyes. I hope it truly is you. However, Mido did not encounter Kaisuk, but rather attracted the attention of a group of human traffickers. Chapter 84. The Serpent's Hidden Technique. Kaisuk in action recently. The currency exchange has been inundated with numerous hunting missions. Regardless of their strength, any ninja can be exchanged for money, provided their bodies remain largely intact. Upon this news, bounty hunters from various regions have become quite exhilarated. Generally, upper-level ninjas are off-limits to most, but mid- and lower-tier ninjas do not share such reservations. Particularly among lower ninjas, many small clans and wealthy merchants possess a few lower-tier ninja guards. These individuals typically lack strength and mastery of ninjutsu, rendering them the most convenient targets. While wandering through the forest, Mido found herself under covert surveillance by a group of bounty hunters. Dressed as ninjas, they appeared relatively young, likely mere lower ninjas. With red hair, could she be a resident of the land of whirlpools? Haha, it seems today is destined to be a profitable day for us brothers. Ordinary ninjas fetch a certain price, but capturing rare individuals can multiply that price by dozens, even hundreds of times. Having operated the underground currency exchange for years, Black Zetsu and the interests behind it possess the capacity to offer seemingly outrageous rewards. There is no need to mention lower and mid-tier ninjas. Tomorrow, if Kaisuk were to bring Uchiha Taijima, Black Zetsu could afford to match the price of the Uchiha clan leader. One word, wealthy and indulgent. Little girl all alone. Several rogue ninjas emerged, subtly encircling Mido. At this, the princess, now displaying a hint of youthful defiance, coldly remarked, I advise you to leave quickly, or there will be a few more corpses around me. The little girl may not be well endowed, but her temper is not small. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your esteemed family. Before he could finish his sentence, a kunai lodged directly into his forehead. Reluctant to provoke unnecessary trouble, Mido transformed into a hellish harbinger and swiftly dispatched the rogue ninjas. They thought to profit off of her. They shall have to wait until their next life. Bending down to retrieve her pink kunai, Mido snorted disdainfully and floated away. Not far behind her, a strange white figure flashed by without causing a ripple. The entire land of fire is rife with undercurrents, and the Fuma clan is conspiring with the land of rain. While others may be oblivious, Kaisuk perceives everything. He has held the top spot on the currency exchange's performance chart for 7 consecutive months. With a mere word, countless intermediaries will present him with relevant intelligence. The Fuma clan is undoubtedly scheming something in the shadows. Kaisuk is acutely aware that should these individuals take action, the Uchiha will undoubtedly be the primary target. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Kaisuk decided to investigate alone. After all, he is currently dead. No enemy would suspect him, no matter how cautious they might be. Even if he cannot find clues, he could eliminate a few ninjas that irked him. His trip will certainly not be in vain. Arriving in the territory of the Fuma clan, Kaisuk summoned a small snake and performed a technique to infiltrate the enemy's domain secretly. Ninjutsu, serpent's hidden technique. The snake's belly is imbued with a barrier that conceals any trace of Kaisuk, rendering him undetectable. It is indeed an essential technique for stealthy infiltration and assassination. And the summoning contracts of the three great holy lands extend far beyond merely providing combat strength. Quickly, bring the person inside. The small serpent slithered slowly into the domain of the wind demons, swiftly utilizing its perceptive abilities to locate a suspicious target. It was a group of rogue ninjas disguised as wandering ninjas, piloting a dubious cart while undergoing inspection by the wind demon guards. The summoned beast communicated that the cart emanated a faint scent of blood, alongside a foul stench of decay that no amount of preservatives could mask. Coupled with information from the exchange, Kaisuk surmised this was the cargo destined for the Land of Rain. After trailing them for approximately 15 minutes, the cart halted at the entrance of a warehouse. The elated rogue ninja team, having received their bounty, dispersed, while the Wind Demon Clan's ninja responsible for unloading the cargo began cursing as he dealt with the corpses. What a disgrace, a male ninja lamented. Not fighting enemies or expanding territory, just dealing with these revolting matters. I feel like I've become a maggot. Keep your voice down, another, slightly older ninja cautioned quietly. Endure it. Don't forget the fate of those who offend them. Not long ago, an envoy from the Land of Rain had visited to discuss handover matters. An unfortunate slip of the tongue by a clan member had resulted in the leader executing him without hesitation. Ultimately, all of his comrades faced punishment, while the outsiders departed with an air of superiority. This incident left many with grievances, but out of fear of the clan leader's authority, no one dared voice their concerns openly. Alas, the clan leader seems to have lost his wits, one remarked. What can those people from the Land of Rain offer us? The two conversing ninjas were oblivious to the small serpent that had been observing them for quite some time. In an instant, Kaisuk, cloaked and swift, incapacitated both ninjas with ease, creating minimal disturbance. Approaching the older ninja, Kaisuk peeled back his eyelid, and his three-tomo Sharingan began to glow with an eerie light. Memory probe. Depending on the strength of one's ocular prowess, the Sharingan could unlock various abilities, ranging from basic genjutsu to memory probing and scene recreation, culminating in the erasure of specific memories. Given Kaisuk's current ocular power, he could only reach the level of memory probing. The target's strength could not be too great, or the backlash on his mental energy would lead to failure. Within the fragments of memory, he quickly found the scene from that day, leaving him astounded. The Atsitsuki from the moon. How did these individuals descend from the heavens and collude with the Wind Demon Clan? From the memories of the middle-aged ninja, he learned not only of the domineering Moon Clan, but also of the Wind Demons continuously supplying resources and teaching ninjutsu. At that moment, Kaisuk unraveled the intricate web of events. The actions of the exchange, including the current involvement of the Wind Demons, were covertly supporting the Atsitsuki from the moon. The motives behind this support could be manifold, such as a potential alliance to consume the Land of Fire. Kaisuk speculated that the Wind Demon Clan leader was likely unaware of the Atsitsuki's true nature, their perpetual desire to annihilate the ninja world. Perhaps once it was not so. But since Hinata's moon landing, the enemy had likely longed for revenge. As for how the two factions were linked, he had some guesses, but was not yet ready to confirm them. The root of the problem lay with the Wind Demon Clan leader. Finding him might unveil the truth behind this shadowy conspiracy. In the clan leader's study, Wind Demon Yukihito was engrossed in reviewing correspondence. The expenditures for the month totaled 70 million ryo, the majority allocated towards the construction of the Moon Army. Negative sentiments within the clan were accumulating and needed redirection. Beyond matters of military readiness, transport, and trade, Yukihito's gaze fell upon the most critical piece of data. The number of puppet soldiers exceeded 3,000 and continued to grow rapidly. This alone justified all previous investments. Soon, the Wind Demon Clan would reign over the entire Land of Fire. In the realm of the thousand-handed Buddha and Uchiha Taijima, I shall demonstrate who the true sovereign is. In a shadowy corner, Kaisuk, hidden within the serpent's belly, smirked. If not for the feelings of the summoned beast, he would have spat in disdain. Taijima was a treacherous scoundrel, and thousand-handed Buddha was a stubborn fool, yet both held positions at the pinnacle of the warring states. What right did Yukihito have to compare himself with them? As he silently mocked, suddenly, the shadow of the Wind Demon Clan leader began to tremble. In moments, half of his body was engulfed by a dark presence. Kagaya's third son, Black Zetsu, had appeared. Eliminating those two fools would not be difficult. Black Zetsu, fixated on the report, noted that 3,000 was insufficient. 7,000 would be ideal. The puppets of the Moon Clan were designed to sustain themselves through battle. transforming each slain enemy into sustenance. Once enough resources were accumulated, a blitzkrieg could obliterate several prominent clans, and by the time others reacted, the Land of Fire would lack any force to restrain them. As he pondered, Black Zetsu murmured to himself, "At that point, I can initiate my plan. Allowing Indra's reincarnation to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan, I will seize control over him and await the growth of the other." The convergence of yin and yang powers would allow him to become the vessel for his mother's release from her seal. The dutiful son, Black Zetsu, had meticulously crafted his plan, merely awaiting the completion of the puppet army by the Moon Clan. However, even the ancient Black Zetsu remained unaware that the Atsitsuki, upon descending to this realm, had come to annihilate the entire ninja world. It was manipulating the bereaved clan leader, who, in turn, was unwittingly being used by Black Zetsu. When the day arrived for him to rule the Land of Fire, events would likely not unfold as the dutiful son envisioned. Fortunately, he might not have to wait until that day of disappointment. Indeed, Kaisuk stood abruptly. Since the moment this incident intertwined with the exchange, he had been contemplating whether Black Zetsu would leave traces behind. To his astonishment, the Wind Demon clan was merely a puppet, with the true puppeteer being Kagaya's third son. Feeling a surge of emotion, Kaisuk noticed Black Zetsu's shadow gradually detach, its gaze flickering as it seemed to search the room. Soon, its eyes locked onto him, their gazes crossing through the serpent's skin. What in the world? Just as he prepared to urge the serpent to flee, a pitch-black iron rod pierced the serpent's body, pinning it to the ground. Ninjas with both yin and yang chakra attributes could create such black rods through the application of yin release techniques. Those struck by it would experience disruptions in their internal powers, rendering them incapable of refining chakra. It was akin to an advanced version of Gentle Fist, requiring no direct contact with the body's chakra points. Additionally, ninjas possessing the Rinnegan could fabricate these black rods at will. Resurrected Madara and Obito were examples of this. Wind Demon Yukihito had completely benefited from Black Zetsu's influence. Otherwise, with his limited abilities, he would never have mastered the transformation of yin and yang chakra properties. Gazing at the lifeless serpent on the ground, Black Zetsu furrowed his brow, pondering whether his perception had faltered. He had distinctly sensed unusual mental fluctuations, yet found no apparent anomalies. Black Zetsu, is there a problem? Nothing of concern. Let us proceed. Just as he was about to abandon his search, suddenly, a white figure emerged from the ground. This entity was the white Zetsu clone that had been preserved since its inception. After thousands of years of consumption, the current stock was limited, necessitating the utmost caution in its use. I have located the whereabouts of Uzumaki Mito, White Zetsu revealed, presenting a piece of valuable intelligence. Uzumaki Mito, with his eyes narrowed. Kurojitsu's mind was instantly clouded with several sinister schemes. First and foremost, he intended to subdue the princess of the vortex. Kagyuki, I must trouble you to dispatch 2 of your most capable subordinates. Kurojitsu did not underestimate Suibatsu's strength. The effects of the yin sealing were quite remarkable, and sending an ordinary ninja would only lead to death. To ensure a successful capture, only elite jonin would suffice. Rest assured, Kagyuki of the Kazama clan nodded and rose to arrange suitable candidates. As for Kurojitsu, he approached the lifeless serpent with a tinge of unease. Upon inspection, he indeed sensed something amiss. Creatures of the Dragon Cave? Kurojitsu's gaze darkened instantly. The 2 sacred lands of Myokuzen and Shikatsuren were deeply linked to his 2 brothers. The only exception was the Dragon Cave. Yet who could fathom the stance of that ancient phosphorescent serpent that had survived for millennia? I hope I am merely being overly cautious. Outside the territory of the Kazama clan, through the prearranged Flying Thunder God coordinates, Kaisuk successfully evaded the grim fate of being impaled by a black rod. That object was quite troublesome. One misstep could easily result in a loss of combat capability. Utilizing the sensory perceptions of the summoning beast before its demise, he beheld the appearance of Kurojitsu and realized that the latter's group had set their sights on the departing Suibatsu. Kaisuk's eyes flickered. There was something he needed to confirm. The ambush from Suibatsu had placed him in the gravest peril since his arrival in this realm. Yet, upon reflection, he felt that the behavior of the girl with the bun was somewhat peculiar. Coupled with the warning from Atsitsuki Ishiki and Kurojitsu's emergence, a bold hypothesis blossomed in his mind. Was it possible that the one who had cast the sealing technique upon him was not Suibatsu herself? Regardless of the truth, he needed to verify it personally. As for whether there was a trap, He touched the curse mark on his shoulder and smiled faintly, his expression radiating undeniable confidence. By replicating Uncle Serpent's curse mark and harnessing diluted natural energy, he had already attained the combat prowess of an elite jonin. With a plethora of very defensive techniques, he could contend even with clan leaders. At this moment, Kaisuk truly stood upon the pinnacle of the warring states. Focusing intently, he perceived the flying thunder god coordinates within his vicinity. Soon, Kaisuk pinpointed the location of the Vortex Princess. At this moment, he had not contemplated what he would choose should the assailant indeed be this princess of the Vortex. Chapter 86, Curse Mark 2. Weeping Thousand Birds, additional chapter for all my supportive readers. The Een sealing was undone. Suabutsu's power surged, especially after releasing the seal from her forehead. For a brief period, she would possess chakra equivalent to that of a clan leader, at least 5 cards worth, by contemporary standards. The sudden influx of power enabled her to wield the formidable diamond lock, which she previously struggled to control. Even with just 2 chains, she could swiftly eliminate a formidable chunin. Alas, her true adversary at this moment was a battle-hardened elite jonin, exceptionally powerful and possessing vast combat experience. Had he not intended to capture her alive, the princess with the bun would have likely been defeated long ago. Must I continue? The elite jonin, named Kazama Kenko, was a gaunt 30-year-old man. Despite his frail appearance, his mastery of taijutsu was extraordinary, causing Suabutsu to refrain from allowing him to close the distance. Having inadvertently taken a kick moments ago, she felt as though her internal organs had shifted, and each step now sent sharp pain through her abdomen. Why persist? Kazama Kenko continued to apply pressure, reminding her that even the esteemed princess had once been captured by the Uchiha. Perhaps I lack the allure of that Uchiha genius. The illustrious princess of the land of Vortex, abandoning everything to remain in enemy territory. What a disgrace to the Uzumaki clan. Regrettably, Kazama Kenko smirked coldly and uttered a phrase that sent Suabutsu into a furious rage. That boy is dead. They say his remains were utterly obliterated. To strike at her heart, he not only aimed to capture her, but also to shatter her spirit. In doing so, he would not have to worry about the girl harboring thoughts of escape. Silence. The furious chakra surged forth, causing her crimson hair to stand on end. The diamond chains danced wildly in the wind, casting her in the guise of a fearsome demon. Kaisuk will not perish so easily. It is you who should meet your end. By forcefully unleashing her chakra, Suabutsu swiftly closed the gap between herself and her foe, though the price was the onset of severe muscle spasms in her legs. Even so, her gaze remained unyielding. Her singular thought was to eliminate this arrogant adversary. However, the vast disparity in their strengths would not shift due to her extreme emotions. Rather, her irrational attacks would likely expose flaws that should not have emerged. Employing a series of standard evasive maneuvers, Kazama Kenko deftly sidestepped Suabutsu's desperate strike. He drew a kunai, intending to inflict a wound upon the girl. As long as she remained alive, that was the directive given to him by the clan leader. At that critical moment, a cloaked figure clad in black suddenly appeared beside Suabutsu, with one arm wrapped around the girl and the other firmly grasping the enemy's arm. The newcomer was none other than Aiha Kaisuk, who had been observing for some time. Thank you for your efforts. Meeting the incredulous gaze of the girl, Kaisuk revealed a radiant smile. Through Suabutsu's recent actions, he had gleaned much. Certain questions no longer needed to be asked. Mutual understanding sufficed. While he embraced the girl, the enemy was far from pleased. Who are you? Kazama Kenko furrowed his brow, raising his free left hand to deliver a blow to the audacious youth. Yet, in the next instant, several venomous snakes erupted from Kaisuk's sleeve, forcing him to retreat, abandoning his attack. Allow me to deal with him first. Releasing the astonished girl, Kaisuk turned to face the enemy, acutely aware that this opponent was indeed formidable. Without any intention of probing, he immediately unsealed his curse mark, allowing the diluted natural energy to flow throughout his body. The black markings enveloped him, transforming Kaisuk into a striking figure reminiscent of a dashing vampire. Curse Mark 2, activate. His curse mark manifested in a manner akin to that of Sasuke. This was a deliberate choice by Kaisuk. Aside from the intensity, he valued the ability to fly. With powerful flaps of his wings, he gradually ascended into the air, activating his Sharingan and gazing down upon his adversary with a frigid stare. Sharingan. Kazama Kenko's tone was laced with incredulity. What is this? Is the Uchiha Sharingan now so common that a mere 13 or 14-year-old can wield a 3-tomo? At my age, I was still struggling at the Chunin level. Suddenly, his gaze swept over the visibly elated Sobutsu, and a daring thought struck him. You are Uchiha Kaisuk. Kazama Kenko exclaimed loudly. Huh. Slowly forming hand seals, Kaisuk remarked with derision. I never imagined you could exhibit a modicum of intelligence just before your demise. Zzz. The familiar sound of 1,000 birds echoed, yet this time, the lightning in his hands was no longer purely blue. Black lightning? Suabutsu stared in astonishment, her keen senses allowing her to perceive an abnormality. Casting a glance at the surrounding ninjas lurking with intent, she contemplated her decision to trust Kaisuk, disregarding Kazama Kenko's presence. Her mission was to ensure that no one interfered with Kaisuk's battle. Every time I use this, it feels as though my arm is about to be torn apart. The black lightning was the amalgamation of Chidori and curse mark energy, weeping 1,000 birds. A technique employed by Sasuke when he defeated Naruto at the Valley of the End. Its power was extraordinarily fearsome, making it exceedingly difficult for even elite jonin to withstand. Gazing at the poised and watchful wind demon Kenwu below, Kaisuk calmly spoke. Do not move. What could that possibly mean? Before the enemy could comprehend, Kaisuk's figure flickered, and he suddenly appeared right before him, utilizing the flying thunder god technique. He had inscribed a spatial coordinate on the enemy during his rescue of Mizuho. While most would simply teleport and strike, considering the enemy's prowess, Kaisuk resolved to employ his most formidable means of attack. His prudence proved to be exceedingly wise. Unlike Minato Namikaze, who possessed reflexes unparalleled in the ninja world, Kaisuk's arrival would provide the enemy with a brief moment to react. Though the time from consciousness to command to action was fleeting, it was sufficient for the enemy to have a slight chance to respond, while defense was beyond reach. Wind Demon Kenwu instinctively shifted his body just enough to avoid a fatal blow from the 1,000 birds technique. It granted him a momentary breath. Yet this minor alteration could not change his fate. A futile struggle ensued. The electric brilliance of the 1,000 birds surged forth, and the black lightning swiftly shredded Wind Demon Kenwa's body. Although he could have met his end swiftly, the adversary insisted on prolonging the suffering. Very well then. Kaisuk would grant him a death without a complete corpse. Enduring the searing pain that felt as if his body were being torn apart, he gritted his teeth and deactivated the cursed seal. This technique was indeed no blessing. Prolonged use imposed a significant burden on the body. Fortunately, he had healing potions at his disposal. Otherwise, anyone else would likely have encountered grave issues long before now. Mizuho, having dealt with the remaining foes, she leaped into his embrace. Gently caressing the beautiful strands of her hair, Kaisuk softly remarked, I have returned. Chapter 87. The Art of Disguise. What use is it if not revealed? Beside the campfire, the two recounted their experiences over the past year. You fool, Mizuho exclaimed, hands on her hips, eager to poke his forehead. How could you fall for such a simple ruse? It's my fault, Kaisuk replied with a wry smile. Contemplating how difficult it was for ordinary individuals to discern the disguise of White Zetsu, aside from the perceptive kinmei. That creation could even mimic chakra and mental fluctuations. Truly a product of the God Tree and Kagaya's resistance to the family's power. By the way, what prompted you to run away from home? Kaisuk inquired, puzzled. Why abandon her life as a princess to wander as a vagrant, nearly falling prey to Black Zetsu? Mizuho was momentarily at a loss for words. She could hardly confess that she could not bear to believe he was truly dead, that she had traversed the land of fire in search of news about him. If she voiced such sentiments, he would undoubtedly use it against her. No, she needed a pretext to mislead him. Cough. How could a commoner like you comprehend a princess's thoughts? One must read countless books and travel extensively to understand. With a slight roll of her eyes, disregarding Kaisuk's incredulous expression, she suddenly exclaimed, Pray tell, why have you consistently remained hidden? Is it because the beautiful snake princess of the Dragon Cave has captivated you? Indeed. She is quite lovely, Kaisuk replied candidly. Mark my words, I shall be even more beautiful when I grow up. Mizuho huffed in discontent. Let us hope so, he chuckled. You troublesome little brat. After a brief commotion, Kaisuk finally voiced his intentions. I initially planned to return, but I discovered some anomalies in the land of rain. Mizuho, having encountered Hinata Yayoi, was aware of many matters between them, even assisting in sealing the chakra of the Atsitsuki. Thus, Kaisuk felt no need to conceal the details of the lunar incident. Wait, you all sneaked off to the moon without me? Mizuho was genuinely astonished. An adept of lunar exploration was so close by. After a considerable pause, she accepted the reality of her missed opportunity. Clearly, Mizuho's focus was somewhat skewed. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Kaisuk continued to elucidate, to conduct an undercover investigation. I must venture into the land of rain. There was another point he refrained from mentioning. The advantage of remaining hidden was the ability to evade the prying eyes of those with ulterior motives. Did not Black Zetsu reveal himself? If he remained in the open, he would likely fall victim to the enemy's deception. Infiltrating the land of rain to investigate and find a way to dismantle the manufacturing chain of those puppets was imperative. Otherwise, it would not be long before the Moon Clan became unstoppable. Upon hearing his thoughts, Mizuho immediately raised her hand, expressing her desire to help eliminate this menace from the ninja world, bringing her along. Observing her determined expression that seemed to say, "Dare to refuse me, and I'll bite you," Kaisuk had no choice but to acquiesce. She was adept in the use of the adamantine sealing, her strength surpassing that of an average jonin. Especially with her proficiency in sealing techniques, she could potentially prove invaluable at critical moments. Upon reflection, having her by his side might not be such a bad thing after all. However, let it be known that you must obey, otherwise, I shall send you back to the land of whirlpools with a kick. Yay! Mizuho bounced with delight, seemingly oblivious to his warning. This girl. Action. Our operation has failed. Wind Demon Yukihiro, along with even Black Zetsu lurking in the shadows, could not suppress a slight shiver. An elite Jonin-level expert had failed to capture a mere Uzumaki Mizuho? It was not as if they were dealing with Uzumaki Ashina. Given the scarcity of white Zetsu clones, he had refrained from monitoring the situation. Unexpectedly, a moment of negligence had resulted in significant losses for their side. Mr. Black Zetsu. Wind Demon Yukihiro suppressed his fury and inquired in a low voice. Do you know who was responsible? I shall eliminate them at once. I will investigate and ascertain the truth post-haste, Black Zetsu replied, gradually fading into silence. In the room, Wind Demon Yukihiro lowered his head, striving to mask his expression. Mr. Black Zetsu, I am no longer the persecuted orphan of the branch family I once was. Some matters are better left unspoken. Moments later, Wind Demon Yukihiro regained his composure, as if the resentful persona he had just embodied was a stranger. Unbeknownst to him, Black Zetsu, who had departed early to investigate, was oblivious to the unfolding events. The land of rain, situated at the confluence of the earth, fire, and wind countries, was doomed to be deprived of the peace it deserved due to its geographical location. Donning the guise of a traveling merchant amidst the drizzling rain, Kaisuk navigated a cargo cart into this unfamiliar territory. As for Lady Mizuho, she was, of course, sheltered within the cart, avoiding the rain. In her words, excessive rain can hinder one's growth. Kaisuk was left to ponder the origins of such a rumor, suspecting she might be teasing him. Due to its perennial shroud of rain, the architecture in the land of rain predominantly featured steel, with a considerable number of stone buildings as well. Countless steel pipes adorned each structure, serving as conduits for drainage, creating a unique and picturesque landscape in the ninja world. I'm hungry, Kaisuk. That snack stall over there looks promising. Get me a skewer of candied hawthorn. Kaisuk. Transformed entirely into a servant, he could no longer endure. Seizing a whip and storming into the cargo cart. Hey, what are you doing? Let us talk this over nicely. Minutes later, the indignant Mizuho took the reins, allowing rainwater to cascade from her hat. Meanwhile, Kaisuk reclined comfortably inside the cart, sound asleep. Little sprout, if I don't teach her a lesson, she will surely cause a ruckus. Wake me when we arrive, and beware of the puppets. Humph. Ignoring the girl's disgruntled huff, Kaisuk was intent on thoroughly investigating the situation. The puppet techniques of the Moon Clan were not skills just anyone could master. Rather than contend with those puppets, it was more prudent to locate the hidden practitioners behind them. This required him to venture into danger, likely attracting the enemy's attention. As he pondered, Kaisuk drifted into slumber, the final image in his mind being the radiant transmigration eye in the gaze of Atsitsuki Kagaya. If he could capture it, he believed that Maharu would undoubtedly be thrilled with such a gift. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by an unexpected tremor, groggily pulling back the vehicle's curtain. He observed from a distance that a disguised Mito was being interrogated by several ninjas. After a brief inspection, Kaisuk confirmed that two of them were puppets belonging to the Suki clan. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place. No matter. A mere interrogation of Mito was manageable. Before he could even exit the vehicle, he witnessed a bun-headed girl knock one of the ninjas to the ground with a punch. "I've been exposed," she remarked. Chapter 88. Puppets? No, that's the treasure vault of points. Now that Mito had taken action, Kaisuk certainly couldn't just sit back and watch her being bullied. Speaking of which, he had never actually engaged a puppet in combat. Drawing the Kusanagi sword from his waist, lightning crackled along its blade as he swiftly dashed toward the enemy and cleaved through a green energy sphere that was shot at him. The usual tactics, could they do nothing but shoot those chakra orbs? Whether it was the puppeteers or their little creations, aside from physical combat, they could only launch those energy projectiles. It appeared that the teachings of the Fuma clan had yet to yield results. His body transformed into several afterimages, utilizing a body flicker technique to confuse the enemy's targeting. Seizing this opportunity, Kaisuk swiftly closed in and thrust his sword toward the Suki clan member who was the caster. Not a chance. The enemy sneered, and with a thought, a nearby puppet lunged forward to block the attack with its body. The blade pierced through. An attack that should have been fatal, yet it did not halt its movement. In that moment, Kaisuk finally grasped the troublesome nature of these things. No wonder they dared to boast. It seemed the Atsitsuki clan still had some resources at their disposal. With no critical weak points to exploit, they could be controlled through mere thought. Compared to the puppet forces of Mangekyō in later eras, their craftsmanship was indeed leagues ahead. Sighing quietly, Kaisuk understood that this turmoil would not end easily. Seeing the enemy firmly grasping the blade, preventing him from withdrawing, he reluctantly decided to temporarily abandon his weapon. Just as he evaded, 6 or 7 basketball-sized orbs of light engulfed the puppet he had struck. Aside from being durable, they could also be utilized for bait tactics. Thoughts racing through his mind, Kaisuk did not remain idle. Before the next wave of light spheres arrived, he had already completed a series of hand seals. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he returned to the side of his Kusanagi sword, narrowly avoiding the barrage of energy attacks. With a fierce breath of fire, he engulfed the 2 distant puppets entirely. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. The searing heat shattered the puppets' forms, and with such devastating damage, they could no longer persist. He anticipated this would prove to be unexpectedly challenging. Just as he prepared to continue his assault, a sudden notification almost caused him to lose his composure. System notification, killed Suki Shadow Puppet, earned 230 points. System notification, killed Suki Shadow Puppet, earned 180 points. This contraption could reward points? Kaisuk's eyes widened, and his mental state shifted dramatically. Points, 67, 510. Casting a glance at his current score, he silently calculated in his mind. This is it. Seemingly having made a certain resolution, Kaisuk unleashed all of his strength and swiftly dealt with the final puppet. Capturing the enemy's puppeteer, he utilized the Sharingan to probe into the recent memories, then snapped the individual's neck and discarded the body into a nearby pond. Previously, he had heard from Kaguya about how many puppets the Suki clan possessed. Was it 3,000? Returning to the carriage in a daze, Kaisuk listlessly gathered his belongings. Reflecting on how the past year had been utterly wasted, had he not been so foolishly preoccupied with the bounty hunter business? Had he discovered the situation in the Land of Rain earlier, his points might have reached the threshold for exchanging for a Mangekyō Sharingan. Such a blunder. A truly significant miscalculation. Of course, Kaisuk was not yet considering that had he arrived a year prior, the number of puppets may not have sufficed for his indulgence. Perhaps he should even be thankful for the assistance from Kaguya and the Fuma clan. While he sharpened his blades, preparing for a grand endeavor in the Land of Rain, Mito was obliviously fretting over having attracted trouble. Yes, I'm sorry, please don't scowl, the bun-headed girl conceded unusually. Kaisuk blinked, finally redirecting his attention back to reality. It seemed she had misunderstood something. With a slight shift in his gaze, he spoke in a low tone. Good to know. By the way, let me ask you, is the sensory ability of the Uzumaki clan generally exceptional? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Mito's demeanor instantly brightened, her tail wagging with pride. Let me put it this way. Aside from the Hyuga, no one can compare to us in terms of sensory capability. Not even the Senju. Their probability of having sensory ninjas is lower than ours. After a timid explanation, she proudly placed her hands on her hips and added, Are you seeking my assistance? No problem, with me around. I guarantee you won't be cornered by the enemy. It seemed her sensory skills were indeed remarkable. Complimenting her briefly, Kaisuk's expression turned serious as he candidly stated, "However, it seems you've misunderstood. I'm not asking you to help me evade. I intend to take the initiative and strike at the source of the enemy's power." Huh. Mito appeared dumbfounded. In the depths of the Land of Rain, the temporary base constructed by the Suki clan. Ugh. Clutching his throbbing eyes, Atsitsuki Shinjuro's expression was one of agony. To avenge his child and wage war against the ninja world, he had gone so far as to seek the aid of the rebel forces. The power of the rebels, capable of instigating a rebellion under the long-standing dominance of the main family, was unimaginable. Had it not been for his incomplete Rinnegan, Shinjuro would have long lost his position as leader. During the Battle of the Moon years ago, the Hyuga clan had left behind a few corpses, and he had hoped to seize the Byakugan from them, only to have an inexplicable force completely incinerate his spoils. Outsiders may not understand, but Shinjuro was acutely aware that those eyes could not endure much longer. Unable to replenish the waning ocular power, the Rinnegan would forever remain incapable of evolution. Now, he could barely make out his surroundings. I must find a way. Shinjuro's thoughts were quite straightforward: seizing the bloodline of the Hyuga clan and obtaining pure, untainted Byakugan would allow his Rinnegan to be reborn. Once he truly harnessed this power, no one in the ninja world would be his match. Ha! I am the true savior. Only by destroying the ninja world created by the Sage of Six Paths can humanity be granted a new hope. The pain of losing a child had driven the man, once averse to war, into madness. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking at the door startled Shinjuro from his reverie. Struggling to endure the discomfort in his eyes, he bellowed toward the door, "Go away. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me?" But, Chief, get lost." Seeing Shinjuro's fury, the messenger outside fled in terror. As for the matter he had intended to report, it seemed less significant than preserving his own life. It was best not to disturb the chief for the time being. In a corner of the Land of Rain, Kaisuk, at the 7 o'clock position, received. Following Mito's guidance, he diligently searched for traces of the puppet forces. He aimed to avoid large groups, planning to eliminate smaller units whenever encountered. For a moment, it felt as though he had returned to the days when he earned the title of Rakshasa. Chapter 89. The rebel Atsitsuki Takuya from several hundred meters away. Kaisuk accurately detected the movements of the enemy. Have they begun the hunt? However, regarding their scale, he instinctively furrowed his brow, not due to an overwhelming number of foes, but rather, he found the search party to be somewhat underwhelming. Over the past few days, he had launched dozens of surprise attacks. The opposing team consisted of as few as 2 or 3 members, and at most 7 or 8 puppets acting in unison. The points obtained varied greatly, predominantly hovering around the level of a lower-ranking ninja, specifically within the range of 20-100. Nonetheless, he managed to harvest nearly 8,000 points. Drawing forth a uniquely designed kunai, Kaisuk employed his exceptional throwing technique, propelling it swiftly towards the distant puppet squad. After several days of acclimatization, he gradually discerned the characteristics of the Moonshadow puppets. Firstly, these beings possessed no critical points. Neither their hearts nor necks could be struck fatally in a single blow. In truth, they were merely animated corpses. Secondly, slashing attacks proved to be minimally effective against them. The most efficient method remained to obliterate the puppets entirely using high-powered ninjutsu. Or alternatively, to utilize the Hyuga clan's Byakugan to perceive and destroy the spiritual cores within the puppets. Lacking the capacity to achieve this, Kaisuk had no choice but to employ powerful ninjutsu to vanquish his foes. The kunai cut through the rain, arriving before the enemy in an instant. At that moment, the puppet squad also sensed Kaisuk's presence. 3 puppets raised their hands in unison, and the next moment, a barrage of light projectiles engulfed the spot where he stood. Boom. Was it over? The puppet master hiding at a distance felt a flicker of hesitation. The enemy had been elusive, tormenting them, the lower-tier clan members, for days. Truth be told, he himself could scarcely believe the battle could conclude so effortlessly. Zing! The explosive sound of Chidori caught the man's attention. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to leap into the enemy ranks, Kaisuk unleashed the full power of Chidori, instantly shattering all the puppets, which were no stronger than lower-ranked ninjas. System notification: killed Moonshadow puppet, gained 80 points. System notification: killed Moonshadow puppet, gained 65 points. TSK. Shaking his head silently, Kaisuk bore no disdain for the relatively modest points. He understood the principle of accumulating small gains, for after all, mid-ranking ninjas were not as common as cabbages. One could not simply stumble upon them with closed eyes. Gazing up at the drizzling sky, Kaisuk sighed deeply, aware that the power of fire release would be significantly diminished in such conditions. To ensure efficiency in defeating his enemies, he needed to activate high-powered Chidori each time, which represented a formidable drain on his chakra. While using a sword would also suffice, dismembering enemies could undoubtedly achieve a kill. The ensuing spectacle would be rather excessive. And to be frank, the puppets exhibited quite remarkable martial prowess. Lost in thought, Kaisuk failed to notice the puppet master concealed in the distance. After his departure, the puppet master emerged from the shadows, returning to the base with a face full of indignation. From the ninjutsu and combat techniques displayed, he deduced Kaisuk's identity. He was none other than the perpetrator who invaded the moon and slew the young clan leader, undoubtedly. The clan leader would not allow such a disruptor to wreak havoc within their territory. Soon, Atsitsuki Sugi learned of Kaisuk's survival. He truly did not perish? The man rose with excitement. The survival of his nemesis meant he would have the chance for personal vengeance. Once captured, he would ensure that the foe experienced pain worse than death. Summon Mr. Takuya to me. Atsitsuki Takuya, the former leader of the rebel army, was undoubtedly more powerful than Sugi in his usual state. He had willingly submitted to Sugi after forging an alliance against the ninja world, allowing himself to be commanded at will. Shortly thereafter, a robust man entered the room. "You called for me, clan leader?" "Indeed," Atsitsuki Sugi nodded, candidly stating. "A troublesome mouse has intruded, and I need you to lead a few advanced puppets to investigate. Rest assured, Takuya will not disgrace his mission." With that, he turned and left, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of failure. Having studied the ninjutsu scrolls of the Wind Demon clan, Atsitsuki Takuya believed he had significantly enhanced his abilities. He thought nothing of mere intruders. In his eyes, even the clan leader was no longer his match, provided he refrained from using the ancestral Rinnegan. "Once I acquire the pure Byakugan, it will be the moment of your clan's extinction. To merge the Rinnegan, a combination of the powers from both clans was essential. Without sufficient bloodline and ocular power to support it, one would remain trapped in a fetal state, much like Atsitsuki Sugi, unable to progress. Regrettably, Takuya was blissfully unaware of this, naively believing that whoever obtained the pure Byakugan could unlock the ultimate form of the Byakugan. Why did the original text depict Atsitsuki Saren awakening so swiftly? It was not merely because the Moon Clan collectively contributed their Byakugan, leveraging that immense ocular power to achieve Rinnegan activation within mere days. In the room, Atsitsuki Sugi covered his eyes, deciding to inform Kagaya of Kaisuk's reappearance. He believed that the peculiar life form created by the Akatsuki would find this news exceedingly intriguing. Allegedly, it possessed extraordinary influence within the ninja world. Would it be able to assist me in acquiring the pure Byakugan? Through the clan leader's description, the news of Kaisuk's survival spread rapidly. Kagaya soon received the information, and through tracking footprints, it was not difficult to deduce who had secretly aided Mido. "Your life truly is resilient," Kagaya mused with a sinister smile, appearing to remain unconcerned. At present, it had already grasped the mysteries of space-time sealing. Creating an opportunity to capture the youth would not be a challenge. The most pressing matter now was to incite discord within the ninja world. The ultimate goal was not to annihilate the Uchiha clan, but rather to empower the brothers with the might of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Initially, it had hoped Kaisuk's death would serve that purpose. However, it seemed that perhaps the Uchiha clan leader would need to pay with his life instead. "Tick-tock, Taijima, your time is running short." The room echoed with Kagaya's eerie laughter. Meanwhile, Atsitsuki Takuya quickly tracked down the intruder's whereabouts. Kaisuk had not encountered the higher-ranking core members, which led him to overlook the fact that the clan also possessed individuals who had awakened the Byakugan. However, due to a lack of understanding of gentle fist techniques, the clan seldom employed the Byakugan in battle, mostly utilizing it as a convenient auxiliary tool. Were it not for Mido's assistance, Kaisuk would not have been able to execute successive surprise attacks. TSK, a bit careless. Surrounding him were enemy soldiers, clearly ensnared in a heavy encirclement. "Give up." Atsitsuki Takuya stepped forward from the formation, veins bulging around his eyes, fixating his gaze upon Kaisuk. Chapter 90. Second stage of Flying Thunder God within the encirclement. Only Kaisuk remained, as he had left Mido at a nearby town. In truth, even if Maruko were present, should he wish to escape, the enemies could not retain him. Prior to venturing to a location, inscribing the Flying Thunder God coordinates in the vicinity had become second nature to him. The reason he had yet to depart was that he intended to take a gamble. Consuming pickled vegetables and steamed buns would indeed suffice for sustenance. Yet it paled in comparison to the appetite stirred by a lavish feast. Atsitsuki Takuya's shadow appeared in the memories of nearly every enemy. He was one of the leaders of the branch family, a figure of considerable charisma. Should their powers be equal, the former could easily topple the latter. Such a character must surely be worth a considerable number of points. Excitedly licking his lips, Kaisuk drew a scroll from his waist. Points, 75, 980. Only a little over 20,000 points remained until he reached the coveted 100,000. As long as he was not up against a clan leader-level powerhouse, he was confident of emerging victorious. To be honest, Kaisuk still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the level of a shadow. In a direct confrontation, he could only rely on space-time ninjutsu to escape in a flurry. However, it was worth a try. If he got a little too close, he could always flee. One must always harbor dreams. Activating his Sharingan, accompanied by the flickering crimson light within his pupils, he tore open the scroll with all his might. In an instant, countless shuriken fell like feathers from the sky, enveloping most of the enemies. It was utterly laughable. Faced with the sudden onslaught of concealed weapons, the man clasped his hands together, and his body was instantly shrouded in a green, crystalline barrier. The shuriken struck the surface, producing a series of crisp sounds. Yet they could inflict no harm whatsoever. What an intriguing technique. With a mere thought, the cursed seal symbols began to spread from his shoulder, enveloping his entire form. Cursed Seal 1, activate. Let me witness your martial prowess. The Chidori blade hummed as he utilized the Flying Thunder God Kanai on the ground, teleporting directly behind his foe. However, the enemy was evidently prepared. Almost the moment he appeared, a green energy orb surged towards him. Continuing to attack would certainly shatter that green membrane. But Kaisuk would undoubtedly suffer damage from the energy orb as well. TCH, quick reflexes. A high-ranking Moonshadow puppet master can establish a profound connection with the puppets they create. He had noticed the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God, indicating that the puppet army in this vicinity was already on high alert. As Kaisuk sidestepped, he observed that every specially crafted kanai was accompanied by a puppet lying in wait. The moment he revealed himself, he would surely be subjected to a barrage of concentrated fire. Humans would find it hard to accomplish such feats, but for mindless puppets, it was remarkably easy. Kaisuk had indeed not anticipated that the Flying Thunder God had such a countermeasure. Alas, your intelligence is outdated. Returning to his original position, he picked up a storage scroll from the ground, and upon closer inspection, it seemed he was gripping a fine steel wire. Today, I shall present to you something novel. Pulling the wire with force, the previously motionless Flying Thunder God Kanai suddenly took to the air. Ninjutsu, manipulation of shuriken, an advanced shuriken technique exclusive to the Uchiha clan. With it, the shuriken could be maneuvered as if controlled by a vehicle. While it might not be effective for direct combat, it was certainly sufficient for disrupting the enemy's line of sight. As those eager to eliminate him, the Moonlight clan had gathered comprehensive information on Kaisuk. Otherwise, Atsitsuki Sugi would not have so swiftly identified the intruder's identity. The records clearly stated that the Flying Thunder God technique relied on relatively stationary coordinates for its transfer. To counter him, a mobile strategy was the most effective approach. Is this an attempt to distract me? Such naive thinking. Atsitsuki Takuya sneered, showing no concern for his opponent's actions. From the moment he detected him, a multitude of puppet soldiers began to converge on his location. In just 2 minutes, the encirclement would be complete, ensuring that a puppet would be stationed near every spatial coordinate. This was the vast net Takuya had woven for his enemies. Once ensnared, there would be no escape. The Uchiha clan is hardly formidable. Then, Takuya witnessed Kaisuk's figure vanish in an instant, only to reappear at high speed across the battlefield. A puppet, targeting the kanai's landing point, suddenly found itself sliced into several pieces by a figure crackling with lightning. Not far away, another puppet attempted to approach Takuya, but after just 2 steps, its body disintegrated completely. What on earth is happening? In the blink of an eye, half of the puppet army he led had vanished. It was only then that Takuya realized the enemy could teleport using kanai mid-flight. Was it a mistake in intelligence, or had the enemy's ninjutsu progressed? Either possibility existed. But the critical issue was that the encirclement plan had failed. The ability to transfer through mobile coordinates rendered his preemptively positioned puppet army significantly less effective. Unless he could expend a considerable amount of the enemy's chakra, Takuya understood that no matter how many people he dispatched, he could not contain the boy's resolve to escape. Dispersing all nearby flying thunder god kunai, Takuya gathered his puppets, deliberately exposing himself beneath Kaisuk's gaze. "Come, let me see what other techniques you possess." As he spoke, he and the puppets unleashed a torrent of green energy orbs. It was clear he intended to prevent Kaisuk from resting, striving to deplete his strength as much as possible. A sudden jolt of realization struck Kaisuk. He seemed to grasp the enemy's intentions. Flying Thunder God Technique, Level 4. Not long ago, he had just upgraded his Flying Thunder God Technique to Level 4, allowing him to capture moving coordinates. Its practicality had surged exponentially, making it ready for formal combat applications. However, the energy cost was still somewhat high for him at this moment. Otherwise, he would not need to activate the Cursed Seal state to battle. Points, 76, 860. After a fierce skirmish, his points had increased by over 1,000, a modest gain. With chakra running low, continuing to fight forcefully posed risks. Not only could he fail to secure kills, but he might also face chakra insufficiency. He dreaded the thought of needing to exchange for chakra recovery potions, which cost a staggering 10,000 points. With a swift movement, he leaped to the treetops, ignoring the attacks that followed closely. He pinpointed coordinates 2 kilometers away and executed the Flying Thunder God teleportation. Today's gains were satisfactory. It would be wise to retreat now, especially with the enemy likely preparing some form of ambush. Time to slip away. The scenery around him shifted, and Kaisuk found himself 2 kilometers away. However, the moment he reappeared, a multitude of energy orbs flew toward him. Damn, these guys are relentless. Chapter 91. That person still lives thanks to the successful advancement of his Flying Thunder God technique. Kaisuk managed to escape the encirclement unscathed. Upon returning to the inn in the small town, his chakra had already been nearly depleted. Ignoring the worried gaze of the girl with the bun, he collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Upon seeing this, Mizuho was startled. After a thorough examination, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing at the bloodstained boy, who had not even removed his shoes, she puffed her cheeks in irritation but still proceeded to help him take off his shoes and socks. Always fighting, without understanding the purpose behind such efforts. After wringing out a towel, Princess Mizuho began to carefully clean Kaisuk's body, following the methods of the maidservants. After considerable effort, she finally managed to wipe him clean. Initially intending to rest outside, she reconsidered, knowing that Kaisuk was in a comatose state. Instead, she sat in a nearby chair, fighting off drowsiness as she embarked on her vigil. In a drowsy haze, Mizuho felt someone lift her up. Just as her subconscious attempted to awaken her, a familiar scent wafted into her nostrils, and she smacked her lips before falling back into a deep sleep. This girl. Gently placing her back on the bed and tucking her in, Kaisuk moved to the window, gazing at the moonlight in a daze. Calculating the time, he estimated that he had been unconscious for about 6 hours, during which the Moonlight clan showed no sign of probing. Perhaps they were unwilling or unable. In any case, Atsitsuki Sugi seemed incapable of perfectly controlling the Land of Rain. It made sense. How could someone bent on destroying the ninja world treat the people of the Land of Rain kindly? Upon reflection, Kaisuk began to piece together Atsitsuki Takuya's plan. One must admit, the combination of remote-controlled puppets could indeed effectively seal off his Flying Thunder God routes. Alas, the enemy had failed to anticipate that his Flying Thunder God would advance ahead of schedule. The ability to capture moving coordinates meant it would be challenging to target the landing points. With his remarkable throwing technique, maneuvering the kunai mid-air was not an issue at all. With the second stage of Flying Thunder God, my actual combat capability is now infinitely close to that of a clan leader. Regrettably, age still limits the growth of my physical form. Glancing at the silent young Kaisuk, he sighed, knowing the road ahead would be long. Well, the longer, the better. After indulging in the enchanting moonlight for a while, he returned to the bedside and gently nudged the sleeping girl, who was bundled in the quilt, further inside. He then lay down beside her, seeking to replenish his strength through sleep. The night passed in silence. Suddenly, a terrifying scream pierced the tranquility, jolting Kaisuk awake. Was there an enemy attack? The cursed seal was released, and a crackling energy enveloped him. Within a second, Kaisuk was in an ideal combat state. However, upon glancing around, he found nothing amiss in the room except for the pouting girl with a bun hairstyle. A realization dawned on him. Before the girl could unleash her fury, he decisively pointed at her and admonished, "Can't you remain calm in times of crisis? We are in enemy territory. What if we attract an insurmountable foe?" Initially, he intended to further interrogate her, but upon reflection, he acknowledged that his reaction had been somewhat excessive. In their time in the wilderness, they had often rested close together. The only difference now was the change in location to a bed. There was no reason for such alarm. Pouting slightly, the girl mumbled an acknowledgement and left the room to fetch water for her morning routine. Seeing this, Kaisuk breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking to himself that the girl was easily swayed, a mere scare had made her forget everything else. If she were given a chance to unleash her wrath, he feared that he would have a long period of hardship ahead. Thus, he concluded that sometimes, the more unreasonable one is, the louder they must be. Naturally, he could treat others this way, but if others were to treat him similarly, he would have to face the consequences. As he navigated the ninja world, he relied on winning people over through virtue, a truth well known to all. Tidying up the room, he utilized a transformation technique and ventured out for a hearty meal. Soon after, the two embarked on their hunting journey. After yesterday's battle, Kaisuk could distinctly sense that the Suki clan had tightened their management of human puppets. Each time he ventured into dangerous proximity, enemies possessing the Byakugan would sound an early warning, rallying their comrades for support. Although this diminished efficiency considerably, he was grateful for the Flying Thunder God technique, which allowed him to retreat before the larger forces could encircle him. The pace of accumulating points might be slow, but Kaisuk was in no rush. He cherished the daily banter with the girl while engaging in combat. Life was indeed delightful. In the blink of an eye, he had been in the land of rain for over 2 months. The accumulation of points was nearing completion, which signified that Kaisuk would soon attain a significant enhancement in his abilities. The Mangekyō Sharingan, an evolved form of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, represented the pinnacle of genetic evolution. Only by enduring immense negative emotions, such as witnessing the death of a beloved, could the unique chakra necessary for awakening the Mangekyō be harnessed. This form would enhance the original abilities of the Sharingan and, depending on the ninja's traits, could awaken 2 additional powers, such as Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, and Kimui, each possessing extraordinary strength. Kaisuk was curious about what abilities he would awaken. Naturally, such formidable power came hand in hand with great risk. Simply put, the more frequently the Mangekyō was used, the sooner the day of blindness would arrive. Only by integrating with another Mangekyō from a close blood relative or possessing cells from a high-level sage could one avert the path to blindness. Kaisuk planned to exchange points for a standard Mangekyō, as he could not possibly resort to harming a loved one. As for the eternal Mangekyō, that distant cousin would serve as the perfect ally. Taijima thought he had struck a bargain, unaware that Kaisuk was eager to bestow him a generous gift to ensure that this foolish man would wholeheartedly cultivate Uchiha Akira. Dear clan leader, I entrust my future eyes to you. With just 1 step remaining to reach the milestone of 100,000 points, Kaisuk decided to play a grand game with his enemies. That scoundrel who had set a trap for him had lived long enough. It was time for him to transform into a mere string of numbers on the system panel. Sighing, he lamented, "I am too kind-hearted. I could have let you perish long ago, yet I allowed you to linger for 2 additional months." Meanwhile, news of Kaisuk's survival had quietly spread throughout the ninja world. While some rejoiced, others were plunged into unrest. Recently promoted to vice captain, Uchiha Akira had not found rest in days. A year prior, the news of Kaisuk's death had shaken many. Countless mourned, but none felt the impact as profoundly as his invincible legion. The entire force numbered nearly 200, most possessing the Chidori technique, with 3 elite jonin boasting remarkable strength. Such power was coveted not only by clan leader Taijima, but also by Uchiha Rei, who resided far to the south. One could only imagine the immense pressure that fell upon Akira and Matsuya, the vice captains during this tumultuous period. Uchiha Rei, being somewhat mindful of his image, refrained from allowing his former subordinates to belittle him. Even when resorting to coaxing and inducement, he took a gradual approach, intending to assimilate the entire team from within. In stark contrast, Uchiha Taijima cast aside all semblance of dignity, nearly forcing Matsuya to pledge allegiance. By nature, Uchiha Akira was indifferent and not particularly eloquent. Thus, When Kaisuk was away, Matsuya often managed the affairs. Upon receiving the news of Kaisuk's demise, several minor upheavals erupted within the Legion. Confronted with the temptations of power and wealth, not everyone possessed the fortitude to reject them. Moreover, with Kaisuk's death, the Legion's future was uncertain. Soon, members began to use various excuses to transfer out of the Legion, effectively severing ties with Kaisuk's faction. After several such departures, only 135 members remained, most of whom had defected to serve under the clan leader. Tasting success, Uchiha Taijima decisively ordered the dissolution of Kaisuk's Legion, intending to swallow it whole. However, he underestimated Kaisuk's allure. Neither fame nor power could sway the resolve of those 135 staunch supporters. Faced with the order for dissolution, the entire Legion resisted to the end, vowing never to comply with Taijima's wishes. In the first month, Taijima personally visited daily, inquiring about their well-being, treating the Legion members with more warmth than he showed his own sons. By the second month, he began to approach their families, sending various supplies to those affiliated with Kaisuk's Legion and constantly extolling the benefits of aligning with the clan leader. As the third month wore on, Taijima's patience began to wane. He wondered why these individuals were so resistant. It's just a dead man. Why the unwavering loyalty? He mused. In that moment, he perhaps never considered why he could not impart his own skills to his subordinates. The notion of a disciple starving their master holds true in any world, which is precisely why Kaisuk's actions were so invaluable. Chidori is a technique of considerable renown, and when word spread that Kaisuk was willing to teach it freely, this belief swept through the ranks. It was akin to joining a company at the ground level, only for the owner to generously offer a share of the company's original stock. Those with even a modicum of sense understood the value of gratitude. What did it matter if the captain had perished? As long as they remained, the Legion would endure eternally. Neither threats nor inducements could shake the ironclad resolve of Taijima's 135 supporters. Seeing that his schemes repeatedly failed, he ultimately decided to assign Kaisuk's Legion to the front lines. In the western territory of the Land of Fire, the clans of Kazama, Kiki, and Inazuka are stirring restlessly, occasionally clashing with the Uchiha clan. Taijima's intentions are evident. If you are so formidable, then engage in a fierce struggle. The clan leader's martial orders are not something Mayako can easily refuse. To do so would amount to treason. Reluctantly, she leads the Legion to the western battlefield, where she begins to navigate the intricate politics among the clans, often engaging in large-scale skirmishes. Without Kaisuk's presence, the Legion has lost its previous aura of intimidation. After 6 months of warfare, only 105 members remain, with 30 comrades having perished on the battlefield. Despite Mayako earning the moniker Bloody Rose and their acclaim as the most formidable 100-man Legion, it cannot bring back the lives of those 30 fallen comrades. As the conspiracies falter, Uchiha Taijima begins to scheme once more, intending to use Uchiha Ki to seize control of Kaisuk's Legion. Indeed, this is the very cousin who constantly plots against Kaisuk. Having learned the complete Chidori from a traitor, and spurred by inner resentment, he awakens his 3-tomo Sharingan. Taijima spares no effort in training him, benefiting from 2 years of guidance under the formidable teacher, Kifu. Now, Uchiha Ki possesses combat prowess rivaling that of a Jonin. Although he cannot match the legendary Uchiha trio, he is significantly stronger than his peers. As the saying goes, family secrets should remain hidden. Aside from Izumi and Mayako, the others are unaware of Kaisuk's true relationship with him. Therefore, Uchiha Ki indeed has the opportunity to join the Legion under the guise of being Kaisuk's cousin, provided he gains the approval of the 2 deputy commanders. Unbeknownst to others, Mayako is not blind to Uchiha Ki's true nature. Upon learning of his desire to join the Legion, she outright rejects him, citing his inadequacy in strength. Little does she know, her words play directly into his hands. Seizing upon her verbal misstep, Uchiha Ki boldly questions whether defeating the 2 of them would grant him the right to join the Legion. To avoid inciting resentment, he deliberately references their backgrounds, pointing out that they too were once subordinates of Uchiha Madara, implying that their origins are equally dubious. Realizing she cannot evade the situation, Mayako ultimately concedes to Uchiha Ki's challenge. In their initial encounter, leveraging her years of experience, Mayako employs Genjutsu to successfully defeat him, leaving him with the remark to fight again the following day. Returning to the clan leader, Taijima begins to personally mentor him in his training. Focusing on enhancing his genjutsu skills, he also intensifies the activation of his lightning release cells and even imparts unique fire release techniques. With the memory capabilities of the Sharingan and his inherent talent, Uchiha Ki's strength begins to escalate rapidly. At the age of 15, during the Warring States period, Uchiha Ki can already be considered a formidable youth. With his physical development complete, his taijutsu approaches the level of adult warriors, and his foundation is far superior to that of his younger years. In just 2 months, Uchiha Ki's strength has surged dramatically, and in their second confrontation, he narrowly triumphs over the Bloody Rose. Now, he has little to say, appearing remarkably self-satisfied. Over the past year, the renown of the Bloody Rose has grown, establishing her as the face of the Western Legion. Today, having defeated her in front of everyone, he effectively absorbs her fame. He, Uchiha Ki, has finally ascended to the pinnacle of the clan. However, he does not allow himself to become overly complacent, for a monumental challenge still looms: Uchiha Izumi, the true second powerhouse of Kaisuk's legion. In the days that follow, Uchiha Ki suffers a decisive defeat, more humiliating than his initial challenge against Mayako, as the disparity in their strength is vast, placing them on entirely different levels. With no time to continue his tutelage, Taijima leaves him with a grave warning. If he cannot win within 6 months, Uchiha Butterfly will become Madara's wife. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ki nearly loses his composure, revealing to Taijima just how much he cares for that young woman. To surpass that individual, conventional training methods will not suffice. Thus, Taijima locks away his heart. Love and hatred have always been the twin pillars propelling one towards progress. Coincidentally, Uchiha Ki possesses both. His resentment towards Kaisuk drives him to continuously surpass his limits, while his affection for Uchiha Butterfly ignites within him an extraordinary energy. He aims to achieve the seemingly impossible, to surpass the formidable Uchiha Izumi within 6 months. What does he need to outshine his rival? Ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu? No, it is energy. Undergoing equally rigorous training. The true catalyst for his victory over his opponents will not be sheer determination, but energy. Why is Uchiha Ki marginalized while Uchiha Kaisuk is revered as a respected commander? Because Kaisuk has already unlocked his energy. Today, fueled by love and hatred, Uchiha Ki has defeated Mayako. Tomorrow, when he unlocks his energy, his opponents will be Taijima and Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Ki has indeed acquired the energy. Hear the applause. Inspired by the success-driven teachings of clan leader Taijima, Uchiha Ki embarks on the most arduous training of his life. To prove he is not inferior to Kaisuk and to protect the woman he loves, he dances daily on the precipice of life and death. Harnessing death as nourishment, he cultivates a terrifying strength beyond anyone's imagination. 6 months pass in the blink of an eye, and when Uchiha Ki reemerges, few can connect this blood-soaked figure with his former self. A decisive battle awaits. Fixing a detached gaze upon his opponent, Uchiha Ki calmly declares, "If I lose, I will vanish from your sight." Uchiha Izumi remains taciturn, simply nodding in acknowledgement, and the two immediately engage in a fierce clash. This battle is extraordinarily intense. Their raw power is nearly equal, the former possessing vast experience and the latter driven by a determination to succeed at all costs. In the final moments, both unleash Chidori, executing a ferocious long-range assault. In terms of chakra accumulation, Uchiha Izumi maintains a clear advantage, and this confrontation is conducted under his guidance. Normally, the outcome would likely see Uchiha Ki exhaust his strength first, but an unexpected turn occurs at a critical moment. "Come on, Ki," shouts his girlfriend, who has rushed in, seemingly injecting a surge of adrenaline into the faltering Uchiha Ki. Izumi clearly observes the veins on his opponent's forehead bulging in unison, with the Sharingan enveloped in a haze of crimson. Boom! A violent explosion of chakra erupts, sending both figures hurtling backward. Uchiha Izumi kneels, unable to rise, while Uchiha Ki, driven by an indomitable will, struggles to stand. A primal roar escapes him, releasing the accumulated pressure of the past 6 months. Yet, before his cry can subside, a figure rushes in urgently. Brothers. Big news. Commander Kaisuk is alive." Inside the courtyard, Uchiha Ki's roar is abruptly silenced. Chapter 93, Hashirama's Marriage, for the additional chapter on Kira Yashikai's female assassin. Kaisuk is alive. This astonishing news spreads rapidly throughout the Uchiha clan. Simultaneously, It delivers a resounding slap to Uchiha Ki's face, reminding him that no matter how hard he tries, he will never measure up to that individual. Why did he return at this moment, rather than earlier or later? With a violent cough, Uchiha Ki spits out old blood and collapses to the ground, unconscious. When he awoke once more, the spirited young man had vanished. It seemed that the news of Kaisuk's return had completely shattered his vitality, leaving him devoid of the motivation to forge ahead. At least, Mayu felt that this fellow appeared utterly incapacitated, neglecting even the orders from Uchiha Taijima. How dare mere grains of sand compete for brilliance with the sun and moon? In Mayu's heart, no matter how hard Uchiha Kiyoshi strove, he remained unworthy of being compared to the esteemed one. Insisting on opposing fate would only serve to shatter one's self-confidence. Only Uchiha Cake understood that his boyfriend was not in decline, but rather employing a negative demeanor to conceal his own brilliance. When he re-emerged before the world, he would undoubtedly leave everyone in awe. In a remote battlefield within the Land of Fire, a fierce wind technique was unleashed. Invisible blades of wind surged forth, and Uchiha Madara smirked disdainfully, effortlessly closing the distance to his adversary with a few agile movements. He evaded a strike aimed at him, dismissing the need to draw his weapon, and with a swift thrust of his knee and a whip-like kick, he easily subdued his opponent. With a slight pressure of his palm, the enemy emitted a pained cry of overwhelming burden. "Do you wish to dance?" He coldly regarded the man before him, puzzled by the sudden influx of Wind Country ninjas within the Land of Fire. The situation there might be even more dire than in the Land of Fire. The Senju and Uchiha clans were overwhelmingly powerful, leading other families to maneuver around these two. The Wind Country was different, with a multitude of prominent families whose strengths were closely matched, resulting in particularly fierce battles. How could one even tend to their own small domain while harboring the audacity to raid the Land of Fire? Truly reckless. At this moment, Madara's height and appearance had significantly transformed compared to a year prior. It was unclear what he had endured, but his entire demeanor had undergone a profound change. In essence, he increasingly resembled the legendary demon of the ninja world. Just as he prepared to delve into the memories of his enemy to discern their recent activities, a swarm of Wind Country ninjas appeared in the distance, among them several puppet strings. Indeed, in Madara's eyes, the Wind Country's so-called puppet technique was merely a childish amusement. As for their battles, what adult would concern themselves with children's toys? With his raven-black hair billowing slightly behind him. The next moment, a fearsome sea of flames engulfed the enemy entirely. Fire style, great fire destruction. The battle-bored Madara, who felt a pang of nostalgia for the days spent clashing with Hashirama on the battlefield. That constant state of high tension, with adrenaline surging, was the combat he longed for. The others were merely tools to alleviate his boredom. The war between the Uchiha and Senju clans had concluded, signifying that for a protracted period, the clan would refrain from engaging in conflict. If even the mighty Senju could not conquer, what difference would it make for other clans to involve themselves? It would be akin to courting death. On the other hand, Kaisuk's demise had also dealt a significant blow to Madara. For the first time, he desperately sought power, whether to alter his clan or protect those he cherished. Madara needed to surpass everyone. Rejecting his brother's request to accompany him, Uchiha Madara shouldered his pack and embarked on a journey through the ninja world. Perhaps it was destiny that led him to the exchange office established by Kurizetsu, where he aimed to hone his strength through encounters with formidable foes. At some point, Madara suddenly realized that his chakra was increasing at a visibly rapid pace. The speed of this growth astonished even him. The current Madara was incomparable to his former self a year ago. If he were to face Hashirama again, he was confident he could defeat him within 3 minutes. "I truly hope to see you soon," Madara thought, his anticipation palpable. The mere thought of that man caused the icy facade he maintained to thaw, a feat perhaps even Izuna could not achieve. Lifting his long blade, he severed the head of a deceased foe and sauntered toward a certain direction. Moments later, suppressing his impatience, he opened the rusted walls of a restroom. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, unsure of whom he was cursing. Upon entering the exchange office, presenting the severed head as proof, just as he prepared to leave, the attendant suddenly produced a sealed letter. "You still owe me 50,000. The attendant grinned like a weasel. Upon hearing this, Madara slowly turned, his voice icy as he replied, "Are you implying I owe you 50,000 for a coffin?" The attendant, feeling the oppressive aura enveloping him, gulped nervously and waved his hand, saying, I meant to say, I have information that might interest you. As he waved the envelope in his hand, he knew that had it been anyone else behaving so, they would undoubtedly not leave the restroom alive today. However, since the moment the man had appeared, numerous bounty hunters had set their sights on him. There was no escaping it. Uchiha Madara's reputation was well known, consistently ranking high on the bounty list, with countless individuals eager to claim his head. Yet, a year had passed in the blink of an eye, and dozens had come to him for tasks. Yet Madara continued to walk unabashedly along the road. As for those rogue ninjas seeking bounties, their fates were obvious. They had become mere victims beneath his blade. Alas, the situation is more formidable than the person. I concede to your prowess. The attendant continually reassured himself. Looking at the envelope in the attendant's hand, Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment before willingly producing the coins. Since the attendant had spoken, he surely possessed some assurance. If the information proved valuable, this sum would serve as a token of appreciation. Should the information fail to pique his interest, well, his money was not so easily acquired. Tearing open the envelope and quickly scanning its contents, an overwhelming aura of dread suddenly erupted in the vicinity. He is still alive. He truly lives. The attendant, trembling behind the counter, suddenly felt a strange sensation. The young man before him seemed to have revived, not in the sense of losing his life force, but rather, he had suddenly exuded a trace of humanity. Please, you must leave now. The attendant repeatedly berated himself for his greed. Thank you, Madara said, smiling despite the incredulous gazes around him. Damn it, is this an illusion? Ignoring the gaping crowd, Madara unleashed a fire technique to blast open an exit, racing fiercely in the direction of his clan. It had been a year. It was time to return home. That bastard had dared to frolic alone outside. Upon finding him, he would surely deliver a thorough beating. Reflecting on Kaisuk's body flicker technique, Madara contemplated calling Izuna along as well. With both brothers united, they would surely make Kaisuk weep. Meanwhile, the news had reached the Senju clan as well. Damn it, that bastard is still alive. Senju Butsuma tore the letter to shreds, his gaze filled with volcanic rage. During his unconsciousness, his younger brother had met a tragic end at the hands of that very man. Moreover, Senju Shin was now a recognized joke within the land of fire. Ambushing a mere 10-year-old child was an act of utter disgrace. Yet, the body was nowhere to be found, while he himself had been struck down by a lightning technique, leaving him unrecognizable. It was said that it took considerable effort for others to piece together what remained of Senju Shin's corpse. Such deep-seated enmity was too much for Butsuma to bear. Initially, he had intended to hold the Uchiha responsible, but unexpectedly, the ambushed youth had survived. With a single punch, the table before him shattered into pieces. Senju Hashirama roared in fury, "Vortex Uzumaki, you wretched fool. You can't even ascertain whether your target is dead or alive." Beside him, Senju Tobarama was equally incensed, yet he maintained a far greater composure than his father. Interrupting his father's outburst, Tobarama hesitantly inquired, "Shall we continue discussing elder brother's marriage?" In truth, his own resentment was no less than that of his father. The land of whirlpools was teeming with treachery. Seeking refuge under the Senju's protection while refusing to commit wholeheartedly to the battle. Had it not been for Uzumaki's deliberate procrastination in the past, the Uchiha could have been utterly defeated long ago. At that time, if they had pushed forward, Taijima would have been compelled to mount a full defense. Perhaps then, the Senju would have secured control over the land of fire. In Tobarama's heart, the Uzumaki clan was untrustworthy, yet his father held a contrary belief. Sighing, after venting his fury, Senju Tobarama finally calmed down. The marriage remained unchanged. The Uzumaki clan was formidable and could assist them in fending off invasions from the land of water. With their support, the Senju would have no lingering concerns in battle. However, looking at his silent elder brother, Hashirama, Tobarama sighed inwardly, knowing that his brother had no desire to wed. Yet, due to his unique status, he was destined to become a bargaining chip for the Senju clan's external alliances. Look, the future clan leader is marrying one of your daughters. What more could express our sincerity? The manipulated Uzumaki clan would inevitably become their allies, dedicating themselves to the grand endeavors of the Senju. Prepare yourselves, Tobarama said with a rare smile at his eldest son. Once you return from the Hyuga clan, I shall formally bestow the betrothal gifts upon Uzumaki Akina. She is a wonderful girl and will undoubtedly become your capable partner. Peeking at his father, Hashirama deeply sighed and nodded reluctantly. Chapter 94. Kaiokiai's Kaleidoscope, 6,000-word chapter. At the border of the land of rain, by the riverside, a bonfire was lit, and fish were skewered on bamboo sticks as Mito intended to celebrate the long-awaited sunny weather. With food, drink, and sleep, the princess with the round buns was quite content. Unfortunately, that person was not by her side at this moment. What's the deal? He could simply return and fetch reinforcements instead of wandering around the enemy's stronghold. She complained, revealing her reluctance for Kaiokiai to take such risks. The ninja world was vast, and space-time ninjutsu was not omnipotent. Mito feared Kaiokiai would develop a habit of underestimating the world's formidable warriors. Such arrogance could easily lead to fatal risks. Sigh, he never listens to me. Such a headstrong child, she chuckled to herself by the riverbank, while her child Kaiokiai adventured alone into the enemy's lair. Our clan bears the mission of cleansing the ninja world. Do not waver, do not fear. As long as you are with me, we shall face no adversaries ahead. On the platform, Atsitsuki Takaya spoke passionately, and below, the Atsitsuki members cheered fervently, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a sales pitch gone awry. A rhythmic clapping soon drew numerous gazes. The crowd turned to see a youthful figure clapping enthusiastically, his rhythm strangely fitting the current atmosphere. Under his influence, a group began to mimic the clapping. What is happening? Takaya was taken aback. He thought, I'm here to invigorate you, and yet you respond with applause instead of fervent cheers. Surprisingly, it felt rather pleasant. Following the crowd's gaze, Takaya clearly recognized the boy, Yu, the former leader of the rebel army, now looking utterly astonished. Uchiha Kaiokiai, you have some nerve. Upon hearing his name, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Before they could react, Kaiokiai unsheathed his Kusanagi sword, and a brilliant flash of lightning erupted among them. Uchiha's Chidori. System notification. Killed a Chunin from the Moon Clan. Gained 280 points. System notification. Killed a Genin from the Moon Clan. Gained 75 points. System notification. Killed a Genin from the Moon Clan. Gained 90 points. Opportunities for points were scarce. Kaiokiai lamented, activating the Flying Thunder God to escape the encirclement. Just as he left his original position, a barrage of green projectiles engulfed the area. What a brutal welcoming gift. A sardonic smile crept onto Kaiokiai's lips as he released his seals, his fleshly wings unfurling behind him, ignoring the horde of puppets soaring towards him. He flapped his wings and shot into the sky. Thunder rumbled ominously, gradually capturing everyone's attention. The land of rain was perpetually shrouded in rain, making it an ideal setting for utilizing lightning release. Why had he suppressed the urge to act? The reason was simple. If he attacked too soon, the enemy would be prepared. Rather than acting blindly, it was better to wait for the perfect moment. The thunder sounded peculiar. Takaya, ever cautious, retreated immediately. This was their stronghold. The enemy could not set spatial coordinates here, so he had no fear of becoming a target. Clever indeed. Ignoring the fleeing enemy commander, Kaiokiai shot a beam of Chidori into the sky. Utilizing the insight from his Sharingan, he successfully condensed the natural lightning within the clouds. Below, the crowd continued to cheer. The myriad green projectiles were dazzling, making for an incredibly pleasing spectacle for the celebration. As the gentle rain fell upon him, Kaiokiai slowly raised his left hand. The electric light resonated with the mythical beast, transforming him into a god wielding the thunderous might of the heavens. Majestic, solemn, and instilling fear in all who beheld him. Be reduced to dust beneath the thunder. Lightning release. Karen. With a slight tug, the lightning beast instantly overwhelmed the enemies in the plaza. The deafening roar startled all members of the Moon Clan. What is happening? Atsitsuki Sugi stepped out of his resting chamber, appearing somewhat irritable. Shortly after, a subordinate reported the situation. Upon hearing that Takaya's forces had been attacked, his face twisted in anger. How many enemies assaulted Takaya's regiment? Sugi demanded sharply. The intelligence officer reported, only one person. For a moment, Sugi felt the urge to strike down his subordinate. One person dared to invade their camp? Was this individual seeking a death wish? Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and, with a grim expression, inquired, Is the intruder Uchiha Kaiokiai? It is him. Humph. I knew it. Sugi scoffed disdainfully and commanded, from the point of his appearance, we shall surround an area of 3 kilometers with puppets. Today, I will ensure that he cannot escape. Touching the bandages on his face, he seemed to have found a suitable opponent for testing his new technique. Using the corpses of the Hyuga clan as a breeding ground, The rebirth I left by his ancestors had finally undergone some transformation. Though still in its infancy, he discovered that the eyes granted him some extraordinary power. He had intended to find a place to test it, but unexpectedly, the Uchiha brat had delivered himself to his doorstep. You brought this upon yourself. Sugi set off for the battlefield. As the thunder gradually faded and the dust settled, the plaza lay in utter disarray. In the face of such devastating lightning release, leaving a complete corpse was a mere wishful thought, let alone escaping within a fraction of a second. In the distance, Atsitsuki Takaya's face was filled with uncontainable astonishment. It seems unimaginable that the enemy possesses such astonishing abilities concealed within. What should one do? Should one flee? No. Having employed such an extensive ninjutsu, his chakra must be nearly depleted. Eliminate him to avenge the fallen comrades. Atsitsuki Takuya is utterly unaware that the true challenge of the Kirin ninjutsu lies in conjuring the thunderclouds, while guiding the clouds to form the lightning beast requires only a minimal amount of chakra. In terms of chakra reserves, Kaisuk still retains at least 90%. The mass casualties among the troops resulted in numerous puppets plummeting from the distance. Observing this, Atsitsuki Takuya abruptly clasped his hands together, unleashing countless green beams that surged toward the puppets on the ground. Shinra Tensei 100 styles. Behind him, 100 puppets hovered in midair, embodying the formidable power expected of a rebel leader. Members of the Suki no Ikizoku, those of notable strength, possess the ability to control the creation of spiritual energy spheres. When infused into a corpse, combined with a special crafting technique, they can produce puppets retaining 80% of their former strength. Each powerful clan member is undoubtedly also a skilled puppeteer. In fact, the spiritual energy sphere can also be applied to living beings, though the requirements are excessively stringent, placing a considerable burden on the caster, making it a rare occurrence under normal circumstances. The 100 puppets swirled above like ominous clouds. Anyone would feel the pressure. Yet Kaisuk remained with his head bowed, lost in contemplation. Ugh, it hurts. An intensely chilling chakra surged like a tide towards his eyes. Simultaneously, a fierce aura erupted from within, causing chaos in Kaisuk's thoughts. Uchiha Taijima, kill. Senju Hashirama, kill. Kurizetsu, kill. Uzumaki Ashina, kill. Kill, kill, kill. In that moment, Kaisuk fully comprehended the sentiments of those predecessors who awakened their Mangekyō Sharingan. He understood why Sasuke was so fixated, why Obito forsook his emotions, why Itachi wielded his blade against his kin, and why Madara chose the annihilative Moon Eye plan. The amplification of negative emotions by this power is truly terrifying. Once, Kaisuk believed he harbored no significant darkness within. Yet after exchanging for the Mangekyō, various distasteful images relentlessly replayed in his mind. In essence, he had become somewhat intoxicated. Not only did he recall those already estranged, but even the figures of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama flitted through his thoughts. He yearned to slay both of them, transforming them into mere fodder for his point pool. Fortunately, Kaisuk utilized points for the exchange, had he hesitated even slightly. Opting to tap into negative emotions to awaken his eyes, he would have undoubtedly undergone a drastic personality shift, with his thoughts becoming increasingly extreme as his ocular power deepened. A bolt of lightning, the Kirin, propelled his points to a staggering 100,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaisuk opted to exchange for the Mangekyō, leading to the scene that just unfolded. Stowing away the seal, he gently descended to the ground, finally suppressing the tumultuous surge of negative emotions. Slowly lifting his head, a six-pointed star pattern of varying lengths manifested in his eyes. Mangekyō awakened. Within the system's list, his points dwindled to just over 600, marking the most impoverished moment of his recent years. A sense of bankruptcy washed over him. Kaisuk sighed, drawing forth the Kusanagi blade embedded in the earth. The Sharingan evolved, instantly amplifying his ocular power 6 to 7-fold, significantly enhancing his perceptive abilities. The enemy's Suki no Kage puppetry concealed the spiritual energy spheres within. Previously, Kaisuk was unable to detect their presence. Now, a mere glance revealed the spheres as if they were light bulbs illuminating his field of vision. 100 puppets, what a magnificent sight. He pondered, who among Atsitsuki Takuya and the future Sasori of the Red Sand is superior? After careful consideration, he concluded it was likely the latter. The art of puppetry has never been about straightforward confrontation. The bizarre style imparted by mechanisms, including the lethal toxins applied upon them, constitutes the most effective means of a puppeteer's lethality. To confront the enemy head-on would likely result in a precarious situation. In an instant, Kaisuk found himself near the enemy. Skillfully dodging the light projectiles, their apparent density easily evaded with grace. Chidori surged along the blade, the explosive sword light piercing through several puppets' forms. Uchiha style, sword leap thunder. The singularity of his attack method rendered it easily avoidable, even without the Sharingan. What once required considerable effort to contend with now appeared as mere toys in the presence of the Mangekyō. What? Atsitsuki Takuya's expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly realized that the enemy seemed capable of precisely identifying the weaknesses of each puppet. Destroying the spiritual energy sphere would naturally incapacitate the puppet. Yet he could not fathom how the enemy became so formidable so suddenly. No wonder he dared to come alone. It turned out he had discovered the means to counter the Tsuki no Kage. With this thought, Atsitsuki Takuya began to retreat discreetly. Seeking to escape, Kaisuk dispatched 3 shadow clones, commencing a slaughter of the puppet army from various angles. The assertion that the Tsuki no Ikizoku was inferior to Sasori also hinges on a crucial factor: the clan's excessive emphasis on the development of taijutsu. They overlooked a vital aspect. The true value of the puppets lies in their ability to perfectly replicate the ninjutsu and bloodline of their former selves. Abandoning this principle rendered the Tsuki no Kage's combat methods woefully inadequate. Additionally, during a skirmish, one must remain cautious of the green light projectiles that could inadvertently harm their own side. Of course, this presupposes that Kaisuk possesses the ability to pierce through the enemy's defenses, coupled with the nimbleness to evade all assaults. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have been overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of light projectiles. As he deftly sidestepped an oncoming figure, Kaisuk leapt onto its body, utilizing the recoil to swiftly advance toward the enemy from the air. Arrogant fool, Atsitsuki Takuya fumed. On the ground, it was one thing. But to confront flying Tsuki no Kage puppets, this individual dared to leap into the sky. He truly did not comprehend the meaning of death. With a mere thought, a throng of puppets rapidly encircled him. Before Kaisuk could touch down, enemies materialized before him, behind him, to his sides, including beneath his feet. Die? Atsitsuki Takuya's demeanor was filled with madness. He desperately yearned to witness the demise of the youth. The unpredictable nature of space-time, coupled with a lethal lightning strike capable of annihilating numerous clan members, imposed immense psychological pressure upon him. However, regardless of the youth's past actions, nothing could prepare Takuya for the astonishing scene that followed. The puppets encircling their enemy emanated a green, luminous glow from their palms, yet in the next second, they appeared to collectively lose their sanity, inexplicably returning along their original path. This meant that there were now no barriers between the two. With no time for further contemplation, Atsitsuki Takuya, teetering on the brink of life and death, exerted every ounce of strength to gather a basketball-sized energy sphere. Damn it, I am Atsitsuki Takuya, the man destined to rule the earth. I will not perish here. The man's words, though seemingly boastful, could not conceal the despair in his tone. Kaisuk, however, paid him no mind. The seal spread, and he once again entered his second stage. Black lightning rapidly coalesced. If the enemy desired to clash with him, he would oblige. Go to hell with your foolishness. Screaming Chidori, the hand strike, enveloped in black lightning, collided forcefully with the oncoming energy sphere, generating a terrifying storm of energy. Although Kaisuk's chakra may not have equaled that of his opponent, the seal continuously absorbed natural energy. As long as he did not collapse upon impact, he would not fear confronting any enemy. In contrast, Atsitsuki Takuya, initially locked in a stalemate, quickly began to grasp the sensation of being overwhelmed. He was acutely aware that he was on the verge of succumbing. However, rather than exhibiting fear, a cunning smile graced his lips. Fools, you have fallen into my trap. Such a fierce clash of energy would undoubtedly provoke a violent upheaval of chakra throughout the body, rendering any form of instantaneous technique impossible. Yet, he was different. Controlling the Moonshadow puppets required no manual remote. Even if he could not contend personally, the remaining puppets behind him would aid in vanquishing the enemy. It is you who should descend into hell, Uchiha Kaisuk. As the words left his mouth, myriad light projectiles surged towards the young boy. Indeed, as Takuya had asserted, Kaisuk found himself unable to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to evade. Normally, he might have relied on cursed seal wings to withstand the impact. But he was transformed now. Having tested the capabilities of his right eye, he would now explore the ocular techniques of his left. The irregular hexagram glimmered faintly before commencing a rapid spin. End of days. Vivid crimson blood trickled down his cheek, indicating that the burden of the ocular technique was even heavier than Kaisuk had anticipated. Fortunately, its effects were equally formidable. The green projectiles, poised to strike their target in mere moments, inexplicably slowed in their flight. Time had not stagnated. Rather, their velocity had significantly decreased. The closer they approached Kaisuk's form, the more pronounced the deceleration became, as if they would never succeed in reaching him, no matter their efforts. Boom! The orb in Takuya's hand detonated, unleashing a torrent of lightning that effortlessly tore through the enemy's chest. In his final moments, Atsitsuki Takuya could not fathom why he had met his demise. System notification: Atsitsuki Takuya eliminated, earning 7,400 points. A powerful elite shinobi, he was a worthy opponent, justifying Kaisuk's decision to eliminate him. As the lightning dissipated, he successfully activated the flying thunder god to vanish from his original position, allowing the light projectiles to regain their previous speed. Damn! Clutching his bleeding left eye, he momentarily feared he might lose his sight. Even Itachi Uchiha's Amaterasu could not inflict such a dreadful toll in mere seconds. It seemed prudent to limit the use of his left eye's abilities. The ocular technique, End of Days, functions as a point of origin, significantly slowing the flow of time in the surrounding area. In simpler terms, the closer one is to him, the slower time moves. As long as his ocular power could sustain it, even attacks from 10,000 years past would fail to reach him. This was the true essence of absolute defense. Before he could revel in the moment, the blood cascading from his cheek served as a stark reminder. The more powerful the ocular technique, the greater the burden it imposed. Slowing a kunai was vastly different from decelerating the meteor of the heavenly obstruction star, requiring a significantly greater expenditure of ocular power. Not wishing to risk blindness, he resolved to evade attacks whenever possible. His right eye's technique, reversal, allowed for the retroactive manipulation of time within a fixed area for non-living entities. When the enemy attempted to encircle him with the moonshadow puppets, Kaisuk activated his right eye's ocular technique, resulting in the puppets collectively losing their wits. Although reversal could not directly affect living beings, it could alter their state by changing the material around them. For instance, if the princess with the bun hairstyle were fatally stabbed or incinerated by fire techniques, he could utilize reversal on the material to indirectly restore her to her former state. It is said that the abilities awakened by the kaleidoscope reflect a certain obsession or desire within the practitioner. Yet, he had never anticipated that the techniques awakened in both eyes would pertain to the domain of time. Why? Kaisuk endeavored to dissect his own psyche, but alas, he gleaned little insight. It seemed it was time to call upon his companions. Chortling softly, he opened the system panel to examine his current points. Points: 11286. With his points restored to 10,000, his financial woes were momentarily alleviated. In critical moments, this resource could be a lifesaver. Resheathing the Kusanagi sword, Kaisuk surveyed his surroundings, which were littered with the corpses of puppets. Some lay in ruins due to his own hand, while many others were mere empty shells devoid of control. Although eliminating them would yield no points, Kaisuk unleashed a fire technique to incinerate the hundreds of puppets entirely. Alone, he could not hope to contend against the entire Atsitsuki clan. It was time to return to his family. Just as he prepared to depart, Kaisuk's expression shifted suddenly. Boom! A massive boulder descended from the sky, crushing the already ravaged plaza beneath it. In the distance, Atsitsuki Sugi descended slowly, his gaze ablaze with an indescribable fury. Indeed, he held little affection for Takuya, yet to unify the Moon Clan, he needed the latter's strength. To his astonishment, a seemingly inconsequential attack had resulted in Takuya's death at the hands of this boy. Takuya's demise was inconsequential. But how would he command the rebellious factions of the branch family moving forward? It was all his fault. Everything was his doing. His luminous eyes instantly locked onto the fleeing Kaisuk. With a single hand raised, a terrifying gravitational force emerged, swiftly robbing him of control over his body. Damn! As he was propelled backward, Kaisuk felt a pang of disbelief. Was this not Nagato's universal pull? This individual could wield it as well. Repulsion and attraction constituted the fundamental abilities of the Sage's Eye, encompassing both the Rinnegan and the Tensegan. Previously, Atsitsuki Sugi had been unable to exert significant power, leading Kaisuk to suspect there was something amiss with his eyes. Surprisingly, after more than a year, the opponent had discovered the application of attraction. It appeared that he was not the only one making progress. Activating his space-time ninjutsu, he successfully extricated himself from the gravitational control. Sensing the scant chakra remaining within him, Kaisuk refrained from lingering in battle and swiftly departed the battlefield, utilizing the flying thunder god kunai he had strategically placed along the way. As for the encroaching enemies, the second stage of the flying thunder god technique would allow him to gracefully evade seemingly unavoidable attacks. When I return, I will ensure the Moon Clan is eradicated from this world. Behind him, Atsitsuki Sugi seethed with rage. Again, that infernal space-time ninjutsu. One day, I shall sever your head from your shoulders. Chapter 95. I have returned that night. Mito lay soundly asleep in the carriage, while Kaisuk found himself unable to close his eyes. Bang! 2 shadow clones materialized, and he cheerfully offered them each a flask of alcohol. Join me for a drink. Clone number 2 accepted the flask and gulped down a hearty swig. Wiping his mouth free of the remnants, clone number 2 languidly remarked, with the awakening of the kaleidoscope, you have truly entered the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. Familiarizing yourself with the uses of 2 ocular techniques and striving to awaken a third power will allow you to advance further. Indeed, clone number 3 grinned vacantly, appearing as an irrelevant audience member. Even so, Kaisuk felt a flicker of solace within, though they were merely fixed manifestations. They provided him with the comforting notion that he was not alone. There was no choice. Kaisuk harbored too many secrets that he could never disclose to others. The system, points, Kagaya, Atsitsuki, and the unfathomable truth that they existed within a world constructed by manga. These were secrets he could never share. The weight of unspoken truths birthed an undeniable sense of solitude within him, compelling him to resist the encroachment of outsiders for fear of inadvertently revealing his innermost secrets. In that moment, he seemed to comprehend why he had awakened the 2 time-related abilities, End of Days and Reversal. Yes, it was time to embark on the next phase of his endeavors. Kaisuk murmured softly, first, I must find a way to address the issue of ocular power consumption. Of course, clone number 2 interjected, the seeds have been sown. When they blossom and bear fruit depends on your efforts. By the way, as the 3rd incarnation of the bystander, I timidly interjected, in the future, when someone asks you why you open the kaleidoscope, it's indeed necessary to find a suitable reason. While pondering this, the 3 of them simultaneously turned their gazes towards the slumbering Mito inside the carriage. Behold, the reason lay before them. That night, Kaisuk conversed at length with his 2 incarnations, discussing everything from how to vanquish Senju to the power structure of establishing the Hidden Leaf Village. Whether or not he gleaned any insights remains unclear. However, it had been a long time since he felt such tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, the negative emotions associated with activating the kaleidoscope gradually dissipated, without significantly affecting Kaisuk's mental state. The next day, Mito joyfully discovered that the familiar Kaisuk had returned. Hey, Kaisuk, shall we take a trip to the land of hot water for some hot springs? Your Highness, do you have any idea how far the land of hot water is from here? What is there to fear? With Flying Thunder God, it's merely a 2-day journey. You sound so logical. Unable to withstand Mito's persistent coaxing, Kaisuk reluctantly acquiesced, utilizing the time-space coordinates he had established years prior. The 2 traversed much of the Land of Fire within a single day, successfully reaching the hot springs before nightfall. What? You came in 2? For heaven's sake. This is a mixed bath. But I little bean sprout. Without looking at your hair, I can't tell the difference between genders. What are you worried about? You bastard Kaisuk, return my life. The delightful moments soon came to an end as an urgent matter compelled Kaisuk to cut his vacation short. News from the outside world indicated that the ninja forces of the Land of Rain had mobilized en masse. In a single night, the Kiki and Inuzuka clans were driven into exile. Furthermore, the Kazekage clan conspired with external enemies, initiating a sweeping purge of the clan forces along the borders of the Land of Fire. Wherever these 2 factions passed, not a blade of grass remained. This was not a war among ninjas, it was a widespread massacre targeting the entirety of the Land of Fire. In the northwestern front of the Land of Fire, at the Uchiha clan's outpost, Uchiha Taijima sat at the helm. To his left was the returning Uchiha Madara, and to his right was Uchiha Azuna, whom he had been grooming. Other commanders from various factions sat around the table, engaged in discussions about how to address the threat from the Land of Rain. With the Inuzuka and Kiki clans defeated and the Kazekage clan in rebellion, the Uchiha clan was inevitably next to suffer. Additionally, they had heard that the enemy could repurpose corpses to create lifelike puppets. This meant that if they could not defeat the enemy decisively, their power would only grow stronger. If the Land of Rain slaughtered hundreds of thousands of civilians along the border, the situation would truly become dire. Speak up, what are your thoughts? Taijima's mood was less than pleasant. Just as he was on the verge of bringing Kaisuk's forces under his command, he was met with the unexpected news that the main figure was still alive. It was akin to finally stepping into the neighbor's house only to receive a call from the husband saying he would be home in 10 minutes. One word, utterly deflating. The clan leader wore a stern expression, and the gathered members dared not act frivolously, all wishing to avoid becoming Taijima's cannon fodder. Reluctantly, Taijima turned his gaze to his son. Madara, what do you think? It's simple. Uchiha Madara scanned the room in silence, his gaze exuding an indescribable pressure. We should first greet the enemy. At the very least, we need to ascertain their origins. Izuna, what is your opinion? Taijima directed his gaze to the right, seemingly intent on nurturing this individual as his son's aide. Unfortunately, Uchiha Izuna had long seen through his intentions and understood the importance of remaining low-key. Upon being questioned by the clan leader, he slightly inclined his body and smiled faintly. The suggestion from the young clan leader is excellent. I wholeheartedly agree. Useless. Taijima cursed inwardly, suspecting that the other party had been intimidated by Kaisuk. If he was already like this before Kaisuk returned, what would happen when Kaisuk actually appeared? After a moment's thought, Taijima turned to Uchiha Mayu, who was seated at the very end. Why don't we assign the task of gathering intelligence on the enemy to you? There is no need for such trouble. A voice suddenly resonated from outside the tent. In an instant, the expressions of everyone present shifted slightly. Some were elated, others filled with resentment, while many exchanged glances laden with ambiguous meanings. My lord. Ignoring the clan leader's sour expression, Mayu abruptly stood and knelt on one knee towards the tent's entrance. Not only was she excited, but the entire encampment gradually erupted into a clamor. Lord Kaisuk has returned. The heavens have blessed the Uchiha. He is not dead. How wonderful, you have finally returned. With your leadership, victory shall undoubtedly belong to us. In rapid succession, they would drive away the 3 secret technique clans, repel the forces of the Uzumaki, and slay Senju Hashirama. Each achievement was etched into the memories of the majority of the clan members. Amidst the jubilant cheers echoing throughout the outpost, Kaisuk lifted the curtain and smiled as he helped Mayu to her feet. You've worked hard this past year. Lord Kaisuk. Mayu's eyes glistened with tears. Her voice slightly choked. Please, let us speak later. Having reassured his most capable subordinate, Kaisuk disregarded the other's overtures and stepped forward. He locked eyes with the somewhat forced smiling Taijima, silently turning his attention to the reticent Uchiha Izuna. Could you possibly move aside a little? You're in my seat. Chapter 96. Did you get lost when I told you to leave? At these words, the entire Uchiha clan gaped in disbelief. Uchiha Izuna's challenge was well known among those present. Everyone was aware that Kaisuk's return would inevitably lead to a confrontation with him. The issue was that the clan leader was still present. To ask the deputy commander of his faction to move aside in front of the clan leader was rather inappropriate, to say the least. Only Madara in the back appeared to have a hint of amusement flicker across his lips. He hasn't changed at all. On the main seat, Taijima's smile slightly faded. One must consider the master when striking a dog. Kaisuk's actions clearly indicated a lack of regard for him. Yet, Taijima felt less anger than anticipated. In fact, he felt a tinge of glee. The more audacious the youth behaved, the more reason he would have to take action against him later. Not only did he not wish to intervene, but this clan leader would love nothing more than for the younger generation to clash with each other to the death. Surrounded by malice, Uchiha Izuna was acutely aware of the tension, yet he found himself in a precarious position. To resist? He knew he was still inferior to Kaisuk, and besides, neither of them would permit such a deadly confrontation to occur. Therefore, if he obediently stepped aside, he would likely no longer have a place within the Uchiha clan. Sighing softly in his heart, Uchiha Izuna raised his head, speaking in a calm tone to refuse. Perhaps you could consider changing your seat. Kaisuk's expression remained unchanged, though he felt a flicker of suspicion arise within him. He sensed that his somewhat distant cousin seemed to have undergone a transformation. Had it been before, he would have likely adopted a posture of don't underestimate the youth and displayed an overt sense of animosity. At the very least, it would have been palpable, stemming from deep-rooted resentment. However, after a year apart, the individual who harbored the deepest hatred for him appeared to be a different person altogether. Externally, he had become synonymous with arrogance, while Uchiha Izuna now resembled a mature powerhouse with the ability to endure. Perhaps that is indeed the reality of the situation. A sardonic smile crept across Kaisuk's lips. Izuna's forbearance was commendable, but Kaisuk had never been one to adhere to conventions. Endurance, is it? Don't underestimate the youth, is it? Very well, I shall see just how long you can endure. Without warning, no one could have anticipated that Kaisuk would indeed take action in full view of everyone. The ferocious Chidori swept through the camp of Uchiha Taijima, overturning everything in its path. With the index and middle fingers aligned, the brilliant Chidori spear surged directly towards the enemy's chest, exuding an intent to kill. In this moment, Uchiha Kiyoshi realized the vast chasm in their strengths was not trivial at all. Even if he, Uchiha Izumi, and Uchiha Maya combined their powers, they might still fall short of this formidable prowess. How could he have transformed into such a terrifying force in merely a year? Blood gushed from his shoulder as Uchiha Kiyoshi narrowly evaded the fate of being pierced by the lightning blade. Landing awkwardly on the ground, he quickly formed hand seals, a piercing shriek suddenly resonating throughout the camp. Chidori Kaisuk shook his head, his face revealing unabashed scorn. You, of all people, dare to use Chidori before me? A single strike had left Uchiha Kiyoshi wounded, but it was actually the activation of his cursed seal that facilitated this outcome. Without it, how could his opponent, boasting power close to that of an elite jonin, be unable to withstand even a single blow? Originally, Kaisuk intended to merely teach him a lesson. However, he was taken aback when this fool audaciously attempted to utilize a stolen ninjutsu before him. If he did not teach him a lesson, people might think Kaisuk was easy to bully. Uchiha Kiyoshi, you have pilfered my ninjutsu and harmed several of my subordinates. Today, I shall personally teach you a lesson. Maintaining the state of his cursed seal, the dark markings on Kaisuk's face imparted an air of dangerous mystery. Without the need for hand seals, terrifying currents of electricity erupted from his palms, far surpassing his opponent's might. Both pairs of three-tomo Sharingan opened simultaneously, eliciting gasps from the onlooking clansmen. Both were remarkable, indeed. However, Kaisuk was clearly superior. I concur, the Uchiha Trinity is not a mere facade of strength. Curiosity lingered about the dark markings on Kaisuk's face. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the two Chidori clashed violently. Uchiha Kaisuk. At this juncture, Uchiha Kiyoshi understood that any pretense was futile. Aware that his chances were slim, he still yearned to fight back with all his might. Yet, after merely 3 seconds of stalemate, he revealed obvious signs of decline. What was that energy within him? The Sharingan could clearly perceive a stream of energy continuously flowing into Kaisuk's body, transforming into a special chakra that he could command. Was this not cheating? Meanwhile, clan leader Taijima sensed the dire turn of events. Uchiha Kiyoshi was, after all, one of his own. He could not allow him to be defeated in front of everyone, as it would severely damage his prestige as leader. With this thought, his chakra erupted beneath him, propelling him swiftly to stand before the two combatants. Enough. Cease this at once. Taijima's command ostensibly aimed to stop the fighting, yet the force of his intervention was primarily directed towards Kaisuk. Should he not withdraw, a single punch from him would be enough to keep the boy bedridden for days. The old coot was quite cunning. At a critical moment, Kaisuk slowly closed his eyes. An eerie scene unfolded, causing even Uchiha Madara, who had been observing, to subtly change his expression. Father, no. He attempted to shout a warning. However, just as confusion filled the air, the spectators noticed that the speed of Taijima's punch seemed to slow down. This was peculiar. They quickly discerned the anomaly. The deceleration was not limited to just the punch. Uchiha Taijima appeared to be weighed down by an unseen force, his movements markedly sluggish. A sudden chill coursed through him as he instinctively distanced himself from the influence of the ocular technique. Strangely enough, as he took a step back, the oppressive weight upon him vanished as if it had been an illusion. Just as he prepared to reinitiate his assault, Taijima finally sensed something was amiss. His eyes, irregular six-pointed stars, were clearly visible to all present. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Upon realizing this fact, a profound silence fell over the gathering. with only the sound of the electric clash of Chidori echoing in the background. In the end, Uchiha Kiyoshi was defeated in the contest. Yet no one seemed inclined to pay him any heed now. The kaleidoscope, a power that had remained unattainable for decades since the family feud, was now revealed. It was unexpected that Kaisuk, having narrowly escaped death, would bring such a surprise to the crowd. Taijima's face flickered between shades of blue and red, his mood decidedly displeased. With the tent in ruins, it was clear that the meeting could not proceed. Unwilling to witness Kaisuk's gloating, he stormed off in a huff. Chapter 97. Will you marry me? With the troublesome clan leader gone, the others felt considerably lighter. The emergence of the kaleidoscope was so rare that everyone yearned to understand its origins. Years ago, the clan had completely sealed off information regarding it. Now, only rumors circulated, their veracity indeterminable. Some claimed that awakening the kaleidoscope required innate talent, necessitating one to successfully activate the three-tomo Sharingan by the age of 20. Others suggested it required the consumption of a close relative's blood. The most outlandish rumor posited that only descendants of close kin could awaken that legendary eye. Faced with their inquiries, Kaisuk refrained from divulging the truth. Should many resort to harming their loved ones only to find they could not awaken the kaleidoscope, he would become the Uchiha's pariah. This was precisely why the family had gone to great lengths to suppress the information. Otherwise, as everyone pursued power, they would slaughter those dear to them, leading to self-inflicted annihilation without external intervention. After some contemplation, Kaisuk delicately provided an answer. Awakening the eye could only be achieved through immense emotional trauma. Such overwhelming negativity would generate peculiar energy in the mind, thereby facilitating the evolution of the three-tomo Sharingan. He refrained from mentioning the implication of slaughtering loved ones. Nor did he disclose that the limit of ocular power determined whether one qualified for advancement. As for the stimulation of negative emotions, those who had awakened their Sharingan understood this implicitly, stating it was akin to saying nothing at all. The crowd, having not received the answers they sought, was reluctant to let him depart. Kaisuk, how did you awaken your kaleidoscope? Someone finally posed the crucial question. As soon as the words left their lips, the atmosphere fell silent. Mizuho, who had stealthily approached from behind, perked up her ears. She now realized that Kaisuk had awakened an even higher-level Sharingan. No wonder he dared to infiltrate the enemy's camp. He had gone to test his abilities. It must be said, her understanding of Kaisuk was deepening. Even if she could not discern the truth, she was spot on regarding his motives. However, she never anticipated that she would find herself intertwined in the ensuing tale. A year ago, I was lured into a trap by the enemy. The venerable Uzumaki Ashina collaborated with Senju Hashirama. In a moment of carelessness, I was ambushed by a fake Mizuho. It was only after narrowly escaping that I realized I had awakened my eye. Kaisuk's words flowed simply. Yet to the ears of others, each syllable resonated with heart-stopping intensity. Uzumaki Ashina, one of the foremost powerhouses of the Land of Fire, with sealing techniques that were truly unparalleled. Senju Hashirama, an opponent well known to all, a cunning old coot who spent his days plotting harm against others. Their partnership was undoubtedly formidable. No one present could guarantee their survival against them. Was this courage to face death the key to awakening the kaleidoscope? Some pondered, resolved to seek an opportunity to test this theory. The men admired Kaisuk's bravery, yet these sentiments echoed differently in the ears of the Uzumaki princess. No, that's not right. His awakening did not stem from a trap. Among the Uchiha, many had found themselves in dire straits, yet none had awakened their eyes. Kaisuk had mentioned an enemy capable of masquerading as him, and it was she who inscribed the seal to sever the flying thunder god technique. Thus, it could be said that the catalyst for his awakening was my attack on you. Tears unconsciously slipped down my cheeks. My body swayed, and without realizing it, Mito collapsed to the ground, hugging her knees and weeping profusely. She was acutely aware that she was within the Uchiha clan and should not tarnish the reputation of the Uzumaki. However, the pressure of her bun hairstyle could not contain the surging emotions within her. It was all my fault alone that he had drifted for a year. It turned out that I held such importance in his heart. Ahem. Uchiha Obito lightly coughed, interrupting the inquiries of the crowd. Kaisuk has just returned. Let him handle his own matters first. With that, he signaled towards the distance and departed with the other commanders. Turning in confusion, Kaisuk quickly noticed Mito, who was sitting on the ground. He hastened to her side, draping his cloak over the young girl, and in a gentle voice inquired, "What's wrong?" Did someone speak harshly to you? He assumed that someone harbored animosity towards the Uzumaki clan and had thus targeted Mito upon her arrival at the camp. Hatred was one thing, but Mito was his own, and to speak disrespectfully would be to slap his own face. Originally, Kaisuk had not yet had his fill of turmoil, and now an opportunity had presented itself. Yet no matter how he inquired, Mito merely shook her head and remained silent. Kaisuk even speculated whether Uzumaki Namikaze far away in the land of whirlpools had passed away. If that were the case, it would offer him some solace. With a resigned smile, Kaisuk bent down and picked up the young girl, disregarding the peculiar gazes of those around him, and strolled back to his designated area. At the entrance, 105 ninjas stood in neat rows, with Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Mayo, the two commanders, at the forefront. Upon the appearance of their lord, all 107 figures instantly knelt on one knee, their faces brimming with excitement. Kaisuk had learned the specifics from others. In fact, he had not anticipated such unwavering loyalty from this group. As for those who had departed, he did not hold much resentment against them, for everyone had their own aspirations, especially as he had indeed been dead at that time. Departure was understandable. At least those who left could still secure a decent future. What was truly detestable was the clan leader, Taijima. To coerce the army into submission, he repeatedly sent his subordinates to the most perilous battlefields on missions. 30 individuals had perished in the grueling battles over the course of a year. He would eventually settle the score with Taijima. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Thank you all for your hard work over the past year. Kaisuk nodded solemnly to the crowd, promising, "You do not betray me, and I, Kaisuk, shall not betray you." He presented his compiled insights on ninjutsu along with the contract scroll of the Dragon Cave to Uchiha Izumi for safekeeping. From this day forth, all members of my clan may peruse the ninjutsu recorded on the scroll. As for the contract scroll, anyone who gains your approval may independently sign the contract. Almost all his abilities, except for the Flying Thunder God technique, were meticulously documented. Even the cursed seals were included, though the conditions for practice were exceedingly high. It would likely take an ordinary person several years to master. "Thank you, Lord," the crowd exclaimed in unison, their faces rekindled with the light of hope. This scene was truly moving, yet Mito, cradled in Kaisuk's arms, felt somewhat awkward. She knew without looking that many gazes were fixed upon her. Once they returned to the tent, she finally exhaled, her tense body gradually relaxing. Observing this, Kaisuk smiled slightly, intending to depart when he suddenly heard a question that left him astonished. "Kaisuk, would you marry me?" 3 days later, Mito prepared to bid farewell. This time, her departure was to confirm Kaisuk's safety. Logically, she should have returned to the land of whirlpools long ago, but due to certain reasons, she had hesitated to leave. Now, making a public appearance at the Uchiha clan's outpost, word would soon spread. Not wishing for the two clans to clash again, Mito's only option was to leave swiftly. "I'm leaving," she said, standing at the entrance of the camp, her bun bobbing as she stared intently at the young man. "Be careful on your journey," Kaisuk replied, glancing at Uchiha Izumi and the specially assembled escort team by his side. The team consisted entirely of elites, skilled in combat and proficient in the Chidori technique. Paired with his specially crafted alert pouches, they would ensure the girl's safe return to the land of whirlpools. The alert pouch resembled a small bag, once crushed. No matter the distance, Kaisuk would receive a signal. Utilizing the spatial coordinates spread throughout the land of fire, he could swiftly arrive at any location to execute what seemed like impossible rescue missions. "Rest assured, I will ensure Miss Mito reaches her destination safely," the escort leader vowed. "Good," Kaisuk nodded, signaling for them to depart. They had already exchanged the necessary words countless times over the past 3 days, and there was no need for further dialogue before her departure. He thought this, but Mito had different ideas. There was little she could do. After all, the young man held considerable popularity among the Uchiha. If she were not by his side, what would happen if something unexpected occurred? Though she nodded in preparation to turn away, her large eyes darted around, seemingly searching for someone's presence. Before long, the sneaky Mayo appeared, holding a large megaphone, which she handed to the Uzumaki princess before turning around and quietly departing the way she came. Of course, she did not go far, as she had been eagerly anticipating the next scene for several days. Ahem. Raising the megaphone prepared by Mayo, Mito took a deep breath, and her voice amplified, resonating throughout the camp. "Kaisuk, you must come quickly and marry me. You must come and marry me. Marry me. In an instant." The entire camp fell into an eerie silence. Taijima, who was eating, froze. Uchiha Obito, instructing his subordinates in training, was taken aback. Uchiha Izumi, rushing back to the camp, stood still. Uchiha Kiyoshi, who had remained behind closed doors for 3 days, was left speechless. The entire Uchiha clan seemed to have pressed the pause button, each member pondering which brave girl had made such a bold declaration. Hee, now I suppose no one will dare to harbor designs on him. The bun-headed princess smiled in satisfaction, tossing the megaphone aside and sprinting into the distance. Within the camp, Kaisuk covered his face with his hands, thinking it best not to appear for a while. The commander's tongues were sharper than knives. While he considered himself eloquent, he was far from adept at engaging in verbal duels. If it were a battle of wits, he might fare better. Unfortunately, before he could recover from the embarrassment of the public confession, an individual burst into the tent with great fervor. Haha, you rascal, you really didn't die. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Izumi, who had returned from her training expedition. At the Uchiha training ground behind the mountain, Kaisuk sighed deeply, sensing the unusual gazes around him, lamenting his misfortune. Naturally, he was delighted by Izumi's return. Calling upon Uchiha Obito, the 3 brothers gathered after a long separation to enjoy hot pot and sing songs, basking in the comfort of each other's company. However, unfortunately, in his eagerness, he had asked about Izumi's training progress, leading to the present scene. Perhaps sensing his nonchalance, Izumi crossed her arms and, with a proud demeanor, declared, "Be careful. If you lose to me, it will be a tremendous embarrassment. Rest assured, that will not happen. TCH, if you're so capable, don't use the Sharingan." "Fine, I want to use it." The boy had grown, understanding the importance of strategy. Kaisuk had no intention of employing the Sharingan. Its power was a precious commodity. The power of the Sharingan can indeed gradually recover over time. However, without proper replenishment, each use depletes its maximum capacity. Once the limit diminishes to a certain degree, symptoms such as blurred vision may manifest. Engaging in a friendly match does not warrant a serious confrontation, especially considering that Izuna may not possess such formidable strength. Do not underestimate him. Kaisuk, Uchiha Madara suddenly interjected with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, Izuna abruptly appeared before him, brandishing a long blade in a fearsome downward strike. Uchiha-style sword technique, flame jump, such incredible speed. Instinctively, Kaisuk activated his Sharingan. He barely managed to deflect the sudden onslaught with his Chidori blade. It was only at that moment that he realized Izuna was no longer the easily dismissed child he once was. In the original narrative, Izuna was renowned as an adversary who seldom revealed vulnerabilities. Even Senju Tobarama, who had successfully mastered techniques such as Flying Thunder God, Shadow Clone, and Impure World Reincarnation, could not gain the upper hand against him prior to his advancement to the second stage. This clearly illustrated that Izuna's strength was extraordinarily formidable. Intriguingly, having experienced a minor setback, Kaisuk explosively released his chakra, forcefully sending Izuna flying. He then unleashed the Chidori sharp spear, the 5-meter-long lightning blade swiftly closing in on his opponent. Yet, Izuna performed an agile roll, easily evading the attack. This fellow possesses remarkable agility. Kaisuk frowned, his astonishment growing. Izuna's dexterity was exceedingly high, his body exhibiting exceptional flexibility, complemented by impressive swordsmanship that allowed him to adeptly counter various types of assaults. Most critically, his mastery of fire release surpassed even that of the Dance King. While employing body flicker technique to evade, Kaisuk contemplated a certain question. What abilities does Uchiha Izuna's Mangekyō Sharingan possess? During the late stages of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Senju Tobarama had praised Sasuke, stating that he had never encountered such a powerful Kagai's ability. This implied that he had previously witnessed this ocular technique. Considering Tobarama's formidable water release prowess, Izuna must possess Kagai's ability to compete evenly with him. This ocular technique allows the manipulation of all flames, including Amaterasu, and can extinguish them to gain enhancement. It is an impressive ability that significantly amplifies foundational strength. With a light chuckle, Kaisuk tossed a specially crafted kunai. Flying Thunder God? Izuna tilted his head in confusion, questioning whether Kaisuk was indeed foolish. Given his understanding of ninjutsu principles, such an attack seemed rather juvenile. Whoosh! Kaisuk's figure vanished along the trajectory of the kunai. By the time Izuna regained his senses, a gash had already appeared across his chest. The outcome was settled. Kaisuk emerged victorious. Chapter 99, Madara. Deliver a message to Hashirama for me. Confidently arriving to issue a challenge, he was casually taught a lesson. Lacking a means to counter the flying thunder god, Izuna likely lacked the courage to issue further challenges. Absurd, utterly absurd. Afterward, he could not help but voice his complaints. To think one could move with the kunai, doesn't he that render one invincible? To this, Kaisuk simply smiled and shook his head, refraining from elaborating further. Currently, Izuna's perspective was still too narrow, while the flying thunder god was indeed impressive. It was far from the realm of invincibility. Space-time ninjutsu is a hallmark of the true Atsitsuki, with figures like Kagaya, Ishiki, and Momoshiki all possessing formidable spatial capabilities. There is no need to imprint coordinates. Merely locking onto a target with one's intent suffices for relocation, and there exists the capability to create alternate dimensions. The Atsitsuki soar through the cosmos, traversing between galaxies, relying on this innate talent. In terms of convenience and its auxiliary effects in battle, the ability known as Yomi Hirasaka far exceeds that of the flying thunder god. Even so, it remains difficult to deliver a decisive blow at high-level confrontations. As a ninja's strength increases, their reflexes and evasion capabilities become increasingly formidable. Might Guy's 8-gate state serves as the best proof, as even Uchiha Madara could not graze him. While teleportation may be swift, the duration from emergence to execution of an attack is considerably longer. The process of locking onto a target and delivering a strike is nearly instantaneous for masters, making it exceedingly difficult to mount an effective response under the shadow of a superior opponent. However, once the intensity of battle escalates to a level beyond that of a superior, the gaps between those 4 steps provide ample opportunity for an opponent to mount a composed counterattack. The so-called invincibility spoken of by Izuna is confined to his current understanding, which is limited to the realm of clan leaders. Higher-level combat remains an unknown territory for him, just like the nearby Uchiha Madara, who also marveled at Kaisuk's progress, yet never entertained notions of the flying thunder god being invincible. Powerful ninjutsu is undoubtedly significant, yet they can only elevate a ninja to a relatively high starting point. They do not guarantee reaching a corresponding endpoint. Ultimately, strength is always a reflection of the individual and not merely the ninjutsu employed. The Sharingan is commonplace among many. Yet how many can reach the heights of the legendary 4? Water release is mastered by many, yet none have exhibited the sharpness of Tobirama. In the new era of Konoha, numerous practitioners of the 8 gates exist, yet no one can replicate Night Guy. Izuna's defeat by the flying thunder god was Kaisuk's way of ensuring he learned a lesson, sparing him from future misfortunes at Tobirama's hands. Even without the Mangekyō, and without employing the flying thunder god, he would ultimately prevail against this lad. Simply because he is Uchiha Kaisuk, it is as simple as that. After discussing the recent battle, Kaisuk turned to Uchiha Madara and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward? What else can be done?" Madara coldly replied, clenching his fists, "We shall meet force with force. If the enemy seeks to perish, we shall oblige them." It appears he does not regard the Suki no Ikizoku as a concern. This will not do, Kaisuk sighed, beginning to share the intelligence he possessed. Is the Suki no Ikizoku strong? The answer is unequivocal. Currently, there is no clan capable of independently overcoming another. Not to mention the involvement of the Wind Demon clan. That traitorous faction. With their skill and puppet creation, the enemy will not fear any form of protracted warfare, even if we can withstand their assaults. Over time, the forces on both sides will inevitably swell. This is merely regarding troop strength. If Kaisuk's assumptions are correct, the Atsitsuki Shin should have already mastered attraction and repulsion. This means he is essentially an enhanced version of Pain. He possesses a level of strength akin to a pseudo-superior. On the battlefield, he would undoubtedly be a terrifying weapon, and Kaisuk would not allow the clan to stand alone in resistance. Once he completed his explanation, the atmosphere in the room grew noticeably tense. Izuna gaped at him, disbelief etched on his face as he asked, "Are you trying to scare me?" "He is not." Madara's brow furrowed, appearing genuinely concerned. "I did not anticipate the enemy's strength to be so formidable." Looking up at the unfazed Kaisuk, he suddenly laughed. "Speak. What are your thoughts?" Quite simple," Kaisuk replied with a mysterious smile, implying, "Of course, it is to seek out heroes willing to assist us." "Oh no. Rather those who are willing to lend their strength to protect the land of fire." Though he did not articulate it outright, The two brothers shared an uncanny understanding of the hero's identity, that being the Hyuga clan, situated across the Land of Fire. They wondered what undisclosed secrets lay between them, as that cunning old fox, Hyuga Tenjin, was willing to exert such effort for the Uchiha. When considering allies, the first to spring to the brothers' minds was the Hyuga. The issue is, the circumstances have changed. Recent intelligence indicates that the Senju clan has been frequently interacting with the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing this, Izuna cast a glance at his elder brother, his expression seemingly resigned. Surely enough, he soon heard that familiar name. In recent days, the family of the Senju has been leveraging the position of the young clan leader to negotiate with the Hyuga, suggesting that a mutual alliance may soon be forged. This implies that the Senju would not engage in such endeavors without substantial confidence. His ability to approach the Hyuga in this capacity indicates a high probability of success. When that moment arrives, former allies may very well transform into adversaries. Observing Uchiha Madara's eager demeanor, Kaisuk surmised that, were it not for the pressing nature of the conflict, he would likely wish to journey to the Hyuga himself. Whether his intention would be to thwart the Senju's plans or for other reasons remains a mystery known only to him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kaisuk confidently declared, "Fear not, the Hyuga will undoubtedly engage in this defensive battle." "How can you be so assured?" "Of course, but I must personally pay them a visit." The Hyuga clan, particularly Hinata, would certainly not refuse, for the Rinnegan is a treasure they have long coveted. On the moon, they found themselves outnumbered and helpless. Now that the enemy has encroached upon the shinobi world, if he were to remain passive, Hinata would cease to be the formidable figure he is known to be. By visiting in person, Kaisuk could ensure he persuades them, while simultaneously undermining the alliance between the Senju and the Hyuga. No matter what promises Hashirama may have made, they pale in comparison to the significance of the Rinnegan in the eyes of Hinata. Yet, the matter cannot be explicitly stated, leaving only the possibility of a refusal from the Hyuga clan. An impeccably crafted plan. Kaisuk smiled, also relishing the opportunity to reconnect with an old friend. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara appeared lost in thought, pondering something unknown. If given the choice, he might wish to exchange places with Kaisuk. Unfortunately, Taijima would never permit his son to take such risks. That much, Madara understood all too well. "Is there anything you would like me to convey to Hashirama?" Kaisuk inquired with a sly grin, his expression somewhat mischievous. Glancing at him askance, Madara's lips curled into a faint smile. "Indeed, there is.